Chapter 1. An Adventure Beyond Imagination. My name is Marilyn, a modest proprietor of an antique shop. With a touch of ancestral craftsmanship and discerning eye, I established a quaint establishment named Qilin Pavilion on the ancient cultural street of Jinhai. My little shop has seen better days. The past 6 months have been particularly challenging for business, and I have fallen behind on 3 months' rent, which has led my landlord to visit frequently in pursuit of payment. As a solitary individual, I reside in the shop itself. Should I be evicted for my inability to pay rent, I would find myself without a home. Consequently, I must devise a means to acquire a sum of money swiftly. I have heard from peers in the industry of a group currently circulating a significant amount of illicit goods, eager to offload them. In the realm of antiques, black goods refers to antiquities and artworks of dubious provenance. Their clandestine nature renders them quite affordable. For those with a discerning eye, there may be hidden treasures among these wares, allowing for profitable transactions. Thus, on this particular evening, I resolved to try my luck. The trade of black goods necessitates discretion. The location and timing are never disclosed in advance. According to the established protocol, I stood at a predetermined intersection, awaiting my contact. 10 minutes later, a gray van approached. The driver gestured towards me and inquired, "How does one reach the Xinhua bookstore at the southeast corner?" This was our agreed-upon code in reality. The bookstore was just across from the ancient cultural street, evident to even the most oblivious. I responded, "I had fried sauce noodles for lunch." With that, the code was confirmed. The driver, who bore a rather menacing demeanor, instructed me to surrender my phone before entering the vehicle. Once I handed over my device, I opened the door, only to find 5 other men already seated inside, all shrouded in black cloth, creating an atmosphere that felt eerily reminiscent of a gathering before a grim fate. The driver then handed me a piece of black cloth to cover my head, which I complied with, taking a seat in an empty spot. In a gravelly voice, he cautioned us, "Gentlemen, we are all here in pursuit of fortune. Refrain from prying eyes or whispering amongst yourselves. Should anyone breach the rules, do not expect mercy." None of the passengers responded, myself included. The driver chuckled awkwardly, started the engine, and we set off, the destination unknown to me. After approximately an hour of travel, the vehicle made a sharp turn, followed by a brief jolt of the tires, and then slowed to a halt. I wondered, had we arrived? In the enveloping silence, I could discern nothing visually. I relied solely on my hearing, sensing that we had entered a garage, as the surrounding atmosphere was eerily quiet. Why was it so silent? Why could I not even hear the breathing of the other 5 passengers? Anxiety began to creep in, and with it, time seemed to stretch interminably. Beads of sweat trickled from my temples, and my breathing grew increasingly rapid. How much longer must I wait? Unable to endure the oppressive silence any longer, I coughed softly, yearning for the individuals seated beside me to respond, to engage in some form of interaction which would bring me solace. Yet, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. After my cough echoed into the void, the silence remained unbroken. After a brief moment of hesitation, I could no longer contain myself. Resolutely, I raised my hand and pulled down the black cloth covering my face. As I opened my eyes, my heart lurched in disbelief. The interior of the van was empty, save for myself. My goodness, how could this be? Even if the 5 companions had disembarked, I should have heard some semblance of movement. How could everyone have vanished without a trace? And I remained utterly oblivious? Moreover, perplexingly, the doors of the vehicle were still securely shut. Regaining my composure, I cautiously stood up, bending slightly to peer into the driver's compartment. The driver, whose bulk was marked by a face of excess flesh, was nowhere to be found, and the door to the driver's seat bore no signs of having been opened. I instinctively reached into my pocket for my phone, only to find it absent. It dawned on me that the driver had confiscated it before I boarded. Thankfully, I still wore a watch on my wrist, but upon checking the time, I discovered the hands had ceased their movement. What an unfortunate moment for my watch to malfunction. The air within the van felt stifling. I longed to escape this constricted space. I flung open the van's door and leapt out. The headlights illuminated a wall not far away, while the surrounding darkness was impenetrable. The obscurity dissuaded me from recklessly wandering. What manner of place was this? Approaching the front of the vehicle, I opened the driver's door and rummaged through every conceivable storage space. Yet my phone remained elusive yielding only a set of car keys. Fortunately, the keyring bore a diminutive flashlight. This tiny device was just sufficient to illuminate the keyhole. With no other option, I resolved to utilize this flashlight for guidance. I first directed it at the ground, revealing a smooth concrete surface beneath my feet. After taking a few steps, I noted faint yellow lines marking designated parking areas, complete with numbered spots. Thus, it became apparent that I was likely in an underground parking lot of an abandoned building. Given that this was a parking lot, there must be a sizable entrance otherwise. How could vehicles have entered? My heart calmed slightly as I lifted the flashlight, quickening my pace in search of an exit. However, just as I began to relax, a pair of feet suddenly appeared before me. They were suspended in midair, positioned at eye level, and loomed not far away. A shiver ran down my spine. I narrowly avoided a collision. Could there be someone hanging within this darkness? The flashlight's beam illuminated only a small area, and with clenched teeth, I raised it to reveal the source of my anxiety. Indeed, just 3 or 4 meters ahead, a figure hung motionless in the air, their toes pointed downward, utterly still. That I raised the flashlight and directed its beam upwards, revealing the unmistakable silhouette of a figure, its back turned towards me. As the light illuminated the crown of the person's head, I instinctively gasped in horror. Initially, I had presumed this to be a corpse that had met its end by hanging. Surely, if one had hanged themselves, there would be a rope, would there not? Yet, I discerned no such tether. The body before me was grotesquely affixed to the ceiling, as if it were a small iron nail magnetically adhered to a magnet. This was undeniably bizarre. Without a moment's hesitation, I instinctively recoiled several steps, only to feel a sudden kick against the back of my head. Dismissing my fear, I swiftly turned with the flashlight in hand. To my astonishment, there was yet another figure behind me, another corpse mirroring the position of the one affixed to the ceiling. However, this figure was facing me, its eyes wide open in an expression of sheer terror, fixated upon me with an unblinking gaze. In that moment, I felt a wave of despair wash over me due to the horror of the visage, but because I recognized the face. This was none other than the brutish driver I had encountered earlier. How could it be that he, once so brazen, now lay lifeless in this place? Am I dreaming? Panic set in. I regretted my decision to venture here in pursuit of illicit goods, my sole desire now being to find an exit and escape this harrowing locale. All I could do was hasten my pace, groping through the darkness. Alas, fortune was not on my side today. The direction I had chosen was misguided, leading me to a solid wall instead of an exit. Yet upon that wall, I discovered a switch, seemingly for an emergency light. I had no idea how long this place had been abandoned or if the emergency lights still held power, but I had no choice but to try. I forcefully flipped the switch, and after a moment of ominous silence, a series of clicks echoed around me. To my surprise, 2 or 3 emergency lights flickered to life. Evidently, the power was waning. The dim blue light cast an eerie glow, and 2 bulbs flickered desperately, threatening to extinguish at any moment. I could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. I quickly scanned my surroundings, seeking an escape and sprinting towards it with all haste. However, what I beheld next was beyond my imagination. 6 figures suspended in midair, their arms and legs rigid, their heads pressed firmly against the ceiling. Even more terrifying, their faces began to slowly turn towards me. It was not merely the twisting of their necks, rather, their entire bodies pivoted in unison, as if rotating around a central axis from the crown of their heads. I dared not meet their gaze, hastily searching for an exit. Approximately 100 meters away, I spied a small door. Without a moment's hesitation, I sprinted towards it, but midway through my flight, all the emergency lights abruptly extinguished. Though the distance remaining was only about 50 meters, it felt interminable, particularly as I sensed an ominous presence behind me, as if numerous entities were in pursuit. Upon passing through that small door, I found not my escape, but instead collided with a bus. Gasping for breath, I raised my flashlight to survey my rear, relieved to find that the corpses had not followed. Perhaps it was merely a figment of my own psyche. Before me stood a bus, its roof a pristine white, its body an antiquated dark red, reminiscent of the styles from the 1970s and 80s. Yet, I found myself questioning the presence of this bus in such an unexpected location. Perhaps due to my collision with it, the bus door creaked open, revealing an empty interior. Driven by curiosity, I leaned in for a closer look, only to find no one inside. However, I failed to notice the bus's weathered roof above me. Suddenly, I sensed an enigmatic light streaming down from above. When I looked up, I was met with a sight that defied description, one of sheer horror. I could not contain myself and screamed aloud. For there, affixed to the roof of the bus, lay a human figure resembling a colossal gecko, face down, eyes closed, utterly motionless, as if in a deep slumber. Surrounding this individual was a luminous orb, akin to the size of a ping-pong ball. The orb emitted a soft glow, its colors shifting gently, reminiscent of bioluminescent creatures like fireflies. The orb revolved incessantly, occasionally entering the person's mouth, only to be expelled once more in a perpetual cycle. Strangely, this scene conjured images of the old fox concocting elixirs in strange tales from a Chinese studio. As I scrutinized the figure's body illuminated by the orb's gentle light, I was startled anew. The person was entirely unclothed, and their skin appeared infested with numerous pink, worm-like creatures. Countless worms writhed continuously, seemingly engaged in the repair of the human skin and muscle tissue. From head to toe, the areas restored by these creatures glowed with the delicate pink of an infant's skin. Perhaps sensing the presence of the living, the figure's eyes suddenly flew open wide. Their pitch-black orbs radiated an intense fury, devoid of any scare. It seemed the eerie orb encircling the peculiar body had also detected my presence, as it halted midair, suspended in silence. Oh no, I had been discovered. Just as I was grappling with my helplessness, an overwhelming force surged toward me. I lost my balance and fell backward onto the ground. Anxiety coursed through me. All I desired was to flee. Yet, the orb advanced towards me with an untraceable speed, rendering escape impossible. I could only watch as the orb collided with my forehead, producing a thunderous impact. Bang! In that moment, it felt as though I'd been struck by a powerful electric current, propelling my body backward and plunging me into a state of complete unconsciousness. The vendor, noticing Yang Feng's boisterous demeanor, quickly chimed in, "Indeed, as long as you purchase from me, you are certain to carve out millions." Yang Feng retorted, "Boss, I may be less learned, but do not attempt to deceive me." He cast a discerning glance at the stones displayed before him. To his keen eye, these stones emanated an exceedingly faint glimmer, the intensity of which symbolized their worth. The dull sheen of this particular assortment indicated that none held any significant value. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the stones were marred by cracks and impurities, or exhibited poor coloration. Though Yang Feng was not an aficionado of stone gambling, he had gleaned some knowledge from his childhood friend and neighbor who operated a modest stone gambling shop. This acquaintance, often ostentatious and enigmatic, had regaled him with tales of the trade. Yet, a wave of melancholy washed over Yang Feng. Regardless of his current abilities, he found himself devoid of capital. At present, apart from the 500 yuan he had just acquired, he possessed only a handful of loose change. Scanning the array of inexpensive stones, he discerned that none could possibly yield a return on investment. Conversely, he spotted a few promising stones at a nearby shop entrance, which, if lucky, could net him a tidy sum of 10,000 yuan. However, each of these stones bore a price tag of at least 1,500 yuan. He muttered to himself, "Tonight, I still need to send 1,000 yuan to that girl." His younger sister was currently in her freshman year of college. Once, he had enjoyed a well-paying job in Jiangcheng, but now, having lost his employment, he had yet to share this predicament with Yang Xiaoshi. As he pondered ways to earn money, a girl's voice pierced through his thoughts. "Xiaoye, these stones appear rather appealing. Shall we try our luck with a couple?" The melodious voice belonged to an exceptionally beautiful girl clad in a flowing white gown, her lively and charming visage framed by large, curious eyes that sparkled with intrigue at the notion of stone gambling. Beside her stood another girl, who, with a look of resignation, remarked, "Sister Wei, your father has already said that stone gambling is merely a waste of money. We should merely observe the spectacle. But since we are already here, why not indulge in a few stones for fun? They are not overly expensive," Zhao Zhuowei replied, her face alight with curiosity about the stones. Chen Jiyue, the girl beside her, could only acquiesce. "Very well. Which ones do you think we should buy?" Pointing to two peculiar stones, Zhao Zhuowei exclaimed, "Those two resemble little kittens." The vendor's heart leaped with joy. Those stones had long lingered unsold, as they were unsuitable for crafting into anything aesthetically pleasing. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him with the arrival of an unsuspecting customer. Just then, a calm voice interjected from the side. "Those two will not do. I fear they may not yield anything of value." This voice captured the attention of those nearby, who turned their gazes toward Yang Feng, pondering how such a young man could speak with such audacity. "What nonsense are you spouting?" they thought. Zhao Zhuwei had finally chosen a stone that she liked. But her spirits were dampened by an unexpected comment. Yang Feng, with a smile, remarked, "Sister, do not doubt me. This morning, someone visited me in a dream, proclaiming that today would be a profitable day for stone gambling. I feel as though the god of wealth has presented me with an opportunity. Is such a thing possible?" Zhao Zhuwei was momentarily taken aback by his words. Qin Yue, nearby, sensed something amiss and disdainfully interjected, "Sister Wei, do not listen to him. He seems like a charlatan." "Ah, young lady, you're mistaken. If you do not believe me, I can randomly point out 2 stones that are sure to yield something valuable. Do you believe me?" Yang Feng feigned mystery. Qin Yue scoffed. "If you possess such ability, why would you be here in this market? You must be jesting." "Hey, Xiaoya. What he says sounds rather intriguing. Why not let him give it a try?" Zhao Zhuwei's lively expression showed a hint of interest as she readily suggested. "How about this? I will pay, and you can choose any 2 stones at random. If we lose money, it will be on my account. If we profit, we shall split it evenly." Her proposition surprised Yang Feng. She was indeed a generous girl. However, the owner, somewhat displeased, interjected, "Young lady, engaging in stone gambling is far more enjoyable when one participates personally. Do not be so easily swayed by others. It's just 3,000 yuan, Zhao Zhuwei replied nonchalantly. The owner felt quite frustrated, as he had finally found a buyer for his unsold stones, only to have this young man intrude. Nevertheless, their conversation attracted the attention of many onlookers, who turned their gazes toward Yang Feng, eager to discern the identity of this audacious individual. Yet, in the next moment, they cast disdainful looks his way. Yang Feng selected the stones without any professional equipment, not even a powerful flashlight, simply picking up 2 stones from the ground. His lack of professionalism elicited laughter from the crowd. The 2 stones he chose were of exceedingly poor quality, even inferior to the peculiar stones Zhao Zhuwei had selected earlier. Upon observing this, the owner's spirits lifted once more. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, realizing that this fellow was likely just toying with them, appearing to be a complete novice. They scoffed at the thought of the beautiful woman wasting her 3,000 yuan. It was easy to be unconcerned with money that wasn't one's own. The disdain in their voices was palpable, and Qin Yue felt a sense of helplessness. Believing her friend had been deceived, Zhao Zhuwei also sensed Yang Feng's unreliability. However, recalling her promise to him, she remained true to her word, stating, "Let us proceed with what he has chosen." Her response made Yang Feng appreciate her integrity. The owner, fearing that they might change their minds, swiftly brought the 2 stones before the water cutting machine to commence the cutting process. In truth, Zhao Zhuwei had already lost all hope. Although she was not well versed in stone gambling, she could infer from the murmurs that the stones selected were undoubtedly poor choices. Yet, when she glanced at Yang Feng, she noticed that his expression remained calm and unperturbed by the crowd's ridicule. Zhao Zhuwei suddenly felt that Yang Feng was far more interesting than those 2 stones. "Sister Wei, why don't we leave first? It's clear that this won't yield anything worthwhile. Let us consider it a gift to him." Qin Yue had already lost interest in the process of unearthing the stones. The people around them shook their heads in resignation. However, at that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd, filled with astonishment. "Wow, the cut surface looks even better than expected." This voice drew everyone's attention back to the stone cutting machine, where the owner was meticulously slicing through the stone. As the stone was gradually revealed, the crowd leaned in to examine the cross-section. The superficial crack had not penetrated the core, and the quality of the material was among the best revealed in recent days at this market. This was jadeite of the Nuo Bing variety. An expert immediately recognized the preciousness of this jade. The grading of jadeite varies, including categories like glass, high ice, Nuo Bing, lotus, Nuo, and bean varieties. Due to regional market customs, there are also unique terminologies, such as calling jadeite resembling jelly jade. To uncover Nuo Bing jade in such a market is an extraordinary stroke of luck. At that moment, everyone sensed something was amiss. Even Zhao Zhuwei felt a surge of astonishment. As the second stone was cut open, while it did not match the previous Nuo Bing jade in quality, its value was still considerable. Am I dreaming? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, beginning to question their professional knowledge. How could such inferior stones yield jade and profit? Meanwhile, Yang Feng grinned and turned to the owner, asking, "Boss, how much do you estimate these two pieces are worth?" The owner examined the stones and replied, "These two have a decent weight. Based on this cut, I can offer you 30,000. The owner provided a price. Yang Feng nodded and turned to Zhao Zhui, inquiring, "Can we sell them directly?" "Hee, just take the money first. We can split the earnings later," Zhao Zhui replied playfully. Yang Feng, not one to be polite, took out his phone. Once the owner confirmed the weight, he had 30,000 transferred. Subsequently, when Yang Feng turned around, he discovered that Zhao Zhui and Qin Jiyue had already departed. In a rush, he hurried to the market entrance, only to see them preparing to get into a black Mercedes. Upon noticing Yang Feng chasing after them, Zhao Zhui paused, smiling, "Sorry. I have things to attend to at home. But regarding the money, it's yours. I had a great time today. Goodbye." With a wave, Zhao Zhui bid farewell to Yang Feng and left with a smile, even though Yang Feng wanted to approach her to share the earnings. It seemed that Zhao Zhui regarded the money with indifference as she got into the car and drove away. Yang Feng watched the vehicle disappear from view, scratching his head in helplessness. It was then that a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. "What the heck, Feng Ge?" The owner of this voice is his neighbor, Gao Ronghai, from the same community. Yang Feng was taken aback and turned around, exclaiming, "Could you greet me properly? You didn't dare to acknowledge me earlier." Gao Ronghai was unusually attentive today. Yang Feng had known this lad for over a decade, and they now resided in the same neighborhood. He was a proprietor of a stone gambling shop, known for his penchant for boasting. Suddenly, his enthusiasm towards Yang Feng left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Noticing Yang Feng's silence, Gao Ronghai hastily inquired, "Brother Feng, what is your relationship with the eldest daughter of the Zhao family?" "You mean Zhao Zhui? You do know her." "I don't know her." "Then how do you know her name?" Gao Ronghai appeared resolute, and then suddenly dawned a look of realization, saying, "I see. You wish to keep a low profile, right? The way she bid you farewell earlier suggested a close relationship. Are you friends?" "No, we just happened to cross paths." "Oh, come on. I've chanced upon many big shots. Yet none have ever smiled and bid me farewell," Gao Ronghai said with evident disbelief. "We've been brothers and neighbors for over a decade. And you're hiding things from me? Are you done yet? What on earth are you doing here?" Yang Feng asked curtly. Gao Ronghai pointed to the sign of the trading market and replied, "Of course, I'm running a shop here. But what brings you to such a place?" "Just browsing." Yang Feng responded, although he was contemplating the earlier situation in the market. The quality of goods in this market was rather poor. It would be exceedingly difficult to unearth anything valuable here, and he could not rely on volume. If he were to acquire too many stones, it would inevitably attract attention. Thus, he needed to feign extraordinary luck and uncover something precious. "By the way, where do you usually source your goods?" Yang Feng suddenly asked. The stones in this market had all been sifted through, lacking anything of worth. Gao Ronghai sensed Yang Feng's genuine interest in the stone gambling business and remarked, "No wonder you're acquainted with the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. You're starting to take an interest in this. Will you take me along? You're looking for high-quality jadeite, aren't you?" "Usually, I can't access such fine goods, but if you're connected to Miss Zhao, there might be a splendid opportunity," Gao Ronghai asserted confidently. Yang Feng was uncertain how this lad had his connections, but having lost the invaluable jade bracelet belonging to Lu Qinglan, he needed to earn money to repay her in the next few days. Gambling on stones was his only avenue. With this thought in mind, Yang Feng followed Gao Ronghai out. Their destination turned out to be a large wholesale market in Jiangxing. By the time they arrived, it was already evening, yet the atmosphere was far more vibrant than during the day. Yang Feng entered the market alongside Gao Ronghai, surrounded by the clamor of bustling stalls and shops. Upon a cursory glance, he discovered numerous intriguing items. In comparison, the previous market felt like a mere refuse dump. Nevertheless, Yang Feng still felt that the value of these items was insufficient. He must extract the most valuable jade with the fewest attempts. For too many attempts will certainly arouse suspicion. Gao Ronghai, well acquainted with this place, disregarded the small shops and stalls nearby, leading Yang Feng to the entrance of a grand establishment. At the entrance, two burly security guards dressed in black stood watch. Upon seeing the attire of Gao Ronghai and Yang Feng, they disdainfully urged, "Leave at once. This is not a place for you." The store's facade exuded opulence. From the outside, one could glimpse the immense cutting machines and numerous raw stones in the lobby. Yang Feng cast a cursory glance, discerning that there were indeed many treasures within. However, it appeared that this venue was not intended for ordinary patrons. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from inside. Recognizing Gao Ronghai, he shook his head and said, "Gao Ronghai, why are you here again? As I previously mentioned, your shabby shop is too small. You could simply gather some items from outside without the need for such high-end merchandise." This man was the store manager, Gu Yonggui, who had encountered Gao Ronghai before. Presently, Gao Ronghai wore a smug expression and replied, "I am not here for myself this time. My brother here wishes to examine the goods." "Your brother? Is he really that impressive?" Gu Yonggui scrutinized Yang Feng's appearance, but felt nothing remarkable. At that moment, Yang Feng stepped forward and smiled. "Hello, I am Yang Feng. Enough of the pleasantries. Just tell me how much money you possess." Gu Yonggui interrupted impatiently. Yang Feng's expression stiffened slightly. Fortunately, Gao Ronghai pulled Gu Yonggui aside and whispered, "Old Gu, he is a friend of Miss Zhao." "Which Miss Zhao?" "In this circle of Jiangcheng, which Miss Zhao could you possibly mean? You're not referring to the Zhao family, are you?" Gu Yonggui's tone rose, revealing his astonishment. Yet, skepticism soon clouded his features as he questioned, "Are you trying to deceive me? If he were truly a friend of Miss Zhao, would he need to come here for leisure?" Just as Gao Ronghai was about to clarify, a young man entered from outside, seemingly the store's manager. He first noticed Yang Feng at the entrance, then quickly approached Gu Yonggui, whispering, "Manager Gu, why is this person standing at the door? What? Do you know him?" Gu Yonggui inquired, bemused by his expression. The young man lowered his voice and replied, "I don't know him personally, but I have a cousin who sells goods at the park market. Today, as I passed by, I saw him gambling with Miss Zhao, and it seemed that she was the one financing his bets." "Are you certain?" Gu Yonggui pressed. "I am positive. I saw it clearly," the young man affirmed earnestly. Upon hearing this, Gao Ronghai chimed in, "See, I was lying to you." At this point, whether you are lying or not is irrelevant. Hurry and escort him inside. Gu Yonggui, now anxious upon realizing Yang Feng was a friend of Miss Zhao, rushed back to the entrance and reprimanded the two security guards, exclaiming, "You two fools! Mr. Yang has arrived. How could one be so lacking in discernment as to block his entrance? Mr. Yang, please come this way. Our establishment indeed boasts a splendid array of treasures for you to peruse at your leisure." Gu Yonggui suddenly became exceedingly cordial. Yang Feng paused momentarily, perplexed by the hushed murmurs of the group, and cautiously inquired, "Am I allowed to enter?" Of course, of course," Gu Yonggui replied enthusiastically, leading Yang Feng inside. Even Gao Ronghai followed closely behind, brimming with pride. Gu Yonggui guided Yang Feng to a wooden tea table, encouraging him, "Mr. Yang, please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. Let us converse at our leisure." "I shall forego the tea. I merely wish to examine the goods in your store." "We certainly have goods. What size are you interested in?" "We have stones ranging from a mere dozen kilograms to several hundred." "Several hundred kilograms? Indeed. Would you like to see one?" "Absolutely." Gu Yonggui called for the manager. "Little Chun, please fetch the stone numbered 1505 from the warehouse for Mr. Yang to inspect." Upon hearing this, the manager's expression became troubled, and he quickly replied, "But, store manager, that stone, just go and retrieve it." The manager dared not protest further and reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai remained unaware that the stone being brought over was, in fact, a defective piece. Although it was quite heavy, it was a filled raw stone with a window cut into it. The term window material refers to a small incision made in jadeite rough to observe the internal quality. However, this particular window was created using modern techniques, with top-grade jade affixed to the surface, a practice known in the industry as filling. Such a method is highly deceptive, leading one to believe that the entire stone is of superior quality. Despite being a substandard piece, its craftsmanship was commendable, and even seasoned veterans in the shop had been misled, only to discover the ruse when higher authorities investigated. Gu Yonggui intended to use this stone to gauge Yang Feng's acumen. If he possessed true knowledge, he might discern the stone's flaws. Even if he failed to do so, it would provide insight into his financial capacity. At this moment, Yang Feng remained blissfully unaware, sitting in the grand hall as Gu Yonggui personally brewed tea for him. Wearing a warm smile, "Mr. Yang, have you dabbled in jadeite before, or is this a sudden whim?" "I have not engaged extensively, but I possess some understanding," Yang Feng replied, glancing at Gao Ronghai. Confidently, Gao Ronghai chimed in, "Indeed, perhaps Mr. Gu is unaware, but although my shop is modest in scale, I have immersed myself in this field for many years. My discerning eye is quite keen, and I plan to procure a batch of goods shortly. Not a problem at all. As long as you express your interest, you may take whatever you desire. Gu Yongui readily agreed. Gao Ronghai's heart surged with joy. He rarely had the opportunity to procure goods from such a place, and now he felt he had found his moment. Meanwhile, Yang Feng refrained from interjecting in their conversation, his gaze wandering over the uncut rough stones displayed throughout the hall. Even the casually placed stones in the hall caught Yang Feng's discerning eye, revealing that many were indeed valuable. It was evident that this establishment was substantial. However, Yang Feng was primarily concerned about his budget. For acquiring raw stones here would undoubtedly come at a significant cost, and he possessed merely 30,000 yuan. While he pondered this, Manager Chen had already instructed someone to bring out a large stone from the warehouse. This stone, resting on the ground, appeared to weigh over 200 kilograms and had a relatively regular shape. A small window had already been carved into it. Upon seeing this stone, Gao Ronghai displayed a flicker of excitement, exclaiming that it was a sizable piece of jelly-like imperial green, undoubtedly of the highest quality. As a seasoned expert, Gao Ronghai seldom encountered such a large imperial green raw stone. Examining the stone's patterns, he surmised that if it were not a variant, its value would be immeasurable. At that moment, Gu Yongui turned to Yang Feng with a smile, inquiring, "Mr. Yang, what do you think of this?" His tone was respectful, intentionally inviting Yang Feng to inspect the stone. Nearby, Manager Chen and the knowledgeable staff kept their heads down, refraining from speaking, fully aware that this specimen was flawed and had deceived even their seasoned experts. Yang Feng studied the stone for a moment, finding its surface undeniably stunning. After several inspections with a high-intensity flashlight, Gao Ronghai marveled, "This stone is exceptional. Many areas showcase the utmost quality of banded moss, alongside glimpses of white python, approaching the finest gray-white." With his extensive experience, he certainly knew how to assess the surface to determine a raw stone's quality. Coupled with the striking imperial green window, Gao Ronghai had already sensed this stone's extraordinary nature. In truth, not only was he deceived, but even the old-timer who acquired this stone for the shop had been misled. Gao Ronghai, of course, could not discern the trickery. Yang Feng had no intention of purchasing this stone, aware that something of this magnitude was beyond his means. Nevertheless, he sensed something peculiar in the expressions of Gu Yongui and his associates. After a moment of hesitation, he focused his gaze inward, peering through the stone's interior. As he scrutinized further, he noticed that the stone did not emit a strong brilliance. His keen eyes could distinguish fortune from misfortune, and valuable jade would undoubtedly radiate golden light. Yet, this stone remained inert. Upon closer inspection, he observed a gap between the imperial green and the interior stone. It was a piece of filled jade, and the quality within was subpar. Numerous areas were marred with impurities, and the jade was scattered, failing to coalesce. After his examination, Yang Feng understood Gu Yongui's intentions. What a cunning fox he was. Gu Yongui, smiling at Yang Feng, asked, "Mr. Yang, what do you think of this stone?" "Boss Gu, I've heard that the jade industry is quite chaotic, but I never expected that running such a large establishment would be so intriguing," Yang Feng replied, a hint of a smile on his face, deliberately avoiding exposing the truth. He then turned to Gao Ronghai and said, "Let us not linger. It's time for us to leave." "Ah, I shall soon be procuring goods here." How could Gao Ronghai possibly wish to leave? It is his first encounter with such exquisite stones, and he is engrossed in their beauty. However, upon hearing this, Yang Feng shook his head and remarked, "In a large store, customers are often taken advantage of. You might as well seek out a smaller shop outside, which may prove to be more reliable." At this utterance, the expressions of the dozen or so individuals in the store shifted dramatically, including the recently arrived guests. At this moment, Gu Yongui began to perspire, realizing that Yang Feng's words bore deeper significance. "Mr. Yang, Gu Yongui hesitated, fearing to speak further. With so many patrons present, if they discovered that he had displayed such counterfeit goods, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet Yang Feng graciously spared him the embarrassment, opting to rise and lead Gao Ronghai away. Witnessing such an esteemed figure, Gu Yongui was reluctant to let Yang Feng depart, hastily interjecting, "Mr. Yang, might we converse in the lounge upstairs?" "Oh, does Boss Gu have matters to discuss?" Yang Feng retorted with a cold smile. Observing Yang Feng's expression, Gu Yongui grew increasingly flustered. "I merely wish to cultivate a friendship with you, Mr. Yang." Recognizing Gu Yongui's ulterior motives, Yang Feng nodded in acquiescence. The second floor of the shop featured a reception room adorned with a tea table, surrounded by transparent glass, and the decor exuded sophistication. This space was typically reserved for esteemed guests. Once seated in the reception area, Gu Yonggui slowly wiped the sweat from his brow. Beside him, Gao Ronghai appeared utterly bewildered, unsure of the unfolding events. At that moment, Gu Yonggui spoke. "Mr. Yang, I thank you." Yang Feng jested, "Surely. Boss Gu does not intend to sell that item to me?" Gu Yonggui quickly replied, "Of course not. I simply did not anticipate that you would possess such expertise in stone gambling, able to discern that the stone was a mere inferior imitation at a glance. I misjudged your ability." At these words, Gao Ronghai was left in sheer astonishment. The top-tier goods he had just scrutinized were, in fact, inferior imitations? Yang Feng could identify this at a glance. Realization dawned upon Gao Ronghai as he comprehended why Yang Feng had previously mentioned the predatory nature of larger shops. Yang Feng displayed indifference, smiling as he said, "There is no need for such formality, Boss Gu. You have already done us the courtesy of allowing us to peruse. How could I possibly jeopardize your establishment? Indeed, Mr. Yang, you are magnanimous. I sincerely apologize for my earlier conduct," Gu Yonggui expressed, his face filled with remorse. Had Yang Feng exposed him in front of the gathered patrons, his reputation would have undoubtedly suffered. Yet Yang Feng had chosen to be merciful. At this moment, Gu Yonggui began to reflect upon his own misjudgment. Initially, he believed it impossible for Yang Feng to discern the truth of the stone. Yet he had encountered a true master. Yang Feng, however, seemed unconcerned, his gaze drawn to the array of jadeite rough stones displayed in the hall below. These stones were relatively small, weighing perhaps a few kilograms, and their quality appeared promising. Gu Yonggui seemed to have discerned Yang Feng's intentions and immediately remarked, "Mr. Yang, you appear to possess an extensive understanding of stone gambling, demonstrating considerable skill. Do you have a mentor guiding you? It is quite customary for individuals in this field to take on a master." Yang Feng, seizing the opportunity, nodded and replied, "Indeed, my mentor is rather low-key." He recalled the elderly fisherman from earlier, deciding to regard him as his mentor for the moment. Upon hearing this, Gu Yonggui felt an overwhelming joy within. It seemed that this individual was not merely a friend of the Zhao family's young lady. The ability to effortlessly discern the quality of jadeite raw stones indicated that his mentor must be an extraordinary recluse. With this thought, Gu Yonggui promptly stood and said, "Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize for today's events. How about this? There are some stones in the hall outside, albeit of modest value. They represent my heartfelt gesture, and I hope you can accept my apology. As for the apology, Mr. Yang may select too. Should you uncover high-quality stones, I will take responsibility for their retrieval." Gu Yonggui made his decision resolutely. Yang Feng squinted and replied, "Even those stones, I presume, will not be inexpensive when gambling with them, will they? They are merely trifles, insufficient to convey my gratitude to Mr. Yang." At this point, Gu Yonggui had become noticeably more humble. Yang Feng, who was in need of capital, pretended to contemplate and then said, "In that case, I shall select two, but I will provide you with the funds for the gamble." "Ah, Mr. Yang, your words are too formal. It is settled then," Yang Feng casually remarked as he rose and proceeded towards the hall outside. In the hall, there were still a few individuals present. Those who frequented this place were not of ordinary status. However, upon witnessing Gu Yonggui personally accompanying Yang Feng to select stones, they could not help but marvel at his distinguished standing. Yang Feng, unaware of his newfound prominence in this circle, simply selected two stones weighing over 10 kilograms each and requested the proprietor to assist in cutting them open. Gu Yonggui wasted no time, immediately instructing someone to take the stones for cutting. A group of them made their way to the first-floor hall, where the crowd had gradually increased. Everyone was engaged in selecting their stones, while only Gu Yonggui remained alongside Yang Feng, sipping tea and recounting his entrepreneurial journey. At that moment, the employee cutting the stones suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Remarkably, we have unearthed a jelly type." This declaration drew the attention of many present. The jelly type is second only to the glass and high ice types in quality. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the commotion, with even Gu Yonggui rising to his feet. This was not only a stone of exceptional quality, but also possessed remarkable color, coupled with its shape. Yang Feng's acumen was indeed extraordinary, and Gu Yonggui erupted into laughter, fully acknowledging Yang Feng's exceptional insight. The other stone, once cut, also revealed a commendable ice type. To purchase merely two stones and have both yield such splendid quality was, For a gambler, nothing short of miraculous. However, Gu Yongui was not particularly astonished by the earlier scene where Yang Feng assessed the defective products. Instead, he said, "Mr. Yang, the quality of these two jade stones is excellent. I am willing to offer a high price." "No, let's go with the market price," Yang Feng replied with a smile. "What do you think of 500,000? Gu Yongui inquired. After pondering for a moment, Yang Feng responded, "How about 400,000? I believe the price of those two jade raw stones should be around 100,000. Haha, Mr. Yang is still calculating this matter," Gu Yongui remarked. "It's business." Yang Feng smiled. Gu Yongui was straightforward, exclaiming, "It is truly a joy to have met you, Mr. Yang. Manager Chen, please go to finance immediately and prepare 400,000 for Mr. Yang." Understood. Manager Chen promptly went to make arrangements. Yang Feng stretched leisurely, glancing at the perplexed Gao Ronghai beside him, and said, "Weren't you looking to purchase some goods earlier? Would you like to buy some here? Should I wait for another time?" Gao Ronghai was truly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the raw stones so casually displayed earlier would command such exorbitant prices. Operating on a modest scale, he could hardly afford such expenses. Yet, once Gu Yongui decided on a friend, he was exceedingly loyal. Knowing that Gao Ronghai was acquainted with Yang Feng, he quickly added, "How about this? I actually have a batch of more affordable materials. Lao Gao, you can pick some to take with you." "Really?" "Of course, we have known each other for quite some time," Gu Yongui smiled. However, Gao Ronghai was well aware that his long-standing relationship paled in comparison to the influence of Yang Feng's words. Once Gao Ronghai selected a few stones, Yang Feng received the 400,000 transfer and proceeded to leave. Gu Yongui personally escorted Yang Feng to the door, ultimately handing him a red invitation card. The card bore gilded characters stating, "Jiancheng Gathering of Talents." This was an auction for exchanges within their circle. If Mr. Yang was genuinely interested in entering the jade industry, he could attend the auction to observe. Gu Yongui wore a smile. Yet, upon seeing this, Gao Ronghai became somewhat agitated. This was a premier auction in Jiacheng, a place frequented by the affluent and elite. Only the privileged received invitations. Yang Feng was unaware of this significance. After bidding farewell to Gu Yongui, he departed with Gao Ronghai. However, after only a few steps, Gao Ronghai eagerly exclaimed, "Yang Feng, let me see that invitation." His excitement left Yang Feng bemused, prompting him to jest. "One would think you had spotted a stunning beauty. Is an invitation card really that thrilling? You don't understand. This invitation is extraordinary. The auction will feature only the finest jade or antiques, all of considerable value. You are truly fortunate." Gao Ronghai elaborated, then suddenly recalled, "By the way, how come I've never heard you mention your master?" "Well, matters like this are related to gambling, so I haven't spoken much about it. Much like you didn't inform me when you sold your films before." "Ah, come on. Selling films cannot be compared to gambling." "What? Did you look down on stone gambling back then?" Yang Feng teased. As Gao Ronghai spoke of the noble profession of film selling, his expression became markedly serious. He raised his voice, declaring, "Let me tell you, although I used to sell films, the adult content I dealt with was exclusively domestic. Is there a difference? I sell domestic films to promote our culture and bolster national pride and confidence, shielding ourselves from the insidious influence of foreign depravity. Can I be compared to other film vendors?" His gaze was resolute, as though he had convinced himself of his own righteousness. Yang Feng listened to Gao Ronghai's earnest words in silence, realizing he had been overly conservative. In terms of shamelessness, he found himself at a vastly inferior level compared to Gao Ronghai. Just as he was about to scorn the man, Gao Ronghai glanced at the time and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's past 8. I must return to my shop. With all these wonderful goods in today, the business should flourish. Once I'm home, I'll treat you to a drink." With that, Gao Ronghai hurriedly made his way outside, his excitement palpable. Yang Feng felt a twinge of helplessness at the sight. However, he was also beset by an overwhelming drowsiness. He had only managed to sleep until past 11 that morning, and now, at 8 in the evening, an unprecedented fatigue washed over him. He decided to head home for some rest. At that moment, a woman's piercing scream echoed from a distance. "What do you intend to do?" Her voice was sharp, laced with a measure of authority. Intrigued, Yang Feng moved toward the source of the commotion. The area was dimly lit, with few passers-by. At an alleyway's entrance, 3 burly men blocked the path of a woman clad in a flowing white dress, whose beauty was accentuated under the streetlight. Yet, her expression was one of icy resolve, her vigilant gaze fixed upon the leader, a man with a scarred face. "What? After offending our brotherly, do you plan to leave so easily? The scarred man's eyes glinted with lewdness, his gaze unabashedly roving over Lin Shue's graceful figure. As she was cornered by the three men, her expression grew even more severe. He sold me fake jade first, she retorted. And what of it? The scarred man dismissed her words with a scoff. You should know who our brotherly is. How dare you make him lose face in front of so many guests? I will call the police. Lin Shui, now infuriated, pulled out her phone to report the incident. Yet, at that moment, one of the thugs swatted her phone from her hand. The device crashed heavily onto the ground. Panic began to seep into Lin Shui's heart. As a company executive, she had merely intended to survey the local market, never anticipating she would encounter such thugs. Regret washed over her. She wished she had brought someone along for safety. You are indeed quite beautiful, the scarred man leered. Perhaps Brother Dao might show you some leniency if you spend the night keeping him entertained and soothing his temper. With her heart racing, Lin Shui instinctively tried to flee, only to discover that she was already trapped from behind. As she was consumed by anxiety, a voice suddenly emerged from a distance, saying, Hey, dear, why have you come here alone? The unexpected sound of Yang Feng caused the three men with scarred faces to turn in unison. Even Lin Shui glanced toward Yang Feng at that moment. Yang Feng breezed past the scarred man and approached Lin Shui, casually stating, Didn't we agree to just take a look and then leave? It's time for us to go home. While speaking, Yang Feng took her delicate hand in his. Lin Shui instinctively considered resisting. But upon seeing the fierce demeanor of the scarred man beside her, she stiffly held onto Yang Feng's hand, preparing to leave with him. However, at that moment, the scarred man suddenly pulled a knife from his pocket, brandishing it before Yang Feng, and grumbled, Kid, who do you think you are, just taking her away like that? Are these people your friends? Yang Feng feigned ignorance of their previous conversation. Lin Shui, leaning close to Yang Feng, replied, I don't know them. Did you hear that? My wife says she doesn't know you. If you gentlemen have any business, let us discuss it later, Yang Feng said as he attempted to leave again. Yet, the scarred man shoved him, causing Yang Feng to stagger back a step, displeased. Listen, kid, I don't care if you're her husband. My job today is to take her back, so don't be foolish. What is going on? Are you in debt to them? Yang Feng asked Lin Shui curiously. Upon mentioning this, Lin Shui's voice turned icy as she explained, I went to buy jade, and they sold me counterfeit goods. When I sought a refund, they were unwilling and cornered me here. Now I see. So, my friend, the fault lies in your selling of counterfeit goods, Yang Feng remarked. Enough of your nonsense. You should know where you are. No matter what I sold you, you're obliged to pay. The scarred man was growing impatient. Stone, teach him a lesson. This kid doesn't know his place. Understood. One of the henchmen twisted his neck, his eyes gleaming with malice, indicating his familiarity with violence. Yang Feng had already called the police, but he hadn't anticipated that these thugs would act so quickly. Anxiety surged within him, having rarely exercised. How could he possibly contend with these men? Daring to offend Scar, you're in for a world of trouble. The henchman's eyes sparkled as he swung his fist toward Yang Feng's head. Yang Feng felt as though the henchman's fist was about to strike him. Instinctively, he braced himself for the blow. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly perceived the henchman's movements as remarkably slow, akin to watching a film in slow motion. The henchman's fist descended toward him gradually. Uncertain of what was happening, Yang Feng's body instinctively dodged to the side. With a loud thud, the punch missed entirely. As Yang Feng glanced back at the henchman, he noticed the man's balance faltering, and then, with a swift kick to his abdomen, the henchman collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Such a scene left the onlookers in stunned silence, including Lin Shui, who was equally bewildered. Was this fellow truly so formidable? After a brief moment of hesitation, the scarred-faced man finally erupted in fury, exclaiming, Damn it, you're courting death. With that, he and his remaining accomplice lunged at Yang Feng, brandishing daggers aimed at his arm. A terrifying spectacle unfolded, the danger reaching its zenith. Yet, at that moment, Yang Feng sensed an instinctual awareness of the impending threat. Time seemed to slow as he observed the scarred man's movements. Strangely, he felt an unusual surge of strength coursing through him. As he deftly evaded the attack, Yang Feng seized the scarred man's arm and drove the knife straight into his accomplice's flesh. In quick succession, he unleashed a powerful punch to the scarred man's face, raw force devoid of finesse. The impact was so immense that the man felt his scar split anew. A pain so intense it twisted his head. Soon, as if the world around him had been plunged into darkness, he lost all consciousness. Both men collapsed to the ground. incapacitated, while Lin Shui stood frozen beside them, utterly astonished. She had never envisioned that Yang Feng possessed such strength. Throughout the altercation, the trio hadn't even managed to graze his clothing before being felled to the ground. As the peril subsided, Yang Feng finally regained his senses, gasping for breath, his complexion paling slightly. Observing his state, Lin Shui expressed her concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued," he replied with a shake of his head. However, Lin Shui noticed the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, the exertion of his eyes during the day had already slightly drained his stamina. The recent brush with danger had triggered a passive response in his vision, leaving him somewhat unsteady on his feet. Seeing his evident exhaustion, Lin Shui suggested, "My home is nearby. Perhaps you should rest there for a while?" Yang Feng hesitated to decline, but this fatigue felt unlike any he had previously encountered, akin to having gone 3 days without sleep and laboring with a heavy hammer. Ultimately, he acquiesced, reasoning that his own well-being was paramount. Lin Shui drove him to a nearby villa, but at that moment, Yang Feng lacked the energy to appreciate its opulence. Inside the villa, Lin Shui guided him to a room, and upon entering, he collapsed onto the bed, immediately succumbing to sleep. Lin Shui observed his repose and noted that his complexion appeared somewhat improved, which eased her worries considerably. She couldn't fathom how he had managed to exhaust himself so thoroughly. Had he not rested for days? After a moment's hesitation, she decided to call a doctor for an examination. Meanwhile, Yang Feng remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding around him. As he lay in bed, he found himself engulfed in an extraordinary abyss, a realm devoid of light, where he felt as though he were floating in an endless void. An unseen current seemed to propel him forward, and he had never experienced such a dream before, both vivid and terrifying. Time had slipped away unnoticed. When Yang Feng opened his eyes once more, it was already the afternoon of the following day. He sat up in bed, his expression somewhat vacant. Was it truly just a dream? Yang Feng murmured to himself. Ever since encountering that old man, it seemed as if fate had reached a crossroads. Creak. The door swung open, and Lin Shui entered from outside. Upon seeing Yang Feng awake, she sighed in relief and said, "You're awake." "Yes, this is." Yang Feng glanced around, memories flooding back into his mind. At that moment, he recalled the events of the previous day. "It seems you remember. You should wash your face and have something to eat," Lin Shui suggested before stepping outside again. As Yang Feng left the room, he discovered a feast laid out on a table in the hall below. This was a grand villa, with a sprawling lawn outside, and within, a maid in her 30s attended to the cooking and cleaning. Observing Lin Shui's attire, Yang Feng realized she was certainly no ordinary person. After sleeping for over 10 hours, Yang Feng found himself genuinely hungry. He indulged in the sumptuous meal, and before long, dusk had descended. Lin Shui's demeanor was rather aloof, yet she displayed a courtesy towards Yang Feng for having saved her. The two sat together by the tea table. After handing him a cup of tea, Lin Shui remarked, "Thank you for what you did yesterday." "It was nothing. I merely happened to pass by," Yang Feng replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of tea. Lin Shui scrutinized him, recalling the scene from the day before, noting that he appeared to be quite formidable. "I had the doctor give you a brief checkup. Your health seems fine. But why were you so exhausted yesterday?" Lin Shui inquired curiously. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yang Feng scratched his head and said, "Perhaps it's because I haven't rested in a while. I've been quite busy these past 2 days." In truth, he suspected it was due to the strain on his eyes. It seemed this gift of sight was not without its limitations, and he needed to exercise caution in its use. Even now, he could still feel a lingering fatigue. Lin Shui, unaware of these thoughts, regarded him with a beautiful yet cool expression, sensing something peculiar about him. "By the way, thank you for allowing me to rest here. But I must return home now," Yang Feng thought, needing to devise a way to earn money. After all, he needed to recover the funds he had lost from selling that piece of jade, so when Lu Qingyang came looking for him, he could at least repay her. Seeing him rise, Lin Shui called out, "Wait a moment. Is there something else?" Yang Feng asked, puzzled. Lin Shui retrieved a bank card from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "There is 1 million yuan in here. Thank you for saving me yesterday." "Is it in dollars or pounds?" "Renminbi," Lin Shui retorted, somewhat exasperated. Yang Feng glanced at her and shook his head. "No, it's fine. Saving you was instinctual, and besides, you offered me shelter for the night without charge. Let us consider that even. Do you think it's too little? I appreciate money, but I have no interest in taking this," Yang Feng concluded, waving his hand as he departed. He truly could not accept that money. For him, regardless of the circumstances, a modicum of justice should still be upheld in his heart, even if many might perceive this as somewhat foolish. Lin Shui gazed at Yang Feng as he decisively departed, leaving her no time to bid him farewell. She stared blankly at the bank card resting on the table. This fellow appeared to be far from affluent, yet he remained indifferent to such a substantial sum of money. In her beautiful eyes, a blend of curiosity and intrigue began to blossom. Meanwhile, Yang Feng remained oblivious to her thoughts. Upon exiting the villa, as he was about to hail a cab, his phone rang. It was Gao Ronghai calling. Yang Feng picked up the phone, slightly perplexed, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Hey, Yang Feng, where have you been today?" "You haven't returned home." "And I couldn't reach you by phone just now?" Gao Ronghai inquired with evident concern. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, "Just get to the point. Spare me the pleasantries." "Well, tonight is the auction in Jiangcheng," Gao Ronghai said somewhat awkwardly. At that moment, Yang Feng seemed to grasp the situation and replied, "You want to join me? You always need a sidekick. I've already checked, and they allow guests." Gao Ronghai was clearly enthusiastic about the auction. Yang Feng understood the young man's excitement. However, he genuinely intended to attend the auction, hoping to stumble upon some rare treasures. With this thought in mind, Yang Feng relayed his address to Gao Ronghai over the phone, instructing him to come pick him up. Taking advantage of the wait, Yang Feng also transferred several thousand yuan to his sister for living expenses. As the car pulled up at his doorstep, Yang Feng got in, and they set off toward his home. The vehicle wove through the streets, with Gao Ronghai driving and exclaiming excitedly, "Yang Feng, how did you come from that direction? Is your friend over there?" "No, I saved someone yesterday and just went to her place to rest for a bit." "Are you kidding? You're so low-key. You never mentioned knowing the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, yet today you emerged from Jiangqing's most upscale villa district." Gao Ronghai's face was alight with excitement as he continued, "You keep everything under wraps. If I hadn't stumbled upon it yesterday. How much longer were you planning to keep this from me? Tell me, what exactly is this Zhao family?" Yang Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, chose not to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Gao Ronghai immediately reduced his speed, his excitement unabated. "You don't even know this? The Zhao family is a major conglomerate that originated in Jiangqing, primarily engaged in the jade business, and they now deal with gold, silver, and jewels as well. They are titans of our industry. Is it really that impressive?" Yang Feng inquired. "Absolutely. At tonight's auction, we might even encounter members of the Zhao family. You must introduce me to them." Gao Ronghai was thoroughly intrigued. However, Yang Feng did not acquiesce to his request. Upon returning home, Yang Feng took a shower, changed into a fresh outfit, and set off toward the hotel with the invitation in hand. Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. This was the most opulent five-star hotel in all of Jiangqing. As night fell, as the clock approached 6 in the evening, the atmosphere began to buzz with excitement. Yang Feng, accompanied by Gao Ronghai, arrived at the entrance of the hotel, where a team of specialized security personnel was already stationed. Upon presenting their invitation letters, the duo was escorted to the grand hall on the 3rd floor. The hall was exquisitely adorned, transformed into a vibrant auction venue. At the forefront, a podium was graced with a red carpet and a table, while rows of long tables and chairs were arranged below. This was Yang Feng's inaugural visit to such a setting, and the air was filled with the sounds of individuals engaging in discussions about substantial business dealings. Some familiar faces, previously seen only in local news, were now present. The attendance of such notable figures underscored the significance of this auction, although Yang Feng found himself a stranger to all. He and Gao Ronghai settled into seats at the back, awaiting the imminent commencement of the auction. Gao Ronghai appeared slightly anxious, being a novice in such environments, while Yang Feng exuded a sense of ease. His intention was merely to see if he could stumble upon a hidden gem. Yet, given the grandeur of the auction, he felt that with the mere 40,000 yuan he had earned the previous day, nothing within his reach would be affordable. Moreover, he sensed a slight fatigue settling in. It seemed prudent to avoid overexerting his eyes, lest he risk overwhelming himself. With such a remarkable ability at his disposal, Yang Feng was determined not to falter before realizing his potential. As he pondered these thoughts, Gao Ronghai suddenly tugged at his arm, exclaiming, "Yang Feng, look over there. Miss Zhao has arrived in person." His interruption pulled Yang Feng from his reverie. Turning his gaze, he indeed spotted Zhao Zhuwei from the previous day, accompanied by Chen Jiyue. It appeared these two had come to join the festivities, though Yang Feng speculated they likely had their own agenda and advised against mingling. As they conversed, Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyue took their seats directly in front of them. Coincidentally, Yang Feng kept his head lowered, preventing Zhao Zhuwei from noticing him. Their discussion, however, fell readily upon his ears. Sister Wei, this time Zhao uncle mentioned he wants you to acquire some antiques to gift to someone special. Chun Jiyue murmured, her curiosity piqued. Who do you think it could be? It seems quite significant. I have no idea. Regardless, if the price is right, we shall bid on it, Zhao Zhuwei replied, seemingly indifferent to the specifics. Her primary motivation was the thrill of the occasion. A vivacious smile danced upon her cheeks, her eyes wide with anticipation as she surveyed the surroundings. Gradually, more attendees arrived for the auction, and the lighting in the hall dimmed slightly. A spotlight illuminated the auction podium, where a young male auctioneer strolled onto the stage, flanked by a massive projector. Every individual present received an album distributed by the attendants. This album meticulously detailed the items that were to be auctioned, ensuring that everyone could clearly comprehend the true nature of the auction pieces. The professionalism of this auction hinted at the exceptional quality of the forthcoming items. However, when the first item was unveiled, Yang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The initial auction item was a bracelet made of high-quality glass, exquisitely crafted and undeniably a fine piece of jewelry. As the auctioneer began to describe this jade bracelet, Yang Feng's demeanor grew increasingly somber. To his astonishment, this very item was the jade bracelet he had previously been deceived into selling. He could hardly believe that the first item on auction was this one. Anger surged within him as he realized that the scoundrel had brought it here to sell. Yet, he soon found a semblance of calm. Encountering this item again at least indicated that he could locate the rogue who had tricked him. After the auctioneer concluded the introduction of the jade bracelet, he announced, the starting bid for this jade bracelet is 500,000, with increments no less than 10,000. No sooner had the auctioneer's words left his lips than several participants raised their paddles, eager to place their bids. As the value of the jade reached over 1 million, the number of bidders dwindled significantly. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei unexpectedly declared, I bid 1.2 million. Her bid took Yang Feng by surprise. Beside her, Chun Jiyue looked at her in astonishment and asked, Sister Wei, why do you want to buy this bracelet? Don't we have plenty already? It's fine. It's good to buy it. And take a look, Zhao Zhuwei replied with an easy smile. She then turned to Yang Feng, who was caught off guard by the fact that she had recognized him, leading to an awkward expression as he scratched his head and said, what a coincidence. Indeed. I didn't expect to see you here, Zhao Zhuwei smiled back. Having overheard Yang Feng's earlier exclamations, she understood that he was keen on acquiring the bracelet. Gao Ronghai, noticing their acquaintance, promptly introduced himself, saying, hello, I'm a friend of Yang Feng. He attempted to ingratiate himself with Zhao Zhuwei. However, she seemed to disregard him, leaving Gao Ronghai feeling awkward as he glanced at Yang Feng for support. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, remarked, just keep watching. There will be even more astonishing items soon. You're quite the enigma, Gao Ronghai mused, a look of admiration on his face. Meanwhile, the auctioneer continued to present new items, culminating in the unveiling of a piece of blue and white porcelain, which finally captured the attention of the attendees. This was indeed a significant item, and even Zhao Zhuwei, who had initially been relaxed, became more serious, as her purpose for attending was to acquire valuable antiques. This is an official kiln from the Yuan dynasty, brought back by a foreign seller. The glaze exhibits a white hue with a slight shimmer of green, and its quality and integrity are of the highest caliber. According to expert appraisal, it was crafted during the Yuan Zhizheng period. After the auctioneer concluded the introduction, a starting bid of 5 million was announced. For the average person, such a sum is likely unattainable in a lifetime. However, those present seemed to regard this figure as surprisingly low, and it swiftly escalated to over 10 million. Even Zhao Zhuwei, who had been seated earlier, entered a bid at that moment. Yang Feng had seldom encountered such expensive items and intended to scrutinize this blue and white porcelain to discern its unique qualities. He concentrated, gradually channeling his internal energy to his eyes, and began to peer beyond the surface of the porcelain. Typically, one would expect a highly valuable object to emit a brilliant glow. Yang Feng had even braced himself for a dazzling spectacle. Yet to his astonishment, upon closer inspection, this blue and white porcelain revealed no such luminosity. What could be amiss? Puzzled, Yang Feng leaned in to examine the bottom of the porcelain. It was then that he suddenly noticed a faint seam at the base and edges of the vessel. Although this flaw was quite subtle, it could hardly escape Yang Feng's keen gaze. It seemed that the attendees had not anticipated the presence of a counterfeit at such an auction. While Yang Feng pondered this revelation, Zhao Zhuwei raised her bid to 15 million, casting a pall over the atmosphere in the room. After a brief pause, another affluent individual countered with 16 million. Frustrated, Zhao Zhuwei prepared to increase her offer. At that moment, Yang Feng quickly grasped her arm, whispering, "Do not bid on this." "Why?" Zhao Zhuwei turned back, puzzled by Yang Feng's sudden admonition. However, as she hesitated, the auctioneer's gavel fell. Qin Jiyue, feeling a pang of regret, shot a reproachful glance at Yang Feng and exclaimed, "Hey, what do you mean by that? Why disrupt our auction?" Xiaoya refrained from speaking out of turn. Zhao Zhuwei interjected, though she remained curious. "Is there something wrong with the blue and white porcelain I wish to acquire?" "It is a counterfeit," Yang Feng replied as quietly as possible. Yet Zhao Zhuwei had already drawn the attention of those nearby. Although his voice was low, it nonetheless reached the ears of one or two individuals. "A fake." The astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd, capturing the attention of everyone at the auction, including the auctioneer, who momentarily paused the proceedings. Yang Feng had not anticipated that his hushed words would cause such a stir. At that moment, an elderly gentleman rose, his expression one of displeasure. "Young man, one should not speak recklessly in such a setting." The old man standing drew the gaze of the attendees. He was Han Yunfu, a highly respected appraiser from Jiangqing, who had previously participated in the evaluation of items for this auction. It was only natural for him to react strongly to any challenge of his expertise. Yang Feng, observing the multitude around him, understood the necessity of maintaining decorum in such a public setting. With a feigned innocence, he scratched his head and said, "Well, I was just rambling earlier, my apologies." "Humph, having spoken boldly, one must not shy away from acknowledgement," retorted Han Yunfu with a cold snort. "Do you not fear knowing that this blue and white porcelain has been personally appraised by me? Do you question my discernment?" "Not at all. You are undoubtedly correct." "I must have been rather foolish just now," Yang Feng replied. "Enough with the pretense. Do you think you can escape scrutiny? Today, you must provide a justification, or else do not blame me for my lack of civility." Han Yunfu had no intention of letting Yang Feng off easily. At this moment, Yang Feng's expression was one of utmost resignation. He surveyed the crowd and even spotted Gu Yongui, whom he had encountered before. Noticing Yang Feng's silence, Han Yunfu sneered. "What is this? Just a moment ago you were bold enough to speak, and now you choose to feign ignorance?" Sighing, Yang Feng slowly approached the auction stage. The spotlight fell upon him in the blue and white porcelain. He began, "This piece of blue and white porcelain appears to be flawlessly crafted. If we speak solely of the craftsmanship and assembly, it is undoubtedly of the highest caliber." "Craftsmanship and assembly? What do you mean by that?" Han Yunfu immediately grasped the implication. This was a particularly unique old base with a new vessel, notable for the fact that it was not assembled from the bottom, but rather began 2/3 up the body. Yang Feng pointed to a specific area and said, "The precise point of assembly is here. Perhaps due to the materials and the passage of time, this junction has developed exceedingly subtle marks." As he spoke, Han Yunfu stepped closer, scrutinizing the blue and white porcelain before him. After a thorough examination, he coldly inquired, "How did you discern it was here?" "There are clearly no visible marks." "This is not difficult. Simply extinguish the lights and shine a powerful flashlight on that area. With your keen eye, you should be able to detect the clues," Yang Feng suggested. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yunfu commanded, "Turn off the lights immediately." As his words echoed, the lights in the venue were extinguished. Someone handed him a flashlight, and Han Yunfu began illuminating the porcelain as per Yang Feng's instructions. As time elapsed, his expression grew increasingly somber. "Turn the lights back on," Han Yunfu declared once more. The gathered crowd turned their gaze towards him, noting that his demeanor had darkened to an alarming degree. Old Han looks quite troubled. Could it be that he feels outwitted by this young man? This was the first time many had witnessed him in such a state of discontent. After a brief, tense silence, Han Yunfu finally lifted his gaze to meet Yang Feng's. He seemed to sense the gravity of having offended someone formidable. Qin Jiyue murmured softly at that moment. Yet, in an instant, Han Yunfu took a deep breath and sincerely stated, "Young friend, I thank you." Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Only Zhao Zhuwei displayed a hint of playful amusement, indicating that this individual was not merely attempting to deceive her. In stark contrast to Zhao Zhuwei's composure, those present were utterly flabbergasted. What transpired? Did Master Han actually apologize to this young man? Was it possible that his claims were not mere fabrications? It appeared this individual possessed significant credentials, igniting a sense of incredulity among the crowd. Particularly, Gu Yongui felt a surge of quiet delight, relieved that he had forged a connection with Yang Feng early on, It was now evident that Yang was no ordinary person, presenting himself as a promising prospect. At this moment, Han Yunfu had come to terms with the reality of the situation. He took a deep breath and addressed the assembly. I sincerely apologize, everyone. The materials employed by the unscrupulous merchant must be exceptionally unique, which hindered my ability to identify them. No, it is because, during the initial appraisal, someone had precisely calculated the timing. Yang Feng interjected, elaborating. This material can only maintain its integrity for a brief period before succumbing to oxidation. If Master Han had begun his assessment at the same moment as I did, he would have undoubtedly discerned the truth. His words illuminated the minds of the onlookers, clarifying why Han Yunfu had been able to detect the flaw moments prior. Han Yunfu, filled with admiration for Yang Feng, noted the young man's remarkable composure despite appearing to be in his 20s. Even after Han's earlier harsh words, this individual had chosen to support him. Thank you. I would like to befriend you, Han Yunfu thought, feeling grateful. He was magnanimous, for otherwise he would not have publicly acknowledged his mistake. With the validation from both men, someone promptly contacted the authorities to apprehend the forger. Consequently, Yang Feng attracted considerable attention. Yet he remained unperturbed, calmly awaiting the conclusion of the first round of the auction. The gathering of talents in Jiancheng was merely at its inception, with another round of stone selection yet to unfold. This selection process involved showcasing exquisite jadeite rough stones, meticulously chosen by skilled artisans in the lobby on the first floor. Individuals would bid on stones that caught their fancy, aiming to purchase them. The jadeite rough stones on display were all of remarkable quality, drawing many who had initially come for the jade. Naturally, excitement filled the air. In the spacious lobby, entrepreneurs found themselves accompanied by knowledgeable individuals who assisted in selecting stones. Meanwhile, Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai wandered around, observing the dazzling array of stones, each priced in the six-figure range. Even Gao Ronghai, a small business owner, felt a twinge of apprehension. Only Yang Feng, stroking his chin, appeared deep in thought. Are you also planning to purchase a stone? Zhao Zhuwei's voice chimed in once more. Yang Feng snapped back to attention, noticing Zhao Zhuwei twirling the jade bracelet she had just acquired, her face radiating with joy and insinuation. Gao Ronghai, realizing Zhao Zhuwei was ignoring him, wisely refrained from joining the conversation. I wish to take a chance, Yang Feng casually replied. Zhao Zhuwei's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she chuckled. It seems you have a particular fondness for this bracelet? Yang Feng murmured in response, confessing that he had mistakenly misjudged the bracelet, treating it as a mere commodity. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiwa nearby shook his head repeatedly, saying, Sister Wei, I told you he must be like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, unable to discern the quality of jade. Don't speak nonsense, Zhao Zhuwei gently interrupted, stroking her chin in contemplation before suggesting, how about this? Let's partner up once more today. Her intention was to replicate their earlier arrangement, where she would finance the purchase while allowing Yang Feng to select the stones. Noticing her renewed enthusiasm, Yang Feng scratched his head, exclaiming, that day was merely a stroke of luck. Today, I lack such fortune. The stones here are rather expensive. Let us not incur a loss. No worries. We still have some funds left from our antique purchases, Zhao Zhuwei replied with a playful grin, referring to over $1 million. Yang Feng hesitated slightly, but at that moment, Gao Ronghai stepped forward, grinning. Miss Zhao, I am a friend of Yang Feng and the owner of a jade store. I have been in the business for a decade. May I assist you in selecting a few? You have knowledge in this? Zhao Zhuwei inquired, eyeing Gao Ronghai curiously. Upon hearing this, he pounded his chest, declaring, of course. I can distinguish the quality of the raw stones through their surface and openings. I am quite knowledgeable. Thank you, but I still prefer to partner with Yang Feng. Zhao Zhuwei politely declined Gao Ronghai's offer, leaving him visibly dejected. Yang Feng, witnessing her determination, relented, saying, all right, I plan to buy a few stones shortly. The ones over there appear to be more affordable, so let us purchase those. Sounds good. Zhao Zhuwei's beaming expression, along with Chen Jiyue, led her toward the right corner of the hall, where some relatively inexpensive stones were displayed. Just as Yang Feng was about to catch up, Gao Ronghai pulled him aside, asking, Yang Feng, what is your relationship with Miss Zhao? Why is she so kind to you? This is the second time I've seen her. Oh, please. Don't try to fool me. Gao Ronghai was skeptical, continuing, are you truly planning to buy stones with her? Do you really understand this? The last time, you must have just stumbled upon a lucky find, right? In fact, after pondering this matter, Gao Ronghai felt something was amiss. Having known Yang Feng for over a decade and still residing in the same community, he had never heard of him learning about stone gambling. Yang Feng shook his head, replying, "That last time was specifically advised by Boss Gu. I'll rely on you to help me scrutinize my selections." Huh. Gao Ronghai was taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhuai and Qin Jiyue were already calling for Yang Feng. He joined them, and they discovered the hall was bustling with numerous visitors. The entire space was filled with dozens of people, and a smaller room nearby housed cutting machines. As they selected stones, the smaller room echoed with sounds of both joy and disappointment. Damn, my 3 million will vanish with just one cut? What unfortunate luck. This piece of jade simply cannot be connected. No, I shall make another cut. I refuse to yield. As more individuals gather to cut stones, the chorus of complaints grows louder. Betting on stones, indeed. If the number of those profiting exceeds the losses, how could it possibly be labeled as gambling? The raw stones they purchase at exorbitant prices seem to possess rather poor quality. Sister Wei, must we truly select here? Listening to the grievances from the neighboring group, Qin Jiyue cast a somewhat guilty glance toward Zhao Zhuwei. After all, that sum of over 1 million cannot simply be relinquished. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei turned to Yang Feng and inquired, "Have you set your sights on any stone? The stones here appear to generally start from 4 to 500,000, weighing roughly several dozen kilograms." Yang Feng pondered thoughtfully. Beside him, Gao Ronghai spoke first. "The stones here seem rather mediocre on the surface, at best. They yield average quality icy jade, and the internal quality is unstable. Likely only a small portion contains jade, while the rest is merely waste. Compared to other locations, the cheaper items here indeed lack quality." Yang Feng surveyed the surroundings, theatrically illuminating them with a flashlight. Suddenly, he pointed to a stone weighing over 30 kilograms. "This one." Then, he declared, drawing the attention of those nearby. After all, having Zhao Zhuwei present was inherently eye-catching. In that moment, a man's voice emerged from behind, cheerfully exclaiming, "Zhuwei, you are truly here." This unexpected voice interrupted the crowd's focus on Zhao Zhuwei. Everyone turned to see who it was and immediately recognized him as Zhu Yun, the young heir of the Chaqing trading group in Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng is a major trading hub, and the presence of Chongqing trading in such a city speaks volumes of its status. However, his arrival caused Zhao Zhuwei's lively and beautiful visage to reveal displeasure. "Why have you followed me again?" She expressed her dissatisfaction. Zhu Yun hurried over, eager to please. "I heard from my uncle that you might be here for stone gambling. So I brought along a master craftsman who can assist you in selecting some stones. He is certain to help you uncover something valuable." Indeed, a man in his 50s accompanied Zhu Yun. This fellow, Lu Jinbao, is quite renowned in the stone gambling industry, nicknamed Diamond Hand. He earned this title due to his unique discernment methods, enabling him to identify the quality of stones with greater ease than others. He has, on occasion, helped unveil jade worth over 100 million. Lu Jinbao's presence attracted considerable attention. However, Zhao Zhuwei chose to disregard him entirely and retorted, "I have already selected my stones, and I do not require your assistance." "Is this the lad you chose?" Zhu Yun seemed to sense the tension. Zhao Zhuwei scoffed, "What of it? Zhuwei, although our family is not lacking in funds, this fellow has no idea where he emerged from. He should speak respectfully to my friends." She interjected directly. Zhu Yun could only pause for a moment before responding. "Nevertheless, when it comes to gambling stones, one ought to consult industry experts. The person I brought along is renowned in the field as a diamond expert. Can this young lad possess his discerning eye?" Lu Jinbao interjected at this juncture, his words instantly bringing joy to Zhu Yun, who quickly turned to Zhao Zhuwei and exclaimed, "See, this fellow is most likely trying to deceive you. What? Do you wish to instruct me on how to spend my money?" Zhao Zhuwei's vivacious face had begun to reveal a hint of the demeanor typical of a young lady of privilege. After all, she was the sole heir of the Zhao family, accustomed to a life of luxury from a young age. Zhu Yun felt a pang of frustration. Yet, at that moment, Lu Jinbao continued, "It seems this individual lacks a proper understanding of gambling stones. The stone he selected is utterly deplorable." This statement filled Zhu Yun with delight, while others present turned their attention towards Lu Jinbao, eager to glean knowledge from the well-known diamond expert. Although Zhao Zhuwei was reluctant to entertain his nonsense, she found herself somewhat intrigued. Zhu Yun, brimming with pride, urged, "Old Lu, please elucidate the flaws of this stone, lest this young man continues his deceitful chatter." His smug expression discreetly glanced at Yang Feng, who remained unfazed, standing calmly beside them. Lu Jinbao slowly approached the stone, pointing to a faint green hue on its surface, and remarked, "While this stone displays a considerable amount of green, within our industry, there exists a saying, better to buy a line than a sheet. What does that mean?" Others inquired. Lu Jinbao smiled and explained, "It means it is preferable to purchase a slender band of green rather than a broad expanse of green display. The green band can permeate the jadeite's depths, sinking into the stone, while a large patch often signifies superficial flaws, generally thin in nature. Some have summed it up as sheet color is like paper, while line color sinks deep." His words resonated with the audience, who began to understand. Lu Jinbao continued, "Moreover, this stone harbors another, more fatal flaw. Please, do share." The onlookers leaned in, captivated. Lu Jinbao pointed to the opposite side of the stone, where a hint of purple had emerged, known in the industry as chun color. It is commonly understood among stone gamblers that the phrase chun color signifies death holds true. In simpler terms, purple jadeite and green are seldom compatible, thus combined with the extensive green display on the other side, one can decisively conclude that this is merely worthless material. His final pronouncement was tantamount to delivering a death sentence upon the stone. The audience nodded in agreement, and Zhu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, addressing Yang Feng. "Did you hear that? This is the true master. How dare you present a worthless stone to Zhu Wei? You truly are unaware of your own limitations." The onlookers glanced at Yang Feng, expressing a tinge of regret. Many among them had come from the auction and recognized the young man, having just seen him conversing with Han Yunfu, seemingly knowledgeable about antiques. However, at this moment of gambling, it was evident that he was merely putting on a facade, blustering without conviction. Yang Feng sensed the disdainful gazes of those around him, as well as Zhu Yun's smug expression. He remained unperturbed, instead directing his attention to Zhao Zhuwei and her companions nearby. Zhao Zhuwei's countenance was devoid of emotion as she inquired, "Have your words concluded? Zhu Wei, you have heard it all. No matter how wealthy one may be, one should not squander recklessly. If that individual could come over, I would purchase this stone." Zhao Zhuwei disregarded Zhu Yun's remarks and called out to a staff member not far away, leaving the staff member momentarily stunned. Even Chen Jiyue and Gao Ronghai, standing nearby, were taken aback. While others openly dismissed the stone as worthless, Zhao Zhuwei had the audacity to consider its purchase. It is worth noting that the stone was priced at 400,000. Yang Feng felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. Only Zhu Yun appeared anxious at this moment, hastily exclaiming, "Zhu Wei, how can you place your trust in this young man? This piece of raw stone is utter rubbish. He is merely spouting nonsense." "Young man, constantly pointing at me and criticizing is hardly appropriate," Yang Feng interjected at last. Zhu Yun scoffed, arrogantly regarding him. "You are nothing more than a deceiver here without any stakes. Do you truly believe this stone will yield anything of value?" "I believe it can," Yang Feng replied with a smile. Zhu Yun, initially aiming to provoke Yang Feng, grew agitated upon seeing his calm demeanor and retorted, "Are you willing to wager? Isn't this already a gamble?" Yang Feng found humor in the situation. Zhu Yun sneered, "Let us establish a side bet. If this stone does not yield anything of worth, you shall bear the cost, and do not let the woman pay for you. And if it does yield something valuable, then I shall grant you an additional 1 million. There are enough witnesses here." Zhu Yun held his head high, surveying the gathered crowd. Many among them were prominent figures in Jiangxing. However, just as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhuwei interjected, "Zhu Yun, my engagement in this gambling activity with my friend is none of your concern. Moreover, winning at gambling is inherently a low-probability event. How can you shamelessly propose such a wager?" It was apparent that Zhao Zhuwei was acutely aware of the adage that one wins in gambling 1 out of 10 times. Zhu Yun curled his lip, responding, "Zhu Wei, this fellow is clearly trying to mislead without regard for the consequences. I merely wish to help you save some money and prevent you from being duped. Never mind, since this young man dares not accept the wager and hides behind a woman, I shall let it be." His words dripped with sarcasm, prompting the onlookers to shake their heads. Yet, Yang Feng remained composed and declared, "I accept your wager." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Yang Feng would genuinely agree to the bet. According to Lu Jinbao, it was nearly impossible for this stone to yield anything. Moreover, considering Yang Feng's attire, he did not appear to be wealthy enough to squander such a significant sum on a mere impulse. Zhao Zhuwei expressed her concerns as she tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "You need not heed him. It's merely a gamble." Yang Feng interrupted Zhao Zhuwei, his countenance adorned with a serene smile, devoid of worry or anxiety. Yet, Zhao Zhuwei sensed an unsettling undercurrent. At that moment, Gao Ronghai quietly suggested, "My friend, perhaps it's best to cut your losses? You just earned over 400,000 yesterday. There's no need to risk it all today. It's of no consequence. Fortunes may dwindle but will return," Yang Feng replied calmly. Observing his steadfastness, Zhao Zhui resignedly said, "Very well, let us proceed with this stone." In truth, she had already resolved that if nothing valuable emerged, she would discreetly reimburse Yang Feng. However, with Zhu Yun's earlier outburst, the atmosphere in the venue had transformed into one of heightened anticipation. As the stone was placed upon the cutting machine in the small hall, all eyes converged upon it, brimming with expectation. Only Gao Ronghai and a few others felt an acute tension. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun wore a self-satisfied expression, relishing the prospect of Yang Feng's impending downfall. With the rhythmic sound of the cutting machine, the stone side was gradually sliced open, and at that moment, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. No way. How is this possible? They beheld a portion of the cross-section, revealing a vibrant, apple-green hue. As the machine halted, the entire cut surface was unveiled, revealing an exquisite jelly-type apple-green jadeite. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Zhu Yun and Lu Jibao's expressions froze in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Jiabao struggled to accept this reality. Based on its exterior, he had presumed it to be worthless waste. How could the cross-section reveal such a splendid jelly-like green? Remarkable. Just from this quality, this 30 to 40 kilogram stone could fetch over 3 million. One person exclaimed, marveling at how a single cut had exponentially increased the stone's value. Even Zhao Zhuwei, who had nearly lost hope, was suddenly filled with exhilaration. "Sister Wei, we've struck it rich," Xun Jiue exclaimed, her previous silence replaced by realization. Yang Feng's words had proven to be true. "This is impossible. I am a diamond hand. My judgment cannot be flawed," Lu Jinbao protested, declaring, "This is merely a coincidence." "Yes, it must be a coincidence. There's bound to be a defect inside." His voice grew frantic, tinged with desperation. Beside him, Zhu Yun, now exasperated, shouted, "You dare to make another cut and see if there's a defect?" His words veered into the realm of the unreasonable. An onlooker, unable to tolerate this any longer, interjected, "Young Master Zhu, they've already nearly quintupled their investment with that cut. Isn't it inappropriate to insist on another? Indeed, in my view, this cut alone is worth selling." At that moment, Yang Feng abruptly interrupted him with a smile, saying, "Since young Master Zhu has requested another cut, let us proceed with it." This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Had this man lost his mind? Was he truly willing to forsake his solid fortune over a mere provocation? It was essential to understand that if this next cut were to ruin the stone, its value would be significantly diminished. It would be wiser to capitalize on the current lucrative situation and sell now. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Yun's heart soared with joy, and he hurriedly called out to the staff, "Hurry up and cut." "Did you hear?" He said to make another cut. At that moment, Zhu Yun pinned his hopes on this cut, leading to a collapse. The staff hesitated, glancing at Yang Feng for approval. Once they received the latter's consent, they cautiously proceeded to make the incision. The location of this cut was precisely in the direction of the previously observed brownish color. Typically, one would expect that brown would not yield green. Thus, it was anticipated that this cut would not reveal the lush green of before. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, as the blade descended, the brownish exterior was gradually peeled away, revealing not only a few traces of brown, but an abundance of vibrant green jelly-like jade within. This time, instead of gasping in surprise, the crowd fell into a profound silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Yang Feng, filled with reverence. Only Zhu Yun and Lu Jinbao seemed to crumble under the weight of the revelation. Their bodies weakened, as if they had lost all strength in that moment. Can this truly be happening? Lu Jinbao's voice trembled. He never anticipated that the stone he had deemed worthless would yield such a magnificent cut. Judging by its quality, the value of this stone had now soared beyond 10 million. It was important to note that this stone weighed a staggering 40 kilograms. And a fully green jade bracelet of jelly-like quality could easily fetch hundreds of thousands. With 2 flawless cuts, even if it were a variant, it would hardly diminish in worth. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei, too, was captivated. "I will buy this stone," Zhao Zhuwei declared without hesitation. Her family was involved in the jade business, and how could she let such exquisite jade slip through her fingers? Upon hearing Zhao Zhuwei's intent to purchase, Yang Feng decided not to continue cutting to further inflate the jade's value. Instead, he suggested. Let us have someone appraise it. As he spoke, Yang Feng turned to the now-dazed Zhu Yun. Coming back to his senses, Zhu Yun glared at Yang Feng with gritted teeth, saying, "Young man, 1 million. I trust young Master Zhu won't resort to dishonesty in front of so many witnesses." Yang Feng's tone carried a hint of jest. Zhu Yun, surveying the prominent figures of Jiancheng around him, fixed his gaze on Yang Feng, declaring, "I will remember you." With that, he gestured for someone to pay Yang Feng 1 million, and then, blushing, he left the scene. The crowd now turned their attention to Yang Feng. Recognizing that today's events had taken an unexpected turn, they could hardly believe that Yang Feng possessed such keen insight. The final appraisal of the stone was about to be revealed. Reaching a level of 13 million seemed plausible. However, Yang Feng remained steadfast in his belief that this was a joint purchase with Zhao Zhuwei, insisting on only 650,000. Zhao Zhuwei found Yang Feng quite intriguing. Despite his seemingly modest financial status, he refused to accept even a penny from a fortune that did not belong to him. After the stone was taken away, Yang Feng and his companions exited the hotel. By this time, the clock had already struck 9 in the evening. Yang Feng scratched his head and inquired, "Could you sell me that jade bracelet you just bought?" The bracelet was acquired without any expenditure, as the unscrupulous owner had been apprehended for fraud. Zhao Zhuwei handed the bracelet to Yang Feng, who felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the familiar piece. "Thank you," he exclaimed. "It's no trouble. But I may need your assistance in a couple of days, so please don't refuse," Zhao Zhuwei said, her large eyes twinkling. Yang Feng, puzzled, asked, "What kind of matter?" "You'll find out then. Goodbye." She waved as she departed with Qinji Yue. Yang Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. He couldn't shake the feeling that this young lady was rather peculiar. Just then, he noticed an odd gaze directed at him from the side. Turning his head, he found himself met with the envious eyes of Gao Ronghai, filled with jealousy and resentment. "You prioritize romance over friendship," Gao Ronghai muttered, his voice thick with emotion. "You didn't even choose a jade stone with me. We agreed to be poor together, yet you secretly indulged." Yang Feng was at a loss for words. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit emerged from within. Having witnessed Yang Feng's earlier actions at the auction, he approached and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Yang. My name is Xiang Shenghui, and I hope we can become friends." "Hello," Yang Feng responded stiffly. Xiang Shenghui seemed to sense Yang Feng's hesitation and smiled reassuringly. "Please don't misunderstand. I have no interest in gambling stones. I am, in fact, an antique collector." As he spoke, he gestured for his attendant to present the antiques he had purchased. To Yang Feng's surprise, there were indeed several items of considerable value, at least 4 or 5 pieces. "I noticed earlier that you detected the flaw in that blue and white porcelain piece just by observation. Otherwise, I might have overbid for it. I came specifically to thank you," Xiang Shenghui said with a warm smile. Yang Feng nodded, replying, "Thank you. That was merely a fortunate accident. In truth, this auction was quite rigorous. You managed to acquire quite a few treasures, didn't you?" "Haha, my friend simply chose not to compete with me," Xiang Shenghui chuckled. Yang Feng, not particularly knowledgeable about antiques, felt a spark of curiosity at the sight of such genuine artifacts. "May I take a closer look at those items?" he asked. "Of course. It would be a pleasure. You could help me verify their authenticity and ensure that the tragedy of the blue and white porcelain doesn't repeat itself." Xiang Shenghui smiled. Yang Feng picked up a bronze cup, gazing at it with curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to use his spiritual vision to assess the value of this genuine antique. His gaze deepened as he focused on the bronze cup before him. At that moment, he suddenly perceived a unique, ethereal aura emanating from the cup, something he had never encountered before. What could it be? Yang Feng pondered to himself. Shifting his attention to other antiques, he discovered that most of them also possessed this peculiar aura. A sense of strangeness washed over him. As he fixated on one particular antique, he felt an unexpected connection form between his eyes and the swirling spiritual energy on its surface. Suddenly, he sensed this energy rushing toward him, gradually entering his dantian. This spectacle was visible only to Yang Feng. Those nearby assumed he was merely admiring the antiques and did not disturb him. As the energy flowed into his being, he felt a newfound vitality surging within, alleviating the fatigue that had previously weighed on his eyes. Yang Feng was momentarily stunned. "Mr. Yang, are you all right?" Xiang Shenghui inquired, puzzled. Yang Feng snapped back to reality, clearing his throat and replying, "It's nothing. These are all remarkable treasures. Mr. Xiang has indeed struck gold." "Haha, I was actually thinking that, judging by your demeanor." You must also be someone from the circle. So if you come across any valuable items in the future, do be sure to contact me. I would be willing to purchase them at a high price, Xiang Shenghui said, leaving his phone number with Yang Feng before departing. Yang Feng watched his retreating figure, feeling a sense of unease. Most of the antiques he purchased radiated that special spiritual energy. Could it merely be coincidence? His mind was awash with questions. At that moment, Gao Ronghai turned to him and asked, Yang Feng, are you going home? You made a fortune today. Treat me to a feast. Don't be too envious. I just had a stroke of luck. However, sooner or later, we will both prosper, Yang Feng replied, patting his shoulder. Seizing the opportunity while it was still early, the two decided to find a place to enjoy some skewers and drinks. After absorbing the spiritual energy, Yang Feng felt his spirit significantly lifted, further igniting his interest in the antiques imbued with such energy. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lu Qingyang calling. Having just reclaimed her bracelet, Yang Feng was in high spirits as he answered, Lu Qingyang, what's up? Where are you? I just made some money. Is my bracelet still with you? Lu Qingyang's spirited voice replied as always. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng quickly shared his location. Lu Qingyang arrived at the night market in short order. Inside the barbecue shop, upon seeing Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai, she cheerfully exclaimed, What brings you all the way here? Oh, look, it's a girl. As soon as Gao Ronghai laid eyes on a woman, his gaze seemed to sparkle with mischief. However, Lu Qingyang, ever the carefree spirit, paid no heed to his frivolity. She took a seat opposite Yang Feng and remarked, I just transferred the money I borrowed to you. My jade bracelet is still here, right? It is, Yang Feng replied, handing her the familiar piece of jewelry. Upon seeing the cherished bracelet, a smile illuminated Lu Qingyang's face, revealing its profound significance to her. Even during times of dire financial need, she had refrained from parting with this valuable item. Unbeknownst to them, as they showcased the bracelet, a man in the shop had fixated his attention on them. Meanwhile, Gao Ronghai, in a moment of surprise, exclaimed, Hey, that's her bracelet? Really? You showed it to someone else? Lu Qingyang replied, her expression tinged with curiosity. Yang Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot a warning glare at Gao Ronghai, signaling him to remain silent. After all, now that the bracelet had been reclaimed, he wished to keep the incident of his earlier deception a secret from Lu Qingyang. Fortunately, she did not press further, instead asking, By the way, what brought you here all of a sudden? We came to attend an auction, just browsing around. Gao Ronghai chimed in. This guy has already made over 7 million. You dare call it just browsing? Gao Ronghai could no longer contain himself, and his words caused Lu Qingyang to stumble slightly, nearly toppling from her chair. Is this some kind of exaggeration? She exclaimed, wide-eyed. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, replied, Actually, he is telling the truth. So if you're short on funds, I can lend you some. Hey, you're quite generous, Lu Qingyang grinned. I thought you'd be stuck in the shadow of your ex, but it seems you've moved on rather quickly. No need for that, though. I've been doing some business lately, and am not in need of money. Business? Yang Feng asked. Yes, that's why my phone was off the other day. Lu Qingyang responded nonchalantly. I'll explain it to you later. It's too crowded here. It was evident that the nature of her business was quite discreet, and Yang Feng chose not to pry further. Meanwhile, Gao Ronghai took this opportunity to ingratiate himself with Lu Qingyang. She, being straightforward, indulged in her meal without concern for the glances of others. By the time the trio finished dining, it was already past 11 at night. As they strolled home leisurely afterward, Gao Ronghai embellished the tale of Yang Feng's recent earnings. Lu Qingyang listened, astonished. Who would have thought that after being fired, you'd actually become enlightened? She teased. Yang Feng sighed. It's just a stroke of luck. I thought with only a little money left, I'd take a gamble. And unexpectedly, I made some profit. Does having money make people forget how to speak normally? Lu Qingyang scoffed. The bond between her and Yang Feng was akin to that of lifelong comrades. As a child, she had been quite the tomboy, often playing with Yang Feng and his friends. They had parted ways in high school, only to reunite in a different city for work later on. A few individuals strolled along the desolate streets under the veil of night, engaging in idle chatter. However, upon reaching a deserted alley, Gao Ronghai discerned a shadowy figure ahead and remarked, What is that person doing up ahead? His words prompted Lu Qingyang and Yang Feng to glance in that direction. It was a man clad in a tight black suit, his face obscured, now obstructing their path. What is one doing out here at this hour? Lu Qingyang mused, feeling a sense of unease. An uncanny tension enveloped them, for the man's eyes, visible beneath his mask, radiated an icy ruthlessness. Hand over the jade bracelet, and you may leave unscathed. The masked man's voice was deep and sharp, akin to the edge of a blade. The expressions of the trio shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that the jade bracelet would attract such unwanted attention in such a brief span of time. What audacity! What gives you the gall to confront the three of us alone? Gao Ronghai, now infuriated, had consumed some alcohol and, leveraging his physical advantage, lunged forward intending to deliver a heavy blow to the masked man. Yet, at the moment his hand was raised, a glint of sharpness flashed in the masked man's eyes. He retreated a half-step and delivered a swift kick to Gao Ronghai's chest. A sickening crack echoed as bones splintered. Gao Ronghai was sent sprawling several meters back, crashing against the wall before sliding down to the ground. This sudden turn of events jolted Lu Qingyang and Yang Feng into acute awareness. Gao Ronghai was engulfed in excruciating pain, while the masked man's gaze remained as cold and unyielding as before. I shall not repeat myself. His voice had deepened, resonating with a chilling finality. This was no mere thug. He was a professional assassin. Why would such an individual target them? Yang Feng's heart raced with shock. Lu Qingyang felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. She had not anticipated losing something of such significance. Just as she was about to concede, Yang Feng interjected, "Friend, I have several 100,000 yuan. Let them go, and I will give you the money." Yang Feng assumed the man was motivated by greed. However, the masked man merely scoffed, "Your meager funds do not pique my interest. Enough. I will count to 3. The masked man revealed a gleaming dagger, its blade exuding a chilling aura of death in the darkness. Yang Feng had no intention of engaging in combat. Firstly, the man was a seasoned killer. Secondly, he was acutely aware that overexertion would lead to debilitating fatigue. Yet, the current predicament left him no choice. We must prioritize our safety and relinquish the bracelet, Lu Qingyang urged, not wishing to endanger her companions. Yang Feng shook his head and inquired, "That jade bracelet must hold great significance for you, does it not?" Lu Qingyang lowered her gaze, silent. It was the sole memento left to her by her deceased mother. Yang Feng comprehended the weight of this loss and stepped forward, shaking his head. "To be honest, I had hoped to resolve this peacefully." Observing his stance, both the incapacitated Gao Ronghai and Lu Qingyang exchanged bewildered glances at Yang Feng. This man dared to engage in bravado even in the face of a killer. The masked man, too, was taken aback by Yang Feng's audacity to stand firm at such a perilous moment. "Young man, posturing before me will only lead you to your demise." The masked figure sneered, narrowing his eyes. Yang Feng maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "You still have time to leave." "Humph, seeking death," the masked man scoffed, brandishing a glinting dagger that sent chills down the spine. Lu Qingyang, despite her desire to intervene, found herself unable to act as the masked figure advanced with astonishing speed, his movements almost imperceptible. In an instant, the dagger was poised to strike at Yang Feng's chest. Yang Feng's gaze remained fixated on the masked man's actions, as if time itself had slowed. With a swift motion, the dagger lunged toward him, aiming to eliminate Yang Feng in one fell swoop and then seize Lu Qingyang's jade bracelet. However, to the masked man's astonishment, Yang Feng effortlessly sidestepped, evading the thrust entirely. Yang Feng felt his reflexes sharpened beyond their previous limits. Seizing the masked man's arm, he drove his knee forcefully into the man's abdomen. The masked figure doubled over, gasping. But before he could retaliate, Yang Feng delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Poof! The masked man expelled a mouthful of blood, sent staggering several meters back. "You! How can you possess such strength?" he stammered in disbelief. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes and stated, "I warned you, you are no match for me. You shall pay for this," the masked man declared, glancing at a nearby wall before vaulting over it, disappearing from view. He realized then that he stood no chance against Yang Feng. Yang Feng, however, chose not to pursue. He lacked the stamina. And this adversary appeared far from ordinary, a risk not worth taking. Yet, he sensed that he felt stronger today than he had the day before. Could it be due to the aura he absorbed from that antique? "Yang Feng, are you all right?" Lu Qingyang's voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned, instinctively glancing at the jade bracelet in her hand, which now emanated a similar aura to that of the antique. A sudden realization dawned on Yang Feng. He understood why the professional assassin had preferred the bracelet over a fortune in cash. This individual was undoubtedly after this very object. Yet, was he the only one aware of the existence of this aura? A sense of unease settled in Yang Feng's heart. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyang stared at him, bewildered. After all this time, she had no idea he possessed such martial prowess. Yang Feng offered no extensive explanation, merely brushing off her inquiries with vague reassurances before advising. You must keep that safe. Others may try to take it. What? Lu Qinglan responded, utterly perplexed. Yang Feng could not elaborate further. He simply issued a warning. Just then, a mournful voice echoed from a distance. Could you be a bit more considerate of the patient? This plaintive voice belonged to Gao Ronghai, who lay in the corner. Having consumed a bit of alcohol earlier, he was initially somewhat inebriated, but was now fully awake. Yang Feng had called an ambulance and reported the robbery he had just experienced. By the time he completed these tasks and returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. Exhausted, Yang Feng collapsed into bed. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Yang Feng casually ate a few morsels before turning on the television. The news featured a report about a company called Jiacheng Qinglin Technology Group, which had developed an impressive robot locally. This high-tech enterprise was based in Jiacheng, but what surprised Yang Feng was hearing the name Lin Shui in the news. Was it mere coincidence? He found it curious, yet after seeing Lin Shui the other day, it seemed she truly was affluent. Dismissing the thought with a shake of his head, Yang Feng resolved to focus on earning money. Although he already possessed several million yuan, he felt this was just the beginning. Especially after tasting the sweetness of success, he had no intention of halting his endeavors. However, if he repeatedly claimed to have made his fortune through gambling, it would not be long before people began to doubt him. Why not start a company? A spark of inspiration ignited in Yang Feng's mind. If he established a company, he could attribute his earnings to it, making it less likely for others to question his wealth. He immediately thought of visiting Gao Ronghai. This was a reliable choice. He had known Gao for a considerable time and trusted him. Yang Feng recognized that he would not have ample time to manage a business, but Gao had experience in running a shop. Resolute, he stepped out without hesitation. As a person from a modest background without a car, Yang Feng had invested all his money in purchasing a home. Hence, he could only afford a taxi to the hospital. Time was of the essence, and he hurried to the hospital. Yesterday, Gao Ronghai had nearly engaged in a fight, but fortunately, the assailant had only broken one of his ribs. After a checkup, the doctors assured him that he would recover in a month with adequate rest. Just as Yang Feng was about to enter the inpatient department, he unexpectedly collided with an elderly man in his 70s. The old man seemed to be in a hurry and bumped into Yang Feng. Frustrated, Yang Feng was about to inquire if he needed assistance when his eyes instinctively noticed a patch of darkness on the old man's forehead. There's soot on your forehead, sir, Yang Feng remarked. The elderly man, somewhat perplexed, took out his phone to check his forehead, only to find nothing but wrinkles. Hey, young man, that's rather unkind. I accidentally bumped into you, and you shouldn't find amusement at my expense, the old man replied, his demeanor surprisingly pleasant. Yang Feng was intrigued and turned back to look again, only to discover that the dark mist on the old man's forehead had vanished. What was that about? Yang Feng pondered, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. At this moment, the elderly man seemed to have some pressing matter, hastily making his way outside. Yang Feng, suddenly realizing something, called out to him, "Wait. Young man, do you have something to discuss?" The old man looked back with a puzzled expression. Yang Feng concentrated the energy from his dantian into his eyes and discerned a dark aura nestled between the old man's brows. In ancient times, this would have been interpreted as a sign of misfortune. The elder who had bestowed upon him these eyes once mentioned that they could discern fortune from calamity. Could this be a portent? Yang Feng gazed at the elderly gentleman, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, finally saying, "Sir, please take care of your health." "Aha. Thank you for your concern, but I am just fine," the old man replied jovially, chuckling heartily as he continued on his way. Observing the old man's vigorous demeanor, Yang Feng dismissed his apprehensions and proceeded to visit Gao Ronghai in his hospital room. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he entered, the elderly man outside began to display signs of anguish before collapsing on the roadside. At that moment, Yang Feng had just stepped into Gao Ronghai's room. "Hey, you're here so early today," Gao Ronghai exclaimed upon seeing him. Yang Feng set the fruit down beside him and replied with a hint of exasperation. "You ought to take it easy. The doctor said you need at least a month of rest. Oh, this wretched hospital is so dull. And they don't even broadcast any exciting shows on TV," Gao Ronghai lamented, his face full of disappointment. Residing in a single room, he found himself exceedingly bored. Yang Feng shook his head, bemused. "Have you reminisced too much about your old days of selling films? Should I sneak in some movies for you while the nurses are away?" "Just kidding. But why are you alone today? What happened to that beautiful girl you were with yesterday?" Gao Ronghai inquired, glancing behind him. Yang Feng's expression darkened as he retorted. Since when do you lose your composure at the sight of a girl? All those years of film experience wasted. You wouldn't understand. I felt that girl had a good temperament, Gao Ronghai defended. Do you prefer a tiger lady or a tomboy? You just don't know her like I do. Before Yang Feng could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned abruptly to find Lu Qinglan's fierce gaze fixed upon him. Sister Lu, when did you arrive? He stammered, his tone stiffening. Lu Qinglan narrowed her eyes. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have heard such a fascinating lecture. Yang Feng winced as he felt a sharp grip on his arm, a piercing scream escaping his lips. Even Gao Ronghai, lying in bed, felt a shiver run down his back. This sister was indeed formidable. I brought some snacks. Hurry and eat, Lu Qinglan said after her moment of vengeance, handing Gao Ronghai a meatball. His face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, being sick in the hospital and having a girl bring me food for the first time. These past 20 years have been in vain. Please do not misunderstand. I came to see you because your injury is a consequence of my actions, Lu Qinglan remarked with a slight pout. Yang Feng, feeling a sense of helplessness, replied, I am not as insincere as her. I have come to discuss the matter of starting a company with you. He then elaborated on his intention to establish a jade company to Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan. Finally, Yang Feng turned to Lu Qinglan and inquired, by the way, are you interested in joining me? I have no time these days, she replied. Oh, you mentioned yesterday that you were doing business with a friend. What are you up to? Yang Feng suddenly recalled. Lu Qinglan, without any intention to conceal, explained, I am with a friend at the logistics center for jade. She is right here. Before she could finish her sentence, an excited voice echoed from the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. Several well-dressed men entered, the foremost of whom appeared to be a high-ranking official, who promptly approached Yang Feng and asked, Have you met Old Man Lin? Old Man Lin. Yang Feng replied with a puzzled expression, I have not heard of him. The elderly gentleman you greeted outside the hospital earlier, the man clarified. Oh, I remember now. Is there something you need? Please accompany us to the ward upstairs, the man urged, his expression filled with delight. Yang Feng found the situation peculiar but nonetheless rose to follow him. Meanwhile, outside the ward on the upper floor, the corridor was crowded with people. Inside the ward, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. As Yang Feng entered, he curiously asked, What is the reason for summoning me? Observing the influential figures present, he wondered why they were seemingly at odds with him. Mr. Lin, the person the old gentleman was muttering about, is this individual. The man quickly reported to the woman beside the bedside. It was then that Yang Feng discerned the patient lying in the bed was none other than the elderly gentleman he had encountered earlier that day. Now, he appeared frail and unconscious, a stark contrast to his earlier vigor. The woman seated by the bed turned her head slowly. Upon recognizing Yang Feng, she was momentarily taken aback. It's you? She exclaimed. It was none other than Lin Shui. Yang Feng was equally surprised to see her again in this setting. Did you summon me for a specific reason? Yang Feng inquired, growing more curious. Did you meet my grandfather today? Lin Shui asked. Yang Feng nodded and recounted his encounter with her grandfather, Lin Jinghua, earlier that afternoon. Understanding dawned on Lin Shui, though she soon regarded him with a puzzled expression and asked, Do you have knowledge of healing? Not particularly. I merely possess some skills and observational techniques. Yang Feng casually explained, adding, I previously apprenticed under a master who was knowledgeable in many matters, and I learned a few things from him. Oh, I see. Lin Shui seemed to grasp the situation, yet her gaze returned to the bed where Lin Jinghua lay. With concern, she asked, Will my grandfather pull through this time? Should I take a look? Although Yang Feng was not versed in healing, he had the ability to perceive a person's physiological condition through observation. Lin Shui nodded, willingly stepping aside to allow him access. The atmosphere in the ward was charged with tension, as most of those present were high-ranking executives from the company and individuals who had previously assisted the elder. Upon hearing of Lin Jinghua's illness, they hurriedly gathered. However, upon learning from the doctor that the cause of the ailment could not be identified, a palpable anxiety gripped their hearts. Could this seemingly unremarkable individual truly uncover the underlying issue? Yang Feng approached the bedside, his gaze fixed upon Lin Jinghua. As his eyes seemed to penetrate the surface of the body, he discerned that while there appeared to be no significant external ailments, a dark mass seemed to be lodged in the neck region. Yang Feng felt a surge of confusion. Nevertheless, he slowly moved closer, intending to elevate Lin Jinghua's neck. Yet, this very action prompted an immediate desire among the onlookers to intervene. Let him have a look. Lin Shui's voice halted the crowd. Yet, Yang Feng's movements appeared alarmingly unprofessional. At that moment, a doctor could no longer contain his concern, remarking, "Mr. Lin, given that Lin Lao's health is already fragile, if you proceed like this." The words hung in the air, laden with an implicit distrust towards Yang Feng. Lin Shui's heart was equally tumultuous. Especially after hearing the doctor's words, she anxiously glanced at Yang Feng. This doctor was a top specialist who had rushed over from the neighboring hospital. If he could not diagnose the ailment, what hope did Yang Feng have? Can you truly do this? Lin Shui's worry was evident as she regarded Yang Feng. Yang Feng gently lowered Lin Jinghua and turned to inquire, "Have you detected any issues with his neck through the instruments?" The mention of the neck momentarily stunned those present. The doctor, unable to restrain his disdain, retorted, "Young man, while I am uncertain why Lin Lao requested your assistance before losing consciousness, your current assertions are utterly nonsensical." An issue? Given Lin Lao's severe condition, having lost consciousness, the affliction must be related to either the brain or obstructive diseases of the liver. How could it possibly involve the neck? The doctor was now convinced that Yang Feng was merely speaking without understanding. At that moment, Lin Shui also began to doubt Yang Feng's reliability. However, his expression did not betray any hint of jest. Suddenly, a nervous voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Look! It seems Lin Lao is starting again." At this proclamation, everyone turned their attention to Lin Jinghua, who now bore an expression of agony, his pallor deepening, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and palms. This alarming scene prompted the doctor to declare, "Everyone out. Doctors and nurses, come in." The doctor prepared to administer aid, fully aware that failure to revive Lin Jinghua could result in dire consequences. Yet, he himself harbored little confidence. Having conducted all available examinations without uncovering the cause of Lin Jinghua's ailment. Just then, Yang Feng spoke up, "Could you prepare a needle for me? I wish to try something." His gaze remained fixed on Lin Jinghua's neck, where the dark mass was visibly agitating. The individuals present were already incensed. Immediately pointing at Yang Feng and rebuking him, "What nonsense is this? At such a critical moment, you still wish to squander time? If anything were to happen to old Lin, how confident are you, doctor, in saving my grandfather?" At this juncture, Lin Shui interjected with a query. The physician beside her fell into a profound silence. Lin Shui comprehended the gravity of the situation and instructed, "Fetch him a needle and grant him 2 more minutes." What? The crowd looked at Lin Shui in disbelief. Although Yang Feng lacked medical knowledge, he had already surmised the method of treatment. As a needle was gently inserted into Lin Jinghua's neck, Yang Feng began to channel his vital energy through the silver needle into the afflicted area. The dark energy within the neck gradually flowed out along the needle. Those surrounding them could only witness the escalating agony of Lin Jinghua. The doctor could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, "Stop! You are merely torturing the patient. What a scoundrel, coming here to deceive us. Mr. Lin, you must make him cease. This brat is nothing but a charlatan. He clearly intends to harm old Lin." Even several board members chimed in with scornful admonitions. Despite their attempts to intervene, Yang Feng remained undeterred, merely hearing their vitriol alongside Lin Shui's stern voice attempting to restrain them. As seconds ticked by, beads of sweat began to form on Yang Feng's forehead. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Lin Jinghua, who had previously appeared deathly pale and in excruciating pain, began to gradually recover. What is happening? Old Lin seems to have improved significantly. The once tense atmosphere shifted, leaving them momentarily bewildered. After a brief interval, they suddenly noticed that the silver needle, which had been inserted into the neck, had now turned black. Yang Feng discarded the needle into a nearby box and smiled. "It should be fine now." After speaking, he glanced at the crowd before calmly exiting the hospital room, choosing not to dwell on the earlier disturbances. At that moment, Lin Jinghua awoke, slowly opening his eyes to the familiar faces around him, and inquired, "Who saved me?" His mind was remarkably clear upon waking. Silence fell over everyone as they averted their gaze, reflecting on the harsh words they had directed at Yang Feng. Lin Jinghua seemed to grasp the situation and, with a voice tinged with weakness yet laced with indignation, declared, "Have you shown such disrespect to a person in need? Grandfather, he was allowed to treat you first. But after he saved you, he left. I will seek him out." Lin Shui spoke up earnestly. Lin Jinghua regarded his granddaughter and nodded. "Remember, he is someone who can discern my ailment. He must possess an even more formidable mentor behind him. It is essential to find him and express our gratitude in person." "Understood," Lin Shui replied, refraining from saying more. Lin Jinghua sighed inwardly, realizing that this affliction had been with him for quite some time, albeit previously not as severe. However, It was unexpected that he nearly succumbed this time. Fortunately, just before losing consciousness, he recalled the words Yang Feng had once spoken to him. Otherwise, his life would have been irrevocably lost. At that moment, those present were even more astonished than Lin Jinghua. They had witnessed Yang Feng's act of saving a life with their own eyes, particularly during such a tumultuous time when many had hurled harsh words. Yang Feng remained remarkably composed as he departed after the rescue. From beginning to end, he did not cast a single glance in their direction. This demeanor was 1,000 times more painful than any reprimand or scolding they could have received. Even at night, when they reflected upon the incident, they would likely slap themselves in disbelief, cursing, "I truly deserve this." Lin Shui too sensed that Yang Feng's character was distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals. Yet, at that moment, Yang Feng chose to disregard the crowd. Upon returning to Gao Ronghai's hospital room, he found the young man still recuperating. Nevertheless, he had specifically requested Yang Feng to assist in managing his store. Yang Feng acquiesced, considering it an opportunity to familiarize himself with the jade market. After all, other than earning a modest sum through his spiritual sight, he possessed limited knowledge of this market. He intended to establish a jade raw stone trading company, which would facilitate the selection of stones to be included as part of the company's inventory, thus minimizing the likelihood of detection. However, unbeknownst to Yang Feng, within a clandestine jade market in Jiangqing, a familiar figure had already sought refuge here. Upon entering the store, this figure was met with a stern reprimand from Fukuda. "Did you truly not lie yesterday?" A middle-aged man sat within the store, facing none other than the masked individual who had attempted to rob Yang Feng the previous day. The masked figure, having shed his disguise, revealed a gaunt face adorned with sharp eyes and a long scar. Following the middle-aged man's admonition, Fukuda hurriedly lowered his head and, in somewhat imperfect Chinese, replied, "Lord Murakami, I assure you, when I confronted him yesterday, that young man defeated me." It was evident that Fukuda was a newly appointed assassin. Murakami Chika narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, "Yet according to our intelligence, he is merely an ordinary person. And he was so pathetic that he was dumped by his girlfriend months ago and still struggles to find work. But I am speaking the truth." Fukuda lamented. Had it not been for his swift escape yesterday, he would have perished. If that fellow's skills were typical of an ordinary person, he might as well compete in the Paralympics tomorrow. Murakami Chika, sensing he was not lying, stroked his chin and muttered, "Could it be that this individual is concealing his true identity?" "Absolutely." Fukuda interjected, "Mr. Murakami, this young man's abilities far exceed mine. He does not resemble an ordinary individual. Could he possibly be affiliated with that department in China?" Murakami Chika suddenly grasped something, panic evident in his voice. "This is bad. You must hide immediately. Your whereabouts may have already been compromised." These two individuals were from the island nation, yet no one knew why they had appeared in this location. Yang Feng was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly become embroiled in a staggering conspiracy. The sky had completely darkened. It was past 8 in the evening when Yang Feng arrived at the market to keep an eye on Gao Ronghai's shop. The majority of vendors in front of the store were selling remnants of materials, yet the atmosphere was bustling with activity. After all, most patrons merely came for leisure, and this place offered prices more favorable than other markets. Inside the modest shop, merely a few dozen square meters, shelves were teeming with various jade raw stones. Yang Feng's curiosity was piqued as he contemplated the merchandise Gao Ronghai had procured, prompting him to scrutinize the displays with earnestness. It must be said, this lad was not exaggerating. He indeed possessed some skill. The stones on the shelves, to varying degrees, could fetch several hundred to 1,000 yuan. While that was not exorbitantly high, it was noteworthy that Gao Ronghai's inventory comprised remnants that had been previously selected by others. Acquiring such items was no small feat. Just as Yang Feng finished his examination, a voice floated in from the entrance. "Are you still open for business?" The voice belonged to Lin Shui, whom he had encountered earlier in the day. Her voice was distinctly recognizable, cold and serene, akin to the tranquility of moonlight upon snow. As Yang Feng stepped outside, he observed Lin Shui approaching. With a hint of resignation, he inquired, "Do you need something? Is this your shop?" Lin Shui entered, revealing a modest space furnished with a glass coffee table and a few small stools. Yang Feng anticipated her purpose for coming and preemptively stated, "My assistance in saving your grandfather was merely coincidental. I am not a master of medicine. If you prefer not to acknowledge it, that is quite all right. I shall not speak of it indiscriminately." Lin Shui was convinced that Yang Feng was merely feigning modesty. She surveyed the jade raw stones around her and asked, "I would like to purchase some jade raw stones. Are you conducting business? This shop belongs to a friend of mine. I am merely watching over it. Are you then going to promote your friend's business? Very well. Which stone has caught your eye? Yang Feng felt a sense of exasperation, sensing that this lady was indeed seeking trouble. Lin Shui glanced around and declared, I want all of these. Could you arrange for delivery to my home? Yang Feng was taken aback, staring at her in bewilderment. What do you intend to do with so many stones? My villa's garden lacks embellishments. I wish to construct a small mound with these stones. With a staggering motion, Yang Feng nearly lost his balance. He had heard of the wealthy, but never had he encountered someone who spent money in such a manner. Nevertheless, it was a substantial transaction, and since it was Gao Ronghai's shop, he figured that selling everything today would alleviate his friend's worries in the hospital. Very well, I will call my friend to inquire about the total cost. Yang Feng retrieved his phone. At that moment, Gao Ronghai was in his hospital room, where a nurse was conducting a routine examination. He was eager to engage in conversation, trying to spark a dialogue. When he received Yang Feng's call, Gao Ronghai expressed his irritation. I was chatting with the nurse. What do you need? There is someone interested in buying stones, but I am unsure of the pricing. The prices are indicated on the tags. 3-digit numbers starting with a digit denote the price of the stones, as do 4-digit numbers. She may have purchased a bit excessively. Could you possibly offer a discount? Yang Feng glanced at Lin Shui beside him. At that moment, Gao Ronghai was too preoccupied to concern himself with such matters, curling his lip as he remarked, I'm recuperating in the hospital. Besides, what significant clients could emerge from that shabby market? There are hardly any affluent individuals who would venture there to buy stones. She might require all the stones. All right, just give her a 10% discount. I'll wait. Gao Ronghai's expression shifted dramatically, as he suddenly sat upright in his hospital bed, eyes wide with astonishment. What did you just say? Be careful of your injury, a nurse cautioned anxiously. At that moment, Gao Ronghai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke into the phone. What the hell am I even recuperating for? Who could this substantial client be? Just wait, I'll return personally right away. Just state a price, came the reply. No, Gao Ronghai felt a sharp pain in his chest and could only say, why don't you calculate it yourself? Just give a discount on the total. Fine, then I shall sell it as you suggested. Yang Feng ended the call. Lin Shui, intrigued by their conversation, inquired, what price are you offering? I estimate the total value of the stones here to be around 700,000 to 800,000. I'll give you an 80% discount, so it'll be 600,000. Yang Feng was quite forthright. He understood that Gao Ronghai certainly acquired the stones for less. Lin Shui showed no hesitation and replied, all right, but you must deliver them to my home first, and I will pay afterward. Then I shall send someone to collect the goods. Yang Feng was quite agreeable. The stones were delivered to the villa's courtyard. Once the truck departed, Yang Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and took out his phone, asking, will you transfer the money or pay via mobile? I have cash at home. Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the illuminated hall within. It was at this juncture that he began to comprehend Lin Shui's intentions. She aimed to bait him, setting a trap for him here. Lin Shui had already strolled leisurely into her home. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat vexed, had no choice but to follow her into the villa's grand hall. The interior, while minimalistic, exuded a unique blend of elegance and opulence. The living room featured a beautifully crafted ceiling adorned with intricate designs, complemented by white walls and a few classical paintings. Moonlight streamed through the vast glass windows, casting a special nocturnal ambience over the entire room. Last time, he had left in haste and hadn't truly appreciated the decor. This time, Yang Feng decided to take it easy and settled onto the sofa. On the table lay a box filled with cash alongside a bank card. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat resigned, remarked, so you intend to buy me off with money? This is a token of gratitude from my grandfather, Lin Shui replied candidly. The amount isn't substantial, but if you refuse it, my grandfather may think I've failed in my task. You wealthy individuals are quite amusing. You possess so much money that you feel compelled to give it away. I am wealthy, not foolish, Lin Shui retorted, casting him a disapproving glance. The money is for saving me once, and saving my grandfather as well. Then I can take the money and leave, right? Yang Feng inquired. Lin Shui sensed a peculiar charm about him and asked, it seems you are unemployed. Have you ever considered seeking a job? Are you going to arrange a job for me? Lin Shui readily replied. Yang Feng chuckled and teased. Do you know how I was dismissed from my last job? I heard it might have something to do with your ex-girlfriend, she responded. I found myself in a love triangle with a wealthy heir, while he was a carefree playboy. I was merely a diligent and ambitious young man, Yang Feng calmly recounted. One day, both of us arrived at the girl's home at the same time. The rich lad drove a Bentley while I had walked there. The girl told me that while wealth is admirable, it does not equate to everything. With hard work, one can achieve success. Yang Feng paused suddenly mid-sentence. Lin Shui, intrigued, inquired, what happened next? The Bentley accelerated too quickly, and she was in it. So I couldn't catch the rest of her words. A soft laugh escaped Lin Shui, who was usually serious, as she found the moment amusing. I didn't mean to laugh. It just slipped out. She quickly added, well, if you enjoy laughing, go ahead. I was dismissed the very next day. And I subsequently tried 2 more jobs, but neither lasted more than a day. Yang Feng ceased his narrative, yet Lin Shui understood the implications. Although she was unaware of the wealthy heir's identity, she assured him, you need not worry. You can work at my company with peace of mind. Lin Shui remained forthright. But Yang Feng merely declined, his gaze drifting to the several paintings adorning the wall. These artworks appeared to be antiques. And even someone as art illiterate as Yang Feng could sense their vibrant essence. His eyes deepened with contemplation at that moment. And he suddenly noticed one particular painting on the wall, which emanated a unique aura, more potent than the previous antiques. Whose is this painting? Yang Feng promptly inquired. Lin Shui, surprised by his interest, calmly responded, you have a discerning eye. This piece is by Li Tang. My grandfather purchased it, but had nowhere to display it. So it ended up here. How much does this painting cost? He asked. It was acquired for over 5 million, she mentioned. Unbeknownst to her, its current worth would exceed 20 million. Upon hearing the price, Yang Feng was taken aback. Goodness, I found a remarkable jade from gambling stones and barely earned a few million. To the wealthy, that amount is merely the cost of a painting. Yet the aura of this artwork was of immense significance to him. I wish to purchase this painting, Yang Feng declared. Lin Shui had anticipated this and agreed. All right, you can take it with you later. Since you're not paying, consider it a token of gratitude. Thank you, Yang Feng replied, this time without hesitation. As they conversed, the housekeeper entered from outside, announcing, Ms. Lin, your friend has arrived with some items. Let her in, Lin Shui instructed. She had invited her close friend Li Wenfei, who unexpectedly arrived early. Moments later, footsteps echoed from outside. Subsequently, Li Wenfei entered, carrying a box and calling out boisterously, Xia Xue. My uncle previously mentioned that I should bring you these antiques, and I have brought them all. Where shall I place them? Just put them in the storage room upstairs. My father will be returning from abroad in a couple of days, and my grandfather is still in the hospital, Lin Shui replied. At that moment, Li Wenfei walked in and spotted Yang Feng sitting next to Lin Shui. She was instantly taken aback. A man, alive. Li Wenfei's expression was one of disbelief. Hastily, she set down the collection of priceless antiques and approached Yang Feng, finally pointing at Lin Shui and exclaiming, so, you are hiding a lover? Don't spout nonsense. Lin Shui said, her cheeks flushed. He has done a favor for my family. So you have pledged yourself to him? No wonder you didn't answer my calls yesterday. You were. Stop right there. There are others present. Lin Shui, unlike Li Wenfei, was not so carefree. Seeing Lin Shui's reluctance to speak, Li Wenfei turned her attention to Yang Feng, her expression skeptical. Now confess honestly, how long has this secret affair been going on? Why have you kept it from me? A secret affair? Yang Feng was taken aback. This sister was even bolder than Lu Qinglan. Fortunately, Lin Shui quickly regained her composure and shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, how are the antiques you brought this time? My grandfather mentioned it just yesterday. Of course. Your grandfather is a renowned collector and enjoys using these to make friends, Li Wenfei grinned. However, I assure you that there are no significant issues with this batch. I personally selected them. Most people were unaware that Li Wenfei had been exposed to antiques and paintings since childhood, making her quite knowledgeable in this field. Lin Shui then recalled something and said, oh, why don't you pick out a painting? I need to give the one on my wall to Yang Feng, but the empty wall looks unsightly. Your Ajiao also appreciates antiques and paintings? Yang Feng nearly spat out his tea at the mention of Ajiao. After a few coughs, he managed to recover. However, Li Wenfei regarded Yang Feng with a hint of suspicion, saying with a smile, you wouldn't be trying to curry favor with Xiao Xue because you know her grandfather is a collector, would you? Though her words seemed playful, Yang Feng detected an undercurrent of inquiry. Lin Shui, understanding the implication, responded, Wenfei, don't be so suspicious. Yang Feng even saved my grandfather today. Besides, he merely wishes for a painting. Is it necessary to interrogate him so? I'm just concerned about you being deceived. Have you forgotten the lesson from Peng Lei? Li Wenfei asked. At the mention of this, Lin Shue's gaze turned cold. I have never engaged with him. My grandfather is simply interested in him. So, he has saved your grandfather. Perhaps it was intentional? Li Wenfei glanced at Yang Feng, scrutinizing him as if trying to uncover some hidden fault. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, shook his head and said, Sister, if you are truly so idle, perhaps you should go live stream yourself biting a lighter. Never mind, on account of Xiaoxue. I shall refrain from inquiring further. At this moment, Li Wenfei opened the box and remarked, If you truly comprehend these matters, could you perhaps assist me in evaluating these antiques? I have no particular preference, as I consider it merely an opportunity to broaden my horizons. Yang Feng was indifferent. His primary intent was to discern whether any of these antiques retained traces of spiritual energy. As the box was unveiled, it revealed several individual compartments, each containing a multitude of artifacts. As these items were systematically laid out upon the table, a total of 8 significant pieces emerged. Li Wenfei commenced her introduction. This is a Tang Dynasty Sankai glazed pottery. That jade ruby is said to have been reserved for the esteemed officials of the Song Dynasty. She continued to explain to Lin Shui, hoping that when she passed the items along, Lin Jingwo would be adequately informed. However, as she spoke at length, she noticed Yang Feng's gaze fixated on a fragment of damaged jade in the corner. What are you staring at? Li Wenfei interrupted his contemplation, playfully adding, It's evident from your expression that you are merely a dilettante when it comes to antiques. I won't put you in a difficult position, especially since it seems Xiaoxue has taken quite a liking to you. Don't say such nonsense, Lin Shui interjected. Returning to the present, Yang Feng was indeed intently observing that piece of jade. It had lost a corner, originally square in shape, yet much of the carving had eroded away, leaving only a few distinctive characters visible. I have had this jade evaluated. Although the inscriptions date back to the Tang and Song dynasties, it is impossible to ascertain its specific provenance. It may well belong to some local landlord and is likely not of significant value. I merely brought it along to make up the numbers, Li Wenfei conveyed, hoping Yang Feng would grasp the situation and refrain from pretending to understand. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Feng was distinctly perceiving an exceptionally rich spiritual aura emanating from the jade. Unlike anything else, this aura bore a hue leaning towards golden yellow. Though its color was not pure, one could faintly discern the sound of a dragon's roar within it. Startled, Yang Feng instinctively recoiled a step, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What on earth is happening? Why such a dramatic reaction? Li Wenfei inquired, puzzled. Lin Shui, equally bewildered, asked, Yang Feng, do you need to take a break? No, it's not a matter of rest, Yang Feng replied, suddenly inhaling deeply. This jade may very well be the imperial seal of the nation. What? Lin Shui and Li Wenfei exclaimed in unison, their expressions a picture of disbelief. Subsequently, Li Wenfei retorted, could you refrain from feigning knowledge? This item bears little resemblance to a seal, aside from its square shape. The imperial seal is inscribed with endowed by heaven. May it last forever. Of course, it is not that seal. However, if my conjecture holds true, it should belong to a certain warlord's regime. Likely a seal from a minor state during the Tang or Song dynasties. Yang Feng spoke with conviction, for it was inconceivable that his eyes would perceive such spiritual energy, accompanied by the faint echoes of a dragon's roar, if it were not a seal. Li Wenfei shook her head and sighed. Xiaoxue, the friend you found is truly unreliable. Does he dare to boast about anything? Yang Feng, Wenfei has grown up surrounded by antiques. It's futile to argue with her on this matter, Lin Shui reminded. Yang Feng chuckled. That merely indicates she has misjudged him, or perhaps lacks the skill. Ah, my temper. Li Wenfei suddenly stood up, ready to debate with Yang Feng. However, at that moment, her phone rang. I'll settle this with you later. Li Wenfei shot a displeased glare at Yang Feng before answering the call. Old Master Han. Is there something you need? Miss Li, I have just compared it with ancient texts and finally discerned what that jade piece of yours is. It is a royal seal from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Han Yunfu's voice brimmed with excitement. Upon hearing this, both Li Wenfei and Lin Shui were momentarily stunned. How is that possible? They simultaneously gazed at Yang Feng, bewildered. Could this fellow be speaking nonsense? Li Wenfei's incredulous expression rendered her somewhat tongue-tied. On the other end, Han Yunfu sensed something was amiss and inquired, What's wrong? Oh, nothing. There's someone here who also recognized it. Li Wenfei managed to explain as she regained her composure. Han Yunfu, skeptical, responded, Miss Li, do not jest with me. I found this clue only after consulting several ancient texts. Are the other scholars in Jiangcheng able to identify it directly? As he spoke, Han Yunfu suddenly recalled something, his tone shifting to one of excitement. Could it be that young friend? His name is Yang Feng. It's indeed him. Upon hearing this name, Han Yunfu realized the truth and laughed heartily. In that case, I am convinced. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ended the call. Yet, the hall fell into a silence as Li Wanfei and Lin Shui stared at Yang Feng in astonishment. Who on earth is this person? It was evident that only someone with profound knowledge of antiques could have recognized the royal seal at a glance. Even a renowned expert like Han Yunfu had to search through ancient texts for answers. Who exactly are you? Li Wenfei's tone now carried a newfound respect. Yang Feng wore a relaxed smile, saying, I am merely here to help a friend collect some money. He gestured towards a box of cash on the table. Oh, spare me the details, Li Wenfei scoffed. Yang Feng turned his attention back. However, I actually wish to ask Lin Shui for a favor. Are you planning to propose to Xiao Xue? Li Wenfei teased, as it was the first time she had seen Lin Shui bring a man home aside from family. Yang Feng shot her an exasperated glance and turned to Lin Shui. I would like to purchase this royal seal. Is that possible? If you desire it, I can simply give it to you, Lin Shui replied nonchalantly. However, Yang Feng shook his head. No, you have already gifted me a painting earlier, which settles our debts. This would be purely a transaction. The handsome man must clarify that the value of this jade seal has now been firmly established, with a market price of no less than 20 million. Are you certain you can procure such a substantial sum? Li Wenfei expressed her skepticism. Yang Feng fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. The day after tomorrow, I will transfer the money to your account. The confidence and determination in his gaze left Lin Shui and the others momentarily stunned. This fellow did not appear to be merely boasting. All right. You may take the item for now, Lin Shui replied readily. Yang Feng accepted without hesitation, collecting the proceeds from Gao Ronghai's stone sales and taking away 2 antiques. As Lin Shui and Li Wenfei watched Yang Feng head towards the door, they hailed a taxi to the hospital. Once the vehicle vanished from sight, Li Wenfei pondered aloud about the true identity of this individual. Lin Shui shook her head and said, I don't know. Haven T, you heard of him in the antique circle? I genuinely Haven T. However, his discerning eye is quite remarkable. He shouldn't be an unknown. Li Wenfei felt increasingly puzzled. Yet Lin Shui appeared somewhat anxious, prompting Li Wenfei to inquire, what is troubling you? I've checked him out. He is not a wealthy individual. Can he truly come up with 20 million the day after tomorrow? Doubt clouded Lin Shui's beautiful eyes. 20 million is no trivial amount. How could an ordinary person possibly amass such a fortune in just 2 days? Nevertheless, Yang Feng seemed unconcerned at that moment. After leaving, he first visited Gao Ronghai at the hospital, delivering the 600,000 earned from the stone sales. Finally, Yang Feng returned home. In the dimly lit hall, he drew the curtains and settled onto the sofa. Before him lay the newly acquired jade seal and a painting. As he closed his eyes, he could distinctly sense the aura emanating from the 2 artifacts. The rich energy began to be drawn into him as his dantian circulated. As night turned into day, when Yang Feng opened his eyes the following morning, he felt refreshed. Looking at the table before him, the 2 artifacts had completely lost their former luster. What were once antiques worth millions now resembled mere scraps of paper and stone. Goodness, millions, Yang Feng mused, realizing that the energy he had expended overnight had cost him a fortune. Yet, he had begun to piece together a theory. The energy attached to these antiques must be what he required for his cultivation. This energy may have once existed on Earth, only to vanish later, leaving remnants within these artifacts. If this hypothesis held true, then the individuals who had been tirelessly collecting antiques must also have been aware of the existence of such energy. What could their intentions be? Yang Feng found the situation increasingly peculiar, but he could not afford to dwell on it. He needed to earn 20 million before the next day. As he rose to leave, he noticed that the table appeared different from usual. I recall this table having several chipped corners before, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could spiritual energy possess the ability to mend objects? If that were indeed the case, Yang Feng understood that he was on the verge of a fortune. The market value of antiques largely hinges on their condition. If he could utilize spiritual energy to restore them, even the most unremarkable antique could be transformed into something of considerable worth. With this thought coursing through his mind, Yang Feng eagerly set out. Upon stepping outside, he found that it was already noon, and under the blazing sun, he opted to take a taxi to Gu Yongwei's shop, hoping to procure a stone that would yield him 2 million. During his previous visit, he had lacked the capital to engage with the expensive stones. But this time would be different. Before long, he arrived at Gu-Yonggui's establishment. The main hall on the first floor was unusually bustling. "Look, Mr. Yang has arrived," an employee exclaimed upon spotting him. Gu-Yongui was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man, and upon hearing the announcement, he promptly remarked, "Mr. Hu, we have yet another buyer." "Oh, someone known to Boss Gu must be quite remarkable," Hu Yinming chuckled. He had just purchased a stone for 500,000 and had extracted jade worth over 2 million, and his spirits were high. However, when Hu Yinming turned around and discovered a young lad before him, he inquired with curiosity, "Is this the person you were referring to?" Gu Yongui hastily introduced, "Mr. Yang is quite extraordinary." "Extraordinary?" "In the realm of Jiancheng, few dare to claim such a title in my presence," Hu Yinming retorted, raising his chin. "Tell me, young one, who is your master?" "Pardon me, but I am merely here to engage in stone gambling," Yang Feng replied, disregarding the question. "Nevertheless, since fortune seems to favor me today, Boss Gu, please bring out your finest stones for me to inspect. I wish to see their quality before making a selection." Though Hu Yinming was displeased, he chose not to respond. Gu Yongui then turned to Yang Feng and asked, "Mr. Yang, are you here just for leisure? Or do you intend to examine the larger stones?" "I would like to see if any are suitable," Yang Feng replied. "Very well, Manager Chun. Please take a few individuals and retrieve those larger stones from the warehouse for our clients to see," Gu Yongui said, demonstrating his acumen in business. He wisely directed his attention to the 20 or so customers in the shop rather than fixating on the tension between Hu Yinming and Yang Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Feng's gaze wandered toward the shelves on the first floor, where stones of various sizes were displayed. Some weighed 20 to 30 kilograms, while others were as light as a few kilograms. However, the surface quality of these stones was not particularly impressive. Should they all be opened, it would surely result in a loss. After all, stone gambling inherently involves wagering on that infinitesimal chance. If one were to win consistently, would it still be called gambling? Of course, among the clientele, there was someone who treated stone gambling as a veritable ATM. After observing for a while, Yang Feng finally fixed his eyes on a stone weighing around 10 kilograms, which was priced at a mere 100,000. As Yang Feng gazed intently, Hu Yinming beside him curled his lip and remarked, "Young man, if you're going to gamble, why not go all in? Do you think these trivial matters are mere child's play? I may not possess your wealth, but indulging in such play is not out of the question." Yang Feng smiled and replied, "Moreover, given your extensive experience in stone gambling, surely you are aware of the concept of gaining much from a little?" Hu Yinming laughed heartily. "What a jest! I hold a respectable position within the stone gambling circle, yet here you are, a mere novice, attempting to lecture me." Hu Yinming chuckled. "I know exactly which stone you are eyeing. However, anyone who has participated in stone gambling within this establishment should be well aware of its true nature." With that, he placed the hefty raw stone weighing over 10 kilograms upon the table. The sound drew the attention of onlookers. Ignoring Hu Yinming, Yang Feng turned to Gu Yongui and said, "Boss Gu, I wish to purchase this stone." "Huh? What do you mean?" Gu Yongui glanced at the stone, his expression shifting dramatically. He shot a glare at those nearby and exclaimed, "Manager Chun, did I not instruct you to treat this stone as waste material yesterday? Why is it still here? What is going on?" Yang Feng inquired with curiosity. Gu Yonggui's demeanor became somewhat awkward. Hu Yinming, noticing Yang Feng's naivety, burst into laughter. "Ha! You truly are an oblivious newcomer. How could you not see this?" His words prompted the surrounding patrons to shake their heads. Those present were connoisseurs, not mere onlookers. As the saying goes, amateurs observe the spectacle while experts discern the intricacies. The raw stone revealed several small fissures, and the adjacent weathered layer evidently bore signs of having been opened and subsequently concealed with filler. Initially, when this stone was delivered, due to its craftsmanship and low value, it was not scrutinized closely, resulting in a missed opportunity. However, as time passed, the stone revealed its true nature. It seemed likely that someone had previously opened it, deemed its quality unsatisfactory, and filled it to deceive others with worthless material. Hu Yinming squinted and remarked, "Moreover, the surface exhibits a haze, along with nearly undetectable blemishes and mottling. This waste material deserves only to be relegated to the lowest tier of the market." "Old Hu, you truly are benevolent. Why not let this young fellow incur some losses instead of enlightening him?" One patron jested. Nevertheless, Gu Yongui quickly interjected, "My apologies, everyone. I had already instructed Manager Chun to remove this stone from display. It seems there was a delay, but I assure you, I will not be selling this stone. He continued, now, please take it away. Let us consider this a complimentary lesson for him, so he doesn't stroll in here with an air of arrogance. Hu Yinming turned his nostrils toward Yang Feng, seemingly unwilling to even glance at him. What kind of esteemed master could this fellow possibly be a disciple of? Hu Yinming scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. Gu Yongui patted Yang Feng on the shoulder, offering consolation while instructing his subordinates to remove the stone. Under the derisive gazes of the crowd, this incident was destined to conclude in such a manner. At that moment, Yang Feng slowly spoke, Boss Gu, I wish to purchase this stone. What? Gu Yongui was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. Hu Yinming and a few other guests turned their heads, looking at Yang Feng with bewilderment. Soon after, they heard Hu Yinming's disdainful laughter as he remarked, do not feel pressured to buy a worthless stone just for the sake of appearances. Although 100,000 yuan is not an insignificant amount, spending it on a mere rock would indeed be a waste. Ah, old Hu, you fail to understand. This gentleman is using 100,000 yuan to salvage his dignity, interjected a man beside Hu Yinming, echoing his sentiment. Haha, old Zhang, you are quite right. If 100,000 yuan could indeed restore one's face, then that money would be well spent. However, I see he is not reclaiming his dignity. Instead, he appears to be a complete fool. Hu Yinming laughed heartily, deliberately patting Yang Feng on the shoulder. Young man, our circle needs wealthy fools like you. Otherwise, who would purchase such refuse? Ha ha. The hall erupted with cheerful laughter. While Gu Yongui felt his face burn with embarrassment, he recognized that Yang Feng was no ordinary person and was puzzled by his apparent lapse in judgment today. Yet, Yang Feng maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. Mr. Yang, shall we perhaps consider other raw stones? Gu Yongui suggested. Let us proceed with this one. I am determined to buy this stone for 100,000 yuan. Yang Feng replied once more, his tone still composed, yet it only complicated matters further for Gu Yongui. What was troubling Yang Feng today, compelling him to pursue such a worthless piece? Goodness, it's futile to reason with a stubborn fool. Boss, I suggest you cease your sympathy for him. If he insists on being a fool, let him, a guest scoffed. Gu Yongui, feeling helpless, conceded, very well, Mr. Yang. I shall let you have this stone. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Yes, let us begin cutting from 1 centimeter in from this edge, Yang Feng confirmed. All right, but if nothing of value emerges, consider it a gift. Let us be friends, Gu Yongui, a man of integrity, replied. With that, he instructed his assistant to take the stone to the nearby cutting machine. Yang Feng approached the machine, an expression of genuine anticipation etched across his face. The guests gathered around, eager to witness the outcome. I am curious to see what this fool will unveil, Hu Yinming muttered disdainfully. As the cutting machine gradually sliced through the raw stone, it commenced from the 1 centimeter mark as Yang Feng had indicated. However, when the machine had only cut halfway through, the expressions of the onlookers shifted from mockery to disbelief. The exposed section revealed a deep green band. Upon closer inspection, its transparency was remarkable, high ice quality. By heaven! Exclaimed several voices in unison, expletives escaping their lips as they witnessed the completion of the cut. The stone's surface gleamed with exceptional brilliance. At that moment, one guest recognized the true nature of the jade. This is a high-quality golden silk variety. The words of this individual instantly awakened the realization in everyone present. Everyone was initially engrossed in observing the jade's texture and color, but at this moment, a sudden realization struck them. This was, indeed, a highly distinctive type of jade known as golden silk. The term golden silk refers to vibrant green lines running through the jade, which starkly contrast with its base color. Typically, this type of jade boasts superior texture and a lighter base color, while the green lines are exceptionally vivid, appearing like shimmering strands of gold against the splendid backdrop of the jade's quality. Such jade demands an exceptionally fine texture. Otherwise, the green lines would not exhibit the golden silk effect. Before them lay a cut piece that was undeniably a top-tier golden silk variety. If that were the case, the value of the stone would surely escalate even further. The atmosphere in the hall was one of utter silence, with dozens of people frozen in place. Even Hu Yinming, who had been laughing moments ago, now wore a rigid expression. A raw stone worth 100,000 had just been transformed into several million. How could this be possible? Just then, Yang Feng spoke up. Make another cut on the back. I wish to see the quality there. With that, the crowd was roused from their stupor. Young man, are you out of your mind? One cut has already multiplied your investment many times over. Is it really worth the risk? Others cautioned. Indeed. If the next cut alters the type, its value may diminish significantly. Several patrons voiced their concerns. Yang Feng, unfazed, turned to Gu Yongui and said, "Let them proceed." Gu Yongui also wished to urge Yang Feng to reconsider, but seeing his composed demeanor, he ultimately gave the order. The stone cutter's hands trembled. It had been a long time since he had worked on such a valuable piece. With another strike of the blade, there was no change in type. The jade remained at the high ice level. Furthermore, the green band on this side was even denser and more exquisite than before. At least 10 million. One person exclaimed. Just these two cuts already sufficed to validate the jade's worth. Yang Feng smiled and remarked, "I actually intended to make one more cut, but there's no need to inflate this stone's price too much." He then looked at Gu Yongui, who appeared to finally grasp the situation, exclaiming with uncontainable joy, "I will have it appraised immediately." He was ecstatic. Yang Feng was willing to let him acquire this stone. With such excellent quality jade, a resale would yield substantial profits. After weighing and meticulously appraising the quality, the final price of the stone was set at 12 million. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became more fervent than the 36-degree weather outside. Everyone gazed at Yang Feng as if he were a deity. Who is this incredible individual? Is anyone placing bets? Damn, is he taking on disciples? Eyes were moist with awe. 100,000 had transformed into 12 million. For many, even after years in the industry, such occurrences were merely tales they had heard. Yang Feng confirmed the price and chose not to elaborate further, instead gesturing towards a nearby area in the hall, saying, "The items have been brought out. Won't you take a look?" As these words were spoken, the crowd finally came to their senses. What they truly sought were these substantial stones, each weighing over 100 kilograms. The stones presented this time bore identification numbers, ranging from 01 to 05. In total, there were 5 stones, each appearing quite remarkable. The primary distinction between these larger stones and their smaller counterparts lay in the craftsmanship that could be achieved. The larger stones could be fashioned into grand ornaments, and there were even instances of jade being sculpted into the likeness of lions. Such creations commanded astronomical prices, being rare and difficult to come by. In contrast, smaller jade roughs, even when yielding fine pieces, were limited to items such as pendants or bracelets. As the 5 stones were displayed before them, the onlookers picked up their powerful flashlights, incessantly illuminating the stones. Being affluent individuals, they were poised to act if they encountered a piece of exceptional quality. Among them, Hu Yanming felt the sting of humiliation from earlier at the hands of Yang Feng. This time, he was determined to unearth a remarkable piece and reclaim the glory that Yang Feng had snatched away. Yet, the memory of Yang Feng's piercing gaze lingered in his mind. At this moment, all the patrons in the shop subtly directed their attention towards Yang Feng. Even Gu Yongui lingered beside him, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. "Mr. Yang, have you found one that catches your eye?" Gu Yongui inquired cautiously. Yang Feng smiled and replied, "Let us observe a bit longer." His deliberate silence bred disappointment among the crowd. Such substantial stones inherently bore the greatest risk. The least expensive among them was priced at 1 million. Given such a steep price, a single miscalculated cut could result in a complete loss of that sum. Although these individuals were wealthy, 1 million was still a significant amount. If it were spent on a luxury bag for a mistress, at least there would be a tangible return. It was evident that, in moments of uncertainty, everyone's gaze shifted towards one another. No one could accurately predict which stone might yield a treasure. In times of confusion, people often turn to others for reassurance, especially someone like Yang Feng, who had recently unveiled a precious jade. Particularly, Hu Yanming observed intently. After scrutinizing for some time without discerning any particular uniqueness among the stones, he began to discreetly watch Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng finally spoke up. "Mr. Gu, I would like to have this stone." He indicated towards one of the stones. This particular stone was priced at 1,500,000, weighing 120 kilograms. Upon Yang Feng's declaration, a wave of regret washed over the crowd. However, Hu Yanming interjected, "Wait. Mr. Hu, what do you mean?" Gu Yongui asked, puzzled. Hu Yanming narrowed his eyes and stated, "Mr. Gu, I recall that there is a rule in this establishment. If 2 individuals wish to claim the same stone, it is awarded to the one who offers the higher price, correct?" His words clearly indicated that he too had set his sights on the same stone. Yang Feng furrowed his brow and responded, "Is there such a rule?" "This rule certainly exists, yet I still possess some stones in my warehouse, Mr. Hu. There is no need for you to be concerned. As it happens, the stone I just opened yielded over 2 million. Thus, I shall offer 2 million for this 03 stone. Hu Yinming exuded confidence. Gu Yonggui cast a troubled glance at Yang Feng, whose expression was one of displeasure. Nonetheless, he stated, since this is the established rule, I shall adhere to it, but I too will propose a price, 3 million. The two engaged in a standoff over the stone. However, in such moments, everyone recalled the scene when Yang Feng had just valued the golden silk jadeite. Was Hu Yinming perhaps wagering on Yang Feng's discerning eye? Their speculation proved accurate. Hu Yinming was unable to discern the details himself. But since Yang Feng had recognized its potential, he felt compelled to compete. I bid 5 million, Hu Yinming declared without hesitation. This time, he not only relinquished the previous 2 million he had earned, but also incurred an additional loss of over 2 million to acquire this stone. Yang Feng, somewhat disheartened, remarked, My friend, my interest in this stone is purely personal. There is no need for you to escalate the price just to contest with me. Hu Yinming, brimming with arrogance, retorted, I simply have more money and am willing to engage in this bidding war. What of it? With a pained expression of reluctant acquiescence, Yang Feng replied, I do not possess such surplus funds, let it be. Amidst their bidding, Hu Yinming ultimately secured the stone for 5 million. He promptly instructed Gu to arrange for the staff to open the stone at a designated window. The atmosphere in the hall had become exceptionally vibrant. A $5 million gamble on a stone. Such occurrences are rare in Jiangqing, and today's lively scene was unexpected. As Gu Yonggui coordinated the staff, he glanced at Yang Feng, whose expression gradually calmed, unfazed by the loss of his stone. Accompanied by the resonant sound of the cutting machine, Hu Yinming's heart raced. Clenching his fists, he watched intently as the cut was made. As the stone revealed its incision, the atmosphere in the room fell into a hushed stillness. All eyes turned to Hu Yinming, momentarily at a loss for words. Old Hu, your companion Shinkai, was rendered speechless. With that cut, everything crumbled. On the cut surface, apart from flecks of jade, no other green could be discerned, and the water quality was quite mediocre. Impossible. How could this be? Hu Yinming repeated this phrase in disbelief, suddenly recalling something. He turned to Yang Feng, his face filled with rage, and exclaimed, You clearly had your eye on this stone. Indeed, I intended to purchase it. At first glance, it appeared quite promising, and I had hoped it would yield something remarkable. I never anticipated the interior would be like this, Yang Feng replied, his expression equally vexed. Yet, fortunately, you overpaid. Otherwise, I would have been the one at a loss. Hu Yinming was beside himself with fury, yet at that moment, he found himself without recourse. Having insisted on acquiring the stone. Moreover, prior to the stone being unearthed, none could ascertain its internal condition. Observing Yang Feng, it was evident he was not purposefully sabotaging himself. The gamble of stones, truly a dichotomy of extremes. The onlookers sighed, having just witnessed Yang Feng's significant profit, only to see him personally select a large stone that resulted in such a loss. Yet, the most unfortunate was undoubtedly Hu Yinming, who would ultimately foot the bill. At that moment, Hu Yinming glared fiercely at Yang Feng, only to find the latter had already retreated to a secluded corner with Gu Yonggui. Boss Gu, do you know where one might discover antiques in Jiangqing? I wish to take a look, Yang Feng inquired. Gu Yonggui, having witnessed Yang Feng's remarkable prowess at the auction, promptly replied, Given Mr. Yang's stature, it is only fitting to visit the antique market in the Shijiang district. Not only is there a plethora of trading venues, but an antique appraisal center is conveniently located nearby, frequented by many esteemed experts in the field. Thank you, Yang Feng responded with a smile. Presently, he possessed nearly 20 million, yet he required a substantial sum to establish his company. Just the day prior, he had discreetly utilized his spiritual energy to aid Gao Ronghai in recovering from injuries, and thus, the latter would likely return to full health in about half a month. At that point, he must establish a jade trading company to mix all the stones he had procured, thereby minimizing suspicion. Mr. Yang, should you ever find a need for my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Gu Yonggui offered at that moment. Yang Feng glanced at him and replied with a smile, I certainly will. This proprietor seemed quite amiable and was well-versed in jade. He would undoubtedly seek his help in due course. However, for now, Yang Feng needed to visit the antique market, both to scout for valuable finds and to search for antiques imbued with spiritual energy. Just as he was about to head to the antique market, his phone rang. The caller ID revealed it was Zhao Zhuwei. Yang Feng recalled she had mentioned needing his assistance in the coming days. Upon answering the call, It turned out Zhao Jue wanted to meet him at the CAF adjacent to the antique market in the Xizang district. After agreeing, he made his way to the CAF. Inside the antique market at the Bailing CAF, the establishment was bustling with patrons. Yang Feng chose a seat near the glass wall. Presumably, Zhao Jue had been delayed with some matter, so he did not urge her. Through the glass, he observed the lively street outside, teeming with passers-by. However, after a while, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the CAF entrance, his ex-girlfriend, Jiang Min. In recent months, Yang Feng had thought he had forgotten her, yet here she was, unexpectedly present. Accompanying Jiang Min was still that same man. Yang Feng's lips twitched slightly as he lowered his head, attempting to conceal himself. At this moment, Jiang Min and Zhang Liang had already ventured deeper inside. It was Zhang Liang who first spotted Yang Feng within. Min, take a look quickly. Isn't that the pathetic loser we encountered before? His voice was laced with a hint of mockery. For someone of his stature, money had long ceased to hold any significance. His sole pleasure lay in showcasing his superiority before others, much like a wealthy player reveling in belittling those who are less fortunate. Upon his prompting, Jiang Min turned her gaze in that direction and immediately recognized him, curling her lip in disdain. What is there to say to this waste? Running into him here is just bad luck. As they spoke, they deliberately raised their voices and approached Yang Feng. Yang Feng, of course, knew he could not evade this encounter. Looking at Jiang Min before him, he was struck by the drastic transformation she had undergone in just a few months. Clad in designer attire, adorned with heavy makeup, and exuding a strong scent of perfume, she was a far cry from the girl he once knew. So we meet again. I've heard you're still unemployed? Zhang Liang ostentatiously guided Jiang Min to sit across from Yang Feng. Yang Feng's expression darkened. With an arm wrapped around Jiang Min's waist, Zhang Liang squinted at Yang Feng and said, if you're truly struggling to find work, why not come to my company? We have a janitorial position available, and our toilets haven't been unclogged in 8 years. You'd be the perfect fit, haha. Their laughter drew the attention of others in the CAF. Jiang Min wore a look of utter revulsion and said, darling, let us not waste time with this loser. We might catch some bad luck. No worries, we're wealthy enough to brush off bad luck. Oh, by the way, I heard you're still paying off your mortgage? Have you managed to sort it out for next month? Zhang Liang inquired with feigned innocence. Their banter was a concerted effort to put Yang Feng in an awkward position. Yang Feng had thought that, having known Jiang Min for several years, their breakup would not lead to such humiliation. However, he never anticipated that her transformation within mere months would be so profound. If you two have nothing else to discuss, you can change seats now. I have friends coming. He managed to say, suppressing his rising anger. Jiang Min scoffed. We'll sit wherever we please. I wonder if you can even afford to pay for your own drink later? Jiang Min, don't go too far, Yang Feng cautioned, wishing to avoid escalating the situation. Yet Jiang Min burst into laughter, exclaiming, haha, you pathetic loser think you can get angry? Darling, did you know this loser only sends out red envelopes of 200 yuan? That's barely enough for me to enjoy my milk tea. And he thinks he's being generous. Haha, isn't still poor? Your one bag is worth more than his entire year's efforts. Zhang Liang's smile grew even more pronounced. Taking a deep breath, Yang Feng shook his head. I never imagined that after knowing you for so long, a mere few months would lead to such a change in you. Don't try to get close. I've never been interested in you, let alone now, Jiang Min declared, holding her head high, proudly reciting her classic line. A woman protected by a lion would never settle for a wild dog. The impact of her words drew sympathetic glances from those in the CF towards Yang Feng. At this moment, Yang Feng suddenly felt less angered and calmly remarked, it seems you have overlooked something. Oh, the lion protects its own kind, not the mutts. What did you say? Jiang Min exploded in that instant, abruptly rising and furiously pointing at Yang Feng. The other patrons in the CF wiped the sweat from their brows, remarking on the ferocity of his words. Yang Feng, uninterested in past affections, replied, however, you are not entirely wrong. We have known each other for so long, and aside from holding hands, we have not engaged in anything else. Now that you have finally found someone suitable, congratulations. But you, a useless wretch, can scarcely afford a meal and are destined to remain a lifelong bachelor. Jiang Min's frustration escalated into personal attacks. Just as she was speaking, a lively figure entered the CAF. I'm so sorry. I got caught in traffic. The familiar voice of Zhao Jue approached as she sat down next to Yang Feng. Observing the tense Jiang Min standing across from them and the disdainful Zhang Liang beside her, Zhao Zhuwei raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, is she your friend?" Her curious expression added a unique charm to her already captivating beauty. The patrons in the CAF were momentarily stunned. Zhao Zhuwei's stunning appearance was strikingly contrasted with Jiang Min's, akin to a swan among ugly ducklings. Moreover, it seemed she had come to find Yang Feng. Jiang Min, now anxious, glared at Zhao Zhuwei and demanded, "Who are you?" "I'm Yang Feng's girlfriend. What is it to you?" Zhao Zhuwei replied, her face adorned with an expression of bewilderment. Upon hearing this, several heads buzzed in disbelief. Even Yang Feng stared at her, bewildered. Jiang Min, now frantic, pointed accusingly at Yang Feng. "Do you even know he's so poor he can't afford a meal? Has he deceived you in some way? Don't believe him. This pathetic loser comes from a poor rural background and has no connections. Well, at least he is self-sufficient and not constantly seeking wealthy patrons. Which is more than can be said for many others," Zhao Zhuwei quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Liang. She then teased, "But your taste in wealthy men doesn't seem to be that great either." What did you just say? Was that incorrect?" Zhao Zhuwei replied with a cheerful smile, her seemingly harmless demeanor belied by the sharpness of her words. Jiang Min's face flushed with anger. She turned to Zhang Liang, seeking his support, but he was already captivated by Zhao Zhuwei, asking, "This lovely lady, would you consider getting to know me?" Even with Jiang Min at his side, Zhang Liang showed no hesitation. Zhao Zhuwei shot him a glance before addressing the flustered Jiang Min. "Do you know why many women are repeatedly deceived by men? Because their expectations can only be met by deceivers, while decent individuals simply cannot fulfill them." Jiang Min detected the humiliation in Zhao Zhuwei's tone. At this moment, Zhao Zhuwei had already risen to her feet, glancing at Yang Feng and suggesting, "Shall we take our leave? It seems your ex-girlfriend is rather displeased." She offered a slight smile, tinged with a charming cunning. Yang Feng, equally reluctant to linger, refrained from casting another glance at Jiang Min and departed the CF. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was that girl the eldest daughter of the Zhao family? Inside the CAF, there were indeed some who recognized Zhao Zhuwei. The Zhao family, the one associated with the Jiangxing jewelry group? Yes, I recall having seen her before. Her beauty is unmistakable. It's definitely her. The certainty in their voices grew stronger. Their conversation left Zhang Liang and Jiang Min momentarily stunned. No wonder Zhao Zhuwei had been unwilling to engage with Zhang Liang earlier. She certainly was not lacking in wealth. Yang Feng and Zhao Zhuwei exited the CAF, greeted by the bright sunlight outside. Zhao Zhuwei suddenly placed her hand behind her back, beaming at Yang Feng and inquiring, "I've done you a significant favor. How shall you express your gratitude?" "Why, you heard that." Yang Feng's expression softened. This girl was remarkably astute, and indeed, she had assisted him once more. Zhao Zhuwei chuckled. "Do you find me impressive?" Very impressive." Yang Feng struggled to articulate his thoughts, hastily shifting the topic. "By the way, do you require my assistance with something this time? I wish to purchase an antique. Your taste seems quite refined. Would you help me select something?" Zhao Zhuwei elaborated. "It's meant as a gift, and the more meaningful, the better." "A gift for someone?" "I suppose so," Zhao Zhuwei replied vaguely, leaving the specifics unspoken. Yang Feng sensed that she was concealing something, yet recalling her numerous acts of kindness, he responded, "All right, there are many antique sellers on the street ahead. Let us see if we can find a hidden gem." "You enjoy hunting for treasures?" Zhao Zhuwei asked with curiosity, adding, "But you do seem to have a discerning eye. Did your master teach you?" "Yes." "Who exactly is your master?" Zhao Zhuwei could not help but inquire. Yang Feng paused for a moment before smiling. "I'll tell you when the opportunity arises." "Oh," Zhao Zhuwei pouted slightly, feeling somewhat dejected at his reluctance to share. "In the antique market." For streets intersected in a grid layout. Surrounding the streets were various stalls and antique shops. Jiangxing was already a bustling metropolis, and with the recent economic growth, many sought to explore its intriguing offerings. Zhao Zhuwei was inherently curious about these items, trailing closely behind Yang Feng, her eyes darting to the myriad of wares displayed at the stalls. There were delicate porcelain pieces, assorted paintings, and even some bronze artifacts. For an ordinary person entering this realm, any display of interest in a particular item would prompt the vendor to lavishly extol its virtues. Those lacking expertise might even find themselves unable to resist making a purchase. However, for Zhao Zhuwei, these were merely trinkets of little significance, hardly worthy of her attention. Considering her family's possessions could easily fill a small museum. After a leisurely stroll, they noted that it was nearly 11 o'clock. This place seems to lack anything of worth. Perhaps we should venture to the larger store ahead? Zhao Zhuwei inquired, her fatigue heightened by the surrounding clamor. At that moment, however, Yang Feng came to a halt before a stall, his gaze drawn to an ancient tome that radiated an unusual brilliance. It was evident that anything capable of capturing Yang Feng's attention in such a manner held considerable value. Maintaining his composure, he approached the stall and inquired, "How much for these items?" "Ah, handsome. Are you interested in antiques? Take a look at these. They're all treasures. That one is said to be a royal bronze cup from the Han Dynasty, and this bowl is purportedly used by Shao Qiao during the Three Kingdoms period." The vendor began to extol. Yet, he was interrupted by Yang Feng, who pointed to a rather unremarkable ancient book and asked, "What is the price for this particular item?" The vendor's disappointment was palpable upon hearing Yang Feng's choice, while Zhao Zhuwei beside him found it odd. The vendor, seemingly distracted, mentioned that the book had suffered significant damage and, lacking clarity on its specifics, offered it to Yang Feng for 10,000 yuan. After happily paying, Yang Feng secured the book in a bag and proceeded further inside. At this juncture, Zhao Zhuwei's curiosity piqued. Noticing Yang Feng's peculiar expression, she asked, "What made you suddenly take an interest in something like this?" "This item appeared to be an easy target for deception, so I purchased it on a whim," Yang Feng replied, withholding further explanation. He certainly would not disclose to Zhao Zhuwei that the tome's glow indicated its worth was at least 20 million yuan. Zhao Zhuwei found Yang Feng's behavior odd, yet continued, "Well then, do you have time this afternoon?" "I have nothing planned." Yang Feng paused, regarding Zhao Zhuwei with suspicion. "You aren't concealing something from me, are you?" No, I merely thought to accompany you out of goodwill, and I was planning to treat you to a meal shortly," she responded, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, Yang Feng harbored a lingering suspicion that she was attempting to mislead him. Nevertheless, his spirits were buoyed by the recent acquisition, as he now believed the tome's value exceeded 20 million. He also contemplated the possibility of using spiritual energy for restoration. If successful, its worth would surely multiply. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei shifted her focus and inadvertently led them to the entrance of a tea house adjacent to the antique market. This establishment, spanning 3 floors, exuded a subtle luxury in its decor. The entrance featured a parking area and a courtyard adorned with trees, suggesting the tea house's esteemed status. "I just remembered. My father seems to be here today as well. Shall we go inside and look for him?" Zhao Zhuwei remarked with a look of realization. Yang Feng, skeptical, questioned, "Are you certain this thought just occurred to you?" "Hey, do you doubt me?" she retorted. "Of course not. But I believe it might be inappropriate for me to meet your father." Yang Feng had previously inquired about Gao Ronghai. The Zhao family's enterprise boasts a valuation in the hundreds of billions, and within the jewelry industry, it holds significant authority nationwide. A figure of such stature is someone Yang Feng has never encountered in his lifetime. Zhao Zhuwei gently patted Yang Feng's shoulder, offering reassurance. "There's no need to be nervous. However, since you couldn't find anything suitable earlier, I've purchased a small token for you to present to my father when you meet him." "Huh?" Yang Feng was momentarily bewildered. But at that moment, Zhao Zhuwei had already handed him a box, saying, "This is a bronze cup from the Jin Dynasty that I bought earlier. It's customary to bring a small gift when meeting my father." "Why?" Yang Feng began to ponder, but Zhao Zhuwei interrupted. "Don't overthink it. Just do as I say." With that, she took Yang Feng by the arm and led him inside. Inside the tea house, the main hall was not overly crowded, with several upright and finely featured waitstaff scattered about. Zhao Zhuwei guided Yang Feng to the second-floor hall, which was noticeably livelier. The guards at the entrance were quite imposing. Yet Zhao Zhuwei's presence was more effective than an invitation. Just as they stepped inside, a familiar voice called out from a distance. "Zhuwei, over here." Zhu Yun, filled with excitement, rushed out to greet them, but upon getting closer, he noticed Yang Feng trailing behind. Yang Feng was still taking in the layout of the second-floor hall, which resembled an antique auction venue. Given its proximity to the antique market, hosting an auction here seemed reasonable. Zhao Zhuwei disregarded Zhu Yun's greeting and led Yang Feng toward a row of seats at the front of the auction. There, seated prominently, was a middle-aged man with a square jawline, Zhao Zhuwei's father, Zhao Guofeng. "Father." Zhao Zhuwei took a seat beside him, pulling Yang Feng along. Zhao Guofeng turned, ready to reprimand his daughter for her tardiness, but was taken aback to see her with a man. "What is going on?" Zhao Guofeng, feeling displeased at seeing his daughter with a stranger, regarded them with scrutiny. Zhao Zhuwei, smiling, reassured him. "Didn't I tell you I was bringing a friend?" Zhao Guofeng was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated her bringing along Qingyang or someone else, never expecting her to introduce a male companion. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun felt a pang of frustration. He had previously clashed with Yang Feng and was surprised to encounter him here again. "Uncle," Zhu Yun began, glancing at Zhao Guofeng. The latter nodded. "Just sit down. The auction is about to commence." "All right," Zhu Yun acquiesced, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he cast a sidelong glance at Yang Feng. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei leaned in to whisper to Yang Feng, seemingly engaged in a secretive conversation. However, with Zhao Guofeng seated between them, Zhu Yun couldn't discern their words. Noticing his daughter's lack of decorum amidst the gathering, Zhao Guofeng admonished, "Behave yourself." "Oh," Zhao Zhuwei reluctantly straightened her posture. At this moment, the most helpless individual was Yang Feng, who had been brought in to take the blame. He had already discerned the reason behind it. "Let me tell you, your mother has introduced several suitors for you this time. I suggest you stop wandering aimlessly and focus on what truly matters. Her penchant for matchmaking is her affair." "It bears no relation to me," Zhao Zhuwei retorted. "You, my dear, are the only daughter in the family. If you do not take your studies in commerce seriously, what will become of the vast family estate in the future?" Zhao Guofeng chastised. Zhao Zhuwei turned her head and remarked, "Why not adopt a son yourself? That fellow beside you is just here to play the role of your son." She added, "Zhu Yun came specifically to seek you out. You have no conscience, making him endure such torment. It is you who lacks conscience. You are well aware of my disdain for him, yet you insist on bringing him here." Zhao Zhuwei's stubborn temper flared, leading to a heated argument between the two. Fortunately, at that moment, the auction had commenced, prompting Zhao Guofeng to cease his reprimand in favor of maintaining the decorum of the venue. As a collector himself, he had come to the auction to seek out valuable items. Moreover, it was noteworthy that in certain circles within Jiangcheng, many elites found the act of gifting money to be rather vulgar, preferring instead the allure of antique artworks. As a businessman, Zhao Guofeng felt compelled to amass a collection for unforeseen circumstances. However, this auction was not particularly high-end. Although some items were valued at over 10 million, their actual quality was rather mediocre. It was at this juncture that Zhu Yun spoke up. "Uncle, prior to this auction, I arranged for the purchase of a piece of bronze, a relic from the Eastern Han Dynasty, depicting a dragon cast in bronze, originally used by the royal family." "Really?" Zhao Guofeng was taken aback by Zhu Yun's foresight, his curiosity piqued. Zhu Yun then gestured to a figure in the distance, who approached, presenting a redwood box. Several individuals in the front row, finding the auction tedious, turned their attention towards this exchange, intrigued by what this young gentleman had prepared to impress his future father-in-law. As the redwood box was opened, it revealed a bronze ornament, roughly the size of 2 fists, bearing the marks of age. The assembled experts recognized the item's value at a glance. Zhu Yun felt a surge of pride as he sensed the gaze of the onlookers, noting that among the front row were not only businessmen but also prominent collectors. The glances exchanged among these connoisseurs spoke volumes of the piece's rarity. "What a remarkable item!" an elderly collector exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "To have preserved something from the Eastern Han era in such condition is undeniably precious." Even Zhao Guofeng could not resist reaching into the redwood box to retrieve the bronze cup, feeling a refreshing chill emanate from it. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of connecting with an artifact that had traversed nearly 2 millennia. It was undeniable that this bronze piece exuded an air of antiquity. As Zhao Guofeng slowly opened his eyes, he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Such a piece, intricately carved with a dragon, in such pristine condition, must command a high price." Knowing that his uncle had a fondness for such items, Zhu Yun had taken the liberty to personally select them beforehand, confident that his uncle would appreciate them. With a beaming smile, he raised his voice slightly and continued, "How could one visit Uncle empty-handed?" His words were evidently directed towards Yang Feng, who stood a short distance away. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei was seething with frustration. She wished for Yang Feng to present the bronze cup she had prepared, but she soon reconsidered. With such a remarkable piece already present, her cup would likely invite ridicule. "This scoundrel has dared to present such a fine gift to curry favor with my father," she thought, her expression betraying her discontent. Meanwhile, Zhao Guofeng had gently placed the bronze dragon back into its wooden box. He turned to his companions and inquired, "What do you all think of this item? In my estimation, it is worth no less than 10 million, given its craftsmanship and quality. Moreover, I noticed intricate markings on it, which, if I am not mistaken, suggest it was crafted for a royal family, possibly dating back to the era of Emperor Guangwu." His friends sighed in admiration, clearly acknowledging the value of the piece. To gift such an exquisite item, it seems Zhu Yun is exceedingly filial, remarked another middle-aged man. Zhu Yun, basking in their praise, replied, Gentlemen, you flatter me. I merely stumbled upon this treasure and, unacquainted with its significance, offered it in hopes of your esteemed opinions. Indeed, we are fortunate to behold such beauty. They responded in chorus. Zhao Guofeng turned to his daughter, saying, Xiaowei, do you see? Zhu Yun's heartfelt gesture surpasses your frivolous antics. I have no interest in such trinkets, Zhao Zhuwei retorted, pouting and turning away, unwilling to engage with them. She felt thoroughly outclassed. Zhu Yun's overzealous attempts to please his elders had taken her by surprise. At that moment, Yang Feng tugged at her sleeve, saying, By the way, I believe I found the gift I intended for your father. What? Zhao Zhuwei blinked in surprise, then quickly declared, Forget it, I won't give it to him. He can't resist good items. In truth, she felt that the bronze cup she had intended to give Yang Feng paled in comparison to Zhu Yun's offering. However, Zhu Yun seized the opportunity to provoke, stating, Since he has prepared something as well, with so many esteemed gentlemen present today, why not let him present it for our consideration? His words prompted several individuals in the front to glance toward Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng slowly produced the ancient book he had purchased at a flea market. As he revealed the book, Zhao Zhuwei instinctively covered her forehead with her hand, utterly speechless. Surely, he wouldn't attempt to impress such connoisseurs with this meager find worth merely 10,000. Her heart sank. She had finally brought someone to elevate her standing, only to find herself in a most embarrassing predicament. As the book was unveiled, it inevitably drew laughter from Zhu Yun. What a joke! This tattered relic, seemingly scavenged from nowhere, aims to deceive a few esteemed connoisseurs. Are you out of your mind? Zhu Yun initially believed this fellow could at least produce some trinkets worth several 100,000. To his astonishment, what emerged was nothing but this worthless item. The onlookers exchanged glances and shook their heads in disappointment. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Guofeng took it upon himself to examine the ancient text. What is this? Zhao Guofeng felt a twinge of curiosity as he scrutinized the inscriptions. The characters were relatively clear, but many were disjointed, resembling a dictionary rather than coherent sentences. However, an elder seated beside him suddenly recognized something amiss. This is written in Song Dynasty script. His sudden exclamation drew the attention of those nearby. Song Dynasty artifacts? This revelation certainly piqued their interest. Even Zhao Zhuwei turned her gaze towards the ancient tome with intrigue. Meanwhile, Yang Feng maintained a calm demeanor, opting not to elaborate. In truth, he was uncertain about the nature of the item, only aware of its considerable value after he had recently restored some of its integrity with spiritual energy, enhancing its condition beyond what it was when acquired. However, Zhao Zhuwei was oblivious to this fact. The experts present, however, were instantly captivated. At that moment, the auction stage was showcasing what appeared to be an unremarkable jade sculpture. Yet, the audience's attention had already shifted to the front row. Several experts gathered and meticulously flipped through a few pages. The elder then spoke again. This is a Song Dynasty engraved edition. What? This proclamation astonished everyone. Engraved editions from the Song Dynasty are exceedingly rare treasures, fervently sought after by scholars and collectors alike. Could this ancient tome indeed be one of those engraved editions? Given its remarkable state of preservation, it not only holds collectible value, but may also possess academic significance. At that instant, all were genuinely astonished. A Song Dynasty engraved edition, the least of which commands a price exceeding 10 million, especially considering this one's pristine condition. Zhao Zhuwei had prepared herself to mediate the situation. Yet she was unprepared for the revelation that Yang Feng had unearthed such a remarkable find. Had he already discerned its true worth? Zhao Zhuwei was taken aback. She knew Yang Feng possessed a discerning eye, but she never imagined he could so swiftly stumble upon an item valued in the millions. Zhao Guofeng, intrigued, inquired, Mr. Huang, how can you be so certain? In the Song Dynasty, publications were typically printed on either leather or hemp paper, which, due to their resilient texture and loose format, could not be mistaken for fakes. Mr. Huang, squinting thoughtfully, continued, Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this is no ordinary engraved edition. This ancient text is actually the Ritual Department's rhyme synopsis, a revised edition of the Guanyun. In simpler terms, it served as a dictionary for students during the imperial examinations. Mr. Huang pondered further, asserting, with a closer investigation, one could ascertain the precise period of this official rhyme book. An official rhyme book. These 4 characters epitomize exorbitance. Coupled with Yang Feng's recent use of spiritual energy to restore the integrity of this ancient tome, its worth undoubtedly exceeds 80 million, perhaps even more than I conservatively estimate. Elder Huang's words resonated with authority as he turned his gaze toward Yang Feng, his eyes brimming with excitement. At that moment, the atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. As if time itself had paused, everyone stared blankly at Yang Feng, unable to fathom that this seemingly unremarkable volume concealed the official manuscript of a grand dynasty. Preserved in such remarkable condition, even Zhao Guofeng was taken aback. He picked up the book again, scrutinizing it for a moment before exclaiming, "Extraordinary. I just recalled that my family once possessed a tattered manuscript with similar script. Had Elder Huang not mentioned it, I would not have realized they were of the same origin," Zhao Guofeng remarked, casting a glance at Yang Feng and then at his daughter. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei was utterly astonished. An ancient book valued at 80 million? Even as a young lady of privilege, she had not anticipated that the item brought by Yang Feng would hold such immense worth. "Young man, do you truly intend to gift me this ancient book?" Zhao Guofeng inquired tentatively. All eyes turned to Yang Feng, particularly Zhu Yun, who, upon regaining her senses, fixated on him intently. Yang Feng smiled, appearing at ease as he replied, "I lack the means to adequately preserve this paper. If I were to give it to you, uncle, it may be better safeguarded." His nonchalant demeanor suggested that he did not regard this invaluable artifact with the reverence it deserved. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Only Zhao Guofeng burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Splendid. Truly a remarkable youth. However, this gift is far too precious for me to accept." He returned the book, leaving the onlookers astonished. A collector of his stature, rejecting such a priceless item, was unexpected. "It suffices that I have had the opportunity to view it, but I believe you should keep such a relic safe," Zhao Guofeng added, rising to excuse himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, my daughter and I have matters to discuss. We shall take our leave." It was evident that Zhao Guofeng held little interest in the auction's offerings. He had discerned that his daughter's acquaintance was indeed extraordinary, especially considering Yang Feng's attire, which suggested he was not a man of wealth. Yet, he wielded such invaluable antiquities. Observing Yang Feng's composed expression, Zhao Guofeng suddenly felt a strange affinity for this young man. Meanwhile, Zhu Yun, growing anxious, interjected, "Uncle, I cannot accept your gift either, but I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Please convey my regards to your father when you return." After Zhao Guofeng completed his remarks, he made his way outside. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei, pulling on Yang Feng's arm, joyfully followed behind, her spirits soaring. Her gaze toward Yang Feng was now tinged with excitement. Initially fearing a stroke of bad luck today, she had never anticipated that Yang Feng would so deftly restore their dignity in front of so many people. However, in reflecting upon the events, she felt a wave of exhilaration. The ancient manuscript possessed by this individual earlier is of considerable value. Should he decide to part with it, he could very well be a billionaire. Zhao Guofeng made his way to the parking lot. Today, he had not brought a driver but instead had Zhao Zhuwei assist him with driving, while he sat in the back seat alongside Yang Feng. The vehicle proceeded slowly along the road. Yang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The person seated beside him was a magnate in the business world, specifically a titan in the jade and jewelry sector. It was inevitable that he would have to engage with such influential individuals in the future. Zhao Guofeng seemed to perceive his unease and, with a smile, patted his shoulder, saying, "Are you feeling tense?" "I am quite at ease." Yang Feng's tone was slightly awkward. Zhao Guofeng chuckled and remarked, "Do not take it to heart. Zhu Yun was brought in by her mother, and she hadn't mentioned you to me before." "No, uncle. You misunderstand. I am merely an ordinary friend of hers," Yang Feng hurriedly clarified. Zhao Guofeng laughed again, choosing not to elaborate further, and instead suggested, "How about joining me for a simple meal at my home later?" Yang Feng scratched his head, responding, "I may have some matters to attend to." "Oh, are you so eager to decline?" Zhao Guofeng expressed surprise. Typically, when he invited someone to dine, they were always keen to accept. This young man seemed rather naive. Yang Feng pointed to the ancient manuscript in his bag and explained, "I intend to sell this shortly. I promised a friend I would transfer 20 million before tomorrow." Understanding dawned on Zhao Guofeng. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I have acquaintances in the auction business, and there happens to be an event tonight. I can arrange for someone to help you auction this manuscript. Uncle, since you are a friend of Xiaowei, this is merely a small favor. However, in return, you must answer one question for me." Zhao Guofeng smiled and inquired, "Your manuscript could fetch at least 80 million. What do you plan to do with the remaining funds? I intend to establish a company in the jade industry, Yang Feng replied candidly. However, as he spoke of this, Zhao Zhuwei, who was driving, perked up and turned to her father, exclaiming, "Dad, you don't know. Yang Feng is not only exceptionally knowledgeable about antiques, but also possesses remarkable insight into jade. The several million I earned before was thanks to his assistance." "Ah, I recall now. It was the day I sent you to the auction," Zhao Guofeng responded, chuckling even more. "I never imagined the person she referred to that day would be you." "Indeed," Zhao Guofeng replied with a slight smile. He felt that this young man was increasingly to his liking. Judging by his demeanor, he was certainly not someone who had always been affluent. Yet, he was capable of offering his daughter several million in concessions. One must understand that while ordinary businessmen might be calculative, more sophisticated entrepreneurs should learn the art of benevolent profit-sharing. Yang Feng remained unaware of Zhao Guofeng's thoughts about him. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to accept assistance in selling his item. The vehicle came to a halt in front of a villa estate. This was Zhao Zhuwei's home. After Yang Feng entered, he had the chance to meet Zhao Zhuwei's mother, Qiu Yuexiang. It was the first time Qiu Yuexiang saw her daughter bring someone home. However, upon learning that Yang Feng was a mere commoner, she appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Zhao Guofeng did not engage in any argument with her, clearly indicating that both of them were still assessing Yang Feng. As night fell, Yang Feng finished his meal at home and learned the final results of the auction. The ancient text from the Song dynasty, due to its excellent condition and value, was ultimately sold for an astonishing 89 million. Since it was a friend of Zhao Guofeng, only a 5 commission was deducted, which was quite favorable considering that typical auction fees exceed 10. Coupled with the profits from his previous gambling on stones, Yang Feng had swiftly transformed into a wealthy individual. In just a few days, he had made a remarkable leap from being a penniless youth to affluence. Yet, for Yang Feng, this was merely the beginning. After the meal, the substantial sum of money had not yet been transferred, though Zhao Guofeng assured him it would be credited by the following day. As the night deepened, Yang Feng had no intention of staying over. Zhao Guofeng accompanied him to the entrance of the villa and remarked, "Xiao Feng, if you truly wish to establish a jade company, feel free to reach out to me for quality jade. As long as the quality is good, we have the means to purchase it all." Yang Feng agreed, understanding that high-quality jade was a rare find, even for many large enterprises. Thus, for these companies, such essential raw materials were also a valuable commercial resource. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Feng departed on foot. Although Zhao Guofeng offered to have someone drive him home, Yang Feng declined, feeling the need to clear his mind in the fresh air. In a short span, he had earned an unimaginable amount of money, a feat he would never have dared to dream of before. Upon arriving home, he noticed a notification on his bank card indicating that 12 million had already been credited. This was the money he had earned from gambling on stones with Gu Yongguei, and it seemed the transaction had been completed promptly. The boss was indeed trustworthy. At home, as Yang Feng reclined on the sofa and gazed at the 8-digit balance on his phone, he took a deep breath and murmured to himself, "I should send some money home, and also a sum to that girl, Xiao Shi." Although he had previously sent her 2,000 yuan. Considering it was the last month of her semester, he decided to send her another amount. He did not transfer too much, fearing it might overwhelm his family. Just as he completed the transfer, he received a call from his father. Yang Feng answered, asking, "Dad, what's wrong?" His father, Yang Anyan, replied, "Xiao Feng, why have you sent money again? We have enough at home. Keep the money for yourself and don't send any more back." He was concerned about his son suffering outside. Yang Feng smiled confidently and reassured, "Dad, don't worry. Our family is not lacking in funds. Once I finish my current commitments, I'll come visit you and Mom." "Ah, you boastful fellow," once again speaking grandly. "However, I have something to discuss with you." Previously, the village intended to embark on development and sought to raise funds. The secretary has issued a notice, calling upon you young people to return and contribute your ideas. Yang Antian spoke lightly. He was not uneducated. In that era, he graduated from high school but chose to remain in the village as a teacher for the sake of his homeland. Eventually, when the village's primary school was closed, he became a full-time farmer. Yang Feng listened, beginning to grasp the situation, and nodded, saying, "I understand. Once I finish my current tasks, I shall return to the village." After exchanging a few more words, they hung up the phone. Yang Feng felt that his foremost priority was to generate income. However, aside from that, he remained troubled by the events of that day. Yang Feng was acutely aware that there were likely clandestine organizations seeking those antiquities imbued with spiritual energy. Furthermore, they probably possessed means of detecting such energies, albeit different from his own vision. Could they also be practitioners? Yang Feng pondered to himself in bewilderment. But soon, he dismissed these thoughts. As the night passed, the next day commenced with Yang Feng busily attending to the matters of establishing his company. His knowledge of entrepreneurship was limited, but fortunately, he could seek Lin Shui's assistance. It was during this time that Yang Feng truly appreciated the significance of connections. Lin Shui suggested that Yang Feng partner with an investment firm, concurrently holding stakes in two companies, one specializing in antique trading and the other in jade trading. With Lin Shui's help, Yang Feng swiftly resolved all matters related to the company establishment within a few days, transforming himself into the proprietor of several large enterprises. Days went by, and today marked the occasion of picking up Gao Ronghai from the hospital. After a few days of recuperation, this fellow had nearly fully recovered, likely due to the fact that he only sustained a cracked rib rather than a complete break. At the hospital entrance, Gao Ronghai emerged and spotted Yang Feng and Lu Qingyang not far away. This way, this way. Gao Ronghai called out excitedly, waving to them. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and replied, "You rascal, you're not yet fully recovered. Don't leap around recklessly. Haha. Lying in the hospital for these few days has driven me mad. I've been itching to be discharged," Gao Ronghai responded, basking in the sunlight. It was just past 10 in the morning, the most temperate hour of the day. Yang Feng, with a sense of helplessness, asked, "By the way, do you remember what I asked Lu Qingyang to convey to you?" Of course. It was about helping you find some jade rough materials, right? I'll speak with old Gu about it," Gao Ronghai readily replied. However, the best jade roughs are still located near the mountain city in the southern region. And some are found in other countries, especially where there are many old mines. Yang Feng entrusted this matter entirely to him, adding, "It would be best to recruit a few people, as establishing a company is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight." Yang Feng hoped that Gao Ronghai would take this seriously. He could discern that Gao Ronghai, too, had endured frustrations for over 20 years. Though he had a jovial temperament, he was also a reliable individual when it came to getting things done. Let us not dwell on that any longer. After the arduous journey of being discharged from the hospital, shall we seek out a four-wheeled marvel? Gao Ronghai chuckled, remarking, "You, my friend, previously assisted me in selling an entire store's worth of stones, and now I find myself with a sum of money to replace my vehicle. Why the haste? I have already made arrangements with Qing Lan. Once I acquire the car, I shall take her for a drive." "I never agreed to that," Lu Qinglan retorted with a sidelong glance. Their camaraderie appeared quite amiable. Yang Feng chose to refrain from commenting further on the matter. Reflecting on it, he realized he, too, needed to procure a vehicle. After addressing the affairs in Jiangcheng, Yang Feng planned to return to his hometown, which, though not exceptionally distant, was a mere few hundred kilometers away by car. It was a modest, underdeveloped mountain village. Now that he had the means, Yang Feng was eager to explore the possibility of initiating some development investments upon his return, even if it resulted in losses. It would serve as a means of giving back to his roots. At this moment, Gao Ronghai remained oblivious to the grand business empire already taking shape in Yang Feng's mind. After hailing a taxi, Lu Qinglan occupied the front seat, while Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai settled into the back. "By the way, Yang Feng, what was the initial investment for your jade company?" Gao Ronghai inquired. He recalled that Yang Feng had previously earned several million and speculated that it must be from those funds. Yang Feng gazed out the window, casually responding. "The initial investment was 40 million. What?" Gao Ronghai sprang up, his head colliding with the car's ceiling. "What on earth? Did you rob a bank while I was hospitalized?" He was utterly bewildered. The exaggerated expression on his face prompted the taxi driver to shake his head. Reduced to taking a cab, yet still boasting, the driver sighed. "Had it not been for the fare, you might have accelerated straight to the psychiatric hospital." Nevertheless, as the taxi halted in front of a car dealership, Gao Ronghai stepped out, his face aglow with excitement. "Damn it! Today, I must purchase something extravagant. After all, I am the general manager of a company worth several tens of millions." Gao Ronghai's exuberance was palpable. Lu Qinglan shook her head beside him, saying, "Don't get carried away. Yang Feng merely invited you into the company. When did he ever say you would be the general manager?" "Hey, I claimed that title for myself," Gao Ronghai grinned. The trio bantered jovially as they entered the establishment. This was a dealership for a domestic automotive brand that had been generating considerable buzz lately. No sooner had they stepped inside than a sales manager approached them, beaming with enthusiasm. "Good day, gentlemen. Are you here to look at cars? Have you seen any models online that pique your interest? I have been browsing online these past few days. I am interested in that model you have," Gao Ronghai stated, having already set his sights on a specific vehicle. Upon hearing this was a significant client, the sales manager promptly led him in that direction. In contrast, Yang Feng sought merely a modest transportation vehicle costing around 100,000. He held no extravagant aspirations. Driving was simply a matter of convenience. As he surveyed the surroundings, he ultimately found himself in front of a particular model, priced just above 100,000. Yang Feng, though not an automotive expert, had encountered ample information about this vehicle online. As he gazed intently, a voice unexpectedly called out his name from a nearby distance. "Yang Feng?" The tone was laced with surprise. Turning around, Yang Feng discovered that the speaker was none other than his old classmate, Jia Wenba. Born into affluence, Jia Wenba had always looked down upon Yang Feng, having often bullied him during their high school years by mocking his modest background and rustic demeanor. "What car are you eyeing?" Jia Wenba inquired. Glancing at the model Yang Feng was observing, he jeered. "So you're buying this old clunker?" "I simply need a vehicle for transportation," Yang Feng replied calmly, unfazed by the derision in Jia Wenba's tone. Jia Wenba burst into laughter. "Huh? That sounds quite convincing. Are you just deceiving yourself? What it really means is that you can't afford anything better, right?" He continued to taunt Yang Feng. "Weren't you quite proud back in school? How have you ended up like this?" Yang Feng's expression subtly shifted, but he remained composed. "What car I buy has no bearing on my character." Jia Wenba found even greater amusement in Yang Feng's resilience, doubling over in laughter and pointing at him. "I never would have imagined you could still be so defiant at a time like this. You truly are a sight to behold." Just then, a female assistant manager, in her 30s, approached them, having heard that Jia Wenba was purchasing a car. Eager to attend to him, she greeted, "Mr. Jia, this is my high school classmate." "Oh, hello. Fan Shuqing began to extend her hand to shake Yang Feng's. However, Jia Wenba interjected with a disdainful curl of his lip. "Why would you shake hands with him? He's just a pauper." At this remark, Fan Shuqing hastily withdrew her hand, quickly wiping it with a towel, expressing her distaste. "You nearly sullied my hand." "Haha, Manager Fan, you are truly straightforward." Jia Wenba mockingly glanced at Yang Feng. At that moment, Lu Qinglan and Gao Ronghai approached, spotting Yang Feng engaged in conversation. They grinned. "Hey, who is this person with you? Yang Feng? A friend of yours? Look at that. The poor fellow has brought his entourage to buy a car." Jia Wenba laughed again. Their laughter abruptly ceased when Yang Feng, initially intent on ignoring them, retorted coldly. "Jia Wenba, show some respect to my friends." "Haha, you think a pauper like you deserves dignity?" Jia Wenba guffawed. "I've always looked down on you, you country bumpkin. Should I bring you along to our upcoming class reunion? It would be a splendid opportunity for you to witness the disparity between us." "I'm not interested in your affairs," Yang Feng replied firmly. Stubborn as ever. "I see," Jia Wenba smirked. "Enough of this banter with a country bumpkin. Clear the way for me. I would want to delay my purchase of the new arrivals." With a triumphant gleam in his eye, he turned his attention to a fine vehicle in the distance. Fan Shuqing, eager to please, chimed in, "Mr. Jia, the model you requested has been prepared for you in advance." "Excellent." Jia Wenba laughed heartily, casting a glance at Yang Feng while pointing at the newly arrived luxury car. "Do you see that? That car cost 1.8 million. You three impoverished souls will likely never have the chance to ride in such a vehicle in your lifetime." Yang Feng, who is this foolish son of a landlord? Just because he has some money, he thinks he can boast about it. It's one thing to brag in front of a mirror, but to come here and flaunt it is absurd. Gao Ronghai's words dripped with sarcasm. "Look at him, like a little rat wearing sunglasses, pretending to be a capable bodyguard." Lu Qinglan's tone intentionally rose. "Who the hell are you calling a filthy woman?" Jia Wenba retorted angrily, feeling stung. "I'm talking about you. If you dare to say it, you should own it. Got a problem with that?" Lu Qinglan was equally hot-tempered. As the confrontation escalated, Fan Shuqing immediately interjected. "Enough. Who gave you the right to disrespect Mr. Jia? Do you even know where you are? This is a luxury store." Fan Shuqing positioned herself firmly in front of Jia Wenba and coldly commanded, "Security. Remove these paupers. With their meager funds, how dare they insult Mr. Jia while eyeing his fine car? They should save up for another 2 years." At this moment, Fan Shuqing had completely shed her fade. As long as she could protect Jia Wenba, she had no desire to entertain these three impoverished individuals. The commotion attracted the attention of many onlookers, particularly as they observed Jia Wenba's smug expression, which left them feeling quite displeased. It was outrageous how blatantly the wealthy were favored. Indeed, I heard it clearly. That guy was the one who mocked others first. The murmurs from the crowd grew increasingly sharp. Accustomed to being domineering, Jia Wenba ignored the whispers and commanded the security guards, "Why haven't you kicked these beggars out yet? They are an eyesore." The security guards hesitated at that moment. However, just then, a robust voice from outside the crowd rang out. "No one is to move." This voice carried an air of authority, prompting the store staff to glance toward the source and clear a path. The newcomer was none other than the store manager, Zhou Chongjin. Jia Wenba recognized him and, upon seeing him approach, remarked, "Manager Zhou, what brings you here in person?" Yet, Zhou Chongjin did not return his greeting with warmth. Instead, he turned to Yang Feng and quickly said, "Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience you've had here. You know me?" Yang Feng was somewhat taken aback. Zhou Chongjin nodded, explaining, "Yes, Mr. Lin just called to inform me that all the vehicles you select here will be covered by her." "You mean Lin Shui, right?" Yang Feng immediately recalled that when he had sought her assistance previously, she had inquired if he was interested in purchasing a car. At the time, he had casually mentioned a preference for this brand, never expecting she would actually reach out to the manager on his behalf. At this moment, Jia Wenba, upon hearing Lin Shui's name, immediately reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you referring to Lin Shui from Jiangxing Qinglin Technology?" In that instant, Jia Wenba himself was taken aback. How could this impoverished youth possibly know such a prominent figure? Although Jia's family possessed some wealth, it paled in comparison to the Lin family. Akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, the investments associated with the Lin family included several companies valued at over 10 billion. With this particular technology enterprise long exceeding a valuation of 200 billion. As he mentioned this, the rigid expression on his face prompted Gao Ronghai and others to recognize Lin Shui's extraordinary status. I only stayed in the hospital for a few days. How could Jiancheng have changed so drastically? Gao Ronghai appeared utterly bewildered. What had Yang Feng accomplished during these few days? However, Yang Feng remained calm, smiling as he remarked, "It's all right. It's evident that President Zhou is a commendable person." Indeed, Zhou Chongjin, relieved by Yang Feng's approval, wiped the sweat from his brow and then glared coldly at the trembling Fan Shuqing, stating sternly, "You may retrieve your salary from the finance department later." Manager. Zhou Chongjin's authoritative tone left Fan Shuqing with no room for further protest. At this point, Yang Feng turned his gaze towards Jia Wenba, who had just regained his composure. "Yang Feng, we are old classmates, after all. Soon we shall attend a reunion together." Jia Wenba, sensing the gravity of the situation, began to appeal to their past camaraderie. His family's company had dealings with the Lin family, and with Yang Feng's close relationship with Lin Shui, he feared that if his actions disrupted their collaboration, he would face dire consequences from his father. "Have you heard the tale of phoenixes rising from the ashes?" Yang Feng's words were calm yet menacing. Jia Wenba trembled as he suddenly realized that Yang Feng had maintained an unsettling tranquility throughout their interaction. This individual's demeanor had evolved far beyond that of the impoverished youth he once knew. "You are not qualified for me to deal with," Yang Feng concluded, dismissing him without further acknowledgement. He then pointed to a vehicle before him, stating, "I would like this one." He indicated a model worth merely around 100,000. Although someone else was footing the bill, Yang Feng still chose the least expensive option in the dealership. Onlookers were filled with exasperation, thinking, for heaven's sake, if someone else is paying, wouldn't you select a $2 million car? Zhou Chongjin, taken aback, cautiously inquired, "Mr. Yang, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? If you truly want to be generous, please assist me in purchasing cars for my two friends as well," Yang Feng suggested, glancing at Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan, who were momentarily stunned. Although they had set their sights on vehicles exceeding 200,000, the notion of having someone else cover the cost left them hesitant. Yang Feng assuaged their concerns, assuring them that once the contract was signed, the cars would arrive the following day. After completing the purchase, the trio exited the dealership. At that moment, Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan paused, feeling the scorching sun outside, as if they had just awakened from a dream. "Yang Feng, what exactly is your relationship with Lin Shui?" Gao Ronghai inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. He couldn't fathom how this young man was acquainted with such prominent figures. Yang Feng offered no further explanation, simply stating, I have to meet someone shortly. Lu Qingyang, why don't you take him back? He has legs of his own. And I still need to get to work. Lu Qingyang scoffed. At that moment, Gao Ronghai suddenly clutched his chest, his face contorting in pain as he exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. I feel my old injury flaring up. I might need someone to look after me. I can barely catch my breath. Stop pretending. There is truly no time, Lu Qingyang retorted, her tone exasperated. I've recently been working at the Jade Logistics Center. A shipment should arrive this afternoon. If luck is on my side, I might be able to acquire a batch of raw stone waste at a bargain. No wonder you mentioned partnering with friends in business before. Hee, those stones are being sold at an incredibly low price. My friend and I buy them, and then resell them cheaply to market vendors. If fortune smiles upon us, we could make tens of thousands. Lu Qingyang grinned widely. Her personality was quite carefree, and since Yang Feng had met her, she had consistently pursued self-sufficiency. Yang Feng did not deter her, but merely suggested that after she completed her last deal, she should join him and Gao Ronghai at the company. After exchanging farewells with the two, Yang Feng departed by taxi. Having settled matters with the Jade Company, he now needed to recruit for the antique business. In this regard, he was only acquainted with the truly professional Han Yunfu. At that moment, Han Yunfu was engaged in antique appraisal at a friend's auction. In the back room of the Lark auction house, security was tied outside. Yang Feng announced Han Yunfu's name. Upon entering, he was greeted by shelves filled with rare antiques, each marked with a number. The antique furniture and porcelain artworks here resembled a small museum. Han Yunfu was currently examining a piece of porcelain, explaining it to a junior colleague. Within this circle, Han Yunfu held a prestigious position. To those present, his word was as good as gold, and they eagerly played the role of attentive students. Ming Dynasty porcelain is typically characterized by its robust texture and intricate details, adorned with blue and white or red floral designs. In contrast, Qing Dynasty porcelain focuses more on decoration and carving, being relatively lighter and thinner. The Ming Dynasty placed greater emphasis on variations in form and intricate patterns, so this piece appears to be from that era, Han Yunfu elaborated. Those nearby benefited immensely from his insights. Upon his arrival, Yang Feng chose not to interrupt but stood quietly in the back, observing. Everything here was authentic, and in front, there was a sign displaying the starting auction price. To Yang Feng, being here felt akin to entering the abode of Wu Dalong as Shimin Qing, eager to acquire something of value. However, as he was engrossed in his observations, someone noticed his presence and called out sharply, "Who are you? Han is giving a lecture, and you seem utterly distracted." The reprimand drew the attention of the crowd. Han Yunfu turned around at that moment, his expression suddenly shifting to one of surprise. Mr. Han, just as he was about to reprimand, was interrupted by Han Yunfu, who had already set aside his belongings and exclaimed with excitement, "At last, young friend, we meet again." He laughed heartily and stepped forward to grasp Yang Feng's hand. The previously dignified Han Yunfu was now overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Yang Feng's, exhibiting an attitude reminiscent of a true friend rather than that of a senior to a junior. This perplexed the onlookers. Typically, Han Yunfu reserved such warmth for the utmost elite in their circle. Why then, upon encountering a mere youth, did he display such camaraderie? Yang Feng, maintaining a composed demeanor, smiled and replied, "Mr. Han, it has indeed been a while. I heard so much from Miss Li about you. I never expected that upon my return, after painstakingly researching the jade seal for quite some time, you would identify it at a glance." Han Yunfu remarked, filled with astonishment. "I truly am getting old." His humility in front of Yang Feng left the assembled crowd in shock. How extraordinary! The usually haughty Han Yunfu was now so deferential to Yang Feng. The very person who had just scolded him now bowed his head, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing that they were of a similar caliber. Fortunately, Yang Feng was not one to hold grudges. Instead, he said, "Mr. Han, I observe that the items at this auction seem to be rather exceptional. Indeed, however, to uphold the auction house's reputation, we must conduct some appraisals to ensure the starting prices are justifiable." Han Yunfu replied with a smile. "If it weren't for the fact that the owner of this auction house is an old friend of mine, I wouldn't have bothered to come." "Yes, then I still have time. Mr. Han, I see you were quite busy earlier. Shall we conclude your remaining tasks before resuming our discussion?" Yang Feng was considerate not to interrupt his work. Han Yunfu took hold of his hand and said, "You have arrived at just the right moment, for I have something I wish to consult you about." The crowd gasped in disbelief. How remarkable! Han Yunfu sought counsel from a young man. Yang Feng felt somewhat intimidated and quickly replied, "Mr. Han, You flatter me. How could I possibly have the standing to advise you? Do not be modest, young friend. Come. Take a look at this bronze artifact, Han Yunfu urged, leading Yang Feng to a table where an ancient, weathered bronze scroll lay, inscribed with peculiar characters and symbols. Han Yunfu stroked his chin and remarked, "We have been unable to make a definitive judgment on this piece. Might you discern any clues? I shall take a look." Though Yang Feng did not fully comprehend the intricacies of such artifacts, he could assess the scroll's worth with his keen eye. As he gathered his spiritual energy, he suddenly perceived the bronze scroll shimmering with an otherworldly light. Even the inscriptions appeared to levitate before him. This was a first for Yang Feng. Previously, as he examined other antiquities, none had captivated him as this bronze scroll did. Han Yunfu and the others remained silent, hesitant to disrupt his concentration. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Feng felt as if he could finally grasp the meaning behind the characters inscribed upon the scroll. It seemed as though a wealth of knowledge had been suddenly thrust into Yang Feng's mind. He felt that the inscriptions on the iron scroll were likely related to the art of cultivation. Understanding this, he gradually closed his spiritual eye, for his stamina did not permit him to continue gazing at the scroll. Meanwhile, Han Yunfu was watching him expectantly and inquired, "What do you think this bronze iron scroll represents, my young friend?" If I am not mistaken, it is likely a relic from the spring and autumn period. It appeared that Yang Feng's mind had been enriched with newfound insights. Upon hearing this, Han Yunfu sighed, "It seems my thoughts align with yours." Those around them nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Yang Feng now imbued with reverence. Han Yunfu had only managed to ascertain this after extensive research. Yet Yang Feng had discerned the antiquity of the object at a glance, suggesting his knowledge might surpass that of Han Yunfu. This could possibly be a form of seal script. Yang Feng suddenly interjected. His statement momentarily stunned Han Yunfu, but soon he comprehended Yang Feng's implication and nodded. "You are truly unfathomable, my young friend, to possess knowledge of such a niche subject." "No, it is merely a stroke of luck that I happen to know," Yang Feng humbly replied. Yet, those present were well aware that this was merely a display of modesty. In his heart, Yang Feng was elated. The spiritual energy emanating from this object was abundant, and more importantly, the inscriptions might elucidate the methods of harnessing spiritual power. Yang Feng had long struggled with how to develop his eyes, and now it felt like a timely boon. "Who is selling this bronze scroll? What is the price?" Yang Feng inquired. Han Yunfu, slightly taken aback, responded, "The seller has set the base price at 500,000. As you may know, this was a golden era for bronze artifacts, resulting in a greater production quantity and thus a lower price for those that remain. I wish to purchase this. Could you assist me in contacting the seller?" Yang Feng requested. "Of course, I can certainly assist with that," Han Yunfu readily agreed. The two reached an understanding at that moment. After appraising several antiquities, they departed from the backstage and settled in the tea room on the first floor of the auction house. Within the tea room, several elderly individuals were present, alongside others preparing to attend the evening's auction, indulging in tea and leisure. Yang Feng shared with Han Yunfu his aspirations to establish an antique trading company and hoped he could introduce him to some contacts. Upon hearing this, Han Yunfu burst into laughter. "Ah, my young friend, with such a keen eye, you indeed intend to enter this industry." With a sense of admiration, Han Yunfu continued, "Since you have expressed your intentions, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Our company may eventually seek to acquire a collection of artifacts and will require Elder Han's expertise in authentication." Yang Feng was aware of this. Although he had gained Han Yunfu's approval, the industry was highly dependent on authority, and Han Yunfu was a recognized authority in this field. With his support, Yang Feng's spirits soared. Just as they were conversing, Han Yunfu's assistant hurried over, exclaiming, "Elder Han, the investigators have returned once more. Why have they come again?" "Let them come here," Han Yunfu remarked. As the assistant departed, Yang Feng, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What is this investigation bureau for? Have they approached you before?" "It is a special investigative agency in Huaxiao, known as the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It is quite a formidable department that has recently requested my cooperation in several matters," Han Yunfu replied with a sense of resignation. However, judging by their tone, the matters seemed quite significant. "Being an old hand, if I can contribute to my country, I shall do what I can." "Understood. I will make room for them next door while I await the arrival of my bronze scroll," Yang Feng responded. "Thank you for your kindness, my young friend," Han Yunfu acknowledged. Just as they conversed, the assistant returned, guiding two individuals, one male and one female, toward them. The man sported a buzz cut, while the woman wore jeans and had a short hairstyle. They settled across from Han Yunfu. "Forgive us, Han Lao, but we still require your assistance in determining the ownership of several antiquities," the man said, his face etched with concern. Meanwhile, the woman began jotting down notes. Yang Feng, sipping tea and listening attentively to their exchange, suddenly had a revelation. He focused his spiritual sight on the man. In an instant, Yang Feng's expression froze. He distinctly observed that the man possessed exceptionally unique meridians extending from his head to his dantian, with a peculiar white energy coursing through them. This revelation astonished Yang Feng. He had not anticipated such a phenomenon. Realizing the identities of these two individuals, it dawned on him. They were not ordinary people, but likely superpowered beings. Nevertheless, their aura was not particularly strong, leading Yang Feng to believe they were not as formidable as he. Their investigation seemed linked to antiquities, perhaps connected to those who had previously scoured for ancient artifacts. It became apparent that these individuals possessed the ability to discern whether the ancient items bore spiritual energy, clarifying why they sought Han Yunfu's expertise. After their inquiries, they expressed their gratitude and departed. Han Yunfu sighed with relief, turning to Yang Feng and lamenting, "I wonder what has transpired recently. They specifically instructed that certain collectibles must not be sold and urged me to be cautious with the buyer's information. Perhaps it is to safeguard the cultural relics." Yang Feng offered no further explanations, his gaze following the departing duo. Across from them, at an outdoor beverage stand, a woman awaited the two, captivating the attention of all passers-by with her presence. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her exquisitely beautiful face radiated a gentle smile. Her eyes, shimmering like water, caught sight of Yang Feng through the glass from a distance of several meters. "Leader, we have returned," the investigators announced as they approached the woman, only to find her gaze peculiar. As they followed her gaze, the two realized that Murong Wan was, in fact, fixated on Yang Feng. "Team leader, what's wrong?" a female member inquired, puzzled. Murong Wan shook her head and replied casually, "It's nothing. I just stumbled upon something rather intriguing." "You can't be referring to that man, can you? We both noticed he was eavesdropping on us earlier, but it didn't seem significant," the man remarked, somewhat confused. Murong Wan opted not to clarify. Instead, she stated, "All right. It's time to move on to the next location. Today's task is quite demanding. Those individuals have been scouring Jiangcheng for antiques for several days now. If all goes according to plan, they will continue, and we must apprehend a few of their members." Understood, they both promptly agreed. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, he had already drawn attention. After purchasing a bronze iron scroll for 2 million, he returned home. Having spent the day straining his eyes, Yang Feng sought to rest. Time swiftly passed, and by 9 o'clock that evening, he had just awakened, preparing to eat and practice some cultivation when he heard a loud knocking at the door. "Hey, Feng, hurry and open the door," came the frantic voice of Gao Ronghai from outside. During his days of selling illicit films, he had never been this anxious when the police came knocking. Yang Feng opened the door to find Gao Ronghai bursting in like a large black rat, visibly agitated. "Qinglan has gone missing." "Missing? When did you two even start dating?" Yang Feng quipped. "Ugh, not dating. She has gone missing. It's like losing a wife." "I'm in a panic," Gao Ronghai exclaimed, his concern palpable. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and replied, "How do you know this? I just called her 3 times. But she didn't answer, and then her phone was turned off," Gao Ronghai explained, then added hurriedly, "You don't think she has been kidnapped or something, do you? Come on, her family is just like mine. 3 generations of poor farmers. Who would bother to kidnap her?" Yang Feng retorted, "Things are different now. She is a senior executive at our company. Her status has suddenly elevated, which could certainly incite jealousy. As it stands, there are only the 3 of us in the company. Kidnapping a high-ranking official from such a small firm wouldn't even cover the kidnapper's gas money," Yang Feng said, somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, seeing Gao Ronghai's urgent demeanor, Yang Feng conceded, "All right, since you're so worried, why don't we go take a look? I recall she was at the Jade Warehouse in the West District. It would only take us about half an hour to get there." "Then let us hurry," Gao Ronghai urged. "At least let me grab a bite first. Forget eating. I'll treat you to lobster and abalone later. That'll fill you up," Gao Ronghai insisted. Genuinely anxious, Yang Feng had no choice but to comply. The two hopped into a taxi headed for the warehouse mentioned by Lu Qinglan. They arrived at a remote street in Jiacheng, where a vacant lot was filled with warehouses made of corrugated iron. Inside, the lights were bright, and sounds of machinery and labor echoed. In the central warehouse, which was responsible for handling the jade, Lu Qinglan had just finished sorting and was pushing a cart laden with several hundred pounds of waste jade raw stones. Upon turning around, she discovered that Yang Feng and Gao Ronghai had arrived behind her. "What brings you two here?" Lu Qinglan inquired with curiosity. Upon seeing that Lu Qinglan was unharmed, Gao Ronghai finally exhaled in relief. Beside him, Yang Feng shook his head, expressing his reluctance. "I didn't wish to come either." He cast a forlorn glance at Gao Ronghai, who immediately flushed and cleared his throat, offering an excuse. "Well, we heard you mention that this is the sorting warehouse for raw stones. So we thought we'd decome and take a look at the goods." This lad, he hadn't even blushed when I caught him watching films back in high school. Lu Qinglan was not convinced by his words and turned to Yang Feng, questioning, "What's going on?" "Nothing much. We genuinely wanted to see." Yang Feng refrained from exposing Gao Ronghai's pretense. Just then, a man in his 40s approached them, dressed in long sleeves, his face still dusted from recent labor. "Qinglan, are these two your friends?" the man asked as he approached. Lu Qinglan introduced him. "This is Boss Lu of this warehouse. He is the one who procures all these goods." "Hello, Boss Lu," Yang Feng greeted, casting a sidelong glance at the jade raw stones surrounding them. The warehouse was filled with numerous jade stones, seemingly ready to be distributed to various markets. "Is your friend also in the jade business?" Lu Jingshan expressed mild surprise but smiled nonetheless. "Young man, I apologize, but I only deal in wholesale. If you're interested in purchasing raw jade stones, you can find them in the various markets." "I am indeed in wholesale," Yang Feng replied. "What I mean is, the minimum wholesale here starts at 20 million. Lu Jingshan implied that they did not cater to small clients. Yang Feng smiled, retorting, "Why is Boss Lu so concerned that we cannot afford it?" "Oh?" Lu Jingshan was genuinely surprised. He knew Lu Qinglan was not wealthy, and out of kindness, he usually offered them low-priced waste materials, allowing them to earn a little. However, could Lu Qinglan's friends possibly be affluent? Nevertheless, Lu Jingshan, being a decent man, remarked, "In that case, let me show you around." "Thank you," Yang Feng replied. The warehouse was now left with only 5 or 6 employees, and the incoming jade raw stones had already been sorted. Lu Jingshan divided the stones into 5 categories based on price per kilogram, effectively creating 5 small mountains within the warehouse. This pile of stones was priced at 500 yuan per kilogram, considered better than waste. Next to it, another pile was priced at 1,000 yuan per kilogram, showcasing decent quality, and Lu Jingshan elaborated, introducing them to Yang Feng. The heaviest stones could reach as high as 10,000 yuan per kilogram, and they were of excellent quality. Lu Jingshan exhibited remarkable patience, and once he finished his introductions, he suggested, "If you genuinely wish to purchase, I believe that pile over there, priced at 500 yuan per kilogram, is quite good. I can lower the wholesale threshold for you." "No. We wish to buy some of everything." Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he directly stated, "This time, I intend to wholesale 30 million worth of jade rough." "Really?" Lu Jingshan found it hard to believe. Given Yang Feng's attire, he did not appear to be a wealthy businessman. Yang Feng smiled and patted the shoulders of the nearby Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan, saying, "I almost forgot to introduce you. These two are the general manager and deputy general manager of my company." Lu Jingshan couldn't suppress a chuckle but soon shook his head, saying, "Young man, I genuinely wish to engage in business with you. If you are merely jesting at my expense, that would be rather unkind." "Hey, Lu boss. Why do you look down on me? I've worked hard to become a general manager. Let's show some respect." Gao Ronghai puffed out his chest proudly. Lu Jingshan glanced at him and replied helplessly, my apologies. It's just that your demeanor doesn't quite match your title." He repeatedly expressed his contrition. However, turning back to the two, he remained somewhat skeptical. Is this fellow truly that wealthy? My company secured its warehouse just a couple of days ago. We can ship directly now, and I'll have someone pay you immediately. Yang Feng recognized Lu Jingshan's concerns. Observing his calm demeanor, Lu Jingshan sensed that Yang Feng was not merely boasting. "Which stones have caught your eye? Would you prefer to select them yourself? Or should I have my people prepare a package for you?" Lu Jingshan inquired. In a place abundant with stones, it is customary for clients to bring individuals to select a batch before arranging for transport. Yang Feng nodded, responding, "Let the 3 of us choose ourselves. It will also give you a chance to pick well, Gao Ronghai. You'll inevitably have to lead such tasks in the future." "Really, let me choose?" Gao Ronghai exclaimed. "Of course, avoid the cheap ones and start with those costing several thousand per kilogram. Tomorrow, you'll arrange for some personnel to begin with a batch." Yang Feng instructed Gao Ronghai. Elated, Gao Ronghai seized the opportunity to showcase his abilities, unable to decline. For Yang Feng, however, this was an excellent method to navigate the murky waters. He had already identified several stones of exceptional quality. If these stones were successfully opened, their combined value would undoubtedly exceed 100 million. He would then have Gao Ronghai procure some stones of lesser quality to use the company as a cover, thereby minimizing suspicion. After encountering individuals from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau during the day, Yang Feng became increasingly vigilant. He realized that he was not the only one possessing special abilities in this world. If the truth about his eyes were to be uncovered, it could cost him his life. Throughout the night, Gao Ronghai and Yang Feng selected a batch of stones. Lu Jingshan personally arranged for their transportation to the warehouse of the newly established company. Yang Feng then entrusted the remaining matters to Gao Ronghai. He was already aware of the potential profit from these stones. For Gao Ronghai, this served as a small test from Yang Feng. Thus, Yang Feng chose not to supervise the stone cutting, but left the entire responsibility in Gao Ronghai's hands. Trusting those he employed, he refrained from suspicion. As the night deepened, Yang Feng returned home to a tranquil evening. The room was illuminated only by the dim glow of a lamp. Yang Feng had taken out the bronze scroll he purchased earlier that day, placing it upon the bed. He sat cross-legged before the scroll, slowly closing his eyes. At that moment, spiritual energy began to connect with the bronze scroll. In the tranquil environment, Yang Feng felt more distinctly that the characters inscribed within the scroll seemed to seep into his consciousness. Eye technique, earth binding, and eye technique, source retracing. Yang Feng was oblivious to the significance of these two techniques. Nevertheless, he followed the instructions, channeling his spiritual energy, repeatedly cleansing the area around his eyes with it. The night passed swiftly. When Yang Feng finally opened his eyes again, it was already the following morning. The sun hung high in the sky. He glanced at the bed, and to his astonishment, the bronze scroll had completely oxidized, reduced to a pile of worthless scrap. This was likely due to the spiritual energy he had absorbed from it. Moreover, the bed bore a damp patch, soaked with sweat. After taking a shower and tidying up, it was nearly noon. As Yang Feng prepared to boil some instant noodles in the kitchen, a knock echoed from the door. Who could it be? He pondered, feeling somewhat irritated. Upon opening the door, he found Li Wenfei, whom he had encountered once before, standing at the threshold. Yang Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, "What brings you here? Just thought I'd pay a visit. Am I unwelcome?" Li Wenfei replied with a cheerful grin. Yang Feng said nothing further and let her in, remarking, "A person of your stature rarely visits without a purpose. Are you here to cause trouble?" "Merely came to see you," Li Wenfei responded as she stepped inside. She noticed the instant noodles on the table, her surprise evident as she teased, "You're already a billionaire, yet you're still eating instant noodles? Wealthy individuals need not necessarily indulge in golden toilets. What is wrong with enjoying a bowl of noodles?" Yang Feng retorted nonchalantly. After a few casual bites, he glanced at Li Wenfei sitting across from him and suddenly remembered to ask, "Have you eaten yet? I have more noodles in the fridge." "No worries. I'll just watch you eat," she replied, seemingly with an agenda. Yang Feng noticed the bag she carried and said, "You wish for me to appraise an antique, don't you? I've encountered a challenge and would appreciate your assistance," Li Wenfei said, placing a wooden box on the table, her smile widening. "I heard you previously helped Old Han appraise a bronze artifact. Did you purchase it?" "Your information is quite impressive," Yang Feng replied. "He recommended you to me." Li Wenfei, straightforward by nature, got to the point without any pretense. Having just learned 2 eye techniques yesterday, one of which was source retracing, he was eager to test it. "All right, just let me finish my meal," he said, hastily finishing a few bites. Yang Feng then invited Li Wenfei to open the box. Inside lay an exceptionally unique ceramic vessel, approximately 20 centimeters tall. Though it was not particularly exquisite and lacked a glaze, the ancient aura it exuded made it appear remarkably valuable. More importantly, there seemed to be a few indistinct characters etched upon the surface of the ceramic. "The authentication of this item appears to be rather challenging," Li Wenfei jested. However, she did not harbor any disdain towards Yang Feng. It is worth noting that she had meticulously examined the porcelain herself and even consulted several experts in the field of antiques for verification. The evaluations she received were, however, disparate. This uncertainty led Li Wenfei to seek Yang Feng's perspective, albeit with little expectation. At that moment, Yang Feng picked up the peculiar porcelain. As his fingers glided over its surface, he found its texture indistinguishable from other porcelain pieces he had previously encountered. His gaze began to delve into the interior of the porcelain as it was customary for him. Merely peering through the surface would not suffice for such artifacts, given Yang Feng's limited knowledge of antiques. Nonetheless, he could discern its value through the luminescence emitted by the artifact. Li Wenfei observed Yang Feng intently, eager to glean insights from his expressions. Yet, what unsettled her was the lack of discernible emotion on his face, particularly in his eyes. After comprehending the essence of the porcelain, Yang Feng employed the knowledge he had acquired the previous day, allowing a gentle aura to envelop the piece. Remarkably, the porcelain began to gradually revert to its past. In that moment, it seemed as though Yang Feng's eyes were witnessing the echoes of the porcelain's former life. However, the vision soon ceased its ebb and flow, culminating in a smile from Yang Feng. Noticing his demeanor, Li Wenfei promptly inquired, "What do you sense?" The inscriptions on this ceramic are likely from the state of Chu during the Warring States period, and judging by the script, they appear to be the work of literati. Yang Feng replied nonchalantly. His words filled Li Wenfei with exuberance, prompting her to exclaim, "Indeed, it appears you truly understand." Li Wenfei had refrained from disclosing this information earlier, fearing it might cloud his judgment, and she wished to ascertain Yang Feng's capabilities. Now, it seemed he was indeed deserving of his reputation. Therefore, according to your assessment, this should be a relic from the Warring States period, correct? Li Wenfei asked. Yang Feng did not respond directly, but instead asked, "How much did you pay for this?" "It was acquired by a friend of mine for 10 million, she replied. "That's reasonable, given the craftsmanship." 10 million could be considered a fair price for appreciating the artistry, Yang Feng quipped. Li Wenfei's expression shifted slightly as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" "This piece is from last week," he clarified. "Last week? A week ago, do you comprehend?" "What nonsense!" Li Wenfei exclaimed, sitting up in disbelief. She gazed at Yang Feng, struggling to fathom his assertion. How could that be possible? If I am not mistaken, this item should have an authentic counterpart. Yet they have not sold you the genuine article. Rather, they have produced a counterfeit through skilled imitation, thus rendering it so convincingly realistic. Yang Feng remarked. Tapping the bottle once more, their genuine articles should possess some flaws. They have conducted an analysis of the authentic materials, such as the proportions of lime, quartz, and kaolin, ultimately crafting this remarkably convincing imitation. But how did you discern it? He gestured towards the interior of the bottle, where a flaw in the manufacturing process was evident, tiny holes that had been sealed with material on the surface. If you are willing, you could break the bottle open and inspect the interior. Yang Feng shrugged. Li Wenfei produced a flashlight and peered inside the bottle. She gently tapped it and then scraped away a layer from the interior with her nail. Indeed, as Yang Feng had suggested, the craftsmanship flaws were laid bare. Observing the quality within, she could surmise that it was, in fact, a modern creation. Li Wenfei fell into a contemplative silence, not due to any financial loss, but rather in astonishment at Yang Feng's uncanny ability to identify the defects so swiftly, coupled with his earlier recognition of the Chu script. His breadth of knowledge was truly formidable. What kind of person is your master? Li Wenfei could not resist inquiring. Yang Feng shrugged again, replying, I have completed your appraisal. Why are you now prying into someone else's privacy? His words rendered Li Wenfei helpless, prompting her to stow away the bottle. Thank you, she said as she stood up. Noticing the remnants of instant noodles on his table, she asked, Have you eaten enough? Shall I treat you to another meal? Not a chance. I plan to pick up my car soon, and then I have to head to the office, he replied. Is that the company dealing with jade and antiques? Li Wenfei had heard of it, and continued, Would you be interested in allowing me to invest? I could contribute a sum as a silent partner. The company doesn't require much funding at the moment. However, should the need for investment arise in the future, you are welcome to reach out, he responded. Li Wenfei appeared quite generous. Yet, in the midst of her sentence, she suddenly chuckled, saying, By the way, do you know who Shui is? I've heard of her on television. She is supposedly the head of some company, right? What about the Lin family? I heard about them when I bought my car yesterday. They seemed quite impressive, but I didn't delve too deeply into it. Yang Feng feigned ignorance. Observing his naive demeanor, Li Wenfei teased. You're not pretending to be indifferent, are you? What do you think about dating Xiao Shui? Yang Feng, caught off guard, sprayed water across the table, eyes wide in disbelief. Sister, are you out of your mind? Hey, I'm just trying to play matchmaker. Look at how excited you are. You, with your wealth, could seek other amusements rather than targeting me as your sole prey, he retorted, feeling his heart race a bit. However, Li Wenfei's laughter grew ever more exuberant as she said, Are you really not considering it? Xiao Shui's family is quite affluent, and she is quite beautiful. If you two were to date, You might just find yourself on the rich list. You're rather well off yourself. Why not just make do together instead of bothering her? Yang Feng replied with a shrug. Li Wenfei beamed with a mischievous smile and said, I have been waiting for that line. Shall we head out now? My home is quite spacious. If we were to live together, who knows, you might even make it onto the wealthy list. Enough, enough. Cease your attempts to corrupt my soul with wealth. I aspire to be a member of the affluent generation and shall not be swayed by the temptations of you rich women, Yang Feng declared, clutching his chest in a mock display of resistance. Just then, a loud knock echoed through the door, followed by the excited voice of Gao Ronghai. Yang Feng, brother Feng. Hurry and open the door. Our company has struck it rich. In his eagerness, Gao Ronghai rushed in like a large black rodent. It was at that moment that he noticed the beautiful woman in the room. Oh no, did I come at an inopportune time? He exclaimed, looking utterly bewildered. Li Wenfei laughed heartily and waved, hello there. Gao Ronghai turned to Yang Feng, confused by the situation. Yang Feng shot a glance at Li Wenfei and continued. Pay her no mind, just tell me what you were saying. We acquired that batch of stones yesterday, and I took a team to excavate some this morning. Can you guess what we found? Gao Ronghai, brimming with excitement and a hint of mystery, replied, high ice type, high green, 3 cuts in. And we struck glass type imperial green, 20 kilograms. Gao Ronghai exclaimed, nearly beside himself with joy. Even Li Wenfei, upon hearing this, expressed her astonishment. Isn't that a fortune? At least 100 million. I just had someone appraise it, and now we only need to wait for the buyer to get in touch. Gao Ronghai was elated. He had never anticipated that on the very first day of excavating stones, they would unearth such a treasure. Although they incurred losses on some of the other stones, the profits were substantial. Yang Feng, seemingly unfazed by the news, said, I will give you a call later. You can arrange for the Jiancheng Jewelry Company to handle the acquisition. Such jade is highly sought after by every company. Shouldn't we explore a few more options? Gao Ronghai inquired, only to suddenly remember, oh right, you know Zhao Zhuwei. Really? You know the young lady from the Zhao family? Li Wenfei interjected. Gao Ronghai, now even more curious, asked, Brother Feng, who is she? You aren't hiding a beautiful woman, are you? Indeed. Just moments ago, I was discussing how wealth might corrupt him. Li Wenfei chimed in, cutting Yang Feng off before he could clarify. Well, a wealthy woman, Gao Ronghai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yang Feng, slightly annoyed, tapped his head and retorted, are you out of your mind? She is merely a friend of Lin Shui. And could you think of something more substantial than just rich women? Well, Brother Feng, you know my dream girl, right? Maria Ozawa or Teacher Tsang, surely not Aii Jima? Gao Ronghai jested. Stop with the nonsense. My dream girl remains in my dreams, Yang Feng replied, clearing his throat, his eyes glimmering with desire. My aspiration is that as I age, a beautiful girl will emerge, using wealth to ensnare my soul, luxury homes to bind my body, and opulent cars and yachts to restrict my movements. And then what? Whenever I pursued my ideals, she would invariably manifest before me, forcefully hurling a bundle of money into my face. Naturally, if circumstances permitted, she would also bear me a child, using the offspring to coerce me into foregoing work. Ultimately, I lost myself amidst the allure of wealth and the confines of family, surrendering my lofty aspirations and descending into a life of degradation and monotony. This was how Gao Ronghai depicted his dream lover. Yang Feng sat frozen on the sofa, while even Li Wenfei paused momentarily before gradually directing her gaze toward him, gently articulating, I suddenly sense that your soul may indeed be a touch more noble than his. The expressions of the two prompted Gao Ronghai to come to a realization. Enough, enough, it seems futile to elucidate this to you two ordinary souls, he sighed. Li Wenfei glanced at her watch and, at that moment, rose to say, let me address another matter of importance. As she spoke, she retrieved a lavishly gilded invitation from her bag. The opulence of this invitation was evident, signifying its considerable worth. It was an invitation to the grand banquet celebrating Lin Shui's grandfather's 70th birthday, which would be attended by numerous social luminaries. Xiao Xue mentioned that you have established a company, so she asked me to deliver this to you, allowing you to engage with them, Li Wenfei explained with a smile. This is the first time I've seen Xiao Xue show such concern for someone. You must seize this opportunity. Having said that, Li Wenfei bid farewell to the two and cheerfully departed from the house. Yang Feng escorted her to the door. Upon returning home, he discovered Gao Ronghai already examining the invitation. Wow, it seems as though this is genuinely made of gold, at least several grams. Gao Ronghai marveled at the extravagance of wealthy families. However, Yang Feng appeared less concerned, inquiring instead, "By the way, how is the recruitment situation at the company today? Didn't you ask Lin Shui to help find a batch of management and operational staff? They have all assumed their positions. But there is still another batch that needs to be recruited, and the transition of duties requires considerable time," Gao Ronghai explained. "We will need to open a new batch of stores to enhance the brand value of our jadeite raw stones. You know, when I previously opened a shop, there was a chain store showcasing our products. Yes, we will initially focus on Jiangxing. The funds from selling this batch of jadeite will primarily be used for expansion," Yang Feng elaborated. He understood that Gao Ronghai was not particularly well-versed in many matters. Hence, he had intentionally requested Lin Shui to send some reliable individuals. The company was just beginning, and everything required time. However, towards the end of their conversation, Gao Ronghai's expression appeared somewhat troubled. "Brother Feng, you see, if I go alone to interview others, I might misjudge or become drowsy. I really need someone to accompany me," Gao Ronghai said, casting a glance that hinted at Yang Feng. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment before responding. "You wish for Lu Qinglan to accompany you for the interviews, don't you? Oh, you know me well, my brother. A brother's heart is intertwined with yours. Do you think of your brother in such matters?" "I feel a bit shy," Gao Ronghai replied. "All right, I'll give her a call shortly." Yang Feng agreed, and just as he finished speaking, the phone rang. The caller ID revealed that it was indeed Zhao Guofeng on the line. Yang Feng recalled that the last time he had interacted with their family, the reception had been rather lukewarm. Although Zhao Guofeng seemed to harbor no grievances against him, Zhao Zhuai's mother, Qiu Yuexiang, had treated Yang Feng with palpable disdain. "Uncle, is there something you need?" Yang Feng inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing Yang Feng's voice, Zhao Guofeng grew somewhat anxious. "Yang Feng, have you seen Zhuai?" "I haven't seen her," Yang Feng replied, bewildered. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning his company for the past few days and had had no time to contact Zhao Zhuai. Zhao Guofeng, in a state of urgency, continued, "This child hasn't returned home for several days and hasn't contacted us either." "Really?" Yang Feng was taken aback. Although Zhao Zhuai was lively, it was hard to believe she would resort to running away from home. Zhao Guofeng quickly added, "If you happen to see her, please let me know immediately. I'll send someone out to search for her. Actually, we are just ordinary friends. Even if she did run away, she likely wouldn't come to me." Yang Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. As he spoke, another call came in. Yang Feng's heart sank when he saw the caller ID. It was Zhao Zhuai. Zhao Guofeng, still unaware, stated, "All right, if you hear anything about her, make sure to inform me right away." "Understood," Yang Feng affirmed before hanging up. He answered Zhao Zhuai's call. "Hello, Yang Feng. Where are you?" "I'm at the milk tea shop near your home," Zhao Zhuai asked. Yang Feng, feeling resigned, replied, "I'm at home. Just wait for me there." After giving her a few instructions, he ended the call and noticed Gao Ronghai watching him intently. "Brother Feng, you're not seriously considering dating the young lady from the Zhao family, are you? Do you wish to live off her?" Gao Ronghai eyed him skeptically, then suddenly exclaimed, "Why has such good fortune come my way? I'd rather not struggle anymore. Get lost, hurry back for your interview. I want to see how it goes." Yang Feng shot him a glare. After sending Gao Ronghai away, he asked him to bring someone to help with retrieving his car. At Tianlong Square, the place was bustling with crowds, lively and vibrant. Following Zhao Zhuai's directions, Yang Feng arrived at the milk tea shop where he found her engrossed in her phone. He took a seat across from her and remarked, "Why are you out here alone?" "Ah, you're here." Zhao Zhuai beamed as she set her phone aside. Noticing her cheerful demeanor, Yang Feng questioned, "I heard your father say you haven't been home for several days. Did he call you? You didn't tell him I was here, did you?" "No, I didn't mention it," she replied, a hint of mischief in her voice. "Then that explains it. They must be frantic with worry." Zhao Zhuai's eyes sparkled with discontent. Yang Feng discerned the source of her displeasure. "Did your mother arrange a blind date for you? Let her go on her own for a blind date. Why bring it home?" Zhao Zhuai huffed indignantly. It was evident that her family had pressured her to the brink. Yang Feng was aware of her erratic temperament and could only ask, "What are you going to do now?" "Isn't that why I came to seek your assistance?" She replied. "Seek my help?" Yang Feng said, puzzled. "What can I possibly do for you?" "Help me find a place to live nearby. I want to move out," she stated. "Don't be absurd. Why would you leave a grand mansion to look for another place? That house belongs to my parents. What if they bring a suitor home while I'm asleep? I certainly do not wish to live with them every day," Zhao Zhuai muttered. Yang Feng understood her plight. It is rare for young people to want to live with their parents, especially when there's a mother constantly arranging blind dates. By the way, what about your friend? Yang Feng inquired. You mean Xiaoyu? I just called her, but I can't stay at her place. It would cause trouble, Zhao Zhui murmured. In any case, I need to move out for a couple of days until my mother stops bringing people home. Just as she spoke, Chun Jiyue approached from a distance. Wei Jia. Chun Jiyue hurried over, exclaiming, What brings you here? And why are you with this seemingly dubious character? Excuse me, young lady, please address me properly, Yang Feng interjected. Catching his breath, Chun Jiyue paid no mind to him and turned to Zhao Zhui with excitement in her eyes. Wei Jia, I heard you ran away from home. How about staying at my place? No, I plan on finding an apartment nearby, Zhao Zhui replied. Perfect. I'm also moving out. We can live together. Chun Jiyue exclaimed enthusiastically. Running away from home sounds thrilling. The two seemed to have concocted a grand plan. However, after sharing their scheme, they noticed Yang Feng remained unresponsive. Yang Feng, what's wrong? Zhao Zhui inquired, perplexed. His gaze was fixed on a crowd not far from the square, where a pair of eyes were clearly observing them. Are they targeting Zhao Zhui? I recall your father shouldn't know you are here, right? Yang Feng suddenly asked. Zhao Zhui nodded, of course not. I've been busy job hunting these past few days and haven't had time to deal with them. Perhaps you should return home? Yang Feng suggested, feeling an unsettling notion that those individuals were not ordinary. He was particularly concerned about Zhao Zhui's unique identity and feared for her safety. Nevertheless, Zhao Zhui had already dismissed such thoughts and stood up, saying, We have matters to attend to, so remember to help us find a place. With that, the two departed. After watching them leave, the strange gaze from the crowd vanished. Were they truly here for Zhao Zhui? Yang Feng sensed a looming threat. Meanwhile, from the distant crowd emerged two men dressed in casual attire, wearing dark sunglasses. Both donned headphones, seemingly reporting on the situation. One of them, looking puzzled, whispered to his companion, I feel like that man was watching us just now. The one with Zhao Zhui? Indeed, he cannot possibly discover us, can he? One person expressed concern. The other immediately shook his head and replied, Impossible. It must be your imagination. He is merely an ordinary individual and cannot discern us among so many. Moreover, the plan is about to commence. Hesitation at this juncture would jeopardize our explanation to the higher-ups. Yes, I understand. The two conferred. Unbeknownst to them, a conspiracy was quietly brewing at that very moment. As Yang Feng was preparing to assist Zhao Zhui in finding a residence, a black sedan came to a halt beside the road. Yang Feng recognized the vehicle. Two individuals emerged from the car, Zhao Guofeng and Qiu Yuexiang. As Qiu Yuexiang stepped out, she immediately positioned herself in front of Yang Feng and furiously demanded, Where have you secretly hidden my daughter? Yang Feng furrowed his brow at her condescending tone. The last time he visited Zhao Guofeng's home, her demeanor had been equally disdainful. However, out of respect for Zhao Zhui and the fact that he was in her mother's domain, he had chosen to remain courteous. He had not anticipated her audacity to escalate the situation. I have not concealed her. She merely happened to call me nearby a moment ago. Yang Feng maintained his composure. Yet, Qiu Yuexiang's anger intensified as she coldly retorted, Let me make this clear. Zhuai is my only daughter, and you should harbor no improper intentions towards her. Or else. Aunt, it appears you are not grasping the situation, Yang Feng interjected, narrowing his eyes. The one who drove her away from home is not me. It seems to be you. I did all of that for her benefit. Do you comprehend nothing? For the child's good, a phrase so noble and righteous, elicited a derisive scoff from Yang Feng. Taken aback by Yang Feng's audacity to challenge her, Qiu Yuexiang became even more incensed. What right do you have to speak to me like this? You are not my son. What authority do you have to judge me? Yang Feng countered. You. Qiu Yuexiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Guofeng shot a stern glance at Qiu Yuexiang and interjected, Enough. With a huff. Qiu Yuexiang turned away. Zhao Guofeng sighed and said, I apologize. My wife is a bit anxious. However, Xiao Feng, you must have seen Shuai earlier. Do you know where she has gone? She went out with Chun Jiyue to buy something. It seems, Yang Feng replied. Could you possibly call her? Zhao Guofeng inquired. Without hesitation, Yang Feng took out his phone and dialed Zhao Zhui's number. Strangely, the phone that had been reachable moments ago was now turned off. Perhaps the battery died. I cannot get through, Yang Feng said as he handed his phone to Zhao Guofeng. After attempting to call as well and confirming it was unreachable, a frown creased Zhao Guofeng's face. I have not heard from my daughter in days. It was a struggle to trace her to this location with the surveillance. And now it appears she has left so quickly. Alas, this child. Zhao Guofeng expressed his helplessness. Then, Xiaofeng, I implore you, if you encounter her again, please allow me to speak with her, will you? Of course, if I see her again, Yang Feng assured him. Thank you, Zhao Guofeng replied. However, Qiu Yuexiang beside him seemed somewhat displeased, saying, this child is truly too mischievous. Even at such a time, she still hides from us. Just as she uttered these words, Zhao Guofeng's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Zhao Guofeng's heart leapt with joy, exclaiming, it's Xiaowei calling. Quickly, put it on speaker. Qiu Yuexiang hurriedly complied. Zhao Guofeng activated the speakerphone and answered the call. Before he could speak, a grim male voice resonated from the other end. Is this Chairman Zhao? The ominous tone carried an unsettling edge, causing the hearts of those present to tighten. Who are you? Zhao Guofeng's tone shifted to one of seriousness. The man let out a sinister chuckle, stating, Chairman, you need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that your daughter is in my possession, and that suffices. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions soured visibly. Qiu Yuexiang quickly seized the phone, exclaiming, what do you want with Xiao Wei? No need to panic. We have no intention of harming her, the man's voice dripped with mockery. Zhao Guofeng took a deep breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. Speak. How much do you want? He understood that such bandits were undoubtedly motivated by greed. However, he was taken aback when the man replied, money is unnecessary. It's too cumbersome to carry. A few million in cash would merely exhaust us. What do you mean by that? Zhao Guofeng retorted. I have heard that Chairman Zhao possesses a painting by Wu Daozi titled The Old Man, Bestowing the Elixir? The man inquired. Zhao Guofeng's expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated that this individual had researched his collection. That painting is quite light, yet its value exceeds 100 million. I trust you understand the course of action you must take? The man's ominous words carried a hint of threat. Without hesitation, Zhao Guofeng responded. I will bring the painting to ransom her. Where are you? You will personally deliver the item to the end of Youth Road in the East District. Beside the trash bin, I will send someone to retrieve it. Once I have the item, your daughter will be returned. The man outlined the terms of the transaction. Zhao Guofeng scoffed. What if you take the item and do not release her? What assurance do I have? Dear Chairman, it seems you have misunderstood the situation. This is not a time for you to negotiate terms. However, should you wish to witness your daughter's fingers being severed one by one, I would be pleased to accommodate you. Enough. I am returning to retrieve the painting. During this time, you must ensure my daughter's safety. Otherwise, you shall receive nothing. Of course, she is our cash cow, the man concluded, and the call abruptly ended. Qiu Yuexiang, feeling anxious, urged, Lao Zhao. What if these people take the painting and do not release her? We will return to fetch the painting and stall them, then call the police from the car. Zhao Guofeng replied, casting one last glance at Yang Feng before departing. At that moment, Yang Feng's expression was grim. He had not expected his earlier premonition to materialize so swiftly. However, considering the time elapsed, they could not have gone far. They were undoubtedly nearby. Following Zhao Guofeng's report to the police, they swiftly commenced their operations. However, when it comes to those lurking in the shadows, their initial response is limited to surveillance and analysis. Even if they manage to locate the perpetrator, given the kidnapper's level of expertise, it is likely that the hostage could be harmed. Shortly after Zhao Guofeng's departure, Yang Feng, in a bold move, ventured alone into a side street. He had sensed the presence of a pair of eyes watching him since earlier. Upon witnessing Zhao Guofeng's exit, those eyes followed suit. Yang Feng promptly pursued this individual, whose pace was alarmingly swift. Nevertheless, Yang Feng's physical capabilities had vastly improved, allowing him to keep up until they reached a dilapidated urban village, where the stranger finally slowed down. Rubbing his eyes, Yang Feng prepared to continue his pursuit. Yet, just a few steps later, a gun was suddenly aimed at him. Kid, your tracking skills leave much to be desired, came a cold, menacing voice, accompanied by a vicious glare. This man was no ordinary thug. He was a trained assassin. With only 3 meters separating them, a mere twitch of the man's finger could lead to Yang Feng's demise. The tension was palpable. Meanwhile, on the other side, the police managed to pinpoint the last known location of Zhao Zhuwai through surveillance. A comprehensive search was initiated, particularly around Qingyang Road, where substantial police presence was deployed. At this moment, Zhao Guofeng had returned home to retrieve Wu Daozi's painting. Seated in his car, he dialed a number. I've got the item, and I'm heading towards Qingyang Road now. Let me speak to my daughter. Zhao Guofeng spoke coldly. The kidnapper's sinister voice responded as he kicked Zhao Zhuai. Hey, speak to your family. Dad, Zhuai, don't be afraid. I will deliver what they want immediately, Zhao Guofeng reassured her. Enough. The call isn't for chit-chat. I've changed my mind about the transaction location. Take the painting to Baiwa Street. The kidnapper's sudden demand caught Zhao Guofeng off guard, his expression shifting. But you just shut up. Don't think I don't know you've alerted the authorities. This is your final chance. Deliver it to the end of Baiwa Street within half an hour, or your daughter is as good as dead. The harsh tone sent Zhao Guofeng into a panic. I'm on my way. I'm going now. He hung up and urgently instructed the driver to change direction. Meanwhile, the police utilized phone-based station triangulation and surveillance to hone in on the urban village. However, within that village, Yang Feng still found himself at gunpoint. Is Zhao Zhuai being kept here? He calmly inquired, glancing back. The man with the gun let out a derisive laugh. What's this? You still want to save her? She's my friend. Haha, I see you're more concerned about others than your own skin. The man chuckled, his grin tinged with a hint of madness as he proclaimed. Since that's the case, I shall first escort you on your final journey, and then your friend will follow suit. Did you not say you would release them after acquiring the painting? That woman has already seen our faces, and returning her will merely squander our chance to escape. The man narrowed his eyes, and Yang Feng felt a chill creep down his spine. This individual was undoubtedly a professional assassin, highly adept at kidnapping, and he had surely devised an escape route long ago. Yet, it was unfortunate for him that today, he had crossed paths with Yang Feng. Prepare to meet your end, he said ominously as the man slowly prepared to pull the trigger. However, in that very instant, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force binding him. As if the gravitational pull of the earth had multiplied several times. His body grew heavy, and when he attempted to squeeze the trigger, he discovered he could not move at all. Tell me, where is Zhao Zhuai being held? Yang Feng's gaze turned icy. This was the eye technique, earth binding. The man stared at Yang Feng in disbelief, exclaiming, Are you a superhuman? I do not comprehend what you are saying, Yang Feng replied, disarming him and delivering a sharp elbow strike to his neck. Thud. The man's body crumpled to the ground. Yang Feng promptly called the police, instructing them to send personnel to apprehend the assassin before continuing onward. This urban village was expansive, and Yang Feng's eyes strained to pierce through the walls, desperately attempting to see into each building. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead until he finally spotted 3 kidnappers within one of the structures, as well as Zhao Zhuai and Chen Jiyue bound on the floor. Yang Feng swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor of that building, positioning himself outside the room. Through his enhanced vision, he could see the occupants inside. The 3 men were stationed at their posts, one on the balcony, while the other 2 chatted in the hall. Stealthily, Yang Feng edged towards the adjacent balcony, silently eliminating the guards stationed there before concealing himself behind the railing. The remaining 2 kidnappers were engaged in conversation within the hall. Once we conclude this job, we can head abroad. This is my final assignment, and the payment from the client will sustain us for the rest of our lives. The other robbers' eyes glimmered with excitement. Yang Feng paused, his expression momentarily frozen. If these kidnappers were truly motivated by greed, they would act together to sell Wu Daizi's painting. Yet, their mention of a benefactor implied that the painting served another purpose. Could it be related to spiritual energy? Yang Feng muttered to himself, his voice barely audible, but it seemed to have caught the attention of the kidnappers immediately. Who goes there? One of them called out as Yang Feng realized he could no longer remain hidden. He burst forth from the balcony, and the bound Zhao Zhuai and her companion gazed at his figure in disbelief. Yang Feng, Zhao Zhuai exclaimed, astonished to see the familiar silhouette before her. Yet, in the next moment, she saw the kidnapper raising his firearm. However, his movements seemed slower than usual. In that fleeting moment, Yang Feng had already rushed to their front. Thud. Bang. The sound of 2 fists striking heads echoed. The 2 kidnappers were momentarily engulfed in darkness and collapsed to the ground, plunging the room back into silence. What was happening? Zhao Zhuai and Chen Jiyue were bound, yet their eyes reflected shock that could not be concealed. They barely comprehended what had transpired before witnessing the 2 robbers felled by Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng approached them and untied their ropes, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Zhao Zhuai seemed to sense his exhaustion and asked with concern, Are you all right, Yang Feng? I'm fine. Just a bit tired from running, he replied, forcing a smile. As Zhao Zhuai made another phone call, the police outside simultaneously located the scene. However, at that moment, Yang Feng had already succumbed to fatigue, seated in a corner with his eyes closed, drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, outside, Zhao Guofeng and his wife hurriedly arrived, marking a brief conclusion to this kidnapping case. Yet, unbeknownst to Yang Feng, this impulsive act had etched his name into the records of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's management system. In Jiangcheng, within the heart of the city, at the Supernatural Management Bureau building, several individuals stood with grave expressions in an office cluttered with documents. Director Wang, our investigation suggests that the motive behind the kidnapping of Zhao Zhuwei may be linked to the spiritual energy within Wu Daozi's painting, and there is likely a mastermind behind it, reported a young man standing at the desk. This individual was Wang Jihua, the deputy director of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and the highest decision-maker in Jiangcheng. Wang Jihua examined the photographs from the scene, ultimately pointing to Yang Feng, who lay in the corner. What can you tell me about this person? He inquired. We encountered him previously while searching for Han Yunfu. He is an expert in antiques and jade. We have just retrieved his information, replied the young man, gesturing to the documents on the desk. Wang Jihua picked up the file and scrutinized it for a moment, knitting his brows in contemplation. His previous background seems rather ordinary. Indeed. But our recent observations indicate that he possesses a remarkably steady temperament. For instance, during his acquaintance with Han Yunfu at the Tin's auction, he reportedly ended up becoming friends with him. The young man elaborated, clearly having done his homework. Wang Jihua continued to study the file before shifting his gaze towards the woman gazing out the window. Murong, what do you think of him? His tone softened noticeably. The woman in question, Murong Wan, remained an enigma within the bureau, perpetually adorned with a smile that conveyed warmth. As the leader of the investigative team, she had yet to express her thoughts on Yang Feng. I'm not entirely sure, but he appears to be quite a commendable individual. After all, he showed considerable courage when rescuing others, did he not? Murong Wan replied with a smile. At this moment, the young man expressed some doubts and quickly said, Team leader, this fellow doesn't seem particularly formidable. Moreover, he managed to pinpoint the kidnapper's location and single-handedly eliminated those armed individuals. If this were a surprise attack, many trained individuals could achieve that. However, the young man had more to convey. Just then, Wang Jihua interrupted, saying, All right, we will leave this matter to Murong. However, our primary focus must be to uncover the individuals behind these thugs. It takes audacity to kidnap old Chen's daughter and Zhao Zhuwei in Jiangcheng. Yes, we will investigate immediately, the young man replied, conceding. An unseen storm, unbeknownst to ordinary people, was quietly brewing. Yang Feng, oblivious to all this, was taken to the hospital for tests after the incident. Once confirmed to be fine, he took a nearby nap in the hospital. It wasn't until after 8 o'clock the next morning that Yang Feng opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a pair of lively eyes. Hee, you're awake. Zhao Zhuwei's cheerful face filled his vision. Yang Feng sat up, rubbed his head, and asked, Are you hurt? No. Thank you for yesterday, she replied. I just happened to spot that guy and followed him, only to discover he was your kidnapper. Yang Feng offered a perfunctory explanation. Zhao Zhuwei nodded earnestly and quickly said, Are you hungry? I'll have someone prepare some food for you. That would be great, Yang Feng replied without reservation. Zhao Zhuwei rushed to the door, gave a few instructions, and then returned excitedly, asking, Are you getting up? Oh, I don't have much to do. I just took a nap, he replied. You looked utterly exhausted yesterday. I thought you were injured. I've been a bit lethargic lately, Yang Feng yawned. His few words only deepened Zhao Zhuwei's curiosity about him. Previously, she thought of him as somewhat peculiar, but she never anticipated his remarkable skills. Have you practiced any martial arts, like Sanda? Zhao Zhuwei asked, her large eyes sparkling. Yang Feng, seeing her curiosity akin to that of a child, replied helplessly, Yesterday was an exceptional circumstance that brought out my potential. Normally, I'm not that impressive. You don't even know. Yesterday you were. Zhao Zhuwei was about to continue when hurried footsteps sounded at the door. It was Zhao Guofeng and Qiu Yuexiang entering. Zhao Feng, you finally woke up. Zhao Guofeng exhaled in relief. Beside him, Qiu Yuexiang lowered her head. Since learning about the events of yesterday, she felt a pang of guilt seeing Yang Feng. After the interrogation, it was revealed that the kidnappers had never intended to release Zhao Zhuwei. Had Yang Feng not arrived in time, she might have faced grave danger. Uncle, I'm fine. I just took a nap. I'll eat something soon, Yang Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Guofeng, upon hearing this, promptly replied, I have already arranged for some food. Xiaoye will bring it to you shortly. His expression was one of excitement. Yang Feng, however, was not fond of such a grand display. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chun Jiyue arrived with the food. Yang Feng, feeling no need for formality, devoured the meal and then leaped off the bed, stating, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I still need to check on the company today." "Wait a moment," Qiu Yuexiang called out to him. Yang Feng turned at the door of the hospital room, puzzled, and inquired, "Is there something else? I apologize for yesterday's incident. Here is a sum of money. Please, you must accept it." Qiu Yuexiang presented a bank card, the most elite black card in the country, containing at least 50 million yuan. Yet, Yang Feng merely glanced at it, smiled, and said, "Thank you." He did not extend his hand to accept it and left without hesitation. Qiu Yuexiang was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Zhuwei hurriedly caught up with him. It was only at the hospital entrance that Zhao Zhuwei called out, "Hey, wait for me. What else is there? Thank you for yesterday. My father guessed you wouldn't take the money, so he wanted to know if there's anything your company might need assistance with." Zhao Zhuwei looked at Yang Feng with hopeful eyes. After pondering for a moment, Yang Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, there is something. When your father has time, could I possibly see the painting the kidnappers demanded?" "That is absolutely doable," Zhao Zhuwei readily agreed. Yang Feng nodded, saying, "Aside from that, I have no other request for your assistance." At that moment, Gao Ronghai arrived at the hospital entrance in a car. After bidding farewell to Zhao Zhuwei, Yang Feng got into the vehicle and departed, heading towards the company. Gao Ronghai, still unaware of the kidnapping matter, curiously inquired, "Brother Feng, why did you come out with Miss Zhao from the hospital? Were you there for a checkup? Is it that in your eyes? Being with any woman inevitably leads to some unhealthy situation? You couldn't reach me last night, and that is how they portray it in films. Get lost. You should be sent to Japan. I think that would suit your talents better," Yang Feng retorted, exasperated. Gao Ronghai chuckled, "Once we start earning, we'll head to Japan to film and spend the latter half of our lives in leisure. Enough of that. Tell me how the company has been doing these past couple of days." Yang Feng began to inquire about business matters. "Well, we've recruited quite a number of employees in the last few days, and we're still hiring. Our company offers attractive benefits, so I'm confident we'll have more people joining soon," Gao Ronghai replied proudly, just as his phone rang. "It must be a message from a candidate on the recruitment app. Can you reply for me?" Gao Ronghai asked as he drove. Yang Feng picked up his phone, opened the recruitment app, and indeed found a message from a female applicant. "Hello, may I inquire if you are looking to hire?" the applicant asked. Yang Feng began to respond with some basic information. Suddenly, she inquired, "By the way, how old are you?" 25, he replied. "Do you own a house and a car?" "I suppose so." "Oh, how many people are there in your family?" "My parents and my younger sister." "When did you last break up?" "A few months ago, I suppose." "You've only been single for a few months and you're already on a blind date?" "Sister, this is a recruitment platform, not a dating app." "Are you sure you're in the right place?" "Oh, my apologies. I've been on so many blind dates lately that it's become a reflex," she said. Yang Feng fell into silence. What kind of extraordinary individuals populate this platform? He glanced at the side where Gao Ronghai was, who shrugged and remarked, "I encounter many like this every day. I never realized recruitment could be so challenging. I previously asked Lin Shui to assist in finding a group of professionals. How's that going?" "They've all arrived, but the demand remains substantial. We can't rely solely on them." Gao Ronghai slowed the vehicle and continued, "Currently, we still need to establish an official website and promote ourselves online or on e-commerce platforms. We require numerous programmers, and we must also capitalize on the live streaming trend." It was evident that starting a company was no easy feat. Yang Feng had initially considered returning to his hometown in the next few days, but it appeared that he was now unable to do so. He suddenly remembered that tonight was Lin Jinghua's birthday banquet. Perhaps he could attend and explore potential collaborations? Yang Feng felt that Lin Shui had a more far-sighted perspective than he did. After all, she hailed from a prominent family. Gao Ronghai wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "That sounds excellent. But if you do decide to go, you need to prepare something?" "You mean a gift?" "Absolutely. With so many social elites attending the banquet, how could you dare to arrive empty-handed?" Gao Ronghai's expression was one of disbelief. Yang Feng, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. After a moment, he said, "By the way, I recall there's South and Antique Street nearby, not too far ahead. I'll go take a look." "You head to the company." Yang Feng remembered that Lin Jinghua had a fondness for antiques. He intended to search for something unique while also observing if there were any spiritually resonant artifacts in that vicinity. The car halted outside the Antique Street. Once Yang Feng alighted, he strolled into the bustling thoroughfare. The Antique Street was not particularly wide, lined with old buildings and two cobblestone paths forming a cross, adorned with various stalls and antique shops. A multitude of people traversed this street, many hoping to strike it lucky. However, finding hidden treasures was an exceedingly rare stroke of fortune, making it improbable to discover anything easily. Most visitors left after browsing for a while, sighing in disappointment. Yang Feng wandered about before finally entering a quaint shop. Inside, shelves brimmed with an assortment of antiques, coins, porcelain, and bronze calligraphy, among others. A middle-aged man, noticing a customer had entered, approached with a beaming smile and asked, "Good sir, are you looking to purchase something you fancy?" "Indeed, I'm seeking a gift for someone. Do you have any recommendations?" As Yang Feng inquired, his gaze wandered among the antiques surrounding him. Not a single piece exuded any aura. It seemed that this place had already been thoroughly ransacked. The middle-aged man, blissfully unaware, greeted him with a warm smile, introducing himself as Wu Sheng, the owner of the establishment. "Sir, may I ask whom you intend to gift these treasures? What is your relationship with them?" "I am considering a gift for a friend's grandfather," Yang Feng replied. "Your friend must possess a notable background," Wu Sheng remarked, curiosity evident in his tone. Yang Feng was slightly taken aback. "How did you deduce that?" Wu Sheng chuckled. "In our shop, we only offer exceptional items. Moreover, one can tell from your discerning gaze that you are well versed in such matters. Take, for instance, the jade disc you have been admiring. It is a relic from the Tang dynasty, once belonging to an aristocrat, and it holds considerable value." Yang Feng nodded slightly, inquiring, "What is the price of this jade disc? Why not hold it and examine it closely?" Wu Sheng suggested, surprised to encounter a customer who preferred not to touch the merchandise. Yang Feng smiled. "I merely wish to inquire. Purchasing is not a certainty." "Ah, no worries. This jade disc was unearthed from the Tang dynasty, and its market value exceeds $1 million. If you are interested, feel free to take a closer look." Wu Sheng responded with notable patience. Yang Feng nodded again, shifting his attention to the other items. Just then, a boisterous voice echoed from the entrance. "Boss, bring out your shop's prized possession. I intend to gift it tonight." This resounding declaration captured the attention of all customers within the shop, who regarded the speaker with a measure of respect. The individual was none other than Huang Wenhao, the son of the Huang family. Wu Sheng promptly called over his staff, stepping forward to address Huang Wenhao. "My apologies, young Master Huang. Please take your time to browse. I have another customer here. Don't waste your breath on him. He looks like someone who can't afford anything and is merely wasting time." "Just fetch me the goods," Huang Wenhao retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Yang Feng. Unfazed, Yang Feng replied, "Boss, why don't you attend to your other matters? I can browse at my leisure. Should you find anything of interest, do not hesitate to call for me," Wu Sheng said politely before heading upstairs. Yang Feng continued his examination, undisturbed, when a gentle voice floated to him from the side, laced with a hint of laughter. "Have you spotted anything intriguing?" This voice was as soothing as water, reminiscent of a celestial melody that enveloped him in a dreamlike state. Turning curiously, Yang Feng discovered a woman clad in a flowing gown. A black ribbon adorned her waist, and her delicate smile, paired with her exquisite features, radiated a remarkable charm. "I'm just browsing," Yang Feng replied, assuming she was merely a passerby. However, Murong Wan's gaze seemed to pierce through him as she softly said, "I've heard you possess significant knowledge about antiques. Would you assist me in appraising some pieces?" "Who told you that?" Yang Feng felt a twinge of suspicion towards Murong Wan, sensing that her intentions were not entirely benign. With a smile, she replied, "You have been quite prominent lately. The source of such information matters little." Yang Feng's expression sharpened, his eyes narrowing slightly. He scrutinized the woman before him with great care. Her gentle eyes seemed capable of penetrating his very thoughts. "Who exactly are you?" Yang Feng sensed an ominous undercurrent. At that moment, Murong Wan casually picked up an antique, playing with it as she softly inquired, "Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" "Discovered what?" "Your secret." Her words flowed effortlessly. Yang Feng's heart skipped a beat. Yet he maintained his composure, responding, "I do not know what you are talking about." "Is that so?" Murong Wan extended a ceramic bowl towards him, asking, "Could you help me ascertain which dynasty this is from?" "I have no interest." "Such a refusal is rather hurtful," she replied, unperturbed. Yang Feng increasingly found her demeanor peculiar. Eventually, a realization struck him, and he asked, "Are you from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau?" "Quite astute, aren't you? Do you sense my difference from ordinary people?" Murong Wan began, only to amend her statement. "Oh, that's not right. I should say you see it, correct?" "You." At that moment, Yang Feng comprehended something profound. Could it be that this woman has already discerned the uniqueness of his eyes? Moron shook her head, smiling as she said, "Rest assured. I merely stumbled in while wandering about. I am not here to investigate you, and I shan't disturb your shopping, will I?" Her smile retained its gentle warmth. Yet, to Yang Feng, this woman was more daunting than anyone else. "Aren't you here to shop?" Moron gestured around. Yang Feng inhaled deeply and replied, "I no longer wish to buy." As he spoke, he scrutinized her once more. She continued to gaze at the antiques in the shop, seemingly no longer inclined to engage him. "May I invite you for a drink outside?" Yang Feng ventured. Moron gracefully lowered the antique, nodding. "So, this is a date proposal. I merely have a question I wish to ask you." Yang Feng felt his face flush, suddenly aware of how his intentions might be perceived. Moron pointed across the street, saying, "Shall we go to the tea house over there?" "Very well," Yang Feng readily agreed. However, as they prepared to leave, Huang Wenhao and the shopkeeper descended the stairs. "Young Master Huang, this is the finest treasure we have for sale. If you present it to old Master Lin, it will surely astonish everyone," Wu Sheng praised. Huang Wenhao laughed heartily, replying, "Haha, thanks to the shopkeeper's kind words. Please help me wrap it up. I have grand plans for tonight." "Certainly, I shall arrange it at once," the shopkeeper promptly affirmed. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, the Huang Wenhao who had just entered was the very young master attending the same banquet as he. Inside the old tea house across from the antique shop, Yang Feng found a seat by the window. At this moment, he felt somewhat anxious in Moron presence. This unease stemmed not from her identity, but rather from the realization that this woman was unlike anyone he had encountered before. "Boss, 2 cups of tea and some snacks." "Please," Moron ordered without hesitation. Turning back, she noticed that Yang Feng was still gazing at her. Staring intently at a young lady's face seems rather impolite, doesn't it? Moron teased. Yang Feng cleared his throat and replied, "I apologize. I actually wish to inquire about those individuals." "Are you referring to the collectors of antiques?" Moron asked. Yang Feng nodded, stating, "They appear to have a peculiar purpose, yet I remain unaware of what that purpose entails." "In truth, we are equally in the dark," Moron expressed with a hint of resignation. "However, based on our research, it is likely that in ancient times, there existed a very unique group of people who cultivated their skills by harnessing the essence of nature, specifically the spiritual energy found within those antiques. Unfortunately, due to some unforeseen circumstances, this spiritual energy seems to have vanished from the world. Yet, its essence retains a touch of natural spirituality, which might manifest in certain carved inscriptions or the masterpieces of great artists." Moron continued. "For instance, the renowned painter Wu Daozi, whose every stroke is imbued with spirit, has most of his works radiating this aura. Who exactly are they? We do not know. Our encounters with them have been limited. However, we can at least ascertain that they may include blood sacrificers from the West, as well as kami from island nations. As for their intentions, it might be to enhance their power." Moron seemed to harbor no secrets from Yang Feng, which surprised him. "Isn't this confidential information? Why disclose it so readily?" he inquired. "Because I am aware of your secret as well. It seems we are even now," Moron replied with a smile. Yang Feng sensed that this woman was becoming increasingly formidable. At that moment, he suddenly detected a familiar aura emanating from Moron. This aura was distinct from that of the 2 agents from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Theirs was tainted with impurities, whereas the energy surrounding Moron was exceptionally pure, exactly like his own. Yang Feng's realization struck him. "I am not like you. Perhaps you are even more fortunate." Moron smiled. Yang Feng had never anticipated the existence of someone like her aside from himself. In that instant, he felt a mix of surprise and a tinge of defeat. Nevertheless, he remained patient, probing further into the matter of the spiritual energy associated with the antiques. Unbeknownst to him, as he conversed with Moron, 2 familiar figures passed by the tea house window, Lin Shui and Li Wenfei. "Hey, Xiaoxue, isn't that Yang Feng over there?" Li Wenfei suddenly pointed out. Lin Shui turned around and was taken aback to see Yang Feng. Just as she was about to greet him, she noticed that he was seated across from Moron. This woman was strikingly beautiful, rivaling Lin Shui herself, and wore a radiant smile, as if engaged in an enjoyable conversation with Yang Feng. "It appears he is more popular than I had imagined," Li Wenfei teased. Lin Shui's expression remained as aloof as ever. She turned her head and remarked, "It has nothing to do with us." "Hey, Xiaoxue, is that really how you feel?" Hastily, she set off, intending to retrieve her belongings before returning to the company, as she had work to attend to in the afternoon. Lin Shui strode forward with determination, leaving Li Wanfei feeling somewhat helpless as she shrugged and followed suit. At that moment, Murong wore a subtle smile, narrowing her eyes as she remarked, "It seems someone has misinterpreted the situation. What? You shall find out this evening." There was an intriguing glimmer in Murong's smile. Yang Feng had the persistent impression that he was being played by Murong, only to end up counting her profits. However, she appeared to have other matters to attend to, and after bidding farewell with a smile, she departed. Noticing that time was slipping away, Yang Feng decided to explore the vicinity, hoping to discover a suitable gift for Lin Jinghua. In truth, he harbored no intentions of currying favor with Lin Jinghua. Yet, given that he was invited to a lavish birthday banquet, presenting a gift of inferior quality might lead to misunderstandings. Suggesting that his prior assistance had fostered an air of arrogance, he wandered through the antique street, perusing various stalls and second-hand shops. It was not until he reached the last antique store that he sighed, muttering to himself, "It seems experts have already combed through these places. Uncovering hidden gems is no simple task." Thus, it appeared that he would have to invest a substantial amount to procure something of value. Fortunately, he had sufficient funds, and spending a few $100,000 would yield exquisite antiques. Just as he was about to engage the proprietor, his gaze caught sight of an overlooked painting tucked away in a corner. The painting, rolled up and seemingly disregarded, emanated a striking brilliance that captivated Yang Feng's attention. This artwork was undoubtedly valuable. With elation bubbling within, he called out to the owner, "Excuse me, could you unroll this painting for me?" The proprietor's heart leaped with joy upon sensing the customer's interest and promptly unfurled the artwork on the table. The painting showed signs of wear. Several areas were blurred due to moisture. It was fundamentally an ink wash painting, adorned with splashes of traditional Chinese pigments. The primary hues were in shades of ink with splashes of red flowers and trees, accompanied by gentle rain and two figures engaged in conversation beneath a gazebo. Two red seals adorned the piece. "Is this a work by Zhang Daqian?" Yang Feng recognized its worth. The owner smiled. "What do you think? Is this authentic?" "It is not a forgery." The owner appeared somewhat cunning, employing a typical tactic in the trade. When asked about the authenticity of antiques, he would refrain from stating whether it was genuine or fake, merely suggesting that it was likely not a forgery. Yang Feng grasped the owner's implication and inquired, "What is the price of this painting?" 100,000. I can provide you with a wooden box for its preservation." The owner was notably forthcoming. Yang Feng feigned hesitation before finally declaring, "All right, I will take this painting." The owner was elated, for he was aware that the painting was, in fact, a forgery, as it had been authenticated during its initial acquisition. Moreover, the genuine artwork is located in another store on the same street. Although this piece is merely a replica, it is crafted with remarkable skill, which is why the owner has chosen to retain it as a decorative item for sale. Little did he expect that a fool like Yang Feng would come to purchase it, much to his delight. After arranging the painting, Yang Feng intended to check the time and return home for a shower. However, as he turned around, a familiar voice called out his name. "Yang Feng? What brings you here?" The voice was unmistakably that of his middle school classmate, Yu Jiantao. "You rascal!" Yang Feng exclaimed almost instinctively. He quickly cleared his throat and added, "I mean, old you." "Ha ha ha. I still find the previous address more endearing." Yu Jiantao laughed heartily, approaching Yang Feng for a warm embrace. "So, you enjoy these things as well?" "I dabble occasionally. I'm attending a banquet today and thought I might need a gift, so I picked up a few trinkets." Yang Feng casually explained. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiantao nodded. "It seems you were quite thoughtful. What did you buy? Let me take a look." "A painting," Yang Feng said, preparing to open the box. However, the owner hurriedly intervened, stating, "Gentlemen, perhaps we could continue this conversation outside. I have business to attend to." The owner was clearly anxious that Yu Jiantao might recognize the piece as a replica, which could lead to complications if Yang Feng decided to return it. Yu Jiantao understood the owner's intentions and glanced at Yang Feng, who appeared indifferent, reassuring him. "All right, shall we step outside for a bit? It has been ages since we last met. There's a modest eatery ahead. Let us enjoy a drink together." "But it's still afternoon," Yang Feng replied. "We can discuss matters later." Yu Jiantao insisted, pulling Yang Feng outside. The two arrived at a small restaurant, which was currently empty. They casually chose a spot in the hall. Seeing his old friend, Yu Jiantao was filled with excitement and remarked, "Isn't it a coincidence? I went shopping today and had a feeling there might be some rare treasure in that store, and it turns out it was your presence that drew me in. Do you often indulge in this? Yang Feng inquired. Not really, but I have invested in a few shops on that street, so I occasionally check in, Yu Jiantao replied. Surprising Yang Feng. Wow, you've become a landlord now? Yang Feng marveled. He knew Yu Jiantao's parents were teachers, and that his family was not particularly wealthy. So he was astonished at how well his friend had fared over the years. Yu Jiantao shrugged. I spent a couple of years abroad, made some money, and eventually returned. By the way, you were quite impressive back in school. I heard you made it directly into the genius class in high school. What happened afterward? Yang Feng asked. As Yu Jiantao reminisced, a hint of regret shadowed his expression. He lowered his gaze and admitted that he had not pursued a career in research thereafter, opting instead to become a manager abroad. However, the environment there proved unfavorable, and he returned home within 2 years. Do you miss home? He sighed. What home? He gestured to his own yellowish skin. Yang Feng seemed to grasp the implication, responding, discrimination. It was only upon experiencing such an environment that one realizes the inherent distrust. When work becomes unfulfilling, returning home becomes inevitable. Yu Jiantao, with a sense of resignation, remarked, in truth, I've only been back for 2 months. I had heard you were in Jiangcheng and intended to find you, but I was preoccupied with settling down. The two had shared an unbreakable bond during their middle school years. At that time, Yu Jiantao, perceived as the model student by teachers, had even defended Yang Feng, which led to a physical altercation that alarmed their parents. That scar on your back is still there, right? Yang Feng suddenly inquired. Yu Jiantao smiled broadly, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the scar on his shoulder, nonchalantly stating, it probably won't heal, but it's of little consequence. We're all men. Who doesn't have a few scars? This particular scar was a remnant from the incident when he had stood up for Yang Feng. The wound had been quite deep, requiring Yu Jiantao to recuperate for over half a month. Yang Feng expressed his regret, saying, I truly did not anticipate your return, otherwise I would have invited you for a proper drink a few days ago. Isn't now just as good? Yu Jiantao replied heartily, raising his glass. As the two indulged in drink and delicacies, Yu Jiantao's demeanor grew slightly somber. He gazed at Yang Feng and, in a seemingly casual tone, said, Buddy, I recently heard some news about you. He did not elaborate, but Yang Feng understood well what he meant. So, you've broken up? Isn't being single a relief? Yang Feng chuckled lightly. Yu Jiantao, with a hint of exasperation, asked, I also heard your job search has been rather challenging. Have you found something yet? Not yet. Yang Feng replied briskly. Yu Jiantao casually picked up a piece of meat and, with a dismissive tone, suggested, How about this? I recently opened a new shop in the antique street, but as you know, I lack time. Why don't you come over and be the manager? Me, a manager? I'm not very knowledgeable about that, Yang Feng replied. I'll hire someone experienced. You just need to supervise, Yu Jiantao responded offhandedly. Yang Feng observed his friend's demeanor. Although Yu Jiantao feigned nonchalance while eating and drinking, he was clearly apprehensive about wounding his own pride. He recalled their last meeting when Yu Jiantao had mentioned he could invest in Yang Feng's venture if he decided to start a business domestically. After all, this was the same guy who had reportedly earned millions through software development during college. Do you know that during my job search, there have been people sabotaging me? I hope I won't drag you down, Yang Feng joked. Yu Jiantao waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing serious. I'm merely opening a few shops. In a society governed by law, who would dare to cause trouble? He genuinely seemed at ease. Yang Feng chuckled. You're right. I appreciate your goodwill. Are you unwilling to help? Yu Jiantao set down his chopsticks, casting a curious glance in his direction. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, Let's discuss it later, my friend. There's truly no need for formality between us. Who hasn't faced betrayal in their lifetime? Yu Jiantao patted Yang Feng on the shoulder. His cheeks flushed from a few drinks, exuding a newfound boldness. Yang Feng nodded and said, Well, I'm actually in the midst of starting my own venture. Starting a business? Yu Jiantao's demeanor shifted, his expression turning earnest. Embarking on a business venture is akin to traversing a precarious tightrope, you know. I recall you hail from the countryside. Do not act impulsively. His extensive exposure to numerous entrepreneurs since university and his years abroad had instilled in him a profound understanding of the formidable challenges associated with entrepreneurship. For many, starting a business often equates to throwing money away. Yang Feng said little in response, merely stating, I am engaged in the jade and antique trade, but I might invest in other sectors in the future, such as technology. Oh, Yu Jiantao found himself increasingly perplexed. The investment costs in these sectors typically begin in the millions. Did Yang Feng possess such wealth previously? Doubt crept into Yu Jiantao's mind, yet he insisted, "Please don't refuse my assistance out of pride. We have no need for such pretense. I am aware of that, which is why I haven't mentioned it to anyone else, but I felt comfortable sharing it with you," Yang Feng replied with a smile. Observing Yang Feng's expression, Yu Jiantao felt a flicker of uncertainty. Just then, Yu Jiantao's phone rang. "Go ahead and answer," he said. Yang Feng took the call, and on the other end, Gao Ronghai's voice resonated. "Brother Feng, we just contacted the people from Jiangxing Jewelry Group. Their offer exceeds our expectations by 50 million. Should we proceed with the sale?" Gao Ronghai understood that this price far surpassed the market rate, likely due to Yang Feng's connections with the Zhao family. Yang Feng, fully aware of this, inquired, "What is the market valuation you've obtained?" "The current estimate stands at 120 million, came the reply. "Then let us proceed at that price." "Do not ask for more," Yang Feng instructed. "Understood," Gao Ronghai acknowledged before Yang Feng added a few more remarks and finally ended the call. When he returned to the present, he noticed Yu Jiantao staring at him in bewilderment. "Are you jesting? Why would I joke about such matters between us?" Yang Feng grinned, raising his glass for another drink. "I've recently established a company. Would you consider joining me?" "What company?" "I currently hold a controlling stake in Maple Leaf Investment Company, which encompasses 2 subsidiaries." Yang Feng briefly elaborated before adding, "If you come on board, I can offer you a 5% stake initially." Yu Jiantao was taken aback. He had intended to support Yang Feng, yet here he was, becoming the beneficiary of support. "Haha, Yang Feng, that is excellent news. I will certainly consider it." Yu Jiantao laughed heartily, then said, "Well, I should wrap up today as drinks. I need to freshen up before heading to a banquet." Yang Feng rose to his feet. As Yu Jiantao observed Yang Feng's departing silhouette, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to inquire, "What banquet are you attending today?" "It's someone's birthday." "I'm just joining the festivities," Yang Feng replied. Could it be the birthday celebration for the patriarch of the Lin family? Yu Jiantao, being a person of discernment, quickly connected the dots. Yang Feng nodded with a smile and walked out of Yu Jiantao's line of sight, watching his former classmate's retreating figure. Yu Jiantao felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. What on earth has this fellow accomplished to achieve such success? The afternoon passed swiftly, and by 6 o'clock, the Jiangxing Grand Hotel, the most opulent establishment in the city, had been entirely reserved. Numerous individuals were stationed around, safeguarding the illustrious guests attending this evening's event. Within the grand hall on the 2nd floor, several tables were already adorned, and at the foremost table sat a few notable figures. In addition to key members of the Lin family, there were several influential magnates of Jiangxing. Lin Jinghuo was presently mingling among the tables, engaging in jovial conversation with the attendees. His standing in Jiangxing was remarkable, though the guest list was modest, comprising only close friends and familial connections. Lin Shui was intently watching the entrance, stifling a yawn. "It seems he has yet to arrive," she remarked. Suddenly, Li Wenfei's voice chimed in from nearby. Lin Shui turned her head and shot an annoyed glance at her best friend, retorting, "Stop joking. I merely had a restless night and feel a bit drowsy." "I didn't mention anyone specifically," Li Wenfei teased, continuing, "but if he does show up, should I inquire about his relationship with that girl? What if he has already taken? Please, he and his ex-girlfriend have been apart for months, and it's rumored nothing transpired. He was even swindled out of money." Lin Shui quickly interjected, then added, "It was my grandfather who requested the investigation into his background." "I never said anything. Why are you so eager to explain?" Li Wenfei smirked. As the two conversed, Yang Feng entered, bearing gifts. He had arrived somewhat early, and the crowd inside was not yet substantial. Just as he set down his gifts and prepared to venture further in, a hurried figure rushed past him, colliding with Yang Feng. Turning around, Yang Feng was taken aback to find the person was none other than Huang Wenhao, whom he had encountered earlier that day at the antique street. "Isn't this the fellow who couldn't afford anything at the antique street?" Huang Wenhao sneered at Yang Feng, having observed him placing his gifts down, and disdainfully remarked, "I never expected you to worm your way in here." With a dismissive air, he deliberately circumvented Yang Feng, seemingly fearing any association with him might bring misfortune. Yang Feng, unbothered by the encounter, proceeded into the venue and found a seat towards the back. As he settled in, he noticed that the individuals around him were predominantly gazing towards the main table, as if they had come merely to spectate. Fortunately, a person of similar age to Yang Feng initiated conversation, saying, "Hey there, are you here on behalf of your family as well?" "I'm just here to join in on the excitement," he replied. Yang Feng found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Was it possible that Lin Shui had invited him? However, the person beside him cheerfully interjected, "No need to be so tense. I came with my father as well. We are actually quite alike." "Is that so? May I ask what business your family is involved in?" Yang Feng inquired. "Just some small ventures, primarily in media advertising. Utilizing some of the Lin family's leftovers," the man replied. He was quite loquacious and extended his hand, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Isudong." Yang Feng. He responded, returning the handshake with a smile. "I am engaged in the jade and antique trade." "Ah, that makes sense. No wonder you are seated here with me." Isudong teased. Yang Feng chuckled at the remark and asked, "Is there really a difference in where we sit?" "Indeed, there is a distinction." Isudong shook his head, gesturing toward the main table. "You see, those seated at the main table are the core members of the Lin family, including the esteemed eldest daughter and her father, Lin Lining, as well as several individuals of considerable influence in Jiangcheng." "That is quite impressive," Yang Feng acknowledged. "Look at those in the second row. They are also significant figures in Jiangcheng or affiliated with the Lin family, while those behind them are prominent businessmen," Isudong explained. However, his curiosity piqued. He asked, "Did you not do any research before coming here?" "I merely assumed we were here for a meal and to casually meet some new faces," Yang Feng replied. "Oh, I see. You appear to be someone who has recently taken over the family business?" "Not quite. I am an entrepreneur in my own right." "Really?" Isudong looked at him in surprise, then burst into laughter, saying, "Do not boast, my friend. Which young person attending this banquet is not here with their family? It is hard to believe you managed to gain entry on your own at your age." Yang Feng chose not to elaborate further, simply asking, "How is your family's company faring?" "Hiki, we run an internet company valued at several billion. We are awaiting an IPO," Isudong said, a hint of pride in his voice. Yang Feng found him to be quite intriguing and said with a smile, "Perhaps we may collaborate in the future." "Absolutely. Our meeting here is fate. If you ever require media promotion or anything of the sort, feel free to reach out. I can offer you a discount." Isudong grinned broadly. As their conversation continued, more guests began to arrive at the banquet. Suddenly, Isudong's gaze fixated on the main table. "Do you see that person at the main table?" he asked abruptly. Yang Feng, intrigued, followed his gaze and inquired, "What about her?" "That is Lin Shui. It is said that she is favored by the elder Lin and may soon inherit the Lin family legacy. There are whispers that whoever marries her essentially marries the Lin family," Isudong remarked, his eyes glimmering with admiration. "Moreover, Miss Lin is exceptionally beautiful. I wonder which fortunate soul in a past life saved the world to end up with such a stunning heiress. Your family is already affluent enough. Why seek out a wealthy woman? What do you understand? Just for the sake of Miss Lin's beauty, I would gladly relinquish all my wealth. Many young gentlemen here have come, reportedly to leave a lasting impression on her," Isudong said, his face alight with gossip and envy. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared a bit anxious. "Goodness, what's wrong with you? Is your asthma acting up?" Yang Feng expressed his bewilderment at the erratic behavior of his companion, who oscillated between exuberance and labored breathing. "Miss Lin seems to be approaching us. Look." Isudong hurriedly alerted Yang Feng, whose awkward attempt to glance in her direction only added to Yang Feng's exasperation. Indeed, Lin Shui was gradually making her way towards them. Isudong's anxiety intensified. Could it be that Lin Shui had noticed him? He instinctively adjusted his non-existent bangs, feeling grateful for the handsome visage bestowed upon him by his parents. It was as if Lin Shui had heard his silent call. She halted before him upon arrival, overwhelmed with excitement. Isudong was about to greet her when Lin Shui spoke first. "Why are you seated here?" Her melodious voice rang out. However, Isudong soon realized that Lin Shui was not addressing him, but rather speaking to Yang Feng. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "I merely came to take a look around. The main table seemed rather crowded, so I thought it best not to intrude." "Don't be ridiculous. My grandfather specifically instructed you to join us. You must get up immediately," Lin Shui insisted, compelling Yang Feng to rise. Isudong, standing nearby, stared blankly, muttering, "Dude. I apologize, but I think I need to change my seat." Yang Feng's expression was one of utter resignation as he watched Lin Shui personally escort Yang Feng towards the main table. Isudong gazed after Yang Feng, perplexed by the enigmatic presence of the stranger. A young man, previously unknown to anyone, suddenly appeared at the main table, drawing the attention of many, particularly Huang Wenhao seated in the second row. Upon witnessing Lin Shui leading Yang Feng to the main table, his countenance turned ashen. This impoverished fellow has such a close relationship with Lin Shui. Huang Wenhao ground his teeth in frustration. However, a moment later, his gaze darted towards the area where gifts had been received, a shrewd glint appearing in his eyes. Yang Feng felt somewhat out of place at the main table, as he recognized only Lin Shui and Lin Jinghua among the 10 or so attendees. Just then, Lin Jinghua, having concluded a conversation with a guest, noticed Yang Feng's arrival and exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, Mr. Yang has arrived. Splendid." Aware of the life-saving favor Yang Feng had done for him, Lin Jinghua held him in high regard. At the main table, the others regarded Yang Feng with curiosity, eager to discern his identity. Yet, despite their scrutiny, they found nothing remarkable about him. Fortunately, Lin Shui's father, Lin Linning, interjected, "I have heard of your actions in the hospital. Thank you for saving my father. It is truly astonishing that someone so young possesses such medical prowess." Even Lin Linning, the current manager of the Lin family, spoke highly of him. The guests engaged Yang Feng in conversation, yet he appeared somewhat uncomfortable, stating, "My saving of lives was merely a stroke of luck. It hardly qualifies as medical skill." Haha. Mr. Yang, you are being modest. The fact that I am able to celebrate this 70th birthday is all thanks to your benevolence, which is why I specifically invited you to grace us with your presence. Lin Jinghua laughed heartily. His physical recovery has improved remarkably. At this moment, the banquet has become quite lively. According to tradition, someone will soon take turns to toast Lin Jinghua at the dining table. Amidst the animated atmosphere, Huang Wenhao, who had long been prepared, picked up a wooden box and slowly approached the main table. "Oh, it's the child from the Huang family. I remember you," Lin Jinghua acknowledged, making Huang Wenhao feel esteemed in such a setting. Overjoyed, Huang Wenhao quickly responded, "It is indeed an honor for a junior like me to be remembered by Lin Lao. This is a congratulatory gift I prepared earlier. I feared it might get damaged outside, so I brought it in." "Oh, a gift that has earned your attention must be extraordinary," Lin Jinghua remarked with curiosity. Huang Wenhao, smiling, replied, "I heard that Lin Lao has a particular fondness for paintings, especially those by Zhang Daqian." Works by Zhang Daqian. Lin Jinghua's surprise grew. This was undoubtedly to his taste, and many present shared a similar admiration for Zhang Daqian and gasped in delight. "Old Lin, since we are in high spirits today, why not unveil the painting so we may all feast our eyes on it?" Li Dixuan from the Li family suggested at that moment. Lin Jinghua laughed heartily, saying, "Very well. Since you have put it that way, Huang, please unroll the painting so I can join in the joy with everyone." "Certainly." Huang Wenhao promptly signaled a nearby server to assist in opening the wooden box. Inside lay a well-preserved painting, measuring an impressive 1 meter in length and 40 centimeters in width. Upon unfurling, it revealed a stunning post-rain landscape, adorned with beautiful plum blossoms, an artistic pavilion, and figures engaged in idle conversation. Yang Feng's expression subtly shifted as he glanced at the painting. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Huang Wenhao felt a surge of triumph. However, sitting beside him, Lin Shui, unaware of the underlying truth, whispered, "What is the matter with you?" "Nothing." Yang Feng shook his head. Yet he was acutely aware of the implications. The gifts exchanged between Huang Wenhao and himself were both Zhang Daqian's paintings, and they were of the same piece. What did this mean? It suggested that at least one of the two paintings was a forgery. Yang Feng felt a bit bewildered, never anticipating such a remarkable coincidence. As the guests marveled at the artwork, they gathered closer to appreciate its beauty, expressing their admiration. Lin Jinghua, a longtime admirer of Zhang Daqian, exclaimed upon seeing the painting, "This is the inkwash painting after the rain, Green Mountains. I never expected to encounter it at this moment. You have truly gone to great lengths." "As long as Lin Lao enjoys it, my efforts as a junior have been worthwhile," Huang Wenhao responded with a smile. "However, I happened to discover that someone else also brought a work by Zhang Daqian." "Oh, is there truly another thoughtful individual among us?" Lin Jinghua inquired. "Indeed." "Would you like to see it, Lin Lao?" Huang Wenhao asked. Seeing everyone's joy, Lin Jinghua immediately replied, "Go fetch that piece as well. Let us unveil it for everyone to admire." As he spoke, a figure hurriedly approached from a short distance, presenting a wooden box. "Whose thoughtful gift is this?" inquired Lin Jinghua, his face alight with curiosity. However, Yang Feng did not immediately rise to his feet. At that moment, Huang Wenhao directed a piercing gaze toward him, deliberately stating, "When I entered just now, I believe I saw this esteemed friend making the presentation. Am I correct?" "It was indeed Mr. Yang who sent it." Lin Jinghua was taken aback. A painting by Zhang Daqian, regardless of its form, holds considerable value. He had not anticipated that it was a gift from Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded gently, replying, "Yes, it was I who sent it. I did not expect it to be noticed." "Haha. Then let us unveil it and take a look, if you do not mind, sir." "I have no objections," Yang Feng responded nonchalantly. The assembled guests were now thoroughly intrigued. Even Lin Shui was eager to witness the caliber of the Zhang Daqian artwork gifted by Yang Feng. However, as the painting was gradually unfurled, the atmosphere of anticipation shifted dramatically. Moments later, the venue fell into a hushed silence. All eyes exchanged bewildered glances, revealing confusion. What was happening? Had there been a mistake? The attendees of the banquet were utterly perplexed. Upon the unveiling, it became glaringly evident that the content of this painting was identical to that which Huang Wenhao had presented earlier. A smirk of triumph curled Huang Wenhao's lips. Yet he quickly feigned innocence, exclaiming, "Oh, what is happening here? Mr. Yang, how is it that your painting appears to be the same as mine?" Although he posed a question, the spectators began to grasp the implication. It was clear that one of these paintings must be a forgery. Given Huang Wenhao's demeanor and the influence of the Huang family, it was implausible that a counterfeit had been gifted. Thus, only one truth remained. All eyes turned toward Yang Feng. Even Lin Jinghua inhaled deeply, stating, "I believe this is merely a trivial amusement at the banquet, perhaps stemming from a misunderstanding." With that, Lin Jinghua signaled for the painting to be taken away. Huang Wenhao, having achieved his goal of humiliating Yang Feng, felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, at that moment, Yang Feng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Since the painting has already been revealed, why not take a closer look?" His calm words momentarily stunned the audience. This young man had lost his senses, presenting a forgery and now encouraging them to scrutinize it. Lin Jinghua had intended to alleviate Yang Feng's embarrassment. But upon hearing his words, his expression faltered. "Mr. Yang, what do you mean by that?" Lin Jinghua was at a loss. Beside him, Lin Shui discreetly pinched Yang Feng's side beneath the table, seemingly cautioning him against speaking rashly. Yet Yang Feng seemed oblivious, smiling as he reiterated, "What I meant was, since everyone holds such admiration for Zhang Daqian's works, why not take a moment to truly appreciate it?" He repeated his earlier statement. It seemed that Lin Jinghua finally comprehended Yang Feng's implication. Huang Wenhao, on the other hand, found the situation amusing and arrogantly replied, "Mr. Yang, my painting was purchased from Gu Daixuan. You would do well to consider your words carefully. Is it truly the case that items purchased from prestigious stores must invariably be more exquisite?" Yang Feng retorted, casting a pall of silence over the gathering. At that moment, Lin Jinghua interjected, "If that is the case, shall we take a closer look at this painting? Regardless of its authenticity, it remains a work of art." With his words, the atmosphere shifted, and the crowd began to exhibit a more subdued demeanor. Their curiosity piqued regarding the quality of Yang Feng's purported forgery. However, Huang Wenhao wore a smug expression, initially intending only to impart a minor lesson to Yang Feng. Yet he had not anticipated the audacity of this young man to provoke him. In front of such a multitude, he was destined to suffer considerable embarrassment. The initial impression among the attendees was that Huang Wenhao's creation was genuine. As they examined Yang Feng's painting, their gaze was tinged with critical scrutiny, eager to uncover any flaws. Even Lin Jinghua found himself momentarily perplexed. Yet, after a brief silence, the crowd grew contemplative, observing the artwork closely without discernible clues to its inauthenticity. "What is going on?" Li Dixuan inquired, intrigued. Lin Jinghua, sensing the oddity of the situation, suggested, "Why not bring out the other painting for comparison? It seems fitting." The group readily agreed, for with their knowledgeable eyes, they could not discern the faults in this piece. This very uncertainty rendered the atmosphere somewhat tense. Lin Shui, lacking understanding of the art world, could only gaze curiously before quietly asking Yang Feng, "What is the situation here?" "I found this painting as a bargain from a shop," he replied. "How much did it cost?" 100,000. "What?" Lin Shui nearly toppled from her seat. 100,000 for a seemingly overlooked item? It was common knowledge that Huang Wenhao's gifts were valued in the millions. At that moment, she resignedly thought, "Your grandfather extended an olive branch earlier. You should not have provoked further trouble." "It's fine. Let everyone have a look," Yang Feng replied nonchalantly, continuing to enjoy his meal. His nonchalant demeanor only fueled the curiosity of many. As the crowd continued their examination of the two paintings, no consensus seemed to emerge. Lin Jinghua turned to a nearby acquaintance for assistance, saying, "Old Ding, what is your perspective?" The individual referred to as Old Ding was Ding Kuan, a highly esteemed authority in the field. His expertise lay in art appraisal, distinct from the more generalized knowledge of figures like Han Yunfu. After observing for some time, Ding Kun approached Huang Wenhao's painting. This action elicited a collective realization among the onlookers. It appears that expensive items do indeed hold merit, they sighed. Despite the forgery's meticulous craftsmanship, it ultimately could not deceive the discerning eye of an expert. The crowd now regarded Yang Feng with expressions imbued with newfound sympathy. The young man has brought disgrace upon himself in such a public setting, and now the moment of revelation has finally arrived. Lao Ding, what on earth is happening? Lin Jinghua sensed an impending misfortune. Ding Kun chuckled, reassuringly saying, there is no need to be anxious, but based on my extensive study of Zhang Daqian's numerous works. The crowd held their breath. However, Huang Wenhao appeared increasingly smug. The item gifted by this scion of the Huang family is indeed a counterfeit. Finally, Ding Kun spoke. Huang Wenhao, still basking in his arrogance, retorted, oh, please, I merely knew that old Lin has a fondness for Zhang Daqian, so what if mine is fake? Suddenly, Huang Wenhao's expression shifted to one of utter confusion as he stared blankly at Ding Kun. The onlookers mirrored his disbelief. How could this be possible? Even the members of the Lin family found it hard to accept. For all can see that the painting gifted by Yang Feng was inferior in both packaging and provenance compared to that of Huang Wenhao. Lin Jinghua, a man of integrity, wore a serious expression as he addressed the matter. Old Lin, while Mr. Young has indeed saved me in such a public gathering, you must not cater to this out of courtesy. It would be unfair to the Huang family's younger generation. Haha, I would not tarnish my reputation for such triviality. Ding Kun laughed heartily, instructing to hang both paintings for comparison before stepping forward to elaborate. At first glance, the differences between these two works may seem minimal. Yet upon closer inspection, the distinctions become apparent. Do tell, someone urged. Zhang Daqian's artistic style can be categorized into three periods. His early years, influenced by Shi Tao and Ba de Shan Ruan. His middle period, inspired by Dunhuang murals. And his later years, characterized by innovative ink splash techniques. His brushwork is exquisite and nimble, colors vibrant and diverse, embodying a lively spirit and resemblance. Ding Kun continued. In contrast, the counterfeit exhibits weak and rigid brushwork, dull and monotonous colors, lacking a cohesive essence. What you imply is that, despite the deliberate imitation, the painting on the right lacks the overall integrity of the one on the left, and considering that the latter is a late work using ink splash techniques. Its colors and composition are evidently more agile and vivid, while the former appears as a mere imitation. Ding Kun's observations illuminated the minds of the onlookers. They carefully scrutinized the point where the brush strokes ended, and indeed, they began to discern subtle clues. Examining the paper, most of Zhang Daqian's works were rendered on rice paper or silk, chosen for their substantial texture and often bearing watermarks. Although this counterfeit was highly skilled in its imitation, the tactile differences, due to the passage of time, remained slight yet discernible. Ding Kun smiled and turned to Huang Wenhao, stating, your painting is a top-tier forgery, however. A counterfeit is ultimately a counterfeit, capable of deceiving the majority, but not me. The confidence in Ding Kun's words was imbued with the pride of years spent immersed in this field. Yet, it drew the attention of the assembly towards Huang Wenhao, who now bore a countenance marked by extreme dismay. His painting had been salvaged as mere scrap from a shop. How could it possibly be a genuine article? Huang Wenhao found it impossible to believe. Yet, his words inadvertently revealed his intent to humiliate Yang Feng. Little did he expect that the artwork in his possession was, in fact, a forgery. However, at this moment, Ding Kun found himself harboring a newfound admiration for Yang Feng. It was indeed a fortunate discovery. Clearly, Mr. Yang possessed a profound familiarity with art, for he would not have unearthed such a dusty masterpiece otherwise, Ding Kun mused. The gazes of the crowd towards Yang Feng were imbued with a touch of reverence. No wonder this fellow had exuded such confidence earlier. It became apparent that he recognized the authenticity of his gift. Moreover, if this painting were genuine, its value would undoubtedly exceed 20 million. To bestow such a lavish present, one must ponder the identity of this individual. Mr. Yang, your generosity is overwhelming, Lin Jinghua sighed at that moment. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, I merely thought it inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. I simply selected something at random. He did not place much significance on the painting. In contrast, Huang Wenhao had made a show of presenting the artwork as a gift, while Yang Feng merely placed his offering at the reception area. The difference in their characters was glaringly apparent. Huang Wenhao's blunder rendered him a figure of ridicule among the onlookers. Fortunately, Lin Jinghua chose not to pursue the matter further, instead encouraging everyone to return to their respective seats and continue the evening's festivities. Following this incident, Yang Feng fell into silence. As the banquet progressed into its latter half, individuals began rising from their tables to offer toasts. Yang Feng sought a quieter table to sit down. Yet he was soon approached by various guests eager to engage with him, testing the waters regarding his family's background. Yang Feng, being genuine, entertained their inquiries until he noticed Lin Shui and Li Wanfei approaching from a distance. I never expected you to be so knowledgeable not only about porcelain but also well-versed in Zhang Daqian's paintings, Li Wanfei remarked with astonishment as she took a seat. Yang Feng shrugged and replied, just fortunate. Indeed, having such luck consistently is no small feat, Li Wanfei teased. Lin Shui, however, seemed less intrigued by the conversation and inquired, by the way, are you planning to head back soon? Yes, I believe the time is about right. My grandfather has a tea gathering later. Would you like to join for a while? Lin Shui did not specify the attendees of this gathering, but they were likely influential figures. To Lin Shui's surprise, Yang Feng appeared disinterested in mingling with the elite. Instead, he stretched languidly and said, no, I don't quite fit into such occasions. Then, I actually have something I would like your help with, Yang Feng interjected, shifting the topic. I wish to return to my hometown to make some investments, but I am not well versed in these matters. I was hoping to ask if you might have any suggestions. Looking to give back to your hometown? Lin Shui discerned the implication in Yang Feng's words, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Every region has its own nuances, but your intention is not difficult to realize. I can introduce you to some individuals who can assist with on-site research. On-site research. Exactly. Investigating the local culture and climate, as well as its unique characteristics. For instance, if there are opportunities for tourism development, it would be suitable for such projects. And if there are ample land resources, agricultural production could be pursued, Lin Shui elaborated eloquently. Yang Feng, in the realm of business, indeed pales in comparison to her. I shall send 2 individuals to investigate on your behalf and communicate with the local mayor regarding any potential policies, Lin Shui concluded. Yang Feng nodded and expressed his gratitude. It's no trouble. Just be sure to fulfill your role as a son-in-law to the Lin family, Li Wanfei interjected. Lin Shui's face flushed slightly at this remark, and she shot a glare at her, saying, don't speak nonsense. There are others present. Oh, but wasn't this your idea? I merely voiced it. Li Wanfei replied with a smile. Yang Feng cleared his throat and said, well, I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps I should head home? Wait. Lin Shui suddenly called out to him, leaving Yang Feng puzzled. What else is there? He inquired. Lin Shui appeared quite embarrassed, while Li Wanfei bluntly stated, Xia Xue wants to date you. What? Yang Feng stumbled back in surprise. Lin Shui's face reddened, and she hurriedly clarified, don't listen to her nonsense. I merely meant, if you have time, could you accompany me back home? My father and grandfather have expressed some fondness for you, she added. Her usually stoic demeanor softened with a hint of warmth. It's just a simple meeting, don't overthink it. Yang Feng scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. To outright refuse felt rather unkind, yet he truly was reluctant to engage with such an influential family. Stop overthinking it. It's settled. There is no need for hesitation. Li Wanfei declared decisively. It's the day after tomorrow. Remember to be there. Well, that seems straightforward enough, she added with a grin. Yang Feng's expression grew somewhat stiff, and after hastily bidding farewell, he departed. Once outside the hotel, he exhaled deeply, just as he was about to hail a cab home. A familiar voice called out to him. Mr. Yang, you've come out as well. Turning around, he recognized the man he had encountered outside the auction house. You are Xiang Shenghui. Yang Feng recalled the name. Xiang Shenghui laughed heartily, saying, it's rare for Mr. Yang to remember me after all this time. I recall you mentioned you deal in antique collections, Yang Feng replied, recalling that most of the antiques this man purchased at the auction radiated a certain aura, indicating he was no ordinary individual. Indeed, Mr. Yang, should you come across any suitable antiques, feel free to reach out to me. That painting you referred to earlier is quite splendid, Xiang Shenghui remarked, having witnessed the events at the banquet. Yang Feng was not taken aback and queried, is it for private collection or for a museum? Merely for private collection, Xiang Shenghui said, glancing at his watch. I apologize, but I must take my leave. I shall certainly pay you a visit another day. Of course, you are always welcome, Yang Feng replied. As Yang Feng gazed at Xing Hui's hurried departure, his expression grew increasingly contemplative. He had deliberately used his spiritual sight to examine Xing Hui's meridians, revealing him to be an ordinary individual. This indicated that the true power behind those resources undoubtedly resided with the individuals supporting him. However, Yang Feng remained uncertain about whether this person was benevolent or malevolent. Perhaps Moron Wan was privy to such knowledge. Suddenly, Yang Feng recalled the conversation he had with Moron Wan earlier in the day. He felt as though he had unwittingly become entangled in a series of events. Yet, he had little inclination towards such disputes. As the saying goes, when the heavens fall, a tall person will shoulder the burden. At present, he was merely a small pawn, unlikely to attract much attention. Having come to this realization, Yang Feng hailed a cab and returned home. Upon arriving, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. After taking a shower and preparing for bed, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile spread across his face. "Brother, are you asleep yet?" The voice belonged to none other than his sister, who was studying in another city. Hearing her familiar voice, Yang Feng sighed. "What is it this time?" "Hee, did you receive the money I sent you?" Yang Xiaoshu asked cheerfully. Yang Feng, slightly puzzled, looked at his phone screen and discovered that he indeed had received a sum of money. "You sent me 3,000 yuan. What's going on?" he inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "This is from my part-time job. Isn't it impressive?" Yang Xiaoshu replied with a hint of pride in her voice. Yang Feng was aware of her penchant for side gigs, but he replied, "You should keep it for yourself. Do I seem like someone who lacks money?" "I just thought you might want to share in the fruits of my labor," she responded joyfully. Yang Feng found this odd and asked, "What exactly is this part-time job of yours? Just don't let it interfere with your studies. You'll find out when I come home in a few days. For now, it's a secret," she teased. "You're being rather silly," he commented. "I'll hang up now. I'm logging into my game. And today is a day for scoring big." Noticing the time nearing 10 o'clock, Yang Xiaoshu quickly ended the call and logged into her gaming account. "Wait." Yang Feng attempted to call after her, but only heard the busy signal in response. With a resigned smile, he tossed his phone onto the bed. He had intended to share his recent experiences with his sister, but upon reflection, he doubted she would be interested. During her high school years in Jiangxing, Yang Xiaoshu had been an avid gamer, often spending her time at home either playing games or sleeping. He had even labored to assist her with her homework, inadvertently rekindling memories of his own challenging high school days. What struck Yang Feng as particularly unfair was how knowledge seemed to effortlessly penetrate her mind, as if the wisdom from textbooks flew directly into her ears. Despite her lack of diligence, she had managed to secure a place at one of the nation's top universities. Time was slipping away, and Yang Feng decided not to dwell on such thoughts any longer. He promptly fell into a deep slumber. The dawn of a new day awaited him. Yang Feng took a brief slumber before heading to the dealership to collect his new vehicle. Although the car was modestly priced, it was perfectly suited for him. As he drove, he dialed Gaoronghai. The company had been operational for several days, yet he had yet to pay a visit. In the bustling heart of the city, at the entrance of a towering office building, Yang Feng's company had rented the 4th and 5th floors as their operational base. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight of 20 to 30 employees already on board, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. This was his inaugural venture as a business owner. Just as he was lost in thought, Gao Ronghai emerged from inside. Beaming, "Brother Feng, you finally made it." While speaking, he proceeded to introduce Yang Feng to the staff within the office, individuals who were poised to become the backbone of the company. After familiarizing himself with the team, Yang Feng made his way into Gao Ronghai's office. "How is the company faring?" he inquired. Gao Ronghai chuckled and replied, "Everything is going splendidly. Do you remember Boss Lu from our recent procurement? The one from the place where Lu Qingyang works?" "Yes, that's him. When I informed him that our company had acquired stones worth over 100 million, he was absolutely thrilled and insisted on collaborating with us for promotion, which I agreed to." Gao Ronghai, a seasoned veteran in the industry, understood that in the realm of luxury goods like jade, brand trust and recognition were paramount. The same item could fetch vastly different prices depending on the brand's prestige. He elaborated on the company's recent strategic directions, adding, "By the way, we have hired several charming young women primarily for live streaming and online promotion, although our current popularity is somewhat lacking. You aren't using the company's name to scout for romantic interests, are you?" Yang Feng shot him a skeptical glance and remarked, "You haven't hired a female secretary, have you? Don't be absurd. Do I seem like that kind of person? Moreover, the live streaming segment is managed by Lu Qingyang and her team. I have no involvement there," Gao Ronghai retorted, feigning indignation. Noticing his comical expression, Yang Feng shifted the conversation. "By the way, You mentioned wanting to visit the South Mountain City to explore the stones. When do you plan to set off? Gao Ronghai replied, that will likely take some time. I need to streamline the company's operations first. And then I have to recruit a few more people from Lao Gu's place to assist. Additionally, I need to negotiate with several major clients who are in need of jade. While they had secured a significant partnership with the Zhao family, a prominent jewelry dealer in Jiacheng, Gao Ronghai was prudent enough not to put all his eggs in one basket. Yang Feng understood this principle well and responded, in due time, I will join you on the trip to Mountain City to select a batch of quality stones to be transported back. Indeed. But to truly access primary sources, a trip abroad is essential, specifically to the southern nation of Gan. They possess numerous old mines. And my current ambition is to secure one of those mines once we have sufficient funds, Gao Ronghai declared, his voice filled with excitement. This was a dream he had scarcely dared to entertain, yet it was now on the cusp of becoming a reality. Yang Feng listened and nodded, saying, I will accompany you when the time comes. I shall personally select one. Hee, Brother Feng, you're discerning, I cannot be mistaken, Gao Ronghai replied. His trust in Yang Feng resembling that of Wu Zetian, who, having lost Li Ji, found herself in solitude. However, Gao Ronghai soon recalled the matter at hand and remarked, by the way, Brother Feng, why not set up a live streaming room at home? If we cannot generate enough popularity here, we might have to rely on you. Live streaming? What would I stream? Yang Feng inquired, bemused. With your discernment, assisting others in appraising jadeite or antiques could certainly make you the most popular figure online. Gao Ronghai said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yang Feng had never engaged in such activities before, but he found the idea rather appealing upon reflection. In this era where traffic reigns supreme, their company's lack of recognition might hinder even the finest products from selling. All right, I will start a live stream when I have the time, Yang Feng agreed. Upon hearing this, Gao Ronghai grinned broadly, exclaiming, let us not wait. How about tomorrow evening at 7? What is the situation? Yang Feng queried. I've already prepared promotional materials, Gao Ronghai replied, rummaging through some documents on the table. Yang Feng glanced at them and couldn't he help but feel speechless. The promotional text read, the esteemed disciple of Gao, with a 90 accuracy rate in discerning jadeite rough stones. It seemed this fellow had already devised a plan. Hee, Brother Feng, if you are willing to stream and assist others in appraising gambling stones or antiques, the popularity will undoubtedly soar, especially since you have so many friends in the industry. Gao Ronghai noted, well aware of Yang Feng's close relations with Han Yunfu and others. Yang Feng felt a sense of being tricked and retorted, you've set your sights on me? Haven't you? Brother Feng, we must strive for greatness and create a new era of brilliance, Gao Ronghai replied, his excitement keeping him awake for several nights as he delved into the company's affairs. Moreover, with the arrival of some professional managers, he had learned much from them. Yang Feng felt reassured seeing that he had not let his newfound status inflate his ego. This is merely our starting point. If we earn enough in the future, we should invest in other fields, especially technology companies, Yang Feng confided to Gao Ronghai. However, Gao Ronghai appeared troubled, lamenting, there are still many aspects of this company that I do not understand. How can I think of the future? Indeed, as Yang Feng had just begun to speak, a sudden knock echoed at the door. An employee's voice called out, President Gao, there's a very beautiful girl outside claiming she wishes to see Director Yang. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhao Zhuwei entered, beaming, you've become the chairman now, huh? I came to see you. Upon seeing Zhao Zhuwei, Gao Ronghai seemed to grasp the situation immediately, clearing his throat as he said, Brother Feng, everything is fine on my end. I think it best if you do not come today. Don't say that. I plan to check out Lu Qinglan's live stream later, she insisted. Don't bother. I'll send you the video later, Gao Ronghai urged, pushing Yang Feng out the door. Zhao Zhuwei comprehended his intent, bidding farewell with a radiant smile as she grasped Yang Feng's hand, leading him out of the company. Yang Feng felt a tinge of gloom as he observed Zhao Zhuwei beside him, perplexed. He inquired, what brings you here? I attempted to visit your home, but your phone was off and you were absent. Thus, I surmised you might be at the company and came over, Zhao Zhuwei candidly replied. Yang Feng glanced at his phone and remarked, indeed, this phone's battery life is rather dismal. Why not take the opportunity to replace it now? My father mentioned he wouldn't be home until this evening, Zhao Zhuwei suggested. Yang Feng recalled that he had previously expressed a desire to view the painting by Wu Daisy. Nonetheless, what he truly yearned for was to discover how many spiritually infused artifacts remained in the Zhao family home. He understood the significance of those energies to his well-being. Acquiring them would undoubtedly result in a profound transformation for his health. For instance, he was already sensing that using his vision to perceive beyond the ordinary was no longer as exhausting as before, and his body felt significantly more attuned. Shall we first check out a nearby mobile phone store? He proposed. All right, I'll guide you, Zhao Zhuwei responded, familiar with the way. The two departed for Baolong Shopping Mall, where numerous authorized mobile phone outlets were located. Upon entering one such store, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Yu Jiantao, who was perusing the latest mobile devices. Upon noticing Yang Feng's arrival, Yu Jiantao exclaimed in delight, "What a coincidence! And this is my friend, Zhao Zhuwei." Accompanying me, Yang Feng introduced. Zhao Zhuwei. That name seems somewhat familiar, Yu Jiantao pondered, then exclaimed in astonishment. Could she be the young lady from the Zhao family? You're aware of this? Yang Feng queried. I heard about it when I ran my antique shop. Yu Jiantao replied incredulously. This fellow has managed to woo the Zhao family's young mistress. At that moment, Zhao Zhuwei took the initiative to greet him, saying hello. Hello there, Yang Feng. This lad is truly fortunate. After all these years, why have I not encountered such a wealthy and beautiful woman? I too wish to enjoy the fruits of such good fortune. Yu Jiantao lamented dramatically. Yang Feng rolled his eyes, exasperated. I've told you she is merely a friend, not some sort of sugar mama. All right. Regardless of the nature of your friendship, let's address something serious. We're planning a gathering soon among classmates. Would you care to join? You can bring a +1, Yu Jiantao suggested, casting a pointed glance at Zhao Zhuwei. Yang Feng, observing his demeanor, felt disheartened and replied, I typically don't enjoy such gatherings, and let me reiterate, she is not a +1. Are you truly not interested? I heard Li Hanshi will be attending. He is now the CEO of a publicly listed company, and I recall you had a decent rapport with him. Yang Feng recalled that he had encountered Zhao Wenba during his car purchase, who had also mentioned the class reunion. Noticing Yang Feng's indecision, Yu Jiantao decisively stated, It's settled then. The venue will be at the Qingshui Grand Hotel. Don't forget. Seeing him so resolute, Yang Feng could only nod in agreement. He was well aware of Yu Jiantao's nature. He was not one to shy away from social gatherings. Yang Feng speculated that he was deliberately included due to the importance of the gathering. All right, call me when you head over, he agreed. However, he then inquired, By the way, what have you thought about the matter I mentioned last time? Let's discuss it later. Yu Jiantao replied as he picked up the newly purchased phone and told the clerk, My buddy will cover the bill. With that, he cheerfully strode out. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, was about to take out his phone to pay when he realized it was dead. What a predicament. He cast a pleading glance at Zhao Zhuwei, who responded with a lively smile, teasing, Are you really planning to rely on others? I just don't have any cash. Yang Feng's face flushed. Nevertheless, Zhao Zhuwei merely jested and promptly retrieved her phone to make the payment. At that moment, a couple entered the store. I really want that new phone, darling. Can you buy it for me? The girl's coy voice rang out. The boy, unable to resist, readily agreed. Sure, whatever you want. Satisfied with his enthusiastic response, the girl nodded approvingly. However, upon entering the store, they were taken aback to see Zhao Zhuwei paying for Yang Feng. Why not buy another one as a backup? You can even use 2 SIM cards, Zhao Zhuwei suggested. Yang Feng nodded, replying, That works for me. I want to be modest. He then selected another new phone. Shortly after, Zhao Zhuwei scanned her phone to complete the payment, and they exited the store. The couple stood frozen in place, stunned. What the? The boy exclaimed, his expression shifting from confusion to jealousy. Look at them. Frustrated, he turned to his girlfriend and scolded, No way. You have to buy me a phone today, and I want to. Why does his girlfriend get to spend money on him while I have to be the fool? The girl, taken aback, timidly pulled out her phone, asking, Am I paying? In an instant, their roles seemed to have reversed. Within the span of less than a minute, the cashier was left utterly astonished. Yang Feng, oblivious to the commotion, left with Zhao Zhuwei, and they went out for a meal. By evening, he drove to her home. This was a place he had visited once before, and returning did not evoke much sentiment. He parked in the garage and observed the 5 or 6 luxury cars within. Any one of them could purchase several of his own. Truly, a wealthy family. His car, in comparison, was likely worth no more than a single wheel of theirs. Why not upgrade your car too? You're not short on money now. Zhao Zhuwei's voice chimed in. Yang Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Nah, I'm not particularly interested in cars. As long as it drives, that's enough. As they spoke, they made their way into the house. Today, Qiu Yuexiang personally took to the kitchen, enlisting the help of the housekeeper. The last time Yang Feng declined her token of gratitude, it left her feeling quite remorseful. In the grand hall of the villa, several dishes were already arranged on the table. At that moment, Qiu Yuexiang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of stir-fried meat. Upon noticing the return of her guests, she smiled and said, "Ah, Xiao Feng has arrived. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Lao Zhao just returned and is sending a message in the study before joining us." "Thank you, Auntie," Yang Feng replied, despite his lukewarm impression of her. The sky gradually darkened. Zhao Guofeng descended from the upstairs, and 4 individuals gathered around the dining table. The presence of an additional guest today uplifted Zhao Guofeng's spirits considerably. After finishing their meal, which extended past 7 in the evening, Zhao Guofeng finally proposed, "Shall we go to my collection room for a visit?" Yang Feng, having anticipated this invitation, readily replied, "Then I shall not be polite." "Haha, what is there to be polite about? I have heard of your friendship with Han Yunfu, and how you gifted a painting by Zhang Daqian at the Lin family's banquet. Clearly, you possess considerable expertise in this area." Zhao Guofeng laughed heartily. It seemed the circle of wealthy individuals in Jiacheng was indeed quite small, as Zhao Guofeng was aware of such details. Yang Feng could only humbly bow his head, responding, "That was merely a stroke of luck. Dad, I want to see too," Zhao Zhui exclaimed, bouncing over to Yang Feng's side. Observing her curious, wide eyes, Yang Feng found it somewhat puzzling and asked, "Don't you often look at them at home? My dad is rather stingy and usually doesn't allow me to go in freely." Zhao Zhui mumbled. Zhao Guofeng, exasperated, remarked, "Isn't it because you tend to be so clumsy? What if you accidentally damage my belongings? Why don't you both go? I will water the flowers outside and join you shortly," Qiu Yuexiang suggested from the side. Zhao Guofeng refrained from further protest and led Yang Feng and Zhao Zhui to the end of the second-floor corridor. There was only one room there, Zhao Guofeng's collection room. As the door swung open, the 3 entered together. Upon their first glimpse of the interior, Yang Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. What truly defines a wealthy individual? The room's climate-controlled environment alone was quite costly. The shelves were adorned with precious porcelain, and delicate calligraphy and paintings were safeguarded with special materials. The entire room spanned several dozen square meters, but merely considering the items displayed on those shelves, their value undoubtedly exceeded several billion. I consider myself a modest collector as well. Many of these items were acquired over 10 years ago, or even longer. Most were purchased at relatively low prices, but their worth has certainly soared since then, Zhao Guofeng introduced, his tone tinged with pride. After all, he had long wished to show Yang Feng this collection room, knowing of his appreciation for antiques. Even the wealthiest cannot resist the gratifying sense of accomplishment that comes from showcasing their achievements. Zhao Zhui had previously entered, and after observing for a while, she suddenly pointed at a nearby painting and exclaimed, "Is this the artwork that the kidnappers were after?" "Indeed, this painting is the Immortal Bestowing Elixir by Wu Daozi," Zhao Guofeng explained. This artwork was meticulously protected with materials, encased in a specially designed glass enclosure. Within the glass, a gentle yellow light illuminated the painting. It was evident that Zhao Guofeng had invested considerable resources into this collection room. Yang Feng scrutinized the painting, his gaze gradually deepening. After a moment, a smile crept onto his face. Without a doubt, this artwork exuded a profound aura, even more so than any antique he had encountered before. The master painter Wu Daozi indeed lived up to his illustrious reputation, as each stroke seemed imbued with spirit. After observing for a while, Yang Feng shifted his attention to another painting nearby. This piece also radiated a significant aura, yet it bore no signature. Intrigued, Yang Feng inquired, "Whose work is this?" "It was purchased at an auction by a friend of mine. Judging by its material and style, it likely dates back to the Tang or Song dynasty. But we are yet to ascertain the identity of the artist," Zhao Guofeng replied. He continued, "In fact, I possess several works like this. It is not always essential to know their provenance. For instance, some porcelain pieces are only linked to their respective dynasties, without any specific historical context. The essence of antique collecting lies in establishing a spiritual connection that transcends centuries, even millennia." Thus, Zhao Guofeng did not insist on knowing the origin. "Speaking of which, Yang Feng, you seem quite knowledgeable about antiques. Why not help my father identify the artist of this painting?" Zhao Zhui recalled Yang Feng's performance at the auction and felt a surge of confidence in him. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng quickly interjected, "Don't be foolish. Paintings without historical records and incomplete signatures can only be appreciated, not traced back to their origins. Oh, I just found out. Zhao Zhui realized her mistake in speaking. Yang Feng, however, chuckled and remarked, perhaps it is possible. What? Yang Feng, don't heed this girl-ass nonsense. I have consulted numerous experts about this painting. And aside from a few vague details, there isn't much information available for identification, Zhao Guofeng expressed, concerned about Yang Feng's potential embarrassment. Yet, Yang Feng understood that the painting's rich aura suggested it was far from ordinary. If he employed his eye technique to trace its origins, he might uncover its secrets. Zhao Guofeng, not one to be stingy, saw Yang Feng's keen interest and readily handed the painting to him. Yang Feng placed one hand on it. His eyes fixated on the lines of the artwork. It was an ink painting depicting a figure standing on a cliff, gazing skyward as if composing poetry. The figure, clad in flowing robes, exuded an air of elegance. Yang Feng's eyes began to trace back through time. Eventually, an image emerged in his mind, a silhouette of someone painting. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared incredulously at the painting before him. How could this be possible? Yang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, eliciting a curious glance from Zhao Guofeng beside him. Even Zhao Zhui was puzzled, wondering what had suddenly come over Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng slowly picked up the painting and examined the missing corner with great care. 4 characters remained faintly visible in that corner. It was meant to be a poem. But due to the passage of time, 2 characters had become indistinct, leaving only the recognizable characters that suggested the meaning of the sound of the qing. Was there something amiss with this painting? Zhao Guofeng inquired, puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Yang Feng replied, "This painting is not the work of a renowned master. While the technique is quite commendable, the true essence lies in these characters." These characters? Zhao Guofeng leaned closer to scrutinize them, then shook his head. "We have already had these evaluated, but we truly cannot ascertain their origin. Their confidence is too fragile to make a claim." Yang Feng squinted thoughtfully. Zhao Guofeng, growing increasingly perplexed, pressed on, "Xiao Feng, are you suggesting that this is the handwriting of Li Taibai?" What? This time, it was not just Zhao Guofeng. Even Zhao Zhui gazed at Yang Feng in astonishment. "You mustn't be frivolous." Zhao Zhui trembled inwardly. Who was Li Taibai? He was revered as the immortal poet throughout the vast expanse of Chinese history. Among the myriad of literary figures, only one authentic piece from his hand is known to exist. How could another possibly surface? Sensing their astonishment, Yang Feng chuckled, "There's no need for such alarm. While this painting does bear the handwriting of Li Taibai, it is not an original work of his own. It is likely a later imitation." This statement somewhat calmed the two, yet they remained in a state of disbelief. Even so, it was still a treasure. "How could you be so certain?" Zhao Guofeng queried, skepticism evident in his voice. He was somewhat incredulous. Although he recognized Yang Feng's profound insights into antiques, he had had this painting evaluated countless times, and no one dared to assert that it bore Li Taibai's characters. Yang Feng laughed lightly, saying, "This is not particularly difficult. One can attempt to reconstruct the characters based on what is visible and then compare them with other surviving works to ascertain the handwriting. Results should emerge from such analysis." Yet, even as he stated this, Yang Feng felt a tremor of excitement within himself. Truly, he was indeed a transcendent poet. Even an imitation could emanate such an ethereal aura. At this moment, Zhao Guofeng's heart was already elated, and he declared, "I will have my friend verify this immediately." He was now somewhat exhilarated. If the piece he had unwittingly acquired bore the handwriting of Li Taibai, then the painting's significance would be transformed entirely. More importantly, it might suggest that the poet depicted by the artist was indeed Li Taibai. This painting was from the Tang and Song dynasties, and while the specifics were unclear, those from that era would have had a much clearer understanding of Li Taibai's appearance. In other words, this painting could very well possess historical significance. With this thought, Zhao Guofeng's excitement surged even further. Yang Feng chose not to elaborate further and instead continued to examine the various antiques within the collection room. Among the hundreds of items present, only a scant few possessed any spiritual essence, and many of those exhibited but a faint trace. It appeared that the likelihood of discovering antiques imbued with genuine spirit was rather slim. After scrutinizing the artifacts, the group exited the collection room. Outside, Qiu Yuexiang had already prepared some refreshments. The 3 of them settled down by the tea table in the hall. At that moment, the sound of the doorbell echoed from outside. Zhao Guofeng instructed the housekeeper to answer the door. A man in his 50s hurriedly burst in, exclaiming, "Old Zhao, Is that painting still here? The man's urgency was palpable. He was Lu Jinhong, a renowned collector in Jiangcheng and a friend of Zhao Guofeng. Observing his demeanor, Zhao Guofeng sensed something and inquired, "Old Lu, is this for real?" "Indeed, it's genuine," Lu Jinhong exclaimed, setting down the item he was carrying, which turned out to be a piece of calligraphy. Comparing it to the photograph Zhao Guofeng had sent him, he declared with enthusiasm, "There is no mistake. This is undoubtedly the handwriting of Li Taibai. Moreover, the poem inscribed, if we take Li Taibai as our reference, I have also located the original lines. I long to sleep, dear. So please depart. Tomorrow, with intent, bring your loot." Zhao Guofeng seemed to grasp the significance as well. "Exactly. That's the one." As Lu Jinhong continued, he quickly asked, "By the way, which master was it that helped you identify this? Is he still here? Can I meet him?" His eagerness to uncover the identity of the expert who could discern such a masterpiece was palpable. Surely, this individual must be a luminary in the realm of antiques. Noting Lu Jinhong's anxious expression, Zhao Guofeng helplessly glanced at Yang Feng beside him. Lu Jinhong noticed the exchange and queried, "What is the matter?" "He is the living master you speak of," Zhao Guofeng teased. However, upon hearing this, Lu Jinhong displayed skepticism, finally responding, "Old Zhao, after all these years, don't try to fool me." Having encountered countless masters before, he found it hard to believe that this young man in his 20s could possess such discernment. At that moment, Qiu Yuexiang, noticing Lu Jinhong's disbelief, chimed in, "Old Lu, how can you say such a thing? Old Zhao wouldn't he deceive you? Especially since today we have but one guest." "Really?" Lu Jinhong replied, still somewhat doubtful. When he turned his gaze towards Yang Feng, he found the latter's expression remarkably composed. A sense of astonishment stirred within Lu Jinhong. Who exactly was this young man, possessing such extraordinary insight? "Young man, are you from Jiangcheng?" Lu Jinhong asked promptly. Yang Feng, having just taken a sip of tea, replied, "My hometown is Shicheng." "Oh, that is not too far from here." Lu Jinhong nodded, scrutinizing Yang Feng closely before finally asking, "Did you truly recognize it?" It was evident that Lu Jinhong still harbored a degree of doubt. Yang Feng remained indifferent, but Zhao Zhuwei, unable to bear the skepticism directed at him, puffed out her cheeks and declared, "Uncle Lu, please don't make wild guesses." It was indeed Yang Feng who identified it. Laughing heartily, Lu Jinhong admitted, "Indeed, it is my fault." Zhao Guofeng, somewhat helpless, remarked, "My daughter is also a witness. However, old Lu, this is of little significance. I have brought something similar. I wonder if Mr. Yang could take a look?" At that moment, Lu Jinhong retrieved a piece of bronze from his pocket. This artifact resembled a small knife, adorned with a circular handle, exuding an air of antiquity. Yang Feng glanced at it and then smiled, saying, "Uncle Lu, as a collector, do you truly require my assistance?" He chuckled and added, "To be frank, the ancient city is currently hosting a biennial appraisal conference, and this is merely a preliminary test for the event." Lu Jinhong was not one to be overly sentimental. He continued, "Of course, this is also just a light-hearted game among friends. If Mr. Yang prefers not to participate, he is entirely free to decline." It seemed that Lu Jinhong believed Yang Feng had merely been fortunate in his earlier recognition. Zhao Zhuwei, however, was not easily deterred and eagerly looked towards Yang Feng. In truth, Yang Feng was not fond of such trivial games. Yet, being in Zhao Guofeng's home, he felt compelled to extend some courtesy to his guest. He examined the bronze piece closely, touching it with his fingers. After approximately a minute, a smile began to form on his face. "What do you think?" Lu Jinhong inquired, adding, "If Mr. Yang finds it challenging to ascertain, he may consult ancient texts or allow me to provide hints. This is indeed within the rules." The bronze artifact was somewhat obscure, which was why Lu Jinhong had chosen it as a standard. Yang Feng shook his head and replied, "No need for that. I genuinely did not expect you to use such an item for testing." "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Zhuwei asked curiously. Yang Feng turned to her and questioned, "What do you think this is?" It appeared somewhat like a small knife. Could it be a weapon? Not quite, but this item can indeed be used to procure weapons. Yang Feng stated matter-of-factly, causing a slight change in Lu Jinhong's expression. Had this individual truly discerned its nature so swiftly? This piece is colloquially known as the six-character knife, its proper name being Qifan Bajong Huahua, a commemorative currency from the Warring States period. "Am I correct?" Yang Feng inquired, looking at Lu Jinhong. The latter nodded repeatedly, expressing his amazement. "Indeed, indeed. I never expected a young friend like you to possess such knowledge. You have truly opened my eyes." It is worth noting that even some professionals in Jiancheng require time to identify the six-character knife. Yet, astonishingly, Yang Feng uncovered its secrets in merely a minute. At this moment, Zhao Zhui beamed with pride, grinning widely. I told you Yang Feng is impressive. Mr. Yang, would you be interested in participating in our appraisal conference? It is a grand event held once every 2 years, Lu Jinhong inquired eagerly. Yang Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he asked, you and Uncle Zhao are friends, correct? Indeed. I have been an old friend of old Zhao for decades, Lu Jinhong replied, puzzled by Yang Feng's sudden query. Zhao Guofeng discerned an anomaly and inquired, Xiao Feng, have you discovered something? This six-character dagger is a counterfeit, Yang Feng replied with remarkable calmness. The countenance of those present shifted dramatically. Zhao Guofeng hastily exclaimed, Xiao Feng, do not speak rashly. Old Lu is not one to fall for such a trick. No, he speaks the truth, Lu Jinhong interjected. Yet his face was already etched with astonishment and disbelief. The object was indeed a forgery. He had personally commissioned it and collaborated with several masters for guidance, ultimately achieving this nearly flawless appearance. Originally, it was intended for a wager with friends. Even the most esteemed appraisers could easily be deceived. However, Lu Jinhong could never have anticipated that their prized creation would be so effortlessly discerned by a young man in merely a minute. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Feng had deliberately inspected it for a minute, fearing that recognizing it too swiftly would be too much for him to bear. It was utterly terrifying. Lu Jinhong's gaze fixed upon Yang Feng. His initial skepticism had transformed into admiration and now a hint of reverence. This individual's appraisal skills were undoubtedly on par with his own. Zhao Guofeng was astonished by the underlying truth. I finally understand why someone as earnest as Han Yunfu would choose to befriend you, he remarked thoughtfully. Upon hearing Han Yunfu's name, Lu Jinhong expressed his surprise. Could it be that the person old Han mentioned is indeed him? Have you heard of him too? Zhao Guofeng asked. Just a few days ago. While visiting old Han for tea, he brought him up. At the time, I thought he was merely jesting and exaggerating. Reflecting on this, Lu Jinhong added, in retrospect, he neither exaggerated nor was he overly cautious. Mr. Yang's abilities are truly remarkable. To receive such affirmation from someone like Lu Jinhong was a first for Zhao Guofeng. He never expected to hear such words from him. Yang Feng, however, rose to his feet, declaring, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Wait, Mr. Yang. Lu Jinhong quickly called out. Is there anything else? Yang Feng inquired with curiosity. Lu Jinhong promptly retrieved an ancient bronze invitation from his bag and presented it to Yang Feng, saying, Mr. Yang, you must attend the appraisal conference. Taking the invitation, Yang Feng noted that the event was scheduled for the 1st of next month, just a fortnight away. He expressed his gratitude, stating, I shall certainly be there. Excellent. Then we shall meet at that time, Lu Jinhong replied, his heart brimming with joy. The presence of a master of Yang Feng's caliber would undoubtedly enhance the prestige of the appraisal conference. Moreover, the stir created by such a young appraiser was unimaginable. Zhao Guofeng harbored no such thoughts. He simply accompanied Yang Feng to the entrance. Watching him drive away, a satisfied smile emerged on his face. Yet, Lu Jinhong, who stood at the door, immediately turned to Zhao Guofeng and asked, Old Zhao, how did you come to know him? Who is his master? I was truly unaware of this. My acquaintance with him stems solely from my daughter. Zhao Guofeng gazed at Zhao Zhuwei, who had already turned to leave. Lu Jinhong seemed to have grasped the situation, remarking, I noticed it earlier. This girl is quite fond of Yang Feng, isn't she? Haha. This lad possesses not only extraordinary skills in gem appraisal, but also runs a jade trading company. Can you guess the revenue on its opening day? Zhao Guofeng inquired. Lu Jinhong, puzzled, responded, 1 million? 2 million? Too conservative. Think bigger, Zhao Guofeng urged. 10 million? 120 million. What? Lu Jinhong was truly taken aback. His discerning eye for stones had led him to uncover an imperial green jade. Zhao Guofeng chuckled, saying, his future is limitless. It was evident that you intend to recruit a son-in-law for yourself. Hee, that also depends on whether he is willing, Zhao Guofeng replied with a hint of resignation. Having heard of Yang Feng's situation with the Lin family, he understood why the young man was regarded as an esteemed guest. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, he was held in such high esteem. After departing, he drove home. Upon arriving, he took a shower, and soon it was past 10 in the evening. Yang Feng returned to his room, lying on his bed while glancing at his phone. Recently, his data analytics had frequently recommended various gem appraisal insights. However, He was surprised to discover that a self-media outlet had promoted his own company, Changhe Jade Trading Company. Prominently displayed was an announcement stating that he would be live streaming on the country's largest video platform tomorrow at 7 o'clock. As he read the exaggerated praises about himself, Yang Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. However, he quickly sensed the predicament. He aspired to be a businessman and had no desire to step into the limelight as a celebrity. If the event garnered too much attention, wouldn't it hinder his mobility in the future? Contemplating this, Yang Feng promptly called Gao Ronghai to express his concerns. Gao Ronghai reassured him that they could apply facial effects during the broadcast, which alleviated Yang Feng's worries considerably. At that moment, Yang Feng was unaware that someone else in Jiangxing was more concerned about the upcoming live stream than he was, Zhu Yun, who had been humiliated by Yang Feng on 2 previous occasions. In a lavish mansion, Zhu Yun reclined on the sofa in the living room, while a female masseuse attended to him. Just then, one of his subordinates entered, reporting, "Young Master Zhu, I have just confirmed that the company this kid operates is indeed Changhe Jade Trading Company, and he will be live streaming personally tomorrow. This fellow has quite the audacity." Hoping to advertise his company through live streaming, Zhu Yun mused, narrowing his eyes. The subordinate, seemingly understanding his implication, inquired, "Shall we arrange some trouble for him? What will his live stream entail?" According to the advertisement, it appears he will be assisting in appraising gambling stones and cutting them live, the subordinate replied. Zhu Yun pondered for a moment before grinning mischievously. "You go find a few people and procure some gambling stones to create a little chaos for him." "I understand." The subordinate immediately acknowledged. Zhu Yun waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to leave. He then turned over on the sofa and said to the technician, "Please give me a back massage." "Of course," the technician replied promptly. As the night passed, the following morning saw Yang Feng rising past 10 o'clock. He drew back the curtains, basking in the warmth of the sunlight outside. These past few days had been consumed by the busyness of appraising treasures, leaving him little time for tranquility. Today, however, he felt a sense of contentment. After enjoying breakfast, Yang Feng settled in at home and turned on the television. The local news was reporting on a burglary at a historical museum, the largest in Jiangxing. The stolen artifact was a jade guardian from the Han Dynasty, crafted from superior jade into the likeness of a divine beast, with its earliest records dating back to that era. Such a priceless treasure, typically safeguarded with utmost vigilance, had now gone missing, making it a monumental headline. Yang Feng's expression shifted slightly. He felt an unsettling sensitivity, as if such occurrences were orchestrated by those with nefarious intentions, much like the earlier kidnapping of Zhao Zhuwei, who had been targeted for a painting by Wu Daoxiu. It was truly audacious. Displeasure flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. The covetousness of these individuals towards Chinese artifacts was glaringly apparent. Nonetheless, he knew that ultimately, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau would handle the matter, so he need not worry excessively. Just as he was about to change the channel, his phone rang. It was Lin Shue's personal number. Puzzled, Yang Feng answered, "What's the matter?" "I sent someone yesterday to investigate the investment environment in your hometown. I'll send you the contact information shortly," Lin Shui inquired. Yang Feng then recalled that he had indeed asked Lin Shui for this assistance. "Thank you. No problem. But from their preliminary report, it seems that substantial funds would be required to stimulate the entire town. I believe your town has nearly 100,000 residents," she noted. Having likely already assessed the situation, Yang Feng understood that his current funds were insufficient to invigorate the entire community. "I have some spare capital lately. I'm considering establishing a new factory. Would you like to contemplate that?" Lin Shui asked again. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng felt a surge of joy. He recognized that a factory could easily create hundreds or even thousands of jobs, and given the Lin family's industrial standing, the salary conditions would undoubtedly surpass those of his impoverished hometown. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if it ends up losing money?" "Don't worry, just connect with the investigators first. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Lin Shui replied succinctly before hanging up. Her demeanor was somewhat aloof, yet she was remarkably efficient in her dealings. As Yang Feng pondered this, a knock sounded at the door. He found it curious that he would have visitors today. Approaching the door, he opened it to find the lively Zhao Zhuwei standing there. Good morning." Zhao Zhuwei's beaming smile left Yang Feng somewhat bewildered. "How did you end up here?" he questioned, gazing at her in confusion. With a sense of pride, Zhao Zhuwei pointed to the adjacent unit, declaring, "From today onward, we are neighbors." Yang Feng was taken aback. Why would this young lady abandon her splendid villa to squeeze into a mere condominium? However, recalling their last encounter, when she had a falling out with Qiu Yuexiang and expressed a desire to live independently, it began to make sense. I remember that unit has been vacant for quite some time. Did you purchase it? Yang Feng inquired. Zhao Zhuwei shook her head repeatedly, stating, not at all. I'm renting it. Yang Feng nearly choked on his tea, exclaiming, you must be joking. The least expensive car in your garage could buy 2 of these apartments. Why would you need to rent? His disbelief was palpable. Zhao Zhuwei, somewhat annoyed by the implication, replied, I want to achieve financial independence and start spending my own earnings. I recall you just graduated from your master's program, Yang Feng remarked. Exactly. That's why I'm looking for a job, Zhao Zhuwei responded with a cheerful grin. Curiosity piqued, Yang Feng asked, which university did you attend? I completed my undergraduate studies at Jingxing University, and I continued there for my master's as well. Another academic prodigy. Yang Feng felt a twinge of frustration. Let us not dwell on that, Zhao Zhuwei laughed. Do you have some time to spare? What do you have in mind? Let us head to the furniture market. My new place needs a lot of furnishings. She grasped Yang Feng's arm and pulled him toward the door. Originally, Yang Feng had intended to relax at home, but he found himself being led outside. The scorching summer sun was at its zenith, and as they ventured into the heat, Yang Feng, familiar with the area, guided Zhao Zhuwei to numerous furniture stores. After arranging for delivery, they spent a considerable time browsing a supermarket and shopping mall, purchasing new clothes and daily necessities. By the time they regained their bearings, it was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Exiting the mall, Zhao Zhuwei noticed Yang Feng's exhausted demeanor and gently tapped his shoulder, teasing, why do you tire so easily? You were so formidable when you saved me. Yang Feng pointed forlornly to a small white dog nearby, which lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Even a dog couldn't withstand the rigors of a shopping expedition with a girl. Clearing her throat, Zhao Zhuwei suggested, how about I take you to a place where you can enjoy complimentary drinks? A tea shop? Look ahead. Huh. Yang Feng turned to see a jewelry store with the prominent sign of Jiangqing Jewelry. Isn't that your family's shop? He exclaimed, rolling his eyes. Come on. Let's take advantage of it. Zhao Zhuwei urged, pulling him inside. Jiangqing Jewelry Group holds significant influence nationwide, and in its home city, it radiates opulence. The store, located on the ground floor, spans over 100 square meters. Upon their entrance, a staff member promptly approached, warmly greeting them. Welcome. Are you here to purchase jewelry? Have you spotted anything you fancy? We'll just take a look for now. Zhao Zhuwei, composed and self-assured, led Yang Feng inside. Before the jewelry counter, some high stools were arranged, allowing for a leisurely observation of the exquisite gems displayed within the glass cases. As a prominent enterprise, Jiangqing Jewelry Group boasted a vast array of offerings, from various precious metals like gold and platinum to the most coveted gemstones such as jade and diamonds. The two found themselves seated directly in front of the jade showcase. At that moment, a shop attendant approached, presenting them with 2 glasses of water. Recalling that Yang Feng seemed well-versed in such matters, Zhao Zhuwei curiously inquired, do you often purchase these items, Yang Feng? Yang Feng candidly replied, to be honest, I have little interest in jade or jewelry. I do not fancy adorning myself with such trinkets. However, his words elicited a derisive laugh from a woman who brushed past them. If you can't afford it, just admit it. No need to fabricate excuses, her voice carried disdainfully. Turning around, Yang Feng recognized the woman as his former colleague, Wu Bailan, who had been his department manager during his tenure at the company. Their relationship had always been strained. As a junior supervisor, he had found her penchant for nitpicking irksome. To curry favor with upper management, she would often call meetings just before the end of the workday, deliberately delaying their departure until after the higher-ups conducted their inspections. While she basked in their praise, the unfortunate members of the planning department were left to catch the last subway home. Yang Feng, it's been a while. You still know how to boast. Wu Bailan mocked, leaning against a man whose age was apparent and whom Yang Feng recognized as Qin Xingwei, the vice president from the headquarters who had previously visited their branch. Yang Feng's expression remained unperturbed as he replied, I have resigned. Haha, I know. I personally approved your termination report, Wu Bailan retorted with a smug grin. Weren't you rather chummy with those employees back then? Did you really think you could oust me and ascend to the managerial role with their support? Qian Shui recalled, isn't he the one from the planning department? I heard they were considering promoting him to manager at your branch. But look at him now. He's out, and Wang Jiu left shortly thereafter. Yang Feng's expression shifted slightly at this revelation. Wang also left? Yes, he left the very next day after you. You weren't aware? Wu Bailan's tone dripped with satisfaction. It seems he was rather adversely affected by your departure. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, after his exit, I am now the vice president of the branch. As she spoke, she deliberately pulled her companion to sit beside her and called to the shop attendant. Bring out the most expensive item from this case for me to see. I am not like those impoverished souls. They merely come here to enjoy the air conditioning and refreshments. Her words were laced with the arrogance of a victor. During their time at the company, Wang Jiu had always looked out for Yang Feng. Upon discovering Yang Feng's remarkable abilities, he was on the verge of being appointed as the manager of the planning department. Unfortunately, due to Zhang Liang's interference, Yang Feng was dismissed from the company. Little did he anticipate that Wang Jiu had also departed. Was it not old Zhang's son who personally facilitated this young man's dismissal? Quite a fortunate turn of events, to have found another opportunity so swiftly. When Qian Shenghui laid eyes on Zhao Zhuwei, his gaze sparkled with intrigue. However, with Wu Bilian clinging to his arm, he refrained from making any bold moves. By the way, I must caution you about this unnamed beauty. This young man speaks of righteousness and morality, yet he secretly betrayed company secrets during his tenure. Be wary of being deceived by his ostentatious facade. Wu Bilian initiated a conversation with Zhao Zhuwei. Zhao Zhuwei had initially anticipated a cordial exchange with a former colleague of Yang Feng's, yet was taken aback by the presence of an imposing figure who seemed to harbor a grudge against him. Has anyone ever informed you that speaking ill of someone in front of their friends is also an unethical act? Zhao Zhuwei inquired, her discontent evident. Wu Bilian laughed heartily, retorting, I am certainly superior to him. As he just claimed to have no interest in jade, I suspect he simply cannot afford it. Did you know he is struggling to meet next month's mortgage payments? I have no fondness for jade either, Zhao Zhuwei replied calmly. Then what brings you here, dear girl? Wu Bilian scoffed. Do not feign sophistication. I have encountered many like you, who, knowing they cannot afford such luxuries, seek mere indulgence by touching the merchandise. Her disdainful expression suggested she had seen through it all. At this moment, Qian Shenghui chimed in, Beautiful lady, given your striking appearance, why not allow me to introduce you to a wealthy gentleman? Why endure hardships with this young man? Who could disagree? A man who enters a jewelry store yet buys nothing. Such a worthless fellow still dares to seek a partner? Wu Bilian deliberately provoked Yang Feng. During their time in the company, the entire department had rallied behind Yang Feng. Now, as she basked in the glory of her promotion to vice president of the branch following Yang Feng's dismissal, Wu Bilian relished her triumph. Zhao Zhuwei was taken aback by the aggressiveness of this individual, her eyes betraying a flicker of anger. Yet, at that moment, Yang Feng spoke with calmness. Truly beautiful and esteemed women may not require such objects to enhance their elegance. Conversely, some individuals, lacking in physical appeal, seem to prefer flaunting their worth through superficial means. I believe such individuals should indeed invest in more jewelry. Would you not agree? Yang Feng deliberately turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhuwei, his tone laced with irony, causing Wu Bilian's complexion to flush with indignation. Who are you referring to? Wu Bilian fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Feng. She then glared at the surrounding staff, demanding, Why are you not intervening? This insolent young man is speaking disrespectfully. Am I not a valued customer? Is this how you treat your esteemed clientele? The employees in the store remained silent, hesitant to respond. Yang Feng wore a smile and remarked, What I just mentioned pertains to certain individuals, but I have never directed it at you. Why are you so anxious? You. Wu Bilian retorted, clearly agitated. Fortunately, at that moment, Qian Shenghui interjected with a disdainful snort, saying, Lan, do not stoop to this fool's level. He is merely venting his frustrations, a jobless wastrel who will likely be unable to afford food next month. He is merely indulging in fleeting verbal amusement. His words gradually calmed Wu Bilian. He does have a point. With Zhang Xiao around, he will never find employment, and when he can't afford to eat, he may as well come to my doorstep. I might consider providing him with some leftover food. Wu Bilian's condescending demeanor towards Yang Feng indicated her self-perceived superiority. At this juncture, Zhao Zhuwei suddenly recalled something and turned to Yang Feng, inquiring, Is the Zhang Xiao she mentioned the same imbecile we encountered at the CF last time? Oh, you have met Zhang Xiao as well. Wu Bilian expressed surprise. Zhao Zhuwei shrugged and replied, Indeed, it is that very fool. It seems their intellect does not surpass his. What did you say? Wu Bilian's frustration heightened. Even Qian Shenghui, now visibly angered, declared, Do you comprehend who Zhang Xiao is? Allow me to enlighten you. Should you offend him, your fate will mirror that of this fool. doomed to a life of unemployment in Jiangqing. Is that so? I would very much like to test that theory. Zhao Zhuwei, a true young lady, was not one to be easily intimidated. Yang Feng shook his head, commenting, "These two seem to believe they can dominate the world. Do not bother to engage with them." Yang Feng, have you perhaps found a job? Wu Bailan, perceiving Yang Feng's audacity, assumed he had secured employment. Yang Feng smiled and replied, "If one cannot find a job, why not create one for oneself?" "What do you mean?" she asked, her confusion evident. "You must be quite dense if you cannot grasp that." Yang Feng shook his head. At this moment, Qian Shenghui seemed to grasp the implication and coldly remarked, "Could it be that you are starting a business?" "Ah, it appears our vice president possesses insight." Yang Feng responded with a smile. However, the moment his words left his lips, Qian Shenghui and Wu Bailan exchanged incredulous glances. Subsequently, the jewelry store erupted in mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, I never imagined you would dare to venture into entrepreneurship. With Zhang Xiao's stature, what gives you the audacity to start a business under his very nose? He must fear losing too much and likely borrowed money in hopes of a turnaround, truly ignorant and fearless." The two continued their loud ridicule, drawing the attention of several patrons in the store. "I must advise you, dear lady, to distance yourself from this fool before his impending downfall drags you down with him. It would not bode well for your escape once debts mount." Qian Shenghui then turned to Zhao Zhuwei, producing a business card, stating, "This is a friend of mine. You may reach out to him anytime. With your looks, earning a monthly income of 1 to 200,000 is effortless. Sister, heed my advice. Do not associate with this impoverished loser. It would be a waste of your youthful beauty." Wu Bailan feigned concern for Zhao Zhuwei. Though her tone was laced with sarcasm, Zhao Zhuwei raised her hands in a gesture of indifference and inquired, 1 or 2 million. Is that a considerable sum?" At that moment, Wu Bailan and Qian Shenghui simultaneously turned their gazes towards her, astonished by her sudden audacity. Zhao Zhuwei shook her head and addressed Yang Feng. "Why do these two act as though they have never encountered wealth before, casually bandying about figures like 1 or 2 million? They must be nouveau riche." "Who are you referring to?" Qian Shenghui retorted, clearly displeased. He had indeed ascended to his current position through unconventional means, and he despised being labeled as an uneducated upstart. Zhao Zhuwei, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, "Look, you've been pricked where it hurts. You, humph, how dare you, who can barely keep your jobs, engage in such grandiloquent discourse with me?" Qian Shenghui sneered. Wu Bailan, growing more irate, commanded the store attendant, "Have these two leave. I intend to purchase the most expensive gemstone in your establishment today." Her voice deliberately rose in pitch. The jewelry store housed a dozen other customers, all of whom turned their attention towards the commotion, astonished to witness such a display of arrogance. However, despite their ostentation, it was evident they possessed genuine wealth. At that moment, the patrons glanced towards the attendants, who, having never encountered such a scene, exchanged bewildered looks in silence. Fortunately, the store manager returned from outside and promptly inquired, "What is happening here? May I assist you, sirs and madams? Are you the manager?" Wu Bailan scrutinized him, about to speak further when Zhao Zhuwei interjected, "What is your name?" "I am Xia Shishan," the manager replied. "From now on, this establishment shall not cater to their business." Zhao Zhuwei's anger was palpable, leaving Xia Shishan momentarily taken aback by her reprimand. Wu Bailan, perceiving the girl as deranged, mocked, "What gives you the right to speak to the manager in such a manner? Do you truly believe you are a wealthy heiress? Perhaps you've read too many novels and can no longer distinguish reality from fiction." Qian Shenghui echoed her sentiment. However, at that moment, Xia Shishan appeared to recognize Zhao Zhuwei's status. "You are Miss Zhao." His words drew the attention of the attendants. In this establishment, the only person worthy of the title Miss Zhao was none other than the true owner of the store, the daughter of Zhao Guofeng, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. The customers within the shop could not suppress their astonishment, taken aback by her beauty. The smiles of Wu Bailan and Qian Shenghui froze in disbelief. "You." Wu Bailan stared at Zhao Zhuwei in disbelief, then glanced at Yang Feng, struggling to comprehend how this impoverished youth could possibly associate with someone of such high standing. "I encountered you during a conference," Xia Shishan said, having confirmed Zhao Zhuwei's identity. His tone now respectful. No wonder she had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Zhao Zhuwei smiled and turned to Wu Bailan, saying, "It seems I shall not be asked to leave." Wu Bailan's mouth gaped in shock, unable to utter a single word. In her lifetime, she had only encountered the owner of their gaming company, whose market value barely surpassed 100 billion. Yet, Before her stood a girl who hailed from a group worth hundreds of billions. The two of them were far less entertaining than the previous fool. Zhao Zhui simply shook her head. As she berated Zhang Liang once more, a palpable silence enveloped the room. None dared to utter a word, given her stature. Such reprimands were merely trifling. Sighing, Yang Feng decided it was time to leave, for he had other matters to attend to that evening. He stretched lazily, aware that he had a live stream scheduled for 7 o'clock. Zhao Zhui, ever obedient to Yang Feng, smiled brightly and said, "Very well. Let us return early so you can assist me in organizing the furniture." Agreed, Yang Feng replied readily, then turned his gaze towards Wu Bailan and Qian Shenghui. Squinting slightly, he added, "I will visit your company soon." The chilling implications of his words sent shivers down their spines. As Yang Feng and Zhao Zhui departed, Qian Shenghui and Wu Bailan rubbed their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this was the same Yang Feng they had ostracized merely 3 months ago. "You too. Kindly leave this place," a sudden voice commanded from behind them. It was Xia Xishan. Before they could fully grasp the situation, they found themselves ushered to the entrance. The world can indeed change in an instant. Meanwhile, Yang Feng and Zhao Zhui returned home. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Yang Feng sank into the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. Rather than basking in the glory of the earlier confrontation, a cloud of worry darkened his expression. "What troubles you?" Zhao Zhui inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Yang Feng shook his head and replied, "I just recalled a former colleague, Wang Zong, the one they mentioned earlier. His full name is Wang Jiyu. He was a friend from my previous workplace. He had not anticipated that Wang had also left the company. When he was dismissed, Wang had attempted to advocate for him, and now, his departure might have been a consequence of being associated with Yang Feng." After making a phone call, Yang Feng discovered that Wang Jiyu's number was out of service. Stop overthinking it. He was a vice president, so he must have some savings. It's only been a couple of months. He is unlikely to be in any real trouble, Zhao Zhui reassured him. Yang Feng agreed, taking a deep breath as he said, "Very well, I will help you tidy up the furniture before starting the live stream." Since Zhao Zhui had moved in next door, he felt a sense of responsibility towards her. As they finished arranging the furniture, night fell. Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan burst into Yang Feng's home right after work. Well, Miss Zhao is here too," Gao Ronghai exclaimed, taken aback. Lu Qinglan, fixated on Yang Feng, remarked, "Wow, what a stunning girl. Are you interested in live streaming at our company?" Lu Qinglan, "Have you lost your mind?" Yang Feng shot a disapproving look at them. Lu Qinglan approached Zhao Zhui and patted her shoulder, saying, "Tell me how you got fooled. How does this guy have such good fortune?" "I just live next door," Zhao Zhui replied, somewhat overwhelmed by Lu Qinglan's forthrightness. Gao Ronghai, caught off guard, nearly choked on his drink, exclaiming, "Wait, you really moved in next door?" Yang Feng, exasperated, gave him a light tap on the head and said, "Do you two even remember why you came over?" "Oh right, I almost forgot. Yang Feng, how are your preparations going?" "The live stream starts in an hour." Gao Ronghai recalled the matter at hand. Yang Feng pointed towards his room and remarked, "The computer has just been equipped with the live streaming software, and I tested it without any issues. However, how long will the live broadcast be today?" "Well, for the inaugural live stream, it should last over an hour. We will randomly select some viewers to assist in identifying the gambling stones. These individuals are buyers from gambling stone markets across the nation, and there will be a live connection with another host. At that point, your skills will truly be put to the test." Gao Ronghai felt a slight twinge of anxiety. After all, they had invested considerably in advertising, and if Yang Feng were to falter, it would be a significant embarrassment. Yang Feng, however, remained relatively unperturbed, merely stating, "In such a niche live stream, I doubt there will be too many viewers, right?" Lu Qinglan stroked her chin and replied, "Based on industry standards, there might only be a few thousand viewers. At most 10,000. Since we are just starting out, this is a manageable situation." "All right then, let us consider it a practice run," Yang Feng agreed. This marked his first venture into live streaming, though he was unaware that Zhu Yun's associates had long been waiting for his broadcast to commence. In the realm of gambling stones, the scale is neither too large nor too small. Yang Feng returned to his room and opened the live streaming software. After Lu Qinglan finished adjusting the settings, the broadcast was ready to begin at any moment. In the final moments, Gao Ronghai reminded him, "Brother Feng, I've crafted a persona for you in the promotional material, calling you the wild young master of Jiaqing. You need to embody that wildness to match the character." "What on earth? A persona for live streaming?" Yang Feng questioned incredulously. "Absolutely. The competition in live streaming has become fierce. I know you are handsome and humble, but we cannot present ourselves that way on camera, or else we risk losing popularity, Gao Ronghai cautioned. Yang Feng scratched his head and replied, I've lived for over 20 years without being particularly wild. How am I supposed to portray this wildness? I have no idea either. Just figure it out as you go. Gao Ronghai concluded, pulling Lu Qinglan out of the room. Soon, Yang Feng was left alone. As the live stream commenced, the eager audience that had been waiting finally erupted in excitement. Look, the host is here. Finally, I want to see just how impressive this host is. Considering all the news articles he has supposedly paid for. No worries, I recognize several familiar faces in the chat. They are all seasoned veterans from our gambling stone circle. So he can't possibly bribe them. The chat was flooded with messages. Yang Feng surveyed the over 1,000 viewers in the live stream, then addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my first live broadcast. Let me outline the rules. Yang Feng's tone was calm, his face obscured by special effects, with the audience only able to hear his voice. After a brief pause, he continued, First, those who wish to assist in identifying the gambling stones must contribute at least 1 royal cannon. Second, the order of identification will be determined by the value of the gifts, with higher contributions prioritized. As soon as he spoke, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wild. So audacious. This guy demands at least 1 royal cannon for each identification, and it's auction style for the highest bidder. It should be noted that the price of a royal cannon is a staggering 6,666 yuan. This individual truly fears nothing. Yang Feng observed the ceaseless stream of sarcastic comments but remained unfazed. If the results of the stone gambling assessment were erroneous, the compensation would amount to 1 million. Yang Feng's calm declaration left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. This man has lost his mind. Absolutely insane. In the realm of stone gambling, no one dares to claim infallibility. Even the most sophisticated instruments lack precision, let alone assessments made through a screen. Listening to his audacious words, several individuals outside the room, including Gao Ronghai, were equally perplexed. How can one be so brazen? Gao Ronghai was astonished. This fellow is even more shameless than he is. Damn it. Is there anyone willing to test the waters? He lamented not being in the stone gambling market himself. Otherwise, he would surely seize that million. Look, even the prominent streamer Dong Yi has arrived. A heavyweight has entered the live stream. Shortly thereafter, Yang Feng heard the resounding effect of a supreme cannon, a reward bestowed by Dong Yi. Yang Feng elevated him on the microphone and connected via video. Dong Yi's image appeared in the live stream, revealing that he was currently situated within a stone gambling market. It seems he intends to make the first move. The live stream buzzed with excitement, with the viewer count surging past 2,000. Dong Yi, facing the screen, glanced at Yang Feng, who was obscured by effects, and smirked. Buddy, too timid to show your face? Are you here to exploit the live stream for quick cash? Everything is under real name registration now, once a boast is made. There's no taking it back. Naturally, Yang Feng remained unfazed. Dong Yi, visibly irked, retorted, Fine. Since you dare to say that, don't blame me for being impolite. I happen to be in the stone gambling market right now, and I just purchased a stone. Let us see what kind of jade you can identify. With that, Dong Yi produced a stone and positioned it before the camera. Many viewers, being connoisseurs, immediately recognized the stone's complexity. Its exterior was ambiguous. Any cut could reveal a myriad of possibilities. The audience discerned that Dong Yi was deliberately challenging Yang Feng. Young man, it's not too late to retract your earlier statement. Otherwise, if you refuse to compensate 1 million, I want to acknowledge it, Dong Yi mocked. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, Please rotate the camera to illuminate every angle of the stone. Fine, I'll do as you say to prevent any disputes later. Dong Yi complied, illuminating the stone. Yang Feng's gaze deepened, penetrating the stone's interior in that instant. Moments later, he stated, That's enough. So, what do you discern? Dong Yi, with an air of superiority, raised his chin. Yang Feng smiled and replied, This is likely just a piece of waste material. If you cut from the right side, you'll reveal a semblance of a bean type. From the weight, its total value will not exceed 1,000 yuan. The seemingly dismissive remarks belied the discerning eye of Dong Yi, a prominent figure in the jade live streaming industry. What a jest! This stone was handpicked by Dong Yi himself. Would he truly select a subpar specimen? I find that hard to believe. As the saying goes, it is better to buy a premium piece than a mere fragment. I perceive that the likelihood of this stone exhibiting a rich green hue is decidedly high. At this moment, The experts in the live streaming room remained skeptical. Dong-yi, visibly displeased, coldly remarked, "Dared to question my judgment? Then you better be prepared to part with $1 million." With that, he strode over to a water-cutting machine. Phone and stone in hand. The young man at the machine was already poised, inquiring, "Brother Dong, how shall we proceed?" "Cut it just as this brash lad suggested." Starting from the right side, Dong-yi instructed, glancing towards the live stream. "Now, there are over 3,000 viewers in this room, all eyes on me. Let us not have this host delete his account and vanish." His words undeniably heightened the excitement in the live stream. "We shall be watching closely. This young man is far too arrogant. Dong-yi must teach him a lesson. Let us cut." The eager audience in the live stream could hardly contain their anticipation. Fixated on Dong-yi's camera, the water-cutting machine began to gradually slice into one side of the stone, and the viewers were ready to unleash a barrage of mockery towards Yang Feng once the first cut was completed. Even Gao Ronghai and his companions felt a twinge of anxiety. Only Yang Feng maintained a relaxed demeanor, even playing a cheerful tune on his phone as the audience in the live stream deemed him insufferably pretentious. As the footage from Dong-yi's end began to unfold, the stone, which had appeared quite promising on the surface, collapsed under the blade. How was this possible? In that instant, Dong-yi was left speechless. After all, he was a seasoned veteran in this realm, having invested over 10,000 in this stone. "Look, it's truly a subpar specimen. Damn it, it's ruined," he exclaimed. Incredulous, this host has truly outdone himself. The live stream erupted in a frenzy. This fellow is audacious, indeed, with ample justification for his arrogance. Let us invite the next viewer. Following the conclusion of his segment, Yang Feng even removed Dong-yi's screen. His arrogance, if placed upon another, would suggest a disdain for the audience. Yet, reflecting on the previous scene, the live stream was now inundated with a plethora of exuberant comments. Alongside astonished viewers before their screens, gifts began to flood in at this moment. After this round, the gifts alone had amassed over 10,000. The next viewer to send a supreme gift was promptly invited by Yang Feng to join the conversation. This time, a young man appeared, the backdrop revealing a stone gambling shop. Gambling god, I was just haggling over a stone with a vendor. Now that he has stepped away to use the restroom, I must urgently send you a supreme gift. Please help me assess the quality of this stone. The young man called out towards the restroom. "Boss, keep at it. I'll watch the shop for you." He spoke cautiously as he stepped outside the store, fearful of being discovered by the owner for seeking external assistance. Yang Feng found the young man rather amusing and smiled, inquiring, "So, which stone do you wish to examine?" "This one." The youth promptly revealed a raw stone weighing nearly 20 kilograms. As the camera zoomed in, the entire live stream became animated. "I wager this stone will certainly incur a loss." It seems so. The color of the song was quite faint, and there is hardly any on other areas. It's hard to say. I noticed there's a python on the side. The live stream erupted into fervent discussion, creating a lively atmosphere. Even those unfamiliar with stone gambling were caught up in the excitement, beginning to speculate about the true nature of the stone. After scrutinizing it for 2 minutes, Yang Feng suddenly heard a voice from the video. "Bro, I've locked the owner in the restroom, so feel free to let the gambling god help us appraise the stone." This sinister voice was clearly that of the youth's accomplice. The audience in the live stream was collectively bewildered, realizing that the two brothers had conspired together. Fortunately, Yang Feng also discerned the stone's characteristics and remarked, "This stone is actually of good quality, although there isn't much songhua on the surface. The deeper color suggests some may be obscured by the outer layer. To extract jade, one would need to cut about a centimeter deep, likely yielding a glutinous ice or lotus variety. The color may not be exceptional, but it should sell for over 100,000. Yang Feng provided his assessment. The youth's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. Just then, the owner burst out of the restroom, trousers in hand, and snatched his stone, exclaiming, "Damn it. You locked me in the restroom. Are you insane? Hey, I just thought you'd enjoy a little longer, boss. My brother and I discussed it, and for this stone, we'll buy it for 20,000. The youth replied with enthusiasm. The owner, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Weren't you just adamant about the price being too high? I was foolish earlier. Will you sell it? I want to cut fresh." "No problem. Just pay first, and I'll cut it for you right away." The owner was surprisingly agreeable. At that moment, the live stream's audience surged to over 30,000. The antics of the two brothers had drawn even those indifferent to stone gambling to watch. As the water-cutting machine gradually sliced through one side of the stone, the mobile camera focused intently on it. As expected, A glutinous ice variety of purple-white jade emerged, albeit with a low water content, yet sufficient to fetch a price exceeding 100,000. The live stream erupted in excitement. Another correct guess. This guy is truly remarkable. Even Zhao Zhuwei in the hall was jumping for joy. The number of viewers competing to send gifts soared. One user even sent a barrage of supreme gift cannons, claiming the top spot on the donation leaderboard. Unbeknownst to Yang Feng, this account belonged to Zhu Yun, whom he had previously offended. At that moment, Zhu Yun lay in his villa, watching Yang Feng's live stream. Beside him stood a sycophant, eagerly flattering, "Young Master Zhu, everything is arranged perfectly this time. No matter his discerning abilities, he will undoubtedly be unable to identify anything." He chuckled, eager to witness whether the other would truly part with 1,000,000. Zhu Yun wore a smug expression, recalling the last wager when he lost 1,000,000 to Yang Feng, casting a shadow over his mood. Today, he not only intended to retrieve that 1,000,000 from the youth, but also to humiliate him before such a vast audience. At that moment, the live stream had surpassed 100,000 viewers. The platform, recognizing the excitement of the broadcast, began to promote it vigorously. Yang Feng selected the next audience member. As the connection was established, a man with a sharp face and round eyes appeared on screen. His eyes flickered uncertainly upon connection, but soon he regained his usual smile. "Hello, host. I am the owner of a stone gambling shop. Could you help me examine a stone? I just acquired it." The man's smile always made Yang Feng uneasy. However, recalling that the man had generously gifted him 10 supreme firecrackers, he acquiesced. "All right, show me the stone. This one, take a look." The man smiled and brought forth a stone weighing an impressive 50 to 60 kilograms. Upon seeing it, the viewers collectively gasped. Such a large stone, if it could indeed yield something valuable, might well be worth over 10,000,000. Instead of examining it directly, Yang Feng instructed the man to adjust the camera to focus on the stone and illuminate it with light. The audience of over 100,000 became instant experts in stone gambling, speculating on the potential outcome of the cut. The corners of the man's mouth lifted slightly as he illuminated every surface of the stone, encouraging Yang Feng to make a guess. Yang Feng could discern no flaws from the surface until his penetrating gaze pierced through the stone to its interior. Upon observing the internal structure, he finally understood why he had found the man so peculiar. The audience awaited Yang Feng's words, yet he remained silent, which irked the connected man. He mockingly remarked, "Mr. Yang, there are over 100,000 people in the live stream. You surely can't be at a loss for words?" "No. I'm contemplating how to convey my thoughts to you," Yang Feng replied. "There's no need for contemplation. Just speak frankly. But let me remind you, I just gifted you nearly 70,000 yuan. If you make an incorrect guess, you owe me 1,000,000 as per our agreement. Otherwise, you would be committing fraud." The man warned Yang Feng in advance. The audience sensed an exhilarating tension. Was this man attempting to challenge him? However, considering the stone's excellent surface quality and substantial weight, a guess of over 1,000,000 in value seemed unlikely to miss the mark. Yang Feng chuckled, stating, "Your stone is worth absolutely nothing." The audience was left in stunned silence. The man's expression changed dramatically as he glared at Yang Feng, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Such a large raw stone. And you dare claim it is worthless?" Yang Feng replied calmly, "I never retract what I say." The live broadcast room erupted in chaos. Oh no. The gambling god was starting to lose his composure. How could he not see that such a massive stone, with its flawless surface and abundant moss agate, adorned with several green lines, was of such high quality? It seemed implausible. Could it be that the gambling god intended to bestow a favor? The barrage of comments flooded the screen at an unprecedented speed, nearly overwhelming the server. The man on the call now wore a grim expression, stating, "You dare to speak such absurdities. Your audience cannot assist you." Yang Feng scoffed. "Do you think such despicable acts, attempting to manipulate public opinion, can intimidate me?" His words left the audience bewildered, while the man's face grew increasingly dark. Outside the room, Lu Qinglong and others appeared utterly confused. What was happening? What did Yang Feng's words mean? Zhao Zhuwei glanced curiously at Gao Ronghai, the most knowledgeable among them regarding jade. Yet, Gao Ronghai looked equally perplexed and replied, "I have no idea, but based on the surface of this stone, it should be of exceptional quality. What is wrong with Yang Feng?" The group remained puzzled. At that moment, Yang Feng spoke again. "If I am not mistaken, this is likely a piece of filler material, with the surface carefully extracted from a superior raw stone and affixed onto this one. However, your technique is lacking. One connection is poorly done. Although light penetrates when a flashlight is shown inside, the color is too green. It appears you used green toothpaste to fill it, didn't you? His words left the man momentarily speechless. Through that hint of green, it became evident that within lay nothing but scrap, likely the worst of the waste. You intended to use this to tarnish my live broadcast's reputation, am I correct? His calm words resonated, leaving the man trembling and unable to respond. The audience, witnessing this scene, quickly grasped the situation. This individual had clearly intended to deceive Yang Feng out of 1 million. It was even possible he was sent by a competitor to maliciously undermine Yang Feng. So, do you dare cut this stone open and show it to the audience? Yang Feng inquired once more. However, as soon as his words fell, the man hastily severed the connection and the screen went dark. He had fled. At that moment, the chat exploded with messages, the viewers more exhilarated than Yang Feng himself. Incredible. I may not respect the gambling god, but I certainly respect you. From this day forth, I shall reside in this live stream, awaiting the Great One's revelation. No one had anticipated that Yang Feng could see through such a provocation. The popularity surged to unprecedented heights: 200, 000, 250, 000, 300, 000. Yang Feng continued to select several viewers, yet the accuracy of his choices seemed to decline thereafter. Although it was not entirely incorrect, the audience clearly sensed that Yang Feng was increasingly expanding the scope of his assessments. This was not due to his inability to discern the truth. Rather, he was acutely aware that if he were to deliver a conclusive result, he would be viewed as a deity in the eyes of others. Such ostentation was far too conspicuous for his liking. Yang Feng preferred to be regarded as a master, rather than a celestial being. However, what took everyone by surprise was that during the final audience evaluation, Yang Feng made a misjudgment. He mistakenly identified a piece of jadeite of the Nua Bing variety as being of the Do variety. This unforeseen event undeniably propelled the live broadcast to its zenith. At that moment, the live stream had amassed an audience of 600,000. I apologize. I am not a deity, and I truly misjudged this last piece. Therefore, I ask this audience member to kindly leave their contact information in the background, as Changha Jade Trading Company will compensate you with 1 million, Yang Feng declared with conviction. No one anticipated that he would actually be willing to pay. Yet, for Yang Feng, this amount was negligible. After all, the tips received that evening had already reached several 100,000. For him, the paramount objective was to elevate the company's advertisement. Undoubtedly, this incident would inevitably trend on social media. At that moment, Yang Feng bid farewell to everyone and ultimately closed the live stream, almost simultaneously with the blackout. The door swung open, and Gao Ronghai, along with 2 others, burst in, exhilarated. Wow! Incredible, Yang Feng. The show's effect and popularity are explosive, Gao Ronghai exclaimed, embracing Yang Feng in sheer excitement. Lu Qinglan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as well. Their initial expectation was a maximum of a few tens of thousands of viewers online. Yet, they could hardly fathom that the peak concurrent viewers during this broadcast had surpassed 60,000. Furthermore, with Yang Feng's misjudgment towards the end, the internet was soon abuzz with discussions. At that moment, Gao Ronghai's phone rang. Hello, I am the general manager of Changha Jade Trading Company. He responded repeatedly into the phone. Companies that had seen the promotion were already reaching out to Gao Ronghai, seeking collaboration. This night was destined to mark the beginning of their company's ascent. However, while some rejoiced, others were disheartened. In a villa, a crash echoed as Zhu Yun violently shattered a cup, furiously glaring at the man before him, cursing, "Damn it. You're utterly useless." How did that kid see through the rough stone? The man in question was the audience member from the live stream. He lowered his head, trembling as he replied, "Zhu Shao, I never expected that kid to have such keen eyes. Just that tiny flaw, and he spotted it. Could you not have executed it more flawlessly?" Zhu Yun kicked him again. The man tumbled to the ground and quickly scrambled back in front of Zhu Yun, his face a mask of loyalty as he said, "Zhu Shao, that kid is truly uncanny. He must be a disciple trained by a master. We cannot compete with him in Jade. Pathetic. You're utterly useless." Zhu Yun spat. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhu Yun's trusted aide approached and remarked, "Young Master Zhu, he is not entirely mistaken. Although this fellow made a misjudgment in the end, he has made several astute observations, resulting in a remarkably high accuracy rate within the industry." Nonsense. I am indeed aware that this fellow possesses some talent. Zhu Yun snorted coldly and replied, "However, isn't he currently running some sort of company? While he may not excel in Jade, can he falter in business?" "Is that what you mean?" "I understand," his subordinate quickly responded. Thus, This extraordinary evening passed swiftly. The following day, Chanhe Jade Trading Company received several partnership applications. Yang Feng entrusted all matters to Gao Ronghai, seizing the opportunity to wander through the antique market in Jiangqing. His primary aim was to seek out antiques imbued with the art of eye techniques. Ever since he had mastered two such techniques, Yang Feng finally grasped how to wield this newfound power. Yet, at present, his knowledge remained scant. After perusing the antique market, Yang Feng indeed stumbled upon a few overlooked treasures, though their value was not particularly high. He purchased everything and arranged for someone to retrieve them. As evening approached, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the earth. Yang Feng initially intended to return home. However, at that moment, Lin Shui sent him a message. It was then that he remembered he had promised Lin Shui to visit the Lin family that day. Having completely forgotten, he quickly conveyed his address to Lin Shui. When Lin Shui arrived to pick him up, he could still smell the aroma of beef soup on him. "Didn't I say to come to my grandfather's house for dinner? Why are you eating beef noodles alone?" Lin Shui remarked, somewhat speechless. Yang Feng, seated in the passenger seat, chuckled. "Isn't it just perfect timing since I was hungry? By the way, did your grandfather invite many guests today? Just you and my parents?" Lin Shui replied candidly. Yang Feng, puzzled, inquired, "I recall there were quite a few people from the Lin family at the banquet that day, weren't there?" "Yes. I have a second uncle and a third uncle, but they all have their own businesses. This is merely a casual dinner, not a family reunion," Lin Shui explained. Yang Feng, not entirely familiar with the Lin family's affairs, seized the opportunity to listen as they drove. The Lin family comprised 3 brothers, each with their own enterprises, and currently none were in Jiangqing, leaving only Lin Shui at the hospital that day. However, the true major stakeholder of those companies was Lin Jinghua, as the initial capital was all invested by him. As Yang Feng absorbed Lin Shui's family stories, the car came to a halt in a suburban area of Jiangqing. Before them lay a picturesque small hill, surrounded by a fence. The entire estate sprawled over several hectares, featuring a villa at its center, while the remainder was adorned with natural flora, trees, and ornamental rocks. Though situated in the suburbs, it was not far from the city center. Merely considering the expanse of this estate, its worth undoubtedly exceeds several hundred million. Every encounter with individuals of affluence leaves Yang Feng pondering the stark contrast between their world and his own. After parking the vehicle, they alighted from the garage, where a bespectacled gentleman in his 50s approached, welcoming them with, "Miss, the master is already awaiting you inside." Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be of Southeast Asian descent. He is known as Uncle Shu, a man my grandfather rescued from human traffickers during his youth in Southeast Asia. He has served as the steward here for 30 years. Lin Shui introduced him to Yang Feng. Understanding the situation, Yang Feng greeted, "Hello, Uncle Shu." The gentleman, ever polite, responded, "You may call me a Shu." The steward maintained his gaze lowered as Yang Feng and Lin Shui followed him into the villa's grand hall, adorned with distinctly Chinese decor. At this moment, Lin Li Nong and his wife, Qi and I, had already arrived, engrossed in a discussion regarding business matters. Leaving Qi and I to serve them water. "Master, Miss, and Mr. Yang have arrived," the steward announced, interrupting their conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghua's face brightened as he stood, exclaiming, "Mr. Yang, you have finally come. I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. You may simply call me Xiao Feng, Master Lin." "I was delayed due to some matters at the antique market," Yang Feng replied, his expression tinged with guilt. Lin Jinghua heartily patted him on the back, stating, "What matters is that you are here now. A Shu, please inform the kitchen that we may commence the meal." "Yes, sir." The steward acknowledged as he made his way to the kitchen. Though the skies outside had darkened, the lights illuminated the area, casting a warm glow over the lawn and trees, while the hall buzzed with an uncommon liveliness. Yang Feng was unaware of the extraordinary influence the Lin family possessed. Yet he approached Lin Jinghua with utmost respect, embodying the virtues of venerating elders and cherishing the young. After a sumptuous meal, Lin Jinghua beckoned Yang Feng to sit beside him at the coffee table. "To be honest, I felt quite guilty upon hearing that you were reluctant to accept my gratitude, especially after you so generously gifted me that exquisite painting," he remarked, his face awash with smiles. However, as he spoke, he noticed Yang Feng's attention was elsewhere, his gaze wandering over the room's furnishings and the external scenery. Each piece of furniture and ornament in this villa emanated a unique aura, reminiscent of flowing white steam. These energies intertwined, transforming the ambience of the estate into a continuous stream, embodying the ancient adage that flowing water does not stagnate. Lending an air of refreshing elegance to the villa, Is this what they call feng shui? Yang Feng mused aloud. Suddenly, he recalled the old fisherman who had gifted him his eyesight, mentioning that his vision was attuned to auspiciousness and warding off misfortune, which surely included an understanding of feng shui. Lin Jinghua, having overheard Yang Feng's quiet contemplation, inquired with intrigue, Xiao Feng, do you possess knowledge of feng shui? Father, you may not be aware, but Yang Feng conducted a live stream online yesterday. His insights into jade are profoundly insightful. It is evident that his mentor is a person of great wisdom. Qi and I interjected. At this moment, Lin Linning spoke, and Qi and I suddenly recalled, exclaiming, the person from yesterday's live stream was Xiao Feng. No wonder this voice sounded so familiar. The two engaged in a lively exchange, leaving Lin Shui perplexed as she inquired, what live stream? Oh, you silly girl, you're always so engrossed in work that you overlook such significant events. Lin Linning then recounted the details of the live stream to the group. Lin Jinghua, who often indulged in stone gambling, was astonished upon hearing this, exclaiming, is there truly such a thing? He had never imagined that Yang Feng, in addition to his expertise in antiques and calligraphy, possessed knowledge of stone gambling, and with such remarkable accuracy that he had never heard of before. If it weren't for you saving me that day in the hospital, I would likely never have known that there are such extraordinary individuals in Jiangqing. Lin Jinghua reflected with a sigh. Yang Feng was uncomfortable with the praise and responded with a hint of humility. Honestly, it's merely 3 parts perception and 7 parts luck. I just happen to be someone who is rather fortunate. Haha, Xiao Feng, do not be so modest. Since you just mentioned feng shui, why not take a moment to assess the feng shui of this house? Lin Jinghua inquired. He was quite satisfied with the feng shui here, having engaged a master to design it, so he was confident there would be no issues. Yet, this old rascal was quite cunning, seeking to hear Yang Feng commend his taste. Unaware of his ulterior motive, Yang Feng was genuinely intrigued. As the saying goes, in life, one relies on destiny, luck, feng shui, moral accumulation, and education. Feng shui has always been enigmatic, difficult for most to articulate, yet it seems to be ever-present. Yang Feng summoned a surge of spiritual energy, his eyes scanning the surroundings for feng shui elements. The arrangements here were indeed impressive, with each piece of furniture interconnected, and the design of the windows and staircase harmoniously suited to the environment. However, Yang Feng felt a lingering discomfort, which persisted until his gaze fell upon a back door nestled against the hillside. There's the issue, Yang Feng abruptly stated. Lin Jinghua had anticipated praise from Yang Feng, but upon hearing him identify a problem, his smile gradually faded. Even Lin Shui, at that moment, pinched his arm and whispered, don't speak nonsense. My grandfather had Master Meng design this, so there can't possibly be any issues. No, let him continue, Lin Jinghua insisted, his gaze now fixed on Yang Feng. Realizing he had misspoken, Yang Feng clarified, Lin Lao, I reacted instinctively. My words were inappropriate. No, you are correct, Lin Jinghua replied earnestly. When Master Meng designed this for me, he did mention that there could be some vulnerabilities here, but he couldn't pinpoint them. I've always felt something peculiar as well. Is it because of that door? Yang Feng pointed to a nearby back door. Lin Jinghua nodded vigorously, exactly, but what issue could that door possibly have? While I may not be well versed in the intricacies of feng shui, I am cognizant of its principles of harmony. The picturesque hills behind us, despite their beauty, seem to harbor a certain malevolence, perhaps due to their orientation. Yang Feng pointed towards the back door and remarked that although the arrangement within the room was quite commendable, the lurking Yin energy emanating from the hills was penetrating this space. I recalled that old Meng had once said, it is better to have the azure dragon towering high than to let the white tiger peek in. Lin Jinghua interjected, stating that she had already heeded his advice and relocated several stones on the right side. However, she felt this was insufficient, for while the interior arrangement gathered energy, it also invited unwelcome forces. Yang Feng, perceiving the murkiness within, suggested subtly shifting those arrangements slightly to the right and perhaps felling a few trees at the foot of the hills, believing them to be the source of the Yin energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinghua promptly instructed the butler, Shu, please make the necessary arrangements as per Xiao Feng's advice. Understood, the butler responded, immediately setting to work. At this moment, Lin Jinghua was brimming with joy, pulling Yang Feng to sit beside her. I never anticipated that you could resolve something even old Meng overlooked. If he were to learn of this, I dare say he would blush. In truth, Yang Feng admitted, I am not particularly knowledgeable about feng shui. Much of what I say is conjecture. He scratched his head, acknowledging his lack of understanding. Yet his eyes possessed the unique ability to perceive the nuances of feng shui. However, to Lin Jinghua's family, this appeared to be mere modesty. This young man was a constant source of surprises. A moment's inattention could reveal his brilliance. Even the typically aloof Lin Shui found herself glancing at Yang Feng with curiosity. Who, after all, was the individual standing behind him? No one knew why such a formidable character had suddenly emerged. Yet, Lin Jinghua was convinced that there were remarkable individuals supporting Yang Feng, prompting him to cultivate this talent. Xiao Feng, I have heard that you are investing in numerous companies lately. Lin Jinghua transitioned to a more serious topic, which was the primary reason for his invitation. Although Lin Laoyizi was unaware of Yang Feng's true identity, his recent conduct and his humble demeanor amidst newfound success were sufficient to demonstrate the man's character and capabilities. Aware of Yang Feng's investment ventures, Lin Jinghua expressed his desire to invest in Yang Feng himself. Yang Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am preparing to invest across various sectors. But I have only just begun." "Ah, I see. I possess some assets in Jiangcheng, and many members of the Lin family are venturing into entrepreneurship, which I wholeheartedly support." Lin Jinghua continued, casting a glance at Yang Feng before adding, "If you're interested, you might consider collaborating with them. Alternatively, I could directly invest a sum for you, and you would have the final say on equity." Lin Lino was taken aback by his father's words. Knowing that he had long ceased to manage investment matters and would never speak so openly to members of the Lin family's outdoor ventures. This was clearly an overture to support, even to forge an alliance with Yang Feng. The Lin family holds an esteemed position in Jiang City, a fact that Yang Feng may struggle to comprehend at present. However, any businessman would likely be ecstatic to hear Lin Jinghua express such sentiments. Strangely, Yang Feng did not exhibit any particular joy. "Thank you, old Lin, but at the moment, I do not have any pressing need for funds. So I genuinely appreciate your kind offer." Yang Feng politely declined Lin Jinghua's proposition for investment. Lin Jinghua was taken aback by the rejection and remarked, "Xiao Feng, you may not be fully aware of the dynamics in Jiang City, am I correct?" "I indeed lack extensive knowledge of Jiang City, but I am aware that the Lin family is highly respected here. Nonetheless, I do not intend to partner with anyone." Yang Feng responded with a hint of regret. His words illuminated Lin Jinghua's understanding. "Haha, very well. Since that is the case, I shall not press the matter. If your perspective changes in the future, feel free to come to me. My offer remains valid indefinitely. Even after this old man has departed, you may approach Li Nong or Xiao Shui to redeem it." Lin Jinghua declared this grand promise in front of his son and granddaughter, a commitment of immense worth. Prior to this, he had never extended such an assurance to any outsider. Yang Feng was indeed unique in this regard. Even Lin Shui and the others were taken aback. Yang Feng felt profoundly grateful for such a commitment, even though he had no intention of utilizing it. Lin Jinghua engaged Yang Feng in conversation about various matters concerning Jiang City. While it appeared to be mere small talk, it served as a subtle reminder of many important aspects of the city. In Jiang City, apart from the Lin family, there are also the Huang and Li families, both of which are prominent clans with extensive business dealings even on a national scale. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, the butler finally arrived with a team to rearrange the entire room and cut down several trees on the back mountain. This adjustment brought about a subtle transformation in the ambience of the house. Just then, Lin Jinghua's phone rang. Coincidentally, it was a call from old Ming. Lin Jinghua smiled as he picked up the call. However, as soon as he answered, a robust voice resonated from the other end. "Old Lin, are you home? After my research over the past few days, I have finally identified the issue with your residence." "Is that so? I just happened to have someone adjust the positioning here as well. So what?" "Old Lin, how could you be so ungracious? I personally designed your residence, and you went to someone else to alter it? Just wait, I'll be there shortly. 20 minutes, no, 10 minutes. I must see what changes have been made." Ming Dui hastily hung up and made his way over. Listening to the irate voice on the phone, Yang Feng suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might be the target of the old man's wrath. It certainly sounded like the elder had a rather volatile temperament. Internally, Yang Feng felt uncertain, as this was his first encounter with something designed by a feng shui master. At that moment, Lin Jinghua held him back and chuckled. "In that case, Xiao Feng, why not stay a little longer? Let us of old Ming come over and give him a good scare." "Shouldn't I just leave then?" Yang Feng replied, his expression betraying his apprehension. Lin Jinghua laughed heartily, patting his shoulder, and said, "Rest assured, regardless of the quality of the design, it's merely an exchange between you all. Besides, Lao Ming may have a fiery temperament, but he is truly a good person." Yang Feng dared not speak further. Meanwhile, Lin Shui and her parents were observing the new ambience within the house. In truth, they were not well versed in feng shui. Particularly, Lin Shui tugged at Yang Feng, leaned in beside him, and whispered, "Are you certain there are no issues?" "I'm merely guessing." "Then why do you dare to speak so carelessly?" Lin Shui replied, her expression one of exasperation. After a brief wait, an elderly figure entered from outside. He was Meng Dui, an old friend of Lin Jinghua, and a highly esteemed feng shui master in Jiangqing. However, upon entering the estate, he began to grumble before even arriving. "Old Lin, you truly lack integrity, allowing someone to alter my design. How could you?" Just as Meng Dui was about to continue, he noticed Yang Feng and the others present, abruptly halting his tirade. Lin Jinghua, feeling helpless, remarked, "Did you not say last time that it was somewhat lacking and required careful consideration to find a solution? You cannot simply seek others to modify my design. Is that person still around?" Meng Dui inquired. Lin Jinghua sighed, "Let us not dwell on that for now. Take a look at how I've revised it. I see nothing worthy of my attention. Anything not crafted by my hand is merely rubbish," Meng Dui retorted, resembling a mischievous old child. Nonetheless, few could converse with Lin Jinghua in such a manner. Although he voiced disdain, his eyes roamed around the room. Lin Jinghua observed his expression closely. After surveying the surroundings, Meng Dui's countenance shifted from irritation to surprise. He began to approach the furnishings step by step until he reached the back door, gazing at the distant hills illuminated by streetlights. The trees there had already been felled. Meng Dui paused, darting upstairs for a brief inspection. After several minutes of scrutiny, he rushed down the stairs. "Old Meng, you've been bustling about. Why not say something?" Lin Jinghua poured him a cup of tea. However, Meng Dui was too excited to care for tea, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he asked, "Who is it? Who modified the design?" Meng Dui's tone had transformed into one of exhilaration. Lin Jinghua scrutinized him, questioning, "What is going on? Are you truly considering confronting this person?" "Confront? Absolutely not. This is undoubtedly a master of unparalleled skill," Meng Dui exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "Old Lin, you truly lack integrity. How could you not inform me in advance about someone like this?" His words conveyed a mixture of excitement and admiration, as if he could hardly wait to meet this individual. His demeanor left Lin Shui and the others in shock as they turned to Yang Feng. No one anticipated that Yang Feng's casual remarks would elicit such a profound reaction. What was happening? Why was everyone silent? Meng Dui inquired curiously, turning to Yang Feng and asking, "By the way, who is this person? Could it be that your granddaughter has already brought her partner home?" "Don't be ridiculous. His name is Yang Feng, and he was the one who saved me before." "Oh, enough of your nonsense. First, tell me who assisted you with the redesign." "This is Yang Feng. I understand he is your benefactor, but that is not my concern." "I know, I said his name is Yang Feng." "Old Lin, are you done yet? By your demeanor, I can tell you want this young man to become your granddaughter's suitor. But you need to inform me of who exactly helped you with the design." Meng Dui was becoming increasingly impatient. He was hardly in the mood to discuss family matters. Lin Jinghua sighed and said, "If you could just keep quiet for 10 seconds, you would find out." "What do you mean?" "His name is Yang Feng. He is a guest I invited, and just now he identified the problem and modified the design of the house." "What?" Meng Dui's tone abruptly heightened, disbelief evident in his voice as he turned to look at Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng felt rather intimidated by the old man's intensity, as he was circled by Meng Dui, making him feel a chill creeping down his back. "Old sir, what are you doing?" Yang Feng asked cautiously, his hair standing on end. "Old Lin, you aren't trying to fool me, are you?" Meng Dui's expression was filled with skepticism as he continued. "This person has even fully matured. How could he possess such skills?" His doubts lingered as he glanced at Lin Lifu, asking, "Lifu, you are more straightforward than your old man. Tell me, who exactly did this?" "Uncle Ming, it was indeed Xiao Feng who made the changes. And he noticed the issues with the feng shui of this estate just after we finished our meal." Lin Lifu, feeling helpless, could only respond. Seeing his expression, Meng Dui sensed he was not lying. "Who is your master?" Meng Dui immediately pressed Yang Feng. A glimmer of intrigue shone in his eyes. Yang Feng scratched his head, replying, "I can't get in touch with my master, and I don't even know his name." A reclusive expert? I suppose so. Yang Feng recalled the old man's appearance that day. Meng Dui remained silent for a moment before finally taking a deep breath and saying, "It appears I have truly aged. Even a young person like this can possess such profound knowledge." "Haha, old Meng, are you finally convinced?" Lin Jinghua laughed heartily. "I am convinced. To have a young person like this in our circle is truly remarkable, Meng Dui admitted, uncertain of what more to say. Yang Feng, relieved that he had escaped unscathed, chimed in, I still need to head back. Can I leave now? Hey, I just arrived. Why are you leaving? I have so much more to discuss with you. Meng Dui exclaimed, attempting to stop him. However, Lin Jinghua interjected, Old Meng, that's enough. It's too late now. Since he is in Jiangqing, we can talk next time. Aren't you doing this on purpose? You bring me here, and then don't let me consult him. Uffed, Old Meng. This is the first time you've used the word consult. This is what they mean by in the company of three. There must be a teacher for me. My passion is learning. Despite his fiery temper, Meng Dui had a particularly amusing way of expressing himself. As Yang Feng realized the late hour, he bid farewell and made his way outside. He hadn't driven here, and Lin Shui happened to be driving, offering him a ride back. As the car departed from the estate, Yang Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on how close he had come to a beating that day. However, this incident also indicated that his eyes possessed the ability to perceive fortune and misfortune, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Many valuable antiques lay buried underground. If he could discern the auspiciousness of a location, discovering spiritual energy would be a simple task. Lost in his excitement, he suddenly noticed Lin Shui glancing at him while driving. Please focus on the road, he urged. Lin Shui's gaze was filled with scrutiny, and after slowing down, she inquired, Who exactly are you? Am I not just a poor country boy from a rural background? He replied, Then how come you were so knowledgeable about feng shui? Lin Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she began to sense that Yang Feng harbored many secrets, with her previous discoveries merely scratching the surface. Yang Feng shrugged and said, I read about it in a book. Your time must be limited. How could someone so young have read so many books? Photographic memory, what can I say? He responded. Lin Shui, with a cold expression, seemed skeptical. As they reached the roadside, she stopped the car, picked up a book resting on the seat, and handed it to Yang Feng. What is this for? He asked, puzzled. I want to see your photographic memory in action, she said, suddenly serious. Yang Feng rolled his eyes and replied, It's late. If I walked a few more steps, I'd be home. How about we do this another time? Forget it. I believe you're just boasting, Lin Shui said, attempting to reclaim her book. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng's temper flared. All right, fine. Just tell me a passage to recite. From the 5th page, read it once and then recite it back, she insisted, genuinely curious to witness if he truly possessed such a talent. This was an economics book, and Yang Feng had realized the day after acquiring his abilities that he indeed had a photographic memory. Seeing Lin Shui's determination, he picked up the book and scanned the page, which contained several hundred words. After finishing, he returned the book to her. Are you sure you can recite it? Lin Shui asked, her skepticism evident. Yang Feng showed no hesitation as he began reciting from the first word. The advantages of economics over other social sciences seemed to stem from the following facts. His voice was steady, though not loud. Familiar theories allowed Lin Shui to compare the words he spoke with those in the book, and to her astonishment, he recited every word perfectly. Is this guy truly a genius? She thought. Well, what do you think? Yang Feng grinned. Lin Shui was momentarily stunned, gazing at him in shock, unable to conceal her astonishment. How did you do that? She asked, marveling for the first time at someone with such an extraordinary ability. Perhaps I shall inform you later. Just ahead lies my home. Might you return for now? I wish to take a stroll alone, Yang Feng suggested, gesturing towards the front. They were merely a few hundred meters from his doorstep. Is it truly unnecessary for me to escort you to the entrance? He inquired. It matters not. I shall meander this evening, Yang Feng replied nonchalantly. Observing his insistence, Lin Shui could only nod and allow him to alight from the vehicle. After watching him walk a distance away, she finally drove off. Once Yang Feng sensed Lin Shui's departure, he exhaled in relief. This woman seemed not easily deceived. If he did not reveal a fraction of his abilities, she would eventually uncover his secret. Thankfully, he had managed to evade her scrutiny today. Just as he was about to head home, a sudden, thunderous sound echoed from a distance. Instinctively drawn to the commotion, Yang Feng turned to investigate. What on earth is happening over there? He exclaimed, noticing through the gaps between two walls that several manifestations of spiritual energy were colliding. Could it be that superhumans are engaged in combat? Having never witnessed such a scene before, he cautiously maneuvered around and crouched behind a wall, peering into the alley. Inside the dimly lit alley, shadows loomed, illuminated only by the faint glow from outside. Two factions stood facing each other, comprising 4 individuals in total. 2 of them were masked, clad in dark attire, with packs slung over their shoulders. To Yang Feng's surprise, he recognized the other two agents from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He recalled their previous encounter at the CAF, a man and a woman, both now glistening with beads of sweat. Through keen observation, he could perceive the faint aura of spiritual energy surrounding them. Enough of this defiance. We have no intent of allowing Bureau agents to perish here. But should you compel us, we shall not hold back. The masked figure spoke ominously, his tone laced with threat. Yang Feng discerned that the masked individuals currently held the upper hand. If you do not relinquish what you possess today, do not expect to leave this place unscathed. The Bureau's male agent retorted, raising his hand as a murky wave of energy surged from his body. The woman beside him took a deep breath and said, "Lu Guo, we must merely stall them. The Bureau's reinforcements are en route. Be vigilant in covering our retreat. These two do not appear easily subdued." A glint of cold determination flashed in Lu Yichang's eyes. Sensing their adversary's resolve, the masked figure slowly retrieved a piece of cut paper from his bag. Shikigami. He hails from an esteemed family of the island nation. Lu Yichang immediately recognized the opponent's affiliation. The term Shikigami refers to lower-tier spiritual entities or apparitions that ordinary individuals struggle to perceive. Practitioners wielding such powers are known as onmyoji, who can find these entities within specialized vessels, summoning them when necessary. This piece of paper served as one such vessel. It was the first time Yang Feng had witnessed such a confrontation, and he widened his eyes in astonishment from his concealed position behind the wall. One seeks their own demise, one must not blame others. The masked figure infused a surge of spiritual energy into the paper cutout. Instantly, the cutout erupted with a powerful black mist, which spiraled and coalesced in the air, ultimately taking the form of a skeletal apparition. A third-tier spirit. Upon witnessing the manifestation, Lu Yichang's heart sank. At that moment, Jiang Sulan had already drawn a short blade. Strike first. The two acted swiftly, attacking the masked figure from either side in near unison. The masked figure sneered, and the summoned spirit conjured a fierce wind, positioning itself before them as a shield. Breaking the wind, Jiang Sulan's short blade, imbued with spiritual energy, sliced toward the spirit's head. Simultaneously, Lu Yichang launched his own assault against the masked figure from the opposite side. Just then, another masked figure suddenly moved. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing in front of Lu Yichang in the blink of an eye. This was ninjutsu. Lu Yichang snorted coldly, his power surging throughout his body. His spiritual energy coalescing into a razor-sharp edge aimed directly at the intruder's waist. Yang Feng, observing nearby, muttered softly, "That will hit." He sensed that Lu Yichang's prowess was indeed extraordinary. However, just as Yang Feng anticipated the fight's conclusion, Lu Yichang's spiritual blade passed slowly through the masked figure's body. No, it was an illusion, Lu Yichang realized abruptly. This was a common trick of ninjas. Yet, it was too late. The masked figure had already darted behind him. Bam! A powerful kick struck his waist. In that instant, Lu Yichang felt a sharp pain in his bones, his body propelled into the air. Before he could land, the masked figure appeared above him. Boom! Lu Yichang's body crashed to the ground like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Jiang Sulan attempted to rush forward to assist. But the spirit unleashed another wave of power, wrapping her arm in a terrifying black force. Hiss! Jiang Sulan felt the dark energy sap her strength in an instant. Just then, a blade sliced across her arm. The two were no match for the masked figures. Yang Feng, taken aback by the intruder's formidable strength, contemplated intervening. Though uncertain of their capabilities, he could clearly sense that their spiritual energy was far inferior to his own. Dispatching them should be effortless. But would that not expose him? Gazing at the two masked figures, Yang Feng pondered for a moment before a sudden idea struck him. In the alley, Jiang Sulan and Lu Yichang struggled to rise once more. However, it was evident that Lu Yichang was in excruciating pain, while Jiang Sulan's arm was drenched in blood. Nevertheless, the two resolved to hold off the masked figures, awaiting the arrival of the Investigation Bureau. A mere warning was issued moments ago. With your meager abilities, you are unworthy to face me. The masked figure spoke with a tone of disdain. Neither of them regarded Lu Yichang and his companion as worthy opponents. In their hearts, an overwhelming sense of despair loomed, yet their sense of duty compelled them to understand that they could not allow their adversaries to escape, even at the cost of their lives. If they did not keep what was rightfully theirs, departure today would be impossible. Despite the darkness, a glimmer of determination shone in Lu Yichang's eyes. At that moment, Jiang Sulan grasped her dagger, its blade shimmering with the remnants of her spiritual energy. Just as they prepared for a desperate struggle, a languid voice emerged from behind them. Is there a spectacle to behold? Yang Feng deliberately spoke in a gruff tone. This prompted the alert individuals to turn their gaze toward him almost simultaneously. At that moment, Yang Feng had managed to find a tattered piece of cloth that covered his face. Is he one of theirs? A wave of despair washed over Louis Chang. This masked individual must certainly be affiliated with them. The two masked figures were momentarily taken aback. Did you summon him? One inquired, bewildered. I thought you called for him. The other replied, equally perplexed. Yang Feng approached Louis Chang with a smile, saying, no need for wild conjectures. I am merely a passerby, a well-meaning bystander. What? The four of them were rendered speechless. This lad is here for amusement? We are not playing house. We must leave this place at once. Louis Chang realized that this individual might indeed be an innocent bystander. However, Yang Feng shook his head and declared, I am here to meddle. There is no need for haste in leaving. Who are you? Call me the masked hero, Yang Feng proclaimed, raising his chin proudly. His declaration left those present in a state of disbelief. Moments later, the two masked figures erupted in laughter. Ha ha, where did this fool come from? How dare you involve yourself in our affairs, and to call yourself a masked hero? That name is utterly ridiculous. The masked individuals laughed heartily, pounding the wall in amusement. Yang Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, he had spent considerable time contemplating that name. You too, cease your laughter immediately, he commanded, his tone fierce. Yet the masked figures merely paused briefly before bursting into even louder fits of laughter. What a fool! Where did this lunatic come from? What a stroke of bad luck! One of the masked figures could not contain himself, exclaiming in a fit of mirth. Even Louis Chang and Jiang Sulan stared at Yang Feng in bewilderment. Only Yang Feng, now irritated, retorted, Are you two finished yet? Kid, the waters here run deep, but since you are intent on courting danger, do not blame us for what follows. The masked figure glanced at his ninja companion. The ninja stepped forward, licking his lips, and produced a kunai, a weapon typically wielded by ninjas. The murderous intent radiating from his eyes sent a chill through the air. Run! Louis Chang attempted to warn Yang Feng. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yang Feng took a step forward. Prepare to meet your doom. The ninja vanished from sight. Yang Feng sensed a multitude of lethal intentions surrounding him. In the next instant, the ninja reappeared at his right side. However, this is certainly not the true form. The shadow of the ninja, wielding a shuriken, lunged towards Yang Feng's neck in that fleeting moment. What struck him as peculiar was that Yang Feng's countenance bore no signs of panic. Instead, it displayed a hint of cold amusement. Child's play, Yang Feng seemed to declare disdainfully. With a swift twist of his body, he struck the void with his hand. Louis Chang and Jiang Sulan were still trying to comprehend the situation when they suddenly beheld a figure materialize in the air. The true form is there, Louis Chang exclaimed with delight. In the very next instant, the hand strike, imbued with spiritual energy, collided directly with the ninja's face. Boom. The ninja's body was propelled backward, crashing into the wall of the alleyway. The wall collapsed instantly, stones burying his form, leaving only an unconscious head exposed. A hit. And down he went. Silence enveloped the scene. The once mocking masked figure stood frozen in place. And you, Yang Feng remarked, twisting his neck. The masked figure finally reacted, attempting to infuse power into his paper doll to summon his Shikigami. Yet, in that moment, he realized he was utterly immobilized. Too young. Yang Feng's form appeared before the masked man, who could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng approached step by step, his own body weighed down as if by a mountain. Unable to move an inch. Eye technique, earth binding. Did you remember my name? Masked hero? The masked figure shamefully uttered the moniker Yang Feng had bestowed upon him. Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction and delivered a swift hand strike to the back of his neck. Thud. The masked figure crumpled to the ground. The two formidable individuals had fallen, one after the other. Yang Feng's assault on them resembled that of a bully tormenting kindergarten children. Louis Chang and Jiang Sulan were left dumbfounded. Who on earth is this person? At this moment, Yang Feng began to approach them step by step. Why you are? Louis Chang stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, then recalled Yang Feng's earlier words and quickly added, I know you were called masked hero, please don't hit me. He feared that mocking the name would earn him a blow. However, Yang Feng chose not to engage them further. After casting a glance in their direction, he departed in the opposite direction. He did not wish for these two to recognize him. Just as Yang Feng left, agents from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau arrived almost simultaneously. Led by Murong Wan, she hurriedly reached the scene, accompanied by several others. Upon seeing the two masked figures lying on the ground, they were momentarily taken aback. Wow, you two are impressive. You took down such formidable opponents. When did you secretly grow stronger? One man remarked as he lifted a mask to reveal the identities of the two, who were the experts from the island nation they had been pursuing. Among them, only Murong possessed the strength to defeat either of them in a one-on-one confrontation. However, Louis Chang's expression was somewhat awkward as he stated, "We did not defeat them." He recounted the events that had transpired. Even in the act of recounting the tale, an undeniable shock resonated in their tone. The few listeners wore expressions of bewilderment. Such a figure existed in Jiacheng? The individuals present exchanged glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. Surely, someone of this caliber should have already been discovered by their investigative bureau. Undoubtedly, such a person could be of immense value. How could they have emerged so suddenly? Moreover, the moniker masked hero, was this fellow perhaps afflicted with a touch of adolescent fantasy? A young agent from the bureau could not suppress a chuckle. Louis Chang shook his head and remarked, "Do you know how those two got beaten? How did they come to such a fate? Simply because they disdained his name." The young man's expression gradually stiffened. However, at that moment, Murong had surveyed the scene thoroughly and finally said, "Have we chatted enough? Let us take the individuals back and return the jade artifact to the museum. Leader, should we investigate this masked hero later?" Murong chose not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Yang Feng had taken a detour back to his home. Today, he relished the feeling of having portrayed a person of profound wisdom, which brought him a sense of accomplishment. Yet, for him, this was merely a fleeting interlude, as he had never intended to confront those individuals. Tomorrow, he mused, he would find the time to return to his hometown. Yang Feng recalled that his father had called again, mentioning the development plans for the village. He spoke of raising funds to construct a road and establish agritourism venture, suggesting that each family contribute a share. Essentially, it was akin to creating a village-run enterprise. Given the poverty in his village, if this endeavor truly materialized, it would be beneficial for everyone involved. The night passed swiftly. On the following morning, Yang Feng packed his belongings, preparing to drive home. However, as he opened the door, he unexpectedly collided with Zhao Zhuwei, who was poised to knock. "Are you going far?" Zhao Zhuwei inquired with curiosity. Yang Feng nodded and replied, "I plan to return to my hometown." "Oh, then I'll be all alone here, won't I?" "Not to worry. Gao Ronghai and Lu Qinglan will likely come by. You can spend time with them." Yang Feng gave it little thought. Zhao Zhuwei pouted and said, "I'd rather go find Xiaoya." Speaking of Chen Jiyue, it had been quite some time since Yang Feng last saw her. He recalled that someone had mentioned her previously, hinting that her background was rather exceptional. Is Chen Jiyue's family involved in business? Yang Feng could not help but ask. Zhao Zhuwei, sensing his curiosity, chuckled and replied, "If her family is in business, she might have some serious troubles ahead." "What do you mean?" "You'll find out soon enough." Zhao Zhuwei did not elaborate further and continued, "Shall I accompany you downstairs? Remember to bring me some local specialties when you return." Of course, Yang Feng readily agreed. As the two conversed, they made their way downstairs. As a vehicle drove away, Zhao Zhuwei watched Yang Feng depart, pondering for a moment before finally picking up her phone. "Xiaoya, would you like to join me for an adventure?" Zhao Zhuwei eagerly proposed over the line. Yang Feng was unaware that his hometown was about to welcome two significant guests. At that moment, he was driving homeward. Jiangcheng, the largest city in Nanjing province, is renowned for its economic prosperity on a national scale. However, few would anticipate that beneath its vibrant exterior lies a stark contrast. After traveling 300 kilometers, Yang Feng found himself amidst a series of neglected towns. To make matters worse, his hometown, Shicheng, is a region steeped in extreme poverty. True to its name, Shicheng is characterized by its mountainous terrain and scarce plains. Even the highways and railways are forced to navigate through tunnels and over bridges. Lacking local resources and investment, the area has remained overlooked for years. As many would put it, it could aptly be described as a place of poor mountains and evil waters. Yet for Yang Feng, these poor mountains and evil waters had accompanied him through nearly 2 decades of his life. Now that he possessed the means to effect change, he could no longer stand idly by as his hometown languished in poverty. As someone once said, "Our continuous growth and learning are not merely to escape from that impoverished place, but to transform it." Thus, Yang Feng felt that his moment had finally arrived. After a journey of 600 to 700 kilometers, Yang Feng arrived in his hometown by evening. He instinctively parked his car in town, where the enticing aroma of beef soup wafted through the air, a signature dish of his hometown. He also recalled a childhood snack known locally as maiban. Entering a breakfast shop run by a plump woman, he noticed that business was thriving during the evening hours. "Boss, I'll have a bowl of beef soup and 3 pieces of maiban," Yang Feng requested. The owner, a middle-aged woman with grease-stained hands, was busy and did not look up but replied while working, "Sure thing, just a moment." Yang Feng found a seat nearby, and as he gazed at the familiar surroundings, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Last New Year, he had not returned home due to pressing commitments, and it dawned on him that it had been a year since his last visit. Now, having been dismissed from his job, it seemed he finally had the time to see his parents. Just as Yang Feng was preparing to indulge in a hearty meal, a boisterous voice erupted from the entrance, expressing displeasure. "Boss lady, why is this shabby place still open? Didn't I tell you not to open anymore?" The raucous voice drew the attention of those inside the shop. Yang Feng turned to see a young man with dyed yellow hair, dressed in a trendy, tattered outfit, accompanied by 4 or 5 others loitering at the door. Upon hearing the confrontation, the shop owner hastily set aside her work and responded, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is the last day of operation. I will definitely be moving tomorrow. That's enough. I issued a notice yesterday, and you dare to open today? Do you think we're not watching?" The young man's tone was brash and defiant. The landlady's expression betrayed her fear as she could only utter, "All right. I will finish serving these newly arrived guests and then close the shop. Enough of your nonsense. Close the door this instant, or I will smash your pathetic establishment." The ruffian, with disheveled hair, offered her no time to respond. Approaching Yang Feng, he noticed the latter was staring intently at him and sneered, "Kid, where do you hail from? You certainly seem quite arrogant. Which village are you from?" Yang Feng replied in his native dialect. Upon realizing he was a local, the ruffian grew even more brazen, saying, "What? You don't know we're from the Market Supervision Bureau? Just returned. And I haven't heard of any new characters in town." He chuckled. "Oh, it seems you're quite discontented. Which village do you come from?" he inquired mockingly. "Feng Tian Village," Yang Feng stated. "Huh. Just the other day, the village secretary was drinking with me. You dare to provoke me here? Do you really think you can flaunt your status after a couple of years out in the world?" The ruffian scoffed and seized the porcelain plate in front of Yang Feng, shattering it on the floor with a resounding crash. "Look here," he warned, glaring at Yang Feng before turning to the landlady. "What are you dawdling for? This kid deserves nothing but contempt. Hurry and close the door." "Why, yes, the landlady stammered, but Yang Feng's voice interrupted her again. "I said, do not close the door." His tone had grown more severe. At that moment, the landlady seemed to recognize him. "Xiao Feng, it's you," she exclaimed in delight. They were from the same village and had often helped each other with farm work during their childhood. Yang Feng smiled back. "Aunt Liang. Ah, you two know each other? That makes things easier. Landlady, quickly introduce me to him, so he understands his place," the ruffian declared, now visibly pleased. Aunt Liang, genuinely fearful of these thugs, rushed to take Yang Feng aside. "Xiao Feng, let us not eat here today. How about we have dinner together at home instead? Don't provoke them." She knew Yang Feng was principled, but she could not let him fall into this trap. However, Yang Feng remained seated, smiling. "Aunt Liang, rest assured, I must have this beef soup today. As for these fellows, I shall ignore them." What did you say?" The ruffian's temper flared. His companions stepped forward menacingly. Yang Feng let out a cold laugh and said, "What, do you wish to fight here? Do you have any idea who I am and my connection to the police chief?" The ruffian shouted, seizing a nearby plate, ready to strike Yang Feng's head. His eyes glinted with malice, revealing a history of violence. Yet, before him, he was nothing more than an insignificant insect. As the plate descended, Yang Feng swiftly grasped his arm. The ruffian felt as if his limb was ensnared in a vice, completely immobilized. "Pathetic fool," Yang Feng remarked, applying a gentle but firm pressure. With a sharp crack, the confrontation escalated. Accompanied by the sound of crunching bones, he astonishingly crushed the bones of the yellow-haired man. In that moment, a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed for dozens of meters. His subordinates, witnessing such a spectacle, recoiled in terror, fearing that Yang Feng might similarly shatter their skulls. "Scram! I don't wish to be affected by your presence," Yang Feng declared, kicking the yellow-haired man away. His body flew a good 7 or 8 meters before crashing against the roadside. This scene rendered the establishment utterly silent. In Dongla Town, no one dared to assault another, especially not someone from the Market Supervision Department. Those who gained entry into that faction undoubtedly had influential backgrounds. Yet, after the altercation, Yang Feng remained remarkably composed. "Aunt Liang, is my beef soup ready?" His voice echoed once more, awakening the stunned patrons. It was only then that Aunt Liang regained her senses, exclaiming, "Xiaofeng, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. His uncle is the deputy town mayor." Yang Feng appeared unfazed, fully aware of the implications. Since he intended to return and invest, it was essential to teach these bullies a lesson, at the very least, to ensure that such local tyrants would retreat in fear. Aunt Liang gazed at Yang Feng, taken aback by his transformation after more than a year of absence. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired man's lackeys dared not approach, recognizing that they were no match for Yang Feng's prowess. "Get lost." Yang Feng glared at them, prompting the group to hurriedly carry the yellow-haired man away. Yang Feng, indifferent to their retreat, savored his meal before wiping his mouth contentedly. "Aunt Liang, I'm heading home. Do remember to visit us later," he smiled, rising to settle the bill. Upon seeing him, Aunt Liang quickly protested, "Oh, you've returned after such a long time. How can I accept your money?" "Well then, I shan't be polite." Yang Feng grinned. However, just as he spoke, 2 officers from the police station entered the establishment. "It's him. This brat assaulted Brother Shun." The individual beside them was none other than the yellow-haired man's fleeing accomplice. The officers approached Yang Feng, the lead officer coldly stating, "Is it true that you assaulted someone here?" "Indeed, I did," Yang Feng replied. "Come with us." His tone was stern. Aunt Liang immediately interjected, "Officer Feng, this man is also from our town. It was Lu Shun who initiated the altercation." "Enough. Do you, too, have a hand in this?" Feng Qingyang barked. "Let me make it clear. I can overlook you assaulting someone else, but striking Lu Shun, regardless of your status, will land you in my custody." Even with numerous witnesses present, Feng Qingyang's demeanor remained unyieldingly authoritative. Yang Feng seemed to have anticipated this, yet he maintained a smile, asking, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'It is easy to invite the deity, but difficult to send them away'? What, do you have more to say?" With narrowed eyes, he continued, "I hope you want to find yourself begging for my release later. Ha, this is the most amusing joke I have ever heard. Allow me to enlighten you, today. Regardless of how many days it has been, you truly have no idea how many eyes the king of horses possesses." Old Feng, incensed, approached and apprehended Yang Feng. Yet, Yang Feng offered no resistance, instead following him to the police vehicle. As they departed, he noticed that young lackey, whose face was adorned with pride, brazenly exclaiming, "Kid, daring to act in this territory, you might as well await your demise inside." The smug demeanor of this individual merely elicited a faint smile from Yang Feng. In Donghe town, within the precinct, Yang Feng found himself in the interrogation room, seated on a chair with his hands shackled to the table. The interrogators were none other than Feng Qingyang, who had previously apprehended him, along with another young man. Feng Qingyang, in his 30s, exhibited a youthful arrogance on his face. "Kid, you really have some audacity, don't you? Coming from a mere peasant family, you dare provoke Lucian?" Feng Qingyang sat opposite him, with paper and pen before him. The nearby camera was conspicuously off, indicating that this man intended to discuss matters beyond official record. Yang Feng, sitting calmly, replied, "Are you not going to inquire about the circumstances, the rights and wrongs? To hell with rights and wrongs. Here, if you strike Lucian, you must come here and serve your time. That is the rule." Feng Qingyang scoffed. Yang Feng chuckled and said, "I see now. It appears you are deliberately courting death. If that is the case, I shall let you starve here for a few days and see if you maintain your bravado." Feng Qingyang rose, then triumphantly declared, "Oh, by the way, your hometown is Fengtian village, right? Soon, I might just witness your father kneeling before me, pleading for mercy. You would do well not to provoke fate." "Haha, are you getting anxious?" "Unfortunately, it is too late." Feng Qingyang held his head high. The young police officer beside him, however, appeared somewhat concerned and cast a sympathetic glance at Yang Feng, saying, "Captain, perhaps we should consult Brother Shen. If it can be settled privately, it would be prudent." "Shut up. Who permitted you to speak here?" Feng Qingyang shot a glare at the youth and strode out. Yang Feng remained locked within the interrogation room, as Feng Qingyang aimed to teach him a lesson. Unbeknownst to him, a phone call was about to be made at the residence of the town committee secretary. Secretary Hao Shanqing had just returned home. "Old Hao, what is the occasion today? You appear quite jubilant. One might think you won the lottery." His wife, noticing his cheerful demeanor, surmised that something good had transpired. Hao Shanqing set down his bag and declared proudly, "This is far more joyous than winning the lottery. Do you recall what I mentioned to you yesterday?" "Yes, you spoke of representatives from a major investment firm visiting to assess the investment environment. Did you not?" "Indeed. I met with him again today. Can you guess who it was? Hao Shanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. His wife, rarely witnessing him so animated, inquired curiously, who was it? It was the Lin family from Jiangcheng. I have inquired, and they are quite a formidable force in Jiangcheng. Hao Shanqing continued, however, it seems they are merely auxiliary investors. The principal investor for this area is someone else entirely. Oh, who has suddenly taken an interest in this place? I am uncertain. Yet I surmise it is likely someone from our town. Otherwise, how could outsiders suddenly contemplate investing here? Hao Shanqing lamented, continuing, indeed. This Dongha town has been impoverished for so long, and now it seems poised for transformation. However, after residing here for a year, I was unaware that anyone had ties to the Lin family. It appears you are finally poised to achieve some results. Yes, he responded. I have heard that I shall meet with the investor tomorrow. I must express my profound gratitude then. As Hao Shanqing spoke, his voice trembled with excitement. Yet, in the midst of his elation, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he exclaimed, Look, it is the two inspectors calling. They must be informing me of the meeting location for tomorrow. As he spoke, he answered the call, smiling, Mr. Sun, has your boss arrived? Secretary Hao. There seems to be some unexpected developments here, came a somewhat somber voice from the other end. Sensing the gravity of the tone, Hao Shanqing cautiously inquired, Mr. Sun. What do you mean? My boss has indeed arrived, but he just sent me a message stating he has been detained by the local police station, apparently due to an altercation with some locals. The moment those words left the caller's lips, Hao Shanqing felt as though he had been struck. What? He exclaimed, his tone rising sharply. How can such a thing happen? I will investigate. I will immediately look into this. Panic surged within him. The inspector continued. His name is Yang Feng. He should currently be at the police station. Yes, please hold on. I assure you I will provide an explanation. With that, Hao Shanqing hung up the phone and, in a fit of rage, shattered a cup before him. The sound echoed as the cup splintered into countless pieces. His anger surged, veins bulging. Damn it! Hao Shanqing could not fathom that before he even had the chance to anticipate the negotiations the next day, such disheartening news had reached him. The only significant investor in the area, a friend of the Lin family, had been assaulted upon his arrival and now found himself in the police station. He seized his phone and located the number for the police chief. The chief had just returned home and, upon seeing the secretary's call, quickly answered, Secretary. How may I assist you? Chief Ding, it appears your tenure as chief has come to an end. Hao Shanqing fumed as soon as he picked up the call, unleashing a torrent of invective. Ding was taken aback, hurriedly responding, Secretary, what has happened? What has happened? Your police station has detained our town's most crucial guest. What do you think has happened? Hao Shanqing's ire intensified. Let me be clear, if Mr. Yang is displeased in any way today, I will file a report to have you dismissed. Even the typically composed Hao Shanqing could not restrain his profanities. Ding quickly replied, I was unaware. I will look into this at once. He dared not delay any further and hastily left his home. Meanwhile, within the police station, Feng Qingyang was leisurely sipping tea and enjoying the takeout provided by his colleagues. The young police officer glanced at the interrogation room and inquired, Captain, should we really not intervene? Intervene? Not a chance. If I don't let this brat go hungry for a couple of days, it would be a sign of my leniency. Feng Qingyang scoffed, warning, I advise you to mind your own business. I still have to report back to Lu Shen. Shut your mouth. Feng Qingyang halted the youth, who could only lower his head in resignation. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals had returned to the precinct and were now gathered together. Witnessing Feng Qingyang's smug demeanor, they felt a mix of anger and helplessness. After all, he maintained a good rapport with the station chief, Ding Ku, and was familiar with Lu Shen. Just then, Ding Ku rushed in through the door. Spotting Feng Qingyang still indulging in food, he abruptly smashed his bowl. Crash! Rice flew across Feng Qingyang's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly stood at attention and said, Chief Ding, what brings you here? Damn it! Did you arrest someone named Yang Feng today? Ding Ku barked. Feng Qingyang, mistaking Ding Ku's tone for praise, replied proudly, Yes, I have this brat in custody. I plan to let him stew for a few days to make him obedient. As he spoke, Ding Ku's face turned crimson with rage, and he splashed a bowl of soup onto Feng Qingyang's face. Damn, do you realize the trouble you've caused? Ding Ku was furious, almost ready to slap this fool. Feng Qingyang, bewildered by the sudden drenching, stared blankly and asked, Chief Ding, I'm just trying to help your brother. Shut up. Who told you Lu Shen is my brother? Do I have such a scoundrel of a brother? Ding Ke retorted. Let me tell you, the Yang Feng you apprehended is here to invest in our town, and he wields considerable influence in Jiancheng, which is the provincial capital. If anything happens to him, you might as well prepare for your demise. Ding Ke's relentless tirade finally jolted Feng Qingyang back to reality. His face turned pale as he stared at the door of the interrogation room in disbelief, stammering, "How is that possible? I've investigated him. He comes from a farming family." Enough of your nonsense. Is your intel more reliable than the secretary's? I'll tell you this. The secretary said he would arrive within 10 minutes. If he sees the scene here, we might as well pack our bags and leave. Ding Ke's unprecedented fury left everyone in the precinct stunned. Feng Qingyang never anticipated that this young man could possess such a powerful background. Fear gripped him as he stumbled toward the interrogation room. At that moment, Yang Feng was still shackled to the interrogation table. Upon seeing Feng Qingyang approach in a disheveled manner, a smile spread across his face. Back so soon? Why yes. Feng Qingyang stuttered, forcing an awkward smile as he approached Yang Feng. Mr. Yang, let me release you. Being restrained like this must be uncomfortable. Oh, there's no need for that. I find it rather pleasant, Yang Feng interjected with a grin. I've never sat in a chair like this my entire life. I want to savor the experience. When I return home, I plan to write a reflection on it. Mr. Yang chuckled, declaring, this is merely a misunderstanding. I have just conducted a thorough inquiry and discovered that the situation aligns precisely with what you described. Lucian initiated the conflict and thus bears the consequences. You acted in legitimate self-defense. Feng Qingyang hastily ingratiated himself. Yang Feng shook his head and replied, Alas, your assertion is misguided. I recall you mentioning earlier that the local custom dictates that if one strikes Lucian, imprisonment is inevitable. Although I hail from Dongha Town, I must respect local traditions and cannot disrupt the established order, can I? He smiled, continuing to fiddle with the handcuffs on the table. Feng Qingyang grew anxious as time slipped away. Should Hao Shanqing arrive and find Yang Feng still shackled, his own fate would be sealed. At that moment, Ding Ke rushed in, wearing a face full of obsequiousness. You must be Mr. Yang. I have heard much about you, he began, showering compliments before adding. This incident is indeed a misunderstanding. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, and if any of our personnel are found in violation, I assure you they will face severe repercussions. Observing Yang Feng restrained at the table, he suggested, Mr. Yang, the air in here is rather poor. Perhaps you would prefer to step out to the office for a cup of tea? No need, replied Yang Feng with a smile. I fear you might poison me. I'm quite content to remain here. He turned to Feng Qingyang, asking, Do you recall what I mentioned before my arrival? It is easy to invite a deity, yet difficult to send them away. Feng Qingyang stood dumbfounded, finally grasping the meaning behind Yang Feng's words. He never would have imagined that such a formidable figure would emerge from Feng Tian village. Ding Ke, anxious to usher Yang Feng outside, was determined to prevent Hao Shanqing from witnessing this scene. However, Yang Feng showed no inclination to heed their pleas. Just as the two were trying to persuade him in the interrogation room, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Where is Mr. Yang? Hao Shanqing's hurried footsteps approached the interrogation room. Upon entering, he was confronted with the sight of Yang Feng shackled within. Hao Shanqing's expression darkened, and he demanded, What is the meaning of this? Ding Ke and Feng Qingyang exchanged glances, stuttering and bowing their heads, unable to utter a word. They realized they had not only offended Hao Shanqing but also wronged a significant investor, whose presence would necessitate a personal audience with the county party secretary. If they mishandled the situation, they could very well find themselves out of a job. How could you treat a victim in such a manner? Do you not uphold the law? Hao Shanqing's tone grew sharper. Ding Ke quickly lowered his head, stating, Secretary, it was Feng Qingyang who acted independently. I have already reprimanded him, and I will ensure proper measures are taken. Yet I have just heard that you seem to have a brother-in-arms from a drinking table who was the one to assault Mr. Yang? Hao Shanqing's eyes glinted with severity. Ding Ke trembled at this revelation, hastily replying, Secretary, I was unaware of this. Perhaps it is mere gossip. Is it not true? The nephew of Deputy Town Head Liu. Is he not? Hao Shanqing had already ordered an investigation into the matter during his journey. In 2 days, the county magistrate will personally come here. You should await the organization's investigation. Hao Shanqing's words were akin to issuing a final ultimatum to the two men. In that fleeting moment, Ding Ke was utterly stunned, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Hao Shanqing seized Feng Qingyang's keys, approached the chair, and respectfully addressed Yang Feng, Mr. Yang, I shall unlock it for you. Yang Feng acknowledged with a nod. Internally, Hao Shanqing felt a sense of relief, It seemed Yang Feng had not directed his wrath towards him. Rising from the chair, Yang Feng did not cast another glance at the two men sprawled on the floor, but led the way out of the interrogation room. Outside, a crowd of over 20 officers had already gathered, eager to witness the remarkable individual capable of intimidating Ding Ku to such an extent. Amidst the throng, a girl recognized him. Feng Ge. Her voice was filled with astonishment. Yang Feng turned to see none other than Yang Qiaolan, his neighbor. Ah, Qiaolan. You're here too? Have you become a police officer? Yang Feng chuckled, walking over to greet her. At that moment, Yang Qiaolan appeared utterly bewildered, glancing between him and the dignified Hao Shanqing behind him. This was their secretary, who had personally come to vouch for Yang Feng, displaying the utmost sincerity. Feng Ge. What is going on? Yang Qiaolan asked, her expression blank. The situation is as it is. I was just apprehended, but fortunately, Secretary Hao came to my aid. Otherwise, I fear I would have had to spend the night here, Yang Feng jested. Hao Shanqing wiped his brow and quickly interjected, Mr. Yang, you flatter me. This incident was unforeseen. I will certainly conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with an explanation. Let us hope such unforeseen events occur less frequently. Yang Feng replied in a calm tone. Observing Hao Shanqing's anxiety only added to Yang Qiaolan's confusion. This was a prominent figure in the town. Why was he so deferential to Yang Feng? Yang Feng chose not to dwell further on the matter and inquired, Have you finished work? Shall we go home together? Really? Yang Qiaolan responded, snapping back to reality and readily agreeing. As Yang Feng exited, he first called his father, Yang Etienne, to inform him that he would be home shortly, reassuring him not to worry, before heading to the parking lot with Yang Qiaolan. Hao Shanqing accompanied them to the entrance of the parking lot, saying, Mr. Yang, then tomorrow, Secretary Hao, please call me Xiao Feng. I am also a resident of the town. Yang Feng interjected warmly. Hao Shanqing nodded earnestly, Very well, shall we arrange a time to discuss matters tomorrow? I fear I will be resting to spend time with my family, and I need to learn about the investigation's outcomes, Yang Feng replied casually, before leading Yang Qiaolan to the car as they departed for the village. As he watched Yang Feng leave, Hao Shanqing finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The man before him was not merely a significant investor, but also a member of the Jiangchenglin family. Should he mishandle this arrangement, even his position could be jeopardized. The drive from the town to the village would take approximately 10 minutes. Yang Qiaolan sat in the passenger seat, gazing at Yang Feng with an expression of astonishment, as if the person before her was entirely unfamiliar. Brother Feng, what on earth have you been doing out there? She incredulously inquired. Observing her bewildered demeanor, Yang Feng replied, I've been engaged in a modest business venture and plan to return to establish a company. Ah, I see. Yang Qiaolan finally comprehended, yet she continued. I never imagined you would become an entrepreneur. How come we had no news of this? Well, now you do, Yang Feng teased. Yang Qiaolan chuckled softly, saying, That's true. But you have certainly avenged us this time. That Lu Shun has been bullying everyone, relying on his uncle, the deputy town mayor. I heard he is quite familiar with the village secretary as well. Yang Feng recalled Lu Shun's earlier remarks before he was beaten. Yang Qiaolan promptly nodded, Brother Feng. You may not know, but our village is in quite a dismal state. Especially that Secretary Ma. He has allied with a few others to promote some sort of agritourism development and intends to construct roads. I heard they are calling on everyone to invest money. Indeed. But in reality, it's merely a scheme to swindle funds. Yet, the villagers feel powerless. Offending them could lead to repercussions. Yang Qiaolan seemed to be privy to some insider information, given her position at the police station. Yang Feng's expression soured. He had initially believed that village-run enterprises would truly lead everyone to prosperity, only to discover the underlying issues. However, now that you are back to invest, Brother Feng, you will surely lead everyone to wealth, Yang Qiaolan said with an innocent smile. Yang Feng sighed inwardly, slowing the car as he observed the patches of farmland and the dilapidated houses lining the road. His hometown remained impoverished, despite some development over the years. It was far from sufficient. There was an urgent need for a leader to guide the community towards prosperity. Xiaolan, when we arrive home, please refrain from mentioning my circumstances. Yang Feng preferred to assess the village situation first. If they were to learn of his current status, he feared he would not find peace. Yang Qiaolan agreed. As the car approached the entrance of Yang Feng's home, the sound of the vehicle drew the attention of those inside, who hurriedly came out. In addition to Yang Feng's parents, Aunt Liang and several fellow villagers had returned early. Xiao Feng, you really are back, Aunt Liang exclaimed with great excitement. utterly surprised that Yang Feng had been released so soon, considering he had crossed paths with the local bully, Lucian. Yang Feng stepped out of the car. Smiling as he explained, I clarified the situation with them. It seems there was a misunderstanding, so they released me. Is that so? Aunt Liang listened, still finding it hard to believe. However, Yang Feng's mother had emerged, surveying the car with delight. Xiao Feng, is this your car? You have bought a car. Pu Fengying could hardly conceal her pride at her son's accomplishments. Yang Feng smiled and nodded slightly, saying, it's a very affordable car, only around 100,000. Haha, having a car is great. It will be much more convenient for me to come back and visit in the future. Pu Fengying laughed heartily. The group chatted merrily as they made their way home. Yang Feng's family residence was a modest 2-story house, built a few years ago by Yang Anyan. At that time, aside from the cost of some materials, much of the sand, stone, and land were sourced locally. The 2-story house, while not comparable to opulent villas, exuded a charming rural ambience, adorned with a deity statue in the main hall and various decorations around it. Upon entering the living room, the 4 or 5 villagers engaged in casual conversation could be considered half-relatives. They greeted Yang Feng warmly, showering him with compliments. Pu Fengying urged her son to rest quickly, concerned about his fatigue from travel. In contrast, Yang Anyan, not particularly adept at expressing emotions, remarked somewhat stiffly, I just heard from Aunt Liang that you had a confrontation with Lucian. Is everything all right? It's nothing serious. Look, Xiaolan is accompanying me back. Yang Feng replied with a smile. Yang Xiaolan quickly interjected, Uncle Tian, everything has been resolved. It has nothing to do with Yang Feng, so there's no need for concern. Ah, that's good to hear. Just be cautious not to offend Lu Shan. You don't know his connections with that Ma Datu in our village, which could lead to trouble. Yang Anyan said, visibly relieved. Yang Xiaolan sighed inwardly, wishing she could tell him that not only had Yang Feng dealt with Lu Shan, but he was also facing a far more significant issue, rendering Ma Datu inconsequential. Yang Feng refrained from elaborating, simply stating, I came back to check on the family situation. Everything is well at home. What else do you need to see? Yang Anyan replied, then recalled, oh right. You young people should gather together to discuss the idea of establishing a farm stay in the village. This is a matter of utmost importance for us. Having been a teacher, he believed that starting something in the village could potentially lead to prosperity. When Yang Xiaolan shared what she knew about this matter, Yang Anyan expressed disbelief. Does Ma Data really dare to do that? He wouldn't, right? After all, it involves everyone's contributions. Well, Ma Data may not have the audacity to act openly, but the accountants and suppliers will all be his people. When it comes to accounting, how many of us in the village could actually comprehend it? Yang Xiaolan sighed. Her words sent a chill down the spines of those in the hall. Yet, the villagers had already mobilized. What could be done now? Dad, there's no need to worry about this matter just yet. We will certainly find a solution. The proposal is quite good, but we can devise a plan to limit their involvement, Yang Feng reassured. However, as soon as he spoke, the others in the family shook their heads. Xiao Feng, you've truly been away too long. You have no idea about the situation in the village. In his 40s, Uncle Dong sighed and continued, if anything is to be organized in the village, you must establish a good rapport with Ma Datu. Otherwise, nothing will come to fruition. Just look at the Shui family, who intended to extract some sand from the river, but due to Ma Datu's disapproval, his son, Ma Xiaoshan, sank his motorcycle into the river, compelling Shui Sheng to purchase sand at an exorbitant price. At this moment, Aunt Liang interjected, however, a while back, when they were constructing a cow shed, did they not use stones from the mountain and sand from the river? Who can deny that? Yet, they have a good relationship with the deputy town head, and what can we do about it? The group felt a deep sense of resignation. Yang Feng discerned the underlying meaning in their words. Taking a deep breath, he said, Dear uncles and aunts, I will look into this matter. And regarding the idea of establishing a farm stay, I believe it has great potential. I will speak with them tomorrow. Xiao Feng, you must temper your enthusiasm. After all, we have been in the village long enough to understand the nature of Ma Datu and his son, whose complexities are hard to articulate, they remarked, filled with exasperation. Yang Anyan then chimed in, Xiao Feng, since you've just returned, don't dwell on these matters too much. If you have any savings, focus on saving for your future wife, rather than concerning yourself with village affairs. He hoped his son would venture beyond this mountainous enclave and not remain confined to it for life. Yang Feng glanced at his father. Though his father had not left behind any literary eloquence, his hands were calloused from labor. Dad, I will handle it. Yang Feng assured. He rose to his feet and said, "But let us not dwell on these subjects today. Xiaolan, please help me unload the items from the car, and in the evening, let us invite Uncle Rome and the others over for dinner." "All right, I'll call my parents to assist with the cooking," replied Yang Xiaolan, who lived next door, making it quite convenient. With a few guests at home, Yang Feng invited them all to share a meal together, marking his first day back. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, everyone gradually departed for their homes, leaving only Yang Feng and his parents. After engaging in conversation for a while, noticing the hour was late, Yang Feng retreated to his room for rest. His room was upstairs, adjacent to Yang Xiaoshi's. Meanwhile, Yang Anyan and Hu Fengying resided downstairs, for the sake of convenience. Avoiding the stairs, upon entering his room, he found it as warm and inviting as ever. He opened the window to behold the vast, dark mountains outside, devoid of any light, such as rural life, Yang Feng mused. At that moment, his phone rang. He answered to find it was Secretary Hao Shanqing calling. "Secretary Hao, what brings you to contact me at this late hour?" Yang Feng inquired, perplexed. On the other end, Hao Shanqing expressed his delight, saying, "Mr. Yang, I have just reported to the higher-ups. Secretary Chun from the county will personally come over, and there will be a thorough investigation into today's events. Please rest assured." "Thank you. However, you may simply call me Xiaofeng. Addressing me as Mr. Yang all the time feels rather distant," Yang Feng expressed with a hint of helplessness. Hao Shanqing laughed heartily and said, "Haha, very well. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to reach out to me. Today's incident is undoubtedly an anomaly. We have a remarkably favorable investment environment here. Indeed, I grew up here myself and will certainly take the time to explore," Yang Feng replied. "That's the spirit." Additionally, I must mention that Secretary Chun is currently in the city attending a meeting, but once he is done, he inquired whether you would like to join him for a meal, Hao Shanqing inquired. It was evident that the locals had already regarded Yang Feng as a veritable deity of fortune. After all, he was connected to the influential Lin family of Jiangsheng and had roots in this area. Should Yang Feng seize the opportunity to invest, even a modest endeavor would start at a minimum of 8 figures, consequently generating significant employment and economic advancement. For a local leader, the greatest achievement lies in elevating the local economy, especially in such a backward and impoverished county. Yang Feng understood the implications and replied, "Very well. I fear I may only have time the day after tomorrow." "All right, I will clarify this with Secretary Chun. You've just returned home, so take your time to conduct a thorough exploration," Hao Shanqing chuckled, fully aware of Yang Feng's concerns. The two ended their call, and Yang Feng sat before his desk, opening his computer. As he reviewed the report previously sent by the inspection team, his gaze grew increasingly profound. In Donghe Town, there were indeed several promising aspects. Firstly, there were expansive fields with fertile soil, and secondly, the scenic beauty among the mountains was captivating, with excellent soil quality suitable for cultivating various ornamental trees. Coupled with some streams and platforms nestled in the mountains, the recommendation was to develop a new rural tourism site, while simultaneously promoting local agritourism and specialty products. It was only in the early hours of the morning that Yang Feng finally succumbed to sleep. The following day, he awoke around 9 o'clock. After a brief breakfast at home, he set off early, intending to visit Ma Dada's residence to gauge the situation. Yang Feng was unaware of the current status of the road construction and agritourism plans initiated by Dadu, nor did he know how many villagers had contributed financially. Fortunately, Yang Xiaolan was well acquainted with the area and guided him to the village entrance near the national highway, stating, "It's just ahead. Why is his house located here?" "I recall he used to live at the village's end," Yang Feng remarked. "Well, it's for convenience. This land originally belonged to Uncle Yang, but he forcibly purchased it for 10,000 yuan and built a house here, which only takes a few minutes to reach the town," Yang Xiaolan explained. Feeling somewhat indignant on behalf of Uncle Yang, Yang Feng nodded in understanding and followed her to a courtyard. Upon raising his head, he beheld 2 imposing stone pillars at the entrance, exuding an air of grandeur. Upon gazing at the opulent villa, adorned with hints of European castle aesthetics, it became evident that every item within bore a considerable price. The 2 individuals stepped through the threshold, where the home resonated with lively chatter. "How is it that you're out of money again? Come, allow me to lend you 3,000 yuan to continue your revelry." Ma Xiaoshan, cigarette in mouth, produced 3,000 yuan and pushed it towards a young man before him. This youth, seemingly returned from the city, wore a slightly grim expression and hastily replied, "Brother Sean, perhaps we should let it be. I really ought to head home to prepare dinner. Dinner? It's barely past 10 in the morning. Are you a glutton? Ma Xiaoshan scoffed, insisting that the young man continue gambling. Nearby, at a glass round table, sat 4 or 5 individuals, their space cluttered with cash and playing cards. Brother Shan, we have a guest, one youth announced upon spotting Yang Feng. Ma Xiaoshan, recognizing Yang Qiaolon, smiled broadly. Lan, what brings you here personally? Have you encountered some trouble and sought out Brother Shan for assistance? Ma Xiaoshan, mind your demeanor. I am here to introduce Brother Feng to your father, Yang Qiaolon retorted, visibly displeased. Only then did Ma Xiaoshan seem to recognize Yang Feng, exclaiming, "Oh, is that not Yang Feng? It has been 7 or 8 years since I last saw you. Where have you been making your fortune?" His eyes sparkled as he offered a cigarette to Yang Feng, who declined, stating, "I do not smoke." Not a smoker? Perfect. My father wants to be home for a while. Why not join us for a few rounds? Ma Xiaoshan inquired eagerly. As he spoke, he kicked the young man beside him, saying, "Didn't you just claim to be out of money? Hurry back home and eat. You're just a nuisance here." Relieved by this dismissal, the youth departed. Yang Feng surveyed the remaining 4 or 5 individuals and asked, "What about the card game?" "Oh, we're just having a casual game." Yang Feng, "No, Brother Feng, you've returned from the city, so you understand how we rural folk pass the time by playing cards." Ma Xiaoshan grinned. With a disdainful huff, Yang Qiaolon remarked, "Ma Xiaoshan, do not presume I am unaware of your schemes. Do not drag Brother Feng into your mischief." "Ah, Lan, your words are unfounded. I merely wish to extend a warm welcome to Brother Feng upon his return to the village. Isn't that right, Brother Feng?" Ma Xiaoshan queried. Yang Feng chuckled. "What are the stakes? Brother Feng, you ought not to play with them." Yang Qiaolon attempted to dissuade him. Nevertheless, Yang Feng had already taken a seat. Seeing Yang Feng fall into their trap, Ma Xiaoshan was elated, promptly stating, "We're not betting high. The base is just 10 yuan, and you can wager as much as you like. For you, Brother Feng, this should be mere pocket change, correct?" "Very well. Let the cards be dealt," Yang Feng replied decisively. Yang Qiaolon, perplexed by his intentions, moved a chair closer to sit beside him and observe Ma Xiaoshan and the others. Their eyes glimmering with anticipation, were eager, knowing that Yang Feng, just returned from the city, likely carried a substantial sum in his pockets. Their favorite pastime was to lure city returnees into card games, deftly extracting money from their wallets. I had initially assumed that during this mid-year period, he would return to the village, yet unexpectedly, there was the presence of Yang Feng, a true unsuspecting fool. "Brother Feng, shall we cut the cards?" Ma Xiaoshan inquired, having shuffled the deck with a feigned nonchalance. Yang Feng shook his head and replied, "Let us deal as is." "Very well, then Xiaohu, you shall distribute the cards." Ma Xiaoshan entrusted the deck to a young man. Gao Xiaohu accepted it with a grin and began to deal cards to each player at the table, including Yang Feng. There were a total of 5 participants, all acquaintances of Ma Xiaoshan. As the 3 cards were laid before Yang Feng, the others promptly placed their bets. In this game of Jia Jinhua, the minimum bet was 10 yuan, with subsequent wagers at the player's discretion. Yang Feng glanced at his cards, catching a glimpse of their nature. It appeared these players aimed to reel in a substantial catch, as he was dealt a flush right from the start. "I want to look at my cards. I'll bet 100. Yang Feng calmly produced a 100 yuan note from in front of him, having recently exchanged 5,000 in cash with these players. Ma Xiaoshan, upon hearing this, became visibly excited. The others followed suit with their bets, and soon Ma Xiaoshan was comparing hands with Yang Feng. "Oh dear, Brother Feng, your luck is quite extraordinary. My hand pales in comparison." He feigned disappointment. Yang Feng collected the 700 yuan he had just won and stated, "Continue dealing." "Brother Feng." Yang Qiaolon attempted to interject, but was silenced by a subtle gesture from Yang Feng. The cards were dealt again. Gao Xiaohu, renowned in this village for his gambling prowess, expertly prepared 3 cards from the bottom of the deck, swiftly dealing them to his associates, while the others received their cards from the top. In essence, Yang Feng relied solely on luck to see if he might draw a favorable hand, while Gao Xiaohu and his companions had prearranged their winning cards. In this round, Gao Xiaohu dealt the most formidable flush to Ma Xiaoshan, who, upon seeing his hand, felt a swell of pride. Yet, Yang Feng continued to bet without looking at his cards. "Brother Feng, it's your turn to wager." Ma Xiaoshan, concealing his inner delight, addressed Yang Feng. With a smile, Yang Feng responded, "I shall bet another 100. I'm in for 200. I fold," the others declared in turn. When it came to Ma Xiaoshan's turn, he rubbed his hands together and remarked, "Brother Feng, Not looking at your cards. You must be quite confident in your luck. In that case, I'll raise the stakes to 1,000. He sought to inflate the bets. Yang Feng feigned hesitation. Beside him, Yang Xiaolan, anxious, whispered, Brother Feng, why not return the money you just won and refrain from playing further? Her concern was palpable, recalling how others had previously lost everything to cheaters. However, Yang Feng maintained a serene demeanor, stating, no worries, I'll continue without looking at my cards. If you bet 1,000, does that mean I must follow with 400? Indeed, Brother Feng is truly generous, Ma Xiaoshan praised, not missing the chance to flatter. After Yang Feng placed his additional 400, the remaining players chose to fold. Only Ma Xiaoshan remained. Since Brother Feng is so confident, I shall raise the stakes as well, another 1,000 yuan. Ma Xiaoshan tossed another 1,000 yuan into the pot. Yang Feng smiled and declared, I'll raise by 400. Brother Feng, are you really not looking at your cards? Didn't you say I was lucky today? Ma Xiaoshan retorted. All right then. Since you're so confident, I'll raise it to 2,000. If you want to continue, it'll cost you 800. Ma Xiaoshan said to Yang Feng. Without hesitation, Yang Feng added 800 yuan to the pile. Ma Xiaoshan was surprised by Yang Feng's audacity. Fortunately, at that moment, the nearby Gao Xiaohu shot him a glance, cautioning him against winning too much in one round, lest Yang Feng lose interest. Ma Xiaoshan then feigned fear and said, Oh dear, since Brother Feng is so confident, why don't I deal for you? With that, he tossed in another 2,000 yuan. The pile of stakes had now grown to 7 or 8,000 yuan. I'll reveal my cards first, he proclaimed, displaying a flush. Yang Xiaolan, watching from the side, sighed inwardly. It was evident that they had prepared for this outcome in advance. Brother Feng, it's time to stop playing, Yang Xiaolan interjected once more. However, Yang Feng chuckled and said, Xiaolan, why don't you help me reveal my cards? You might have good luck too. Lan, since Brother Feng has said so, you should assist him, Ma Xiaoshan urged, eager to win this round and move on to the next. Reluctantly, Yang Xiaolan complied, revealing the cards one by one. The first card, 2 of clubs. The second card, 3 of clubs. The third card, 4 of clubs. Gasps filled the room. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, especially Ma Xiaoshan, whose smile froze in disbelief as he stared at the hand before him. A straight flush. Ma Xiaoshan's face turned ashen. He could never have imagined that his best hand would lose. It seemed that Xiaolan's luck was indeed remarkable. Yang Feng grinned. Collecting the 7 or 8,000 yuan in stakes from the table, Ma Xiaoshan's heart bled at the sight of that money. It was all his. Why is everyone looking at me? Let us continue dealing. It's the next round, Yang Feng reminded Gao Xiaohu. At that moment, Ma Xiaoshan took a deep breath and leaned close to Gao Xiaohu's ear, whispering, This guy's luck is a bit uncanny. Let us deal him an even bigger hand. Just watch. Gao Xiaohu replied quietly. Yang Feng, observing the two whispering, teased, What are you two discussing? Are you planning to cheat? Brother Feng. You're quite the joker. We're all from the same village. How could we do such a thing? Ma Xiaoshan replied, somewhat awkwardly. Indeed. Only those with ulterior motives would resort to such tactics, he added, his expression stiffening. Fortunately, Gao Xiaohu began dealing cards once more. The atmosphere among the players grew noticeably cautious. They all understood that the primary objective of this round was to assist Ma Xiaoshan in reclaiming his money. As another round of cards was dealt, Gao Xiaohu revealed a 10 of bombs. In the game of Jia Jin Hua, obtaining a bomb is nearly synonymous with invincibility, particularly when it comes to a 10 bomb, which is considered a substantial one. Ma Xiaoshan, in this instance, decided to be clever, declaring to Feng Ge, Since fortune smiles upon you today, I refuse to be outdone, so I shall place a secret bet against you. That's perfectly fine, I had the same notion, responded Yang Feng with a calm demeanor. Ma Xiaoshan boldly produced a stack of cash and stated, I wager 2,000 yuan. This audacious move immediately escalated the stakes to 2,000 yuan, nearing the atmosphere of a casino. It was evident that he intended to reclaim all the money lost in the previous round during this one. Yang Feng did not hesitate and matched the wager with another 2,000 yuan, adding, You won a total of 6,000 yuan last round. So I will raise my bet to 4,000 yuan. Ma Xiaoshan focused intently on all of Yang Feng's winnings. I shall continue to follow. Yang Feng's expression remained utterly unperturbed. However, the high-stakes game, exceeding 10,000 yuan, caused Yang Xiaolan to break into a sweat. Particularly, upon witnessing the smug expressions of Gao Xiaohu and his companions, she sensed impending trouble. Nevertheless, Yang Feng's audacity in wagering sparked uncontainable excitement among Ma Xiaoshan and his associates. This fellow remains blissfully unaware of how deep the waters run here. Suppressing his exhilaration, Ma Xiaoshan engaged in several consecutive rounds with Yang Feng before grinningly remarking, "Feng, good. It seems your cash is running low. Would you like to exchange for more?" Having previously exchanged 5,000 yuan, coupled with the 7,000 yuan won, Yang Feng had exhausted his funds. Seemingly caught up in the moment, he replied, "Yes, let us exchange for another 5,000. Excellent." Ma Xiaoshan signaled to one of his subordinates. After Yang Feng transferred 5,000 yuan, he received cash in return. As he tossed another 5,000 yuan into the pot, the total on the table swelled to over 30,000. Ma Xiaoshan felt he had finally ensnared a plump prey, his elation reaching its zenith. Yet, he maintained a facade of righteousness, stating, "In that case, Feng Gu, I do not wish to gamble excessively. I shall open for you." With that, Ma Xiaoshan placed 5,000 yuan on the table. At this moment, nearly 40,000 yuan lay before them. The delighted expressions on the faces of Ma Xiaoshan and his cohorts were impossible to conceal. It appeared they were planning a lavish outing that evening. Gao Xiaohu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Ma Xiaoshan gradually revealed his hand. The first card, a 10 of clubs. The second card, a 10 of diamonds. The third card, a 10 of spades. A bomb. This revelation caused Yang Xiaolan to leap to her feet in shock. "You are cheating." Yang Xiaolan was well aware of the implications. These individuals had clearly orchestrated a bomb to swindle money. Yang Feng gently patted Yang Xiaolan's arm, saying, "Xiaolan, please do not wrongfully accuse them. We are all from the same village. How could they possibly cheat? See, Feng Ge truly possesses a grand vision." Ma Xiaoshan immediately praised. Yang Feng sighed and remarked, "It appears my luck is indeed lacking. How about this? Why don't you find someone to assist me in revealing the cards?" "Brother Feng, such a grand gamble, and you haven't even touched the cards yet. Are you truly at ease with us revealing the cards for you?" Xiaohu interjected, somewhat astonished, as he had been intently observing Yang Feng. With a smile, Yang Feng replied, "What can I do? If I were to reveal them myself, I fear my luck might falter. All right, since Brother Feng has said so, I shall assist you in revealing." Xiaohu stood up and promptly flipped over 3 cards. To his surprise, they were all face cards. At first, Ma Xiaoshan failed to grasp the situation and was prepared to offer comfort to Yang Feng. However, in the next instant, as the cards were fully displayed, his smile gradually faded. A burst. Yang Xiaolan looked in disbelief at the cards laid before them. How could this be possible? The room fell into a profound silence. After a brief moment, Ma Xiaoshan slammed the table, exclaiming furiously, "This is impossible. You cheated." With a flushed face, he pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Feng. Yet, Yang Feng feigned innocence, lamenting, "What are you saying? Your subordinate just mentioned that I haven't touched any cards at all. Even the revealing was done by him. How could I have cheated? Moreover, I am not even familiar with the game." His seemingly naive demeanor only served to deepen Ma Xiaoshan's embarrassment. With a sharp slap, Ma Xiaoshan struck Xiaohu across the face, the sound echoing with a distinct clarity, leaving a red mark. Holding his face, Xiaohu protested innocently, "Brother Shan, I don't understand what happened. What is going on?" "It simply means you were fortunate," Yang Feng added, sweeping the $40,000 on the table into his pocket. Witnessing such a substantial sum fall into Yang Feng's hands, Ma Xiaoshan gritted his teeth in fury. As Yang Feng stood up, Ma Xiaoshan growled menacingly, "What is this? Planning to leave after winning?" His eyes narrowed, and several of his subordinates also rose, their gazes ferocious. "Ma Xiaoshan, what do you intend to do?" Yang Xiaolan shouted in anger. Ma Xiaoshan, now revealing his true colors, coldly retorted, "Let me make it clear. You best not interfere in my family matters. Otherwise, it won't just be you. Even your superior would be powerless." His fierce demeanor betrayed his thuggish nature. Seeing so many eyes upon him, Yang Feng shrugged and said, "Brother Shan, are you implying that winning money here means one cannot leave? That would be akin to robbery." Ma Xiaoshan narrowed his eyes and replied, however, "If we continue playing cards, that shouldn't amount to robbery, merely a minor offense of gambling. In this world, it is not the rogue that is daunting, but the rogue with intellect." This fellow even managed to frame a lesser charge for himself. Should he truly be apprehended, the most he would face would be a trivial offense of gambling. Understanding the implication, Yang Feng smiled. "So, Brother Shan, are you suggesting we wager once more? You have around 40,000, and I possess another 40,000 in cash. Let us gamble on a showdown, and I shall deal the cards myself." Ma Xiaoshan's tone had turned decidedly less cordial. His words undoubtedly served as a warning to Yang Feng, urging him to hand over the 40,000 yuan without hesitation. Yang Feng, feeling cornered, replied, "Since Brother Shan insists on taking this final gamble, I suppose I have no choice but to oblige. Please, deal the cards." "Well, at least you have some sense," Ma Xiaoshan remarked, taking it upon himself to shuffle a new deck. At that moment, Gao Xiao, recently on the receiving end of a beating, approached, aware that Ma Xiaoshan's gambling skills would far surpass his own. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoshan feigned shuffling while secretly arranging a winning hand. This hand was the highest possible in the game of Jiajinawa. Yang Feng narrowed his eyes, a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, and as Ma Xiaoshan shuffled, he subtly applied his energy to secure the 3 cards he desired. Soon, Ma Xiaoshan began dealing the cards, one for himself and one for Yang Feng. "Let us reveal our cards. I have the winning hand," Ma Xiaoshan exclaimed, flipping over his 3 cards without even glancing at them beforehand. Across the table, Yang Qiaolon had already discerned the situation. Ma Xiaoshan was no longer pretending. A sigh escaped her lips. It seemed that Yang Feng would ultimately have to part with his money to leave. Yet, Yang Feng smiled, glancing at Ma Xiaoshan's lackeys. "Which of you will assist me in revealing a card?" A collective gasp echoed among the group. This was his infamous trick again. What if an unusual card turned up? Gao Xiaohu had just received a slap for his earlier misstep. The group exchanged nervous glances, none daring to act. At that moment, however, Ma Xiaoshan interjected. "If you're reluctant to proceed, I shall reveal the card for you." With that, Ma Xiaoshan flipped a card for Yang Feng. "Humph, no matter what you reveal, it cannot surpass my winning hand. This money is mine." But before Ma Xiaoshan could finish his sentence, he was abruptly silenced. Yang Feng's cards turned out to be the smallest combination, a 2, 3, and 5. This was indeed the lowest hand in Jiajinhua. But it was also the only hand capable of defeating 3 of a kind. You. Ma Xiaoshan stammered, torn between astonishment and fury. Even his subordinates fell silent in disbelief. "Today, luck is truly on my side," Yang Feng smiled. Ma Xiaoshan stared intently at Yang Feng, unconvinced that this was mere fortune. After all, he had dealt the cards himself, and he had been the one to reveal them. How could there have been any possibility of cheating? "Xiaolon, prepare for an extra meal tonight," Yang Feng said with a grin. Yang Xiaolon finally grasped the significance of the cards before her, realizing that Yang Feng had indeed won. "Brother Feng," she began, momentarily lost for words. Yet, at that moment, Ma Xiaoshan snapped back to reality. "How dare you win money from me?" he bellowed, flipping the table in a fit of rage. The glass tabletop shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering money everywhere. His fury escalated, and the few subordinates who had regained their senses stood up, their eyes glinting with menace. At that moment, an anxious voice echoed from the entrance. "Stop." The voice halted Ma Xiaoshan in his tracks. Just as a few were about to take action, they immediately froze. The person returning was none other than the village secretary, Ma Datu, who also happened to be his father. Clad in a gray work uniform, Ma Datu, upon witnessing the scene, exclaimed in anger, "You wretched boy. What do you think you're doing at home?" "Dad, this kid lost a bet," Ma Xiaoshan protested. "I've told you countless times not to bring these scoundrels home. It's utterly disgraceful." Ma Data stepped forward to reprimand him, glaring at the scattered money on the floor, commanding, "Help him pick it up." "Dad, I'll do it," Ma Xiaoshan replied, though his father's tone left no room for argument. With no other option, he cast a glance at the bystander, Ma Zai. After the group collected the scattered money and placed it beside Yang Feng, they hurriedly said, "Brother Shan, we'll take our leave now." They dared not linger any longer. As they departed, Ma Data coldly instructed, "You clean this up. I need to have a serious talk with Xiao Feng." It seemed that Ma Data had caught wind of something, adopting the demeanor of a strict parent. However, others were unaware of Ma Data's true character. Yang Qiaolon, on the other hand, was not oblivious. If it weren't for his indulgence, how could Ma Xiaoshan be so audacious? Nevertheless, Yang Qiaolon chose to remain silent for now. Ma Datu led Yang Feng to the tea table. As they both settled onto the sofa, Ma Datu promptly poured a cup of tea for him, warmly saying, "Xiao Feng, it's been a long time. I never expected you'd return mid-year. Secretary Ma, I came to discuss the village's fundraising for road repairs and the agritourism project." Yang Feng stated directly. Ma Datu, having anticipated Yang Feng's inquiry, replied, "I've already discussed this with the villagers. Currently, our family is leading the way, contributing 500,000 yuan. Whether for road repairs or the agritourism project, We are shouldering the major expenses. And what about the others in the village? The others can contribute as per their capabilities. Whether it's 10,000 or 5,000, it's the thought that counts, Ma Dada chuckled. However, he quickly added, of course, Xiaofeng, if you have any suggestions, feel free to share. We can discuss it thoroughly. Has the secretary heard something? Yang Feng suddenly chuckled. Ma Dada's expression turned slightly awkward as he cleared his throat and replied, it's not so much that I've heard. But I've come to know that you seem to have a connection with Secretary Hao. Not really, just a casual acquaintance. Yang Feng offered no further explanation. Yet, Ma Dada sensed something and hastily remarked, if I had known you were acquainted with Secretary Hao, I would have ensured greater support for your family. Why would you treat Ma Bo as a stranger? It was clear he was aware of the situation regarding Hao Shanqing. However, he likely remained unaware that Yang Feng had returned as an investor. How about this, Secretary Ma? We should convene another village meeting and invite some professionals to primarily discuss the agritourism initiative. Yang Feng remarked deliberately, I am acquainted with several accountants in the city, as well as individuals responsible for procurement. In due course, I could assist everyone in achieving better development. The mention of accountants and procurement indeed altered Ma Dada's expression. He scrutinized Yang Feng with narrowed eyes and said, Xiaofeng, you have become quite the smooth talker. Is there an issue with the secretary? Surely everyone knows that accountants, cashiers, and procurement are the lifeblood of a company's profits. It seems somewhat inappropriate for you to appoint all your own people. Ma Dada's tone carried a hint of displeasure. He had initially thought that Yang Feng would be more courteous given his acquaintance with Hao Shanqing, but was taken aback by the boldness of his demands. Yang Feng chuckled and responded, and what would you propose, then? My proposal is simple. This village-run enterprise must include my associates, Ma Datu insisted firmly. Feigning ignorance. Yang Feng replied, Secretary Ma, I fail to comprehend your perspective. Recruiting individuals for such tasks is often tedious and laborious. Why are you so invested in it? Haha. Xiaofeng, do not play tricks with me regarding your relatives, Ma Dada retorted, growing increasingly displeased. Though you are acquainted with Secretary Gu, the affairs of this village-run enterprise ultimately belong to our collective. I am still the secretary of our village. Oh, so you mean to say that you will find these individuals? Of course. However, rest assured, the accounts I present to the villagers will be external. Yet, we can maintain an internal ledger, sharing responsibility for both procurement and accounting. Ma Dada's intentions were now abundantly clear. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng seemed to grasp the implications and remarked with a smile, then this internal ledger must contain quite a substantial balance, I presume? Haha. It appears you have indeed learned a great deal from your experiences outside. No wonder you returned to the village with such an interest in enterprise affairs, Ma Datu replied, bursting into laughter. I must tell you, I previously had someone estimate the situation. There are 1,000 households in the village, totaling over 5,000 individuals. If we calculate 2,000 yuan per person, that amounts to over 10 million, he continued. That is indeed a considerable sum. To be honest, I have already secured suppliers for procurement, ensuring we can obtain favorable raw materials. As for the accounting, Ma Dada left the thought hanging. But Yang Feng understood his insinuation. Yang Feng chuckled and nodded. It seems the secretary is quite knowledgeable about these matters. Haha. Likewise, Ma Dada responded heartily. Previously, some approvals were quite troublesome. However, now that you are acquainted with Secretary Hao, many matters will become simpler. Previously, Ma Dada had relied on a deputy town head, making many affairs difficult to navigate. But if Hao Shanqing were to step in, everything would become clear. I tell you, once this comes to fruition, coupled with the future income from agritourism, we stand to earn at least several million. That is no small amount, Ma Datu envisioned eagerly. Yang Feng glanced around at the furnishings and decor of his home, reflecting, I finally understand how you have amassed such a grand estate. Haha, Xiaofeng. Your words seem to mock me a bit. This money is all earned by my son, and I merely receive a modest salary. Naturally, Ma Dada could not admit this openly. Just then, a sound of a vehicle stopping at the entrance broke the moment. Following that, two figures entered from outside. Ma Dada looked over and realized that one of them was, surprisingly, the previously mentioned Hao Shanqing. He immediately became attentive and rose to greet him, saying, Secretary Hao, what an honor to have you here personally. I just visited Mr. Yang's residence, and they informed me he might be here, so I rushed over. I hope I am not interrupting your conversation, Hao Shanqing expressed apologetically. Upon hearing this, Ma Dada promptly offered his seat, remarking, Secretary Hao, you are too kind. I was just discussing the details of developing the village-operated enterprises with Yang Feng. Oh, you have already begun discussions? Hao Shanqing exclaimed with delight, laughing heartily. That's wonderful. I was concerned that yesterday's events might dampen Mr. Yang's willingness to invest in his hometown. His continual reference to Yang as Mr. and his respectful demeanor left Ma Data slightly taken aback. The relationship between these two seemed to differ from his initial expectations. After taking a seat, Hao Shanqing urged Ma Data, Secretary Ma, please, take a seat as well. Yes, yes. Ma Data quickly complied but felt increasingly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been discussing a significant business deal worth millions with Yang Feng. Could it be that Hao Shanqing also wished to partake in this venture? Doubts began to stir within Ma Data. However, Hao Shanqing appeared somewhat constrained at this moment, stating, Mr. Yang, I have come to inform you that the county is taking your experience from yesterday very seriously. This morning, Feng Qingyang and Ding Ku have already ceased their investigations. Upon hearing this, Ma Datu and his son, Ma Xiaoshan, were the first to be astonished. Ding Ku was one of their key backers. Whenever issues arose in the village, they relied on Director Ding to manage them. Particularly, whenever Ma Xiaoshan had engaged in brawls, it was Ding Ku who had intervened to resolve the matters. Yet now, Ding Ku had been suspended? Yang Feng smiled, responding, it is evident that Secretary Hao is quite concerned about the development here. Indeed, if Mr. Yang is willing to invest here, I assure you that regardless of the amount, the returns will be exceedingly favorable. Hao Shanqing's words carried the weight of not just his own intentions, but also the county's directive to secure this major investor. Failing to do so could jeopardize Hao Shanqing's position. His demeanor left Ma Dado and his son utterly astonished, especially when Yang Feng spoke up. In fact, before coming here, a friend of mine mentioned considering establishing a factory here, likely a facility for Qinglin technology. That must be the Lin family's company, correct? Hao Shanqing inquired. Indeed, and I assure you, I will invest at least several tens of millions in my hometown, Yang Feng declared with a composed expression. However, Ma Dada's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing this. This fellow intended to invest tens of millions? He could hardly fathom that such a prominent figure had emerged from his village. What left him even more bewildered was that he had just been discussing embezzling several million with him. Did this person even regard such a sum? Suddenly, he felt a chill creep down his spine. He finally comprehended the purpose of Yang Feng's visit and understood why Hao Shanqing had treated him with such disdain. However, it seemed that it was already too late. Yang Feng had risen from his seat, glanced at Ma Datu, and jested, Secretary Ma, we shall discuss your grand project of several million another time. I must accompany Secretary Hao to explore the vicinity. With that, they departed. Ma Data stood there, dumbfounded, watching their figures fade away. The atmosphere at home grew eerily quiet, leaving only Ma Dado and his son. The two exchanged glances, each discerning the looming crisis reflected in the other's eyes. What on earth was this young man back for? Ma Dada could hardly believe it. The once obscure Yang Feng had attained such stature. However, Ma Xiaoshan had indeed lost a substantial sum of 60 to 70,000 and grumbled, Dad, this fellow is too arrogant. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson to keep him in line? Fool, he is a major investor. If we lay a hand on him. Ma Dada's words trailed off as a thought struck him. Narrowing his eyes, he mused, but perhaps you could find someone to issue him a warning. Didn't you have some acquaintances before? I understand. Give him a beating to let him know who holds sway in this region. A fierce glint appeared in Ma Xiaoshan's eyes. He fancied himself a local tyrant, believing that as long as he could inflict some pain on this young man without leaving any evidence, all would be well. Little did he realize just how perilous that notion truly was. Meanwhile, Yang Feng accompanied Hao Shanqing on a brief tour of the area. However, having grown up there, Yang Feng possessed a deeper understanding of the locale than the recently transferred Hao Shanqing. After surveying the picturesque scenery, Yang Feng eventually drove back home. To his surprise, a luxury car was parked outside his doorstep. Although he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about vehicles, he could infer from the emblem and model that this car was valued at no less than 500,000 or 600,000. Inside, he could hear the sound of conversation. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was greeted by Hu Fengying exclaiming, Look, Xiao Feng is back. You young people should have a chat together. As she spoke, Yang Feng took a seat in the living room. Apart from his parents, there were two other individuals present, his aunt Zhang Xiao and his cousin Wen Yongfei. At that moment, Wen Yongfei was sipping tea and, upon seeing Yang Feng, patted his shoulder and asked directly, So it's you, Yang Feng. The last time we met was 2 years ago. How have you been faring in these 2 years? Wen Yongfei's inquiry was quite straightforward, and coupled with the luxury car parked outside, Yang Feng realized that he must be doing quite well for himself. Yang Feng, however, remained unfazed and replied with a smile, "I am working in Jiangqing. I was previously employed by a gaming company." He presented himself with an air of modesty. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when Aunt Zhangxiu interjected, her voice somewhat grandiose. "Ah, is Xiao Feng still working for others?" Since graduating from university, Xiao Feng has been employed continuously. Hu Fengying's expression subtly shifted. It is human nature to fear comparison. Nonetheless, Yang Antian appeared considerably more at ease, remarking, "I think it's quite commendable to have a stable job. In the future, he can marry and have children. Life is but a journey. And everyone has their own way of living." "Ah, Lao Yang, your statement is somewhat misguided." Zhang Xiu waved her hand dismissively. "My dear, one must strive for excellence. Just look at our Xiao Fei. Although he did not pursue extensive studies, he is now the general manager of a company. Indeed, Yang Feng, you are also in Jiangqing. Correct? My workplace is in Jiangqing as well. Do come and find me." When Yang Fei raised his head proudly, patting Yang Feng on the back, regardless of the circumstances. "We are relatives, and I will certainly arrange a job for you." "Ah, Xiao Fei is in Jiangqing too." Hu Fengying expressed her surprise. Zhang Xiu erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, just recently he insisted on bringing me to live in Jiangqing. His annual salary now exceeds several million. He certainly does not begrudge me a mere fraction of it." She had eagerly awaited the opportunity to disclose her son's earnings. Hu Fengying listened, her face a mask of astonishment. "Is there truly such a sum?" "Yes, indeed. He even purchased a villa in Jiangqing. According to the locals, his job is referred to as the Emperor of Labor." Zhang Xiu struggled momentarily to recall the term. Wen Yongfei interjected at that moment. "It's called the Labor Emperor." Yes, that's the name. "If you ever visit Jiangqing, feel free to call us. I will have Xiaofei send a car to pick you up." Zhang Xiu's face glowed with pride. When Yongfei took a sip of tea, exuding confidence as he remarked, "My mother speaks the truth. Yang Feng, if things do not work out, do not hesitate to leave that company and join ours. No matter the position, the salary will undoubtedly surpass your current one, though you may need to update your attire." "I'm quite accustomed to my current wardrobe," Yang Feng replied lightly. When Yongfei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You must understand that to thrive in the city, a good appearance is essential. Just consider my watch. I purchased it for 400,000, and the car outside cost over 800,000. My clothes are custom made. I'm not quite used to that." "You have certainly lived a life of modest means." When Yongfei shook his head. At that moment, Yang Antian spoke up. "Yang Feng is merely an ordinary worker. He has neither the need nor the means for such luxuries." "Uncle, you are right, which is why I believe Yang Feng should join our company. I will take good care of him. It will undoubtedly be 1,000 times better than his current situation." When Yongfei boasted without pause. Zhang Xiu added to Yang Antian, "Lao Yang, you should have faith in our Xiao Fei. He has seen the world and speaks with wisdom." The mother and son clearly shared a similar temperament. However, they were not ill-intentioned, so Yang Feng chose not to interrupt their boastful banter. After the two had nearly finished their conversation, Wen Yongfei recalled the matter at hand and said, "By the way, Uncle, I actually came here to inquire about something concerning your village." "Something concerning our village?" Yang Etian asked, somewhat perplexed. Hu Fengying added, "What could possibly be of concern from our village?" "Apparently, you both remain unaware," when Zhang Fei replied, with a knowing expression. "I have received information that a remarkably influential investor may emerge from your village, returning to invest in the hometown." Upon hearing this, Yang Antian and Hu Fengying were taken aback. "Old Tian, have you heard of this?" "No, I have not," Yang Antian responded, equally bewildered. "Xiao Fei, could you be mistaken? There hasn't been any news of anyone returning to our village recently. Are you truly unaware?" When Yongfei pressed on, "I have been told that this individual intends to make significant investments here, and even the county chief might come to meet him personally." When Yongfei's expression grew serious as he spoke about it, adding, "I was instructed by the chairman to establish a connection with him, as he hails from the same town." "Even your chairman is aware of this?" Hu Fengying asked, her astonishment deepening. When Yongfei smiled and replied, "Aunt, you are unaware of how advanced information is in the city now. Our chairman mentioned that this person has strong ties with prominent figures in Jiangqing. Thus he hopes I can cultivate a relationship with him, but I have yet to discover who this person is." "Is that so?" "Yet. We certainly have not heard anything about such a figure emerging from our village," Hu Fengying admitted. equally confused. Yang Etienne shook his head, saying, I just took a stroll around today and heard nothing. Are you sure your information is accurate? That seems improbable, Wen Yongfei murmured. At that moment, Zhang Xiu interjected. I believe it is indeed possible that the information is mistaken. When I entered the village earlier, I specifically observed. The only house that looked somewhat appealing was the one at the village entrance, while the others were rather ordinary. It hardly resembles our home. That does seem plausible. Wen Yongfei pondered. If this individual truly possesses wealth, how could he not build an impressive villa in his hometown? Yang Feng, who had been silently listening to their conversation, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wen Yongfei's information would be so astute. Moreover, if all went as expected, he had come to seek him out. As for the influential figure his boss mentioned, it was likely the Lin family from Jiangqing. At this juncture, Yang Feng comprehended the weight of the situation. After merely returning to his hometown, someone had already set their sights on him. Wen Yongfei, what exactly is your purpose in seeking this person? Are you looking to invest alongside him, or merely to establish a connection? Yang Feng inquired. Upon hearing Yang Feng's question, Wen Yongfei shook his head, saying, Yang Feng, you may not fully grasp the dynamics. In high society, connections equate to wealth. If indeed your village has produced such an extraordinary individual, forming a relationship with him could elevate one's status immensely. During your tenure as general manager, you were always delving into the nuances of social relations. This is essential. While one may not feel the weight of the matter at the grassroots level, upon reaching our echelon, one encounters insurmountable challenges. When Yongfei conversed with Yang Feng, frequently referencing the upper echelons of society, which left Yang Feng feeling somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, at that moment, when Yongfei rose and stated, since you are unfamiliar with this individual, let us inquire elsewhere. If all else fails, perhaps you could assist in gathering information. He observed, there is no need for such haste. Why not dine first before departing? It is nearly evening. Hu Fengying urged the two to stay. However, Wen Yongfei waved his hand and replied, Aunt, there is no time for a meal now. We must urgently seek this person. If we have indeed made an error, we shall have to consult other villages. We shall take our leave then. Do remember to visit us later. Xiaofei has constructed a splendid villa, complete with a swimming pool, Zhang Xiu boasted as they prepared to depart. This was, after all, a common sentiment, though her manner of expression was rather simplistic. Yang Feng, unfazed, stood to see them off. At that moment, Yang Qiaolan rushed in from outside. Addressing Yang Feng, Brother Feng, just now. Secretary Hao asked me to inform you that Secretary Chun from the county has concluded his meeting and will visit the town the day after tomorrow for an inspection. He wishes for you to accompany him. Understood, I shall certainly be there, Yang Feng affirmed. However, upon hearing this exchange, Wen Yongfei and Zhang Xiu, who were on the verge of leaving, halted in their tracks. When Yongfei looked at Yang Feng with curiosity, asking, Yang Feng, do you know Secretary Hao from our town? Yes, we have only recently become acquainted. And Secretary Chun? I do not know him at all. Yang Feng's response relieved Wen Yongfei, yet he soon heard Yang Feng add. However, Secretary Chun did mention wanting to meet with me previously. What? This revelation startled Wen Yongfei, leaving both Yang Anyun and Hu Fengying equally bewildered. Zhang Xiu sensed something amiss and quickly inquired, Xiao Feng, what is happening? Oh, Brother Feng hasn't informed you? Yang Qiaolan exclaimed. Brother Feng has returned to invest in the town, so it is quite normal for the county secretary to wish to meet him. Returning to invest, you say? When Yongfei's eyes widened incredulously, Zhang Xiu suddenly became alert. Is it possible that the person Xiaofei seeks is you? She gazed at Yang Feng, struggling to believe it. She had accompanied them to boast in front of others, yet Yang Feng turned out to be the significant figure her son had mentioned. Observing the astonished expressions on the mother and daughter, Yang Feng, somewhat resigned, replied, I am not as remarkable as he claims. I merely wish to return home and explore potential investment opportunities. With this confirmation from Yang Feng, Zhang Xiu felt her legs weaken. It was only then that when Yongfei regained his composure, he glanced at Yang Feng's vehicle outside, puzzled. But your car is worth only 100,000 yuan. How can that be? Not everyone has a penchant for luxury vehicles. Practicality suffices, Yang Feng shrugged. When Yongfei was left utterly dumbfounded. I see that there is time now. Isn't there? It's just right to have a meal at home. If you truly wish to invest, being cousins, we can certainly discuss it together. Yang Feng spoke in a calm manner, then turned to Yang Qiaolan and inquired, how did it go with the groceries I asked you to buy today? I bought quite a lot, and I just had someone bring them over. However, you gave too much money. It's more than enough. Yang Qiaolon mumbled. Yang Feng chuckled and replied, "It doesn't matter. After all, that money was won from Ma Xiaoshan." His casual mention astonished several listeners. Ma Xiaoshan was notoriously known as a cheat and a rogue, yet Yang Feng managed to win money from him? By the way, Brother Feng, the town secretary specifically mentioned this matter earlier. He said they would investigate Ma Dadu and his son, though it will take some time, Yang Qiaolon informed Yang Feng. Yang Feng nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "All right, I'll help bring in the groceries first. In the evening, I'll invite your family over for dinner. It'll be livelier with more people." With that, he and Yang Qiaolon headed outside. Yang and Tian and a few others were left in stunned silence, gazing at the retreating figures of Yang Feng and Yang Qiaolon. Is this really their son? They had envisioned their son achieving success. But Yang and Tian and Hu Fengying never imagined he would reach such heights. "Xiao, shall we have a banquet today? It's rare for everyone to be gathered." Hu Fengying finally spoke up. Zhang Xiao had been lost in thought for quite some time. Upon hearing Hu Fengying's voice, her face flushed. She had just been extolling the virtues of her son, only to discover that her son was actually targeting this prominent figure, Yang Feng. Fortunately, Hu Fengying seemed unfazed by this, pulling her towards the kitchen. At that moment, when Yang Fei's body trembled slightly. Just earlier, he had been trying to associate with Yang Feng, and in the blink of an eye, the dynamics had shifted. Watching Yang Feng enter with several bags of groceries, when Yang Fei hurriedly stepped forward to assist, his demeanor cautious. Yang Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, shook his head and remarked, "You don't need to be so tense." Yes, I. When Yang Fei scratched his head and said, "I wasn't aware of your status earlier, so I spoke a bit thoughtlessly." Yang Feng, please don't be upset. Not at all. Let us have a good conversation during dinner. If you're considering investing in our hometown, that would be a wonderful thing. Yang Feng held no grudges. He understood that vanity is a common trait among people. Such sentiments are natural, and he would not entirely dismiss when Yang Fei's character because of it. During dinner, when Yang Fei was nervous and apprehensive. However, afterward, Yang Feng invited him to stay for tea and to discuss investment opportunities in the town. When Yang Fei eagerly agreed, shedding the earlier pretense of high society. His demeanor amused Hu Fengying as well. After bidding farewell to the two guests, Yang Feng explained everything to his parents. Fortunately, Yang and Tian was a very open-minded man. Though he did not fully comprehend his son's current status, he remained calm and advised him to proceed with humility. It was not until after 9 in the evening that Yang Feng returned to his chamber. Having traversed many places throughout the day, he ascended to his room on the second floor. Upon opening the window, he beheld the distant mountains. Habitually, Yang Feng gazed at the familiar scenery before him. These landscapes had accompanied his growth. Yet now, shrouded in darkness, the view was obscured. Contemplating the need for rest, he infused his eyesight with spiritual energy, hoping to perceive the distant vistas clearly. However, upon doing so, he was taken aback to discover that the scenery before him had transformed dramatically. Within the mountains, faint wisps of yellowish aura emerged, startling Yang Feng. He suddenly realized that the connections between these peaks formed a colossal feng shui array. The last time he encountered such an array was at Lin Jinghua's residence. Yet the ethereal yellow aura here was magnitudes greater than what he had previously witnessed. Could there be a hidden secret in this place? Yang Feng instantly sharpened his focus. The mountains could not solely rely on feng shui to harbor such abundant spiritual energy. This could only imply one possibility, that a monumental secret lay buried beneath the mountain. Perhaps even an ancient artifact. However, the distance to the mountains was considerable, rendering Yang Feng unable to see within through his clairvoyance. Resolute, he decided to explore the mountains the following day. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of his phone interrupted his contemplation. Noticing the caller ID, Yang Feng answered casually, "Yang Xiaosher, what prompts you to call your brother at this late hour?" "Brother, hurry to my room and help me find a small piece of paper in the cabinet." "What mischief are you up to now?" "Ah, it contains my security question. My gaming account has been suspended. I'm in a hurry. I need to log in." Yang Xiaosher's anxious tone rang through. Yang Feng's expression darkened. "You called just for this?" "Ah, what other matter is there?" Yang Xiaosher queried, puzzled. With a sigh, Yang Feng replied, "Fine, I will help you look for it." Quickly, she urged. Yang Feng, exasperated, thought to himself that this girl was becoming quite the gaming addict. Nevertheless, as one who had always indulged her, he eventually found the security question and sent her a photograph. Afterward, he inquired, "By the way, when do you have a break? Where will you return to?" "I will be on holiday in a couple of days. First, I'll head home, then rush to your old haunt in Jiangchen. Yang Xiaoshu exclaimed with excitement. Brother, your internet speed is excellent, and the configuration of your computer is high-end. Playing games there will be fantastic. All right, enough of that. Let me tell you. Got it. Got it. I'm off to play games now. I'll call you later. Yang Xiaoshu hastily ended the call. Yang Feng shook his head in resignation. Despite her gaming obsession and occasional forgetfulness, he couldn't help but feel fondly towards her. However, other matters were surprisingly excellent. This often left Yang Feng with the urge to speak a few words to her, only to be thwarted by her retorts. After hanging up the phone, Yang Feng chose not to dwell on the matter any longer and turned off the light to sleep. The night passed swiftly. The following morning, around 6 o'clock, Yang Feng awoke. Under the coercion of his mother, he reluctantly consumed a morsel before heading out of the house. Observing his impetuous demeanor, Hu Fengying could hardly believe it. The prominent figure mentioned by Wen Yongfei yesterday was indeed her own son. However, today, Yang Feng could only recall one thing from yesterday, a feng shui formation on the mountain across from his home. It was a splendid sunny day. By 7 in the morning, the fiery sun began to rise gently from the east. Alone, Yang Feng walked for 5 or 6 minutes until he reached the foot of the mountain. The mountain before him was named Wangma Mountain, as its silhouette resembled that of a horse. It was the tallest peak in the town, standing over 1,000 meters high, with rugged terrain surrounding it. At the mountain's base, a few households remained, alongside numerous fields, which at this time of June were bathed in golden hues, particularly when the sun rose, resembling fields sprinkled with gold. As a breeze swept through, the heavy rice stalks swayed gently. Although it was still early, the villagers residing at the mountain's foot had already emerged from their homes, hoe in hand. Spotting someone preparing to ascend the mountain, one individual recognized Yang Feng and called out, "Hey, isn't that little Feng? What brings you out so early for exercise?" "Good morning, Uncle Wen. I plan to explore the mountain and get some exercise," Yang Feng greeted cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Yang Liwen immediately advised, "Do be careful. Something strange has been roaming the mountain lately. Just a couple of days ago, I felt tremors." "Strange things?" Yang Feng furrowed his brow and approached him, asking, "What sort of strange things are you referring to?" "I don't quite know. It resembled a mountain yellow but also bore some resemblance to a shaggy wild dog." Yang Liwen mused. Having lived for over 50 years, he had never encountered such creatures on the mountain. Yang Feng found this increasingly peculiar. After all, Yang Liwen was a prime example of someone who lived off the mountain. He had traversed its entirety while harvesting diesel and yet was unaware of such beings. In any case, just exercise caution. Though it's about the size of a dog, it should pose no harm, Yang Liwen reassured him. Yang Feng nodded and inquired further, "What do you mean by tremors?" "It was just a series of gusts within the mountain. Just last night. I was convinced it was an earthquake. The news didn't report any quakes in this area," Yang Liwen remarked, growing increasingly perplexed. He had a lingering feeling that the mountain had been behaving oddly of late. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng seemed to grasp the situation and finally nodded. "I understand. Uncle Wen, you should head to the fields now. I'll take a casual stroll on the mountain." With that, Yang Feng began his ascent. Climbing to the summit of this mountain is not an endeavor that can be accomplished swiftly. However, compared to the peak, the most intriguing aspect of this mountain lies in the peculiar little caves scattered along its midsection. These caves have existed since the mountain's formation, enveloped in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light. Should one cast a stone within, a profound echo reverberates in response. Due to their uniqueness, local elders whimsically refer to them as the gates to hell. The unfathomable blackness, occasionally pierced by the sound of water trickling from within, ignites a sense of wonder and speculation. Yet, for Yang Feng, this does not pose a great challenge. His eyes penetrate the layers of darkness, revealing the hidden secrets within. To his astonishment, fragments of coffins and traces of nitrate processing are present. Evidence of the nitrate workers is ubiquitous. Yang Feng, with a sense of underestimation, observes for a moment before he unexpectedly discovers a peculiar stone at the back of the cave. This stone, carved into a distinctive hexagonal pillar, emits a faint glow, firmly embedded within the rocky terrain. Surrounding it is a unique aura connecting to another realm. Yang Feng immediately peers into other areas of the mountain, finding that many locations harbor such hexagonal stones. A man-made feng shui arrangement? The thought of feng shui crosses his mind. But why would this mountain possess such extraordinary stones? As he gazes around, he notices a stone at the summit that appears to be removable. Yang Feng ascends towards the peak and ultimately stands before a colossal boulder. The special stone is encased within this massive rock, yet several meters of surface must be breached. To break this stone would likely require tools, Yang Feng murmurs. While contemplating how to cleave the boulder, his peripheral vision suddenly catches sight of peculiar characters etched upon its surface. Employing his ocular technique, he traces the origins of these characters. In an instant, his eyes widen in astonishment. This is a new ocular technique. Yang Feng is utterly incredulous. He never anticipated that such characters of ocular art would linger upon this stone. But who could have inscribed them? He surveys his surroundings, finding no trace of any presence. Yet, Yang Feng is certain that exceptionally unique individuals had previously visited this mountain. They must have constructed a feng shui array here. But should he attempt to learn this ocular technique? Yang Feng concludes that since this technique has presented itself, it would be illogical not to pursue it. Seated beside the boulder, he closes his eyes and channels his spiritual energy to absorb the information contained within the characters. The name of this ocular technique is peculiar, called revitalization. As Yang Feng delves deeper into his studies, a burgeoning sense of elation fills his heart, for he realizes this is the ocular art he has been seeking. Time slips away unnoticed. When Yang Feng finally opens his eyes once more, it is already afternoon. He exhales a breath of stale air. What a remarkable ocular technique! He cannot help but exclaim in awe. He has comprehended the function of this ocular technique, which is, in fact, the art of rejuvenation. However, this rejuvenation is not merely intended for healing ailments or restoring a person's meridians. It can also be employed for the restoration of antiquities. Although he previously possessed the ability to slightly mend certain items using his spiritual energy, it merely returned them to their original state. In contrast, this ocular technique of revival can elevate an antiquity of little intrinsic value to its zenith, all while preserving its unique characteristics. If this is the case, then Yang Feng could potentially acquire a seemingly worthless artifact for just a few thousand yuan and, through the ocular technique, transform it into something valued at hundreds of thousands. It appears that my antiquities trading company may soon have items to offer. Yang Feng has been preparing for an upcoming auction of antiquities, and it seems that this goal is now within reach. He resolved to seek out an antiquity to experiment with restoration. With this determination, he cast one last glance at the peculiar feng shui formations atop the mountain. He acknowledged that he currently lacked the strength to cleave through the massive stone. If absolutely necessary, he could return with modern tools. After all, the mountain would remain steadfast. As Yang Feng descended, he happened upon Yang Liwen, who was preparing to head to the fields. "Little Feng, you've just come down from the mountain?" Yang Liwen remarked with surprise. The young man had spent quite some time up there. Yang Feng smiled and replied, "Indeed, the scenery on the mountain is quite splendid. Uncle Wen, do come to our home for dinner sometime." "Haha, certainly. I shall head to the fields now," Yang Liwen responded, shouldering his hoe and walking off in the distance. Watching Li Wen's muddy back, Yang Feng felt a pang of nostalgia. Thankfully, Secretary Chun from the county would be visiting tomorrow, allowing Yang Feng to present his investment plans to him. As for the village, Yang Feng intended to continue advancing the agritourism project. After all, with proper road repairs, the surrounding scenery is quite appealing and could easily be transformed into a charming little attraction. He pondered about Ma Dadu and his son. Just yesterday, Ma Dadu had disclosed his plans to Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng refrained from mentioning it to Hao Shanqing, as it might appear as though he were meddling in politics. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Xiaoshan was already preparing for a fierce confrontation. In Donghe town, Ma Xiaoshan was dining with 7 or 8 companions at a barbecue restaurant. Business was slow, and these few men were lounging without shirts, drinking heartily and devouring skewers. "Brother Sean, that kid embarrassed you yesterday. Rest assured, we will restore your honor today and make him understand the meaning of death," one of the younger men cursed vehemently. Though not particularly imposing in stature, he bore several scars and was known locally for his fighting prowess, earning him the nickname Mad Ma. Another companion chimed in, "Indeed, if it weren't for the old secretary's return yesterday, we would never have allowed that kid to walk out of that door." The group eagerly prepared for the impending confrontation. Ma Xiaoshan gazed at his loyal companions, nodding in satisfaction. "Rest assured, my brothers, I merely wish to whet your appetites with a small feast today. Should our plans succeed, we shall indulge in a grand celebration, and I shall procure the most exquisite companions for you." Laughter erupted as they raised their glasses. However, at that moment, Gao Xiaohu murmured with concern, "Brother Shan, something feels amiss with Lu Shan. I heard that after taking a beating, he returned from the hospital quite subdued and did not join our gathering. Who could have been responsible for his thrashing? Who knows? That fellow is nothing but a coward. He used to boast endlessly, yet when it comes time to confront someone, he dares not show his face. Ma Xiaoshan scoffed, harboring a bias against Lu Xun, unaware that Lu Xun was still haunted by memories of his recent beating. The thought of that terrifying individual sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Yang Feng arrived in town and, after parking his car, decided to stroll around and purchase some groceries. However, what he truly sought was a place to acquire antiques, as he wished to test his newfound ocular technique. He intentionally wandered into less traveled alleys, inquiring for directions while searching for potential antique shops. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results until he reached a path by the river, where he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Is that? Yang Feng recognized him. The man's right hand was encased in plaster and bandages, and bruises adorned his face, creating a rather comical sight. It was none other than Lu Xun, who had been beaten by Yang Feng just 2 days prior. Yang Feng approached him deliberately. At that moment, Lu Xun sat by the river, lost in contemplation, when a familiar voice disrupted his thoughts. What a coincidence! The sound sent a wave of anxiety through Lu Xun, causing him to break into a cold sweat. His skin prickled with goosebumps as he stiffly turned to face Yang Feng. Why you? Lu Xun stammered, trembling as he instinctively stepped back several meters. Observing Lu Xun's fear, Yang Feng sighed. No need to be so alarmed. I merely passed by and wanted to inquire if there are any antique shops nearby, or if anyone possesses collectibles I could purchase at a premium. Lu Xun regarded him, attempting to discern any harmless intent, but the memory of Yang Feng shattering his bones loomed large in his mind. Such strength was beyond that of an ordinary person. Just then, a group of 7 or 8 ruffians burst forth from a nearby alley, led by none other than the notorious Ma Fengzi. Some wielded sticks, while others brandished steel pipes of dubious origin, effectively blocking Yang Feng's path. Ah, so you anticipated my arrival and prepared an ambush to exact your revenge? Yang Feng teased Lu Xun. The latter, already filled with dread, trembled further upon hearing Yang Feng's words and hastily disavowed any connection. No, not at all. I have no association with them. I don't even know them. His words left the few ruffians who had rushed out momentarily bewildered. Although they were not summoned by Lu Xun, they were accustomed to mingling together. How could Lu Xun claim not to recognize them? The leader, Ma Fengzi, was taken aback by the transformation of his former big brother, who had been beaten and reduced to this state. Lu Xun, you merely endured a beating. Once you recover, you will be a man again. Why have you become so timid? Ma Fengzi expressed his dissatisfaction. Lu Xun was usually surrounded by several underlings, and in Donghe town, leveraging his connections with the police chief and the deputy town chief, he had operated without fear of consequence. Yet, Ma Fengzi found it utterly unacceptable that Lu Xun had changed so drastically after a mere beating. However, upon hearing Ma Fengzi's words, Lu Xun became even more frightened and hastily replied, "Do not speak nonsense. I am not familiar with you. I will absolutely refrain from wrongdoing in the future." Damn it, what a coward! Ma Fengzi spat disdainfully. Even the 6 or 7 underlings beside him shook their heads, remarking, Brother Xun might have taken a blow to the head. It seems he will need some time to recover. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Let us deal with the matter at hand. Ma Fengzi chose not to say more but turned his gaze toward Yang Feng, who was encircled by 7 or 8 individuals. Yang Feng smiled and said, "It was Ma Xiaoshan who sent you, wasn't he it?" "Humph, we know Brother Shan, but we came on our own accord," Ma Fengzi replied, showing a hint of cleverness. Especially since Ma Xiaoshan had instructed them not to mention his name, as it could complicate matters for him. Yang Feng seemed to understand, nodding as he remarked, "I can remind you of one thing. Ding Ku has already been taken in. If you choose to fight here, there will be no one to protect you." "Humph, you dare to mention our director Ding? He has been investigated numerous times, and each time, he has returned unscathed," Ma Fengzi boasted arrogantly. "Today, I cannot be bothered to waste words with you. How many ribs do you intend to break? How many hands? That depends on how many of you there are," Yang Feng replied calmly. However, his words caught the group off guard, prompting a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha, you really are insane. Do you not grasp the situation? I am asking how many hands you intend to break. Isn't that the case?" Yang Feng retorted, his gaze gradually deepening. Ma Fengzi, incensed, cursed, "Damn it. How dare you mock me? You too, teach him a lesson." As his voice fell, 2 of his underlings surged forward simultaneously, wielding wooden clubs and steel pipes as they approached Yang Feng. "So you want me to break a hand? Then I shall break one of yours today, letting you know who holds power in Donghe town." As the thug's words echoed, The steel pipe swung toward Yang Feng's shoulder, slicing through the air with a terrifying speed, poised to shatter his shoulder in the next instant. In that fleeting moment, a cold glint flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. A hand. Yang Feng's voice resonated. He deftly sidestepped the assault of the steel pipe, subsequently seizing the arm of the subordinate. The thug attempted to break free, yet in the face of Yang Feng's strength, he remained utterly immobile. In the next instant, the sound of bone fracturing echoed. Crack. Ah! The wretched scream of the ruffian reverberated for dozens of meters. At that moment, another accomplice, sensing an opening, prepared to strike, only to be caught by Yang Feng's grip on his arm. Crack. Again. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The hands of the two men felt as if they had been crushed in an instant. Following that, Yang Feng delivered a powerful kick. The two thugs collided heavily against the dilapidated pigsty's drainage ditch. They were covered in black mud, reeking of foul odor. Momentarily at a loss as to whether to be disgusted or to scream in agony, Ma Fengzi was left dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the scene before him, his hands trembling slightly. Two hands. Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged, calmly observing Ma Fengzi and his companions. At that moment, the others were already trembling, exchanging fearful glances that betrayed their terror. Damn it, don't be afraid. He*s just one person. Ma Fengzi suddenly raised his arm and forcefully rallied the others, saying, no matter how formidable this kid is, he possesses merely 2 hands and 2 legs. If we all charge together, we can incapacitate him and render him powerless. Do not let him intimidate us. Spurred on by Ma Fengzi's exhortation, the group gradually regained their composure and began to encircle Yang Feng. Brandishing a steel pipe, Ma Fengzi declared fiercely, let us attack together. As his words fell, he indeed charged forward first. With him leading the charge, several subordinates followed suit. However, just as they reached Yang Feng's side, they suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies. They watched in horror as Yang Feng grasped Ma Fengzi's arm, snapped it, and flung him away with great force. By the time the others reacted, each was struck as if they were mere sandbags, each receiving powerful kicks to their ribs. Yang Feng's strikes were not overly forceful, yet they were not light either. In mere moments, 7 or 8 men were sent flying, landing in a heap beside the pigsty. Lu Shan, witnessing this spectacle, trembled in fear, relieved he had not joined the fray. Damn it, is this someone I can provoke? After dispatching the group, Yang Feng dusted off his hands, approached them with a smile, and inquired, where is Ma Shashan? His seemingly calm words to the group felt akin to those of a devil. In that instant, they suddenly realized why Lucian had appeared so cowardly earlier. This individual truly understood the meaning of a power disparity. He is waiting for us at the East River. Ma Fengzi, terrified, dared not confront the situation head-on. He was merely a bully who preyed on the weak. Who could have foreseen encountering such a formidable figure? Yang Feng nodded and looked at the group, asking, can you stand? Yes, we can. Take me to the East River. Yang Feng spoke calmly. Despite their intense pain, none dared defy him, hastily agreeing to his request. As a few individuals strode forward, some of them reeked of pig manure, their unpleasant odor permeating the air. Yet, as they passed by Lu Shan, there was an air of admiration towards him. Lucian possessed a keen sense of propriety. He had just advised them against provoking Yang Feng. So why did they insist on challenging him? As the group made their way to Donghe, in the hall, Ma Xiaoshan was entangled with 2 beautiful women, none other than Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyue, who had just arrived by car. Hey, ladies, how about resting here for the night? I'll treat you to karaoke, and the ladies' drinks are on the house, Ma Xiaoshan said with a grin. Zhao Zhuwei, shielding Chen Jiyue with one hand, replied warily, I'm just here to ask for directions. Directions? Perfect. I'm a local expert. Just tell me where you want to go or whom you're looking for, and I'll guide you, Ma Xiaoshan boasted, patting his chest. Sensing his demeanor was that of a rogue, Zhao Zhuwei ignored him and inquired with the receptionist, excuse me. How do I get to Toyota Village? Just follow the river. There's a bridge ahead that leads right into it, the receptionist replied, glancing at Ma Xiaoshan. He*s from Toyota Village. Yes, beautiful. If you wish to find someone in Toyota Village, how about I accompany you? Ma Xiaoshan immediately offered his assistance. Having never encountered such stunning women, Zhao Zhuwei, however, was not inclined to accept his offer. Out of curiosity, she asked, do you know Yang Feng? Yang Feng? Huh. Who doesn't he know him? That kid is finished. If you want to see him again, you might have to visit him in the hospital, Ma Xiaoshan laughed heartily. Zhao Zhuwei's expression darkened as she questioned, what do you mean by that? 8 people against 1 insignificant person. Do you truly believe he can emerge unscathed? Ma Xiaoshan's smug demeanor was apparent. Zhao Zhuwei's face grew stern. She hadn't anticipated encountering such a rogue in Dongha town. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. I'm here, and I've brought along a few companions. The teasing tone drew everyone's attention to the entrance, where Yang Feng appeared, accompanied by several disheveled thugs reeking of manure. Seeing the ragged figures beside Yang Feng, Ma Xiaoshan's countenance shifted dramatically. Ma Fengzi, what on earth happened? He hurried to the door, but Ma Fengzi, spotting him, pointed and exclaimed, Brother Feng, it's this person. He the one who orchestrated everything. The expressions of those present changed instantly, especially Ma Xiaoshan, who could hardly believe that his own subordinates, who had now been beaten and bruised, were identifying him to Yang Feng. But weren't you supposed to be out with your crew? Ma Xiaoshan asked, bewildered. Yang Feng gestured towards the 7 or 8 ruffians behind him, smiling. I also returned with my crew. You. Ma Xiaoshan was at a loss, unable to fathom what had transpired. Yet, judging by the disheveled state of these individuals, he had a sinking suspicion. He hastily took a step back. However, at that moment, Zhao Zhuwei approached with a radiant smile and said, Hey, Yang Feng, what brings you here? That question should be posed to you, replied Yang Feng, feeling somewhat helpless upon seeing her. How did you end up here? We've been traveling together, and we just arrived this afternoon, she responded while pulling Qin Jiyue closer. Qin Jiyue glanced at Yang Feng and said, Thank you for saving us last time. In truth, she had already expressed her gratitude before, but upon seeing Yang Feng again, she thanked him once more. Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, That's all in the past. Are you two planning to stay in this town? Yes. We initially intended to find your home to visit, but we ran into this rogue instead, Zhao Zhuwei said, casting a discontented glance at Ma Xiaoshan. At this moment, Ma Xiaoshan was utterly bewildered. Yang Feng looked at him with a hint of mockery and remarked, I thought it would take more time to apprehend both you and your father, but it seems that one be necessary. You. Ma Xiaoshan pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Feng. The police and an ambulance had already arrived outside. Yang Feng chose to ignore him and watched as Ma Xiaoshan and his companions were taken away. Zhao Zhuwei stretched lazily and casually remarked, By the way, we're hungry. Is there anything delicious in this town? I've heard there's a particularly delightful beef soup. How do you know that? Yang Feng inquired. I heard it from the locals. They call it the 3 treasures of Dongha: beef, tofu, and jujube. Zhao Zhuwei's words caused Yang Feng to fall into deep contemplation. If he were to develop this area, he would need to start with the local brand specialties. He understood well that the local tofu was exceptionally tasty, as many artisans used mountain spring water in its production, resulting in tofu that was tender and sweet. The beef, raised freely in the fields, boasted outstanding quality. You've helped me solve a major issue. Yang Feng suddenly grinned broadly and declared, Come, let me treat you both to beef soup. His sudden cheerful demeanor left Zhao Zhuwei and Qin Jiyue somewhat perplexed. Sister Wei. Doesn't he seem at all like a wealthy or distinguished person? He appears rather foolish, Qin Jiyue whispered. He saved us. Don't speak carelessly, Zhao Zhuwei admonished. I know, but he is just so peculiar, Qin Jiyue replied. She had only met Yang Feng a few times, and each encounter left her with a sense of oddity. Had he not rescued her, she might have mistaken him for a fraud. Yang Feng, however, remained indifferent to such thoughts and led the two to Aunt Liang's beef soup shop. Inside the shop, the business was thriving today, especially since word had spread about Lu Xun being beaten here, drawing many curious onlookers. Upon seeing Yang Feng enter with 2 beautiful girls, Aunt Liang greeted him warmly. Hey, Xiao Feng, which one of these lovely ladies is your girlfriend? Qin Jiyue nearly spat out her soup in surprise. Yang Feng quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, saying, Aunt Liang, please don't say such things. They are just friends of mine passing through while traveling. Oh, my apologies, Aunt Liang said with a sheepish smile. You all eat first. Just let me know if you want more meat or soup. All right, please bring us 6 more rice rolls, came the response. Understood, Aunt Liang replied. Turning around, Yang Feng noticed that Zhao Zhuwei and Qin Jiyue had already begun their meal. He sighed and asked helplessly, What exactly are you two here for? I was conscripted, and Sister Wei told me we were going on a road trip, so I just tagged along. Qin Jiyue immediately revealed her beloved Sister Wei. Zhao Zhuwei paused her eating, swallowed a mouthful of rice roll, and said, I came to attend the jewelry exhibition in the neighboring Baishui city. Baishui city has that? Yang Feng had genuinely not heard of it. Zhao Zhuwei fished out a flyer from the side and handed it to Yang Feng, saying, It's this. Which is why I decided to check it out. Yang Feng took a glance and found that the venue was indeed in the city center of Baishui City, just a few dozen kilometers away by car. The event was organized by several large companies in conjunction with the local government, one of which was the Jiacheng jewelry of the Lin family. The flyer indicated that this exhibition would not only feature a variety of jewelry but also showcase raw jadeite stones transported from Shanqing, allowing visitors to select their choices. The quality of the gambling stones promised to be exceptionally high. Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with interest as he raised his head and asked, "Can I join too?" Zhao Zhuwei, munching on her food, replied with a grin, "I knew you would be intrigued, but the exhibition starts the day after tomorrow." "That's fine. I'm free that day as well. Tomorrow, I'll probably have to accompany the county secretary here for an inspection," Yang Feng mentioned. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhuwei became immediately interested and suggested, "Then how about we all go together? What do you think, Ji Yue?" "Sister Wei, I don't partake in such matters." Qin Ji Yue responded with a resigned expression. Zhao Zhuwei then remembered and said, "Oh right, you can't go. Never mind, I won't go either. Let us just find a place to have fun here tomorrow." Qin Ji Yue seemed to possess some special status, which piqued Yang Feng's curiosity. He recalled that during Qin Ji Yue's abduction, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau had been mobilized immediately, as the incident was indeed related to spiritual energy. Yet, Yang Feng felt that Qin Ji Yue's identity was far from ordinary. However, he refrained from asking directly and simply remarked, "If you two are planning to explore nearby, I can arrange a guide for you." "Really? That would be fantastic. It seems like there are many rugged rock formations around here, which might be quite entertaining." Zhao Zhuwei exclaimed with excitement. This was her first road trip since returning to Jiacheng, and once this trip concluded, she would have to start working, likely leaving her with little time for such adventures. Yang Feng made a call to Yang Qiaolan, asking her to come over. After the meal, Yang Feng initially intended to find a hotel for Zhao Zhuwei and Qin Ji Yue to stay. However, the two appeared somewhat apprehensive, especially after nearly encountering the local ruffian, Ma Xiaoshan. Yang Feng also sensed that the area felt a bit unsafe. "My home does indeed have a room, previously occupied by my sister. Shall we sleep there? It would be a delightful opportunity to experience the rustic charm, as I have seldom encountered rural life." This time, it is Qin Ji Yue who has taken an interest. She possesses a slight distinction from Zhao Zhuwei. Although Zhao moved to the city at an early age, her roots are in the countryside. While Qin Ji Yue is a true city dweller, having grown up amidst urban landscapes with little exposure to rural living. Observing her keen interest, Yang Feng remarked, "Rural life is not as idyllic as you might imagine, but if you wish to go, I can inform my family." Thus, the plan was set. As the sky gradually darkened, Yang Feng ventured out and returned with two individuals. Yang Tian and his wife were initially taken aback, but after Yang Feng provided clarification, they felt considerably reassured. Once night fell and they had shared a meal, it was already past 8 o'clock. This marked Qin Ji Yue's inaugural visit to the countryside. Although June nights can be warm, the gentle evening breeze made it quite pleasant. At Yang Feng's home, there is a small courtyard paved with cement. However, Qin Ji Yue discovered something intriguing in a corner and was examining it with Zhao Zhuwei. Yang Feng, having just finished a shower, emerged and found the two girls huddled together in the corner, which struck him as peculiar. He approached and inquired, "What are you two up to?" "I found a little insect," Qin Ji Yue replied, producing a small bug and grinning. "This bug's skin appears somewhat green. Do you know what it is, Sister Wei?" Zhao Zhuwei had not spent much time in the countryside either, but upon hearing her best friend's question, she feigned seriousness and said, "This creature is likely called a cricket, also known as a field cricket. It is an insect that chirps at night. Hence some places refer to it as a night-singing bug." "Wow, this is a cricket? Sister Wei, you know so much," Qin Ji Yue exclaimed. "Of course, I've spent time in the countryside," Zhao Zhuwei responded with a hint of pride. Yang Feng, overhearing, shook his head and remarked, "You are correct. Crickets indeed fit that description. However, what you have in your hand, if I am not mistaken, is merely a very ordinary stink bug. Why not take a whiff of your hand?" With a sigh, Yang Feng continued. Upon hearing this, Qin Ji Yue hesitantly brought her hand close to her nose. Yuck! A pungent odor assaulted her senses. She promptly discarded the stink bug and rushed to wash her hands under the tap. Zhao Zhuwei's face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "That was unexpected, definitely just an accident. All right, you two should not linger outside any longer. My mother has prepared your beds. Please see if anything is missing." Yang Feng shook his head in resignation. Zhao Zhuwei, feeling defeated in her attempt to impress, trudged upstairs with Qin Ji Yue. Just as Yang Feng intended to follow them, he was halted by Hu Fengyang, with Yang and Tian watching intently. Noticing the expressions on his parents' faces, Yang Feng felt a sense of exasperation and asked, "Mom, Dad, what is the matter now? Son, please tell me honestly, which of these two is my daughter-in-law?" Yang Feng staggered as he grasped the stair railing, exclaiming in disbelief, "What are you two imagining? I already told you they are merely passing through here. They will be heading to Baishui City the day after tomorrow." "Really? Of course it is true. You two should refrain from speaking carelessly," Yang Feng cautioned them. Yang and Tian sighed, saying, "See, I told you there was nothing to it. We'll have to wait for our daughter-in-law." Alas, raising a son has been in vain, Hu Fengyang also lamented. One of them headed outside while the other made her way to the kitchen, both filled with disdain. Yang Feng was equally perplexed. Why had their attitudes shifted so drastically? Almost to the point of disowning their own son? However, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He needed to prepare the investment materials for Secretary Chen's inspection the following day. The night swiftly passed. When Yang Feng finally awoke the next morning, he discovered that Zhao Zhui and the others were already up and had eaten breakfast. Yang Qiaolan had taken the day off to take them for a stroll nearby. Not only was Yang Qiaolan familiar with the local area, but as a police officer, she would also ensure that they encountered no trouble. After arranging for their outing, Yang Feng felt relieved. Around 1 in the afternoon, his phone rang. It was a call from Hao Shanqing. "Mr. Yang, Secretary Chen has arrived and is on his way to your home." Yang Feng was taken aback. Wasn't he the plan to inspect together? If he came to his house, it would inevitably stir up a whirlwind in the village. Nevertheless, the man was already en route, and Yang Feng had no choice but to comply, saying, "I understand. I will prepare some tea." "All right." Hao Shanqing hung up. Yang Feng stood up and inquired of Yang and Tian, "Dad, where is our tea?" "It's in the cupboard inside. Do you have some guests coming?" "Secretary Chen from the county will be arriving shortly." What did you just say?" Yang and Tian's expression shifted dramatically, causing him to fumble with his cigarette, while even Hu Fengyang paused her work in the kitchen. In their lifetime, the highest-ranking official they had encountered was merely the police station chief. They had only met Hao Shanqing a few days prior when he visited Yang Feng. Yet, they could never have imagined that one day, the county secretary would visit their home. Yang Feng chuckled, "You needn't be so anxious. He is likely just here to discuss some matters with me." "Son, have you gotten into some trouble? Why would the secretary come here?" Hu Fengyang asked, her worry evident. Yang and Tian shot her a glare. "Don't speak nonsense. If it were trouble, the secretary would not come personally. It must be business-related, right? Dad, he simply wants to discuss attracting some investment for the county. Nothing more," Yang Feng replied, feeling helpless. However, upon hearing that Secretary Chen was coming, they hurriedly tidied up the house, anxious that it might appear too disordered. In reality, their home had always been quite orderly. Before long, time passed. At that moment, the sound of vehicles echoed from outside the door. Subsequently, 2 black cars came to a halt at the entrance. From the first vehicle emerged a middle-aged man, donned in a washed-out white short-sleeved shirt and wearing spectacles. He was none other than Qin Shi, a prominent figure in the county. Accompanying him was merely a young secretary in his 20s. The other individuals disembarking from the cars were Hao Shanqing and members from the town. At that juncture, Yang Feng and his companions approached the entrance. Upon spotting Yang Feng, Qin Shi burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You must be Mr. Yang. Haha. I have heard your name repeatedly over the past few days. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I happened to return here, but unexpectedly encountered a bit of trouble. Thankfully, Secretary Chen and Secretary Hao came to my aid." Yang Feng displayed a modest demeanor. Meanwhile, the couple, Hu Fengyang and her husband, appeared quite anxious. Noticing their unease, Qin Shi kindly reassured them, saying, "No need to be nervous, my dear elders. I am merely here to meet Mr. Yang and, by the way, to pay a visit elsewhere, so I thought I would stop by for a cup of tea." "Yes, we have prepared tea for you. Please, come in and have a seat, Secretary," Yang On Yuan hastily responded. Qin Shi exuded a down-to-earth charm. In fact, he had garnered an excellent reputation in the area. Although he had only been in this position for just over a year, he had genuinely made strides in stimulating the local economy. Previously, he had successfully attracted an investor who established a substantial floral cultivation base in the region, alongside several smaller investments, which had subsequently boosted local employment and wages. Yang Feng had heard about Qin Shi from individuals he had previously consulted. The group settled around the tea table. Outside in the courtyard, upon learning of Secretary Chen's visit to Yang Feng's home, many villagers gathered, eager to catch a glimpse. After some time, Chen Qi inquired, "By the way, Xiaofeng, what are your primary intentions for investing during this trip? If you encounter any difficulties or challenges, please do not hesitate to speak up." He had invested considerable thought into this investment opportunity, understanding that for a county, securing tens of millions in funding was a substantial amount. Moreover, given Yangfeng's unique status, it would undoubtedly invigorate the regional economy. Yangfeng, being straightforward, observed the multitude of villagers outside and replied with a smile, "I aim to promote the unique features of Dongha Town as a tourist attraction, and I intend to acquire some mountains and fields to transform them into a tourist zone." He articulated many plans he had meticulously prepared. Ever since acquiring his extraordinary vision, Yangfeng not only possessed a clear mind, but also had an exceptional memory, easily discerning the essence of things. Consequently, he had spent his recent leisure time studying investment and development matters, which he now put to good use. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi nodded in agreement. Yangfeng further added, "I hope that this area will become even more prosperous in the future. What is your initial investment plan?" "I have already tasked a financial consulting firm and evaluators to prepare. The preliminary investment will be around 40 million. 40 million? Chen Qi was genuinely taken aback. This was indeed a considerable sum. Many people may lack a true understanding of money, often believing that there are countless wealthy individuals in the digital realm. In truth, few individuals possess the capacity to casually withdraw tens of millions in cash, let alone invest such a substantial sum in a town. This magnitude of investment prompted Chen Qi to nod repeatedly and exclaim, "Excellent. If it truly comes to fruition, I must extend my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of Dongha Town." As he spoke, Chen Qi glanced at Yangfeng, who appeared somewhat hesitant. Ultimately, he cautiously inquired, "Xiaofeng, I have heard something else, though I am uncertain of its veracity." "What is it? Are you acquainted with Mr. Lin?" Chen Qi questioned. The Mr. Lin in question undoubtedly referred to a member of the Lin family from Jiacheng, although Yangfeng was unsure of the specific individual Chen Qi referenced. He grasped his intent and replied, "I am not particularly familiar with them. I fear I may not be able to attract their investment." "Ah, Xiaofeng, your words seem overly modest. Were not those two inspectors summoned by Mr. Lin at your behest? Furthermore, during my time in Jiangcheng, I encountered members of the Lin family as well." Chen Qi, having been transferred from another locality, had previously served in Jiangcheng. Thus, he held a profound understanding of the Lin family's status and financial prowess in the region. Yangfeng, somewhat helpless, responded, "I know some of them, but we are not closely acquainted. It is merely a matter of coincidence." "Is that so?" "Indeed," Yangfeng confirmed sincerely. Observing Yangfeng's earnestness, Chen Qi felt a sense of doubt arise within him. Just then, two cheerful voices resonated from outside. "Yangfeng, we are back," Zhao Zhui's voice called out. A few individuals entered the room. Upon seeing such a gathering outside while Yangfeng remained inside sipping tea, Zhao Zhui expressed her curiosity. "It seems we have guests at home. Shall we step out for a while?" With that, Zhao Zhui prepared to take Chen Jiyue outside again. However, Chen Qi, perplexed, remarked, "Hey, why do these two seem so familiar?" "Familiar?" Zhao Zhui halted, casting a curious glance at Chen Qi. She too felt a sense of recognition but could not recall where she had seen him before. After pondering for a considerable time, Chen Qi suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in surprise, "You are Zhao Guofeng's daughter." "Yes, that's me." "You truly have seen me before," Zhao Zhui replied. Uncertain of his identity, Chen Qi immediately rose, stating, "Of course I remember. Just 2 years ago, I was working at the Development Zone Management Committee in Jiacheng, and you accompanied your father to assess the investment environment." "I believe I am beginning to recall," Zhao Zhui said, finally registering the connection and sheepishly adding, "You were Secretary Chen. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier." "Not at all. It is quite all right. I never expected to encounter you here," Chen Qi remarked, feeling a wave of nostalgia as he glanced at Yangfeng. "So, do you two know each other?" Chen Qi inquired tentatively. Zhao Zhui grinned and replied, "We are here for leisure, temporarily residing in this area." "Ah, I see," Chen Qi said, turning his attention to Chen Jiyue, who had remained silent. Seemingly reluctant to interact with him, she softly suggested, "Sister Wei, perhaps we should refrain from interrupting their serious discussion and instead explore the nearby mountain." "Very well, then. Secretary Chen, we shall take our leave. You may continue your discussion." With that, Zhao Zhui and her companion departed. As they exited, Chen Qi felt a weight lift from his heart. However, he was taken aback by the sudden influx of affluent individuals to Dongha Town. a phenomenon he attributed to Yang Feng. This young man certainly lacked scruples, boasting about having no connections in Jiangqing, yet here he was, having brought the cherished daughter of Zhao Guofeng into his home. Unaware of Chen Qi's silent reproach, Yang Feng continued, Secretary Chen, I will conclude my remarks regarding my investment here, though many details will undoubtedly require further refinement. I understand, and shortly I shall explore the picturesque landscapes of Dongha Town. If you have the time, would you care to accompany me? Chen Qi replied with a smile. As long as the locations you wish to develop fall within the bounds of legality, I shall offer my utmost support. His candid tone truly astonished the villagers eavesdropping outside. In ancient times, Chen Qi would have been akin to a county magistrate, yet here he was, engaging in light-hearted banter with Yang Feng, seemingly eager to curry favor with him. Never before had their village experienced such prominence. In an instant, the villagers' gazes toward Yang Feng transformed into respect. After exchanging pleasantries with the villagers, Chen Qi departed with Yang Feng. At that moment, the villagers surged into their homes. Yang Antian and Hu Fengying, having never witnessed such a scene, were utterly bewildered. Your son Feng has truly made a name for himself. Even the county secretary has come. How could our village not soar? They had just overheard Yang Feng express his intent to invest in the village, and they were astonished to learn of such an exceptional individual emerging from their midst. Old Yang, you have been rather discreet about this, the villagers exclaimed. With a sigh, Yang Antian hurriedly invited everyone to sit and enjoy tea, explaining, I only learned of this recently, and this endeavor is entirely Yang Feng's own doing. I could hardly pry into it. Oh, old Yang, you're being too modest. You were a teacher, after all. You must have some unique educational methods. Another chimed in. Indeed. With a son like Yang Feng and a daughter attending one of the finest universities in the country, your approach to education must differ from ours. Yes. Old Yang, do share your methods, especially now that the country has implemented a 3-child policy. I must keep pace with national trends. A woman in her 40s interjected eagerly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere remained lively and animated. On the other side, Yang Feng was accompanying Chen Qi on a local inspection. Unbeknownst to him, his inadvertent actions were likely to influence the village's birth rate. As darkness descended, the inspection came to a close. Yang Feng alighted from the vehicle at the village entrance, while Chen Qi, stepping out, seized his arm and lamented about the county's poverty. Just before departing, Chen Qi recalled something and inquired, by the way, Yang Feng, the girl you were with earlier, was her name Chen Jiyue? Indeed. The two of them often spent time together and shared a close friendship, Yang Feng remarked casually. A flicker of something unusual crossed Chen Qi's eyes as he replied, I understand. Thank you for accompanying me on this long journey today. If anything arises, do not hesitate to contact me on my personal number. All right, Secretary Chen, farewell, Yang Feng said, watching the vehicle depart as he made his way home. It was already past 7 in the evening. By this time, the villagers had returned to their homes for dinner. Zhao Zhuai and Chen Jiyue had brought something back from the mountains and were currently by the water tank in the courtyard. Yang Feng approached to take a look and teased. Oh, you've really caught a cricket. If we catch another, perhaps we can have a cricket fight. Chen Jiyue's face lit up with anticipation. Upon seeing her, Yang Feng was reminded of Chen Qi's expression when he had left. He had evidently guessed something, and Yang Feng had previously inquired about Chen Jiyue's identity. However, Zhao Zhuai seemed deliberately tight-lipped about it, which indicated that Chen Jiyue's background was rather extraordinary and possibly sensitive. Fortunately, Yang Feng was not one to pry into others' affairs. By the way, let us set out early tomorrow morning to Baishui City for lunch. I've heard that their meatballs are quite famous, he suggested to the two. Zhao Zhuai nodded eagerly, exclaiming, will you take me to buy some gambling stones then? Your family isn't short on money. Why indulge in this? You don't understand. This is my first step toward earning my own fortune. Zhao Zhuai declared with her head held high, exuding a sense of determination. Yang Feng, with a resigned expression, retreated into the house. As the night passed, Yang Feng enjoyed a deep sleep. When he awoke the next morning, he found his doorstep crowded with people. These were individuals who had heard of the extraordinary talent in Feng Tian village and had come to witness the spectacle and forge connections. Yang Feng finally grasped the meaning of the phrase fame brings trouble and decided to discreetly leave with Zhao Zhuai and Chen Jiyue. As they drove along the mountain roads, they arrived in Baishui City. In the city center, Baishui Square stood across the street, the very location mentioned in the flyers for the upcoming jewelry exposition. Baishui Square was a landmark of the city, surrounded by modern architecture. At this moment, one could observe a steady stream of people heading toward it, including some vendors carrying their goods, eager to secure a spot for their stalls. The trio entered the square where tents had already been erected. Inside, white lines marked off various vendor areas. For those merely wishing to shop for enjoyment, they could select their desired ornaments from the stalls, which would not only attract foot traffic but also increase the vendor's income. Within the main building, several large jewelry groups had established stores, alongside numerous temporary shops showcasing first-hand goods transported from the mountain city. These items were intended for affluent individuals looking to engage in stone gambling. Yang Feng's intention today was to explore whether any of these first-hand goods contained items he sought. Inside the tent, he prepared to delve into the offerings. Vendors have saturated the entire square, stretching endlessly before the eye, engulfed in a sea of bustling humanity. The array of stalls offers a diverse selection of wares. Some individuals bring processed sand gold from Southeast Asia, while others peddle exquisite jade. Additionally, there are those showcasing cutting machines, presenting low-cost stone gambling as a form of entertainment with remnants and scraps. These merchants primarily focus on affordability, with each item possessing remarkable craftsmanship. Chen Jiyue and Zhao Zhuwei, captivated by everything new, meander through the throngs. Eventually, they settled beside a stone gambling stall, which was particularly lively, as the allure of gambling stones naturally attracts crowds. However, upon a cursory glance, Yang Feng discerned that there was little of value, prompting him to venture deeper into the marketplace. Noting the excitement of Zhao Zhuwei and Chen Jiyue, he instructed, "You two stay here and keep an eye on things. I'll be inside." "Understood," Zhao Zhuwei readily replied. As Yang Feng proceeded inward, he found the interior of the marketplace equally vibrant, adorned with various signs. Among them, the most striking was a grand banner above a row of gambling stone shops, proclaiming, "Even the gods cannot discern an inch of jade." This was likely a promotion for direct goods from the mountainous city. Yang Feng navigated through the crowd to the busiest shop, finally glimpsing the scene within. The shop spanned over 100 square meters, with shelves and the floor strewn with stones of varying weights. At the entrance, a selection of the finest large stones attracted the attention of discerning connoisseurs. As Yang Feng prepared to investigate further, an astonished voice called out, "Wow, Fengzi?" The surprise prompted Yang Feng to turn, revealing his childhood friend Su Feiling. Taken aback, Yang Feng exclaimed, "What brings you here?" Su Feiling cheerfully replied, "I work in Baishui City and came to join the excitement. I never expected to encounter you here. Are you also planning to work in Baishui City?" Su Feiling embraced Yang Feng with enthusiasm. Yang Feng shook his head, responding, "I've merely returned home. I heard there is a jewelry expo here and wanted to take a look." Su Feiling grinned. "I see you have an interest in gambling stones too." Yang Feng nodded. "I'm just here to observe. What about you?" Su Feiling replied, "I plan to try my luck with some stones. I saw the cheapest ones going for only 20,000. Squinting, Su Feiling added, "I've managed to save some money running a small restaurant in Baishui City. But I still have a hefty mortgage. Perhaps today I'll achieve financial freedom." Yang Feng cautioned, "You dream too much. In gambling stones, winning is a rare occurrence. The odds are heavily stacked against you." Yet, Su Feiling, brimming with excitement, shook his head. "You're mistaken. A master is coming to this shop today who can help us analyze the surface of the stones." "A master?" "Indeed. Look at that sign over there," Su Feiling remarked to Yang Feng. Yang Feng turned his gaze toward the sign and discovered it bore information about a master in the field. Lu Jinbao, who had immersed himself in the jade gambling industry for 40 years, was renowned for having unearthed jade stones worth over 100 million, earning him the moniker Diamond Hand for his precise analysis in assessing the quality of stones. He appeared to be more remarkable than a deity. Yet, Yang Feng felt a sense of familiarity, stating, "I believe I have heard this name before. It seems you have indeed taken an interest in jade gambling." "This person is quite famous in the industry," Su Feiling responded. "How do you know that?" Yang Feng inquired, somewhat exasperated. "It's written on the sign," Su Feiling replied. Yang Feng thought it amusing that this fellow took promotional materials so seriously. However, considering their relationship, he added, "I might choose a stone later. Would you accompany me?" "Hehe. Are you really planning to select stones alongside the master?" "I have no faith in such masters," Su Feiling retorted. "Oh, you are always a skeptic," he shook his head. "When you incur losses, don't blame me for not having warned you. This is a chance to strike it rich." He seemed completely captivated by the master. As they spoke, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. "Look, the Diamond Hand has arrived." "Yes, that's him. Let's listen to what he has to say before we buy." The crowd was filled with anticipation for Lu Jinbao. The man, in his 50s, entered the store and, upon sensing the enthusiasm of the people, picked up a nearby microphone and smiled, addressing the crowd. "Hello everyone. I apologize for my tardiness. I was outside inspecting the final batch of stones that arrived." His opening statement immediately captured everyone's attention. Lu Jinbao continued, "All the stones in this shop have been personally selected by me in Shansheng before being transported here. They are the Army de la Army. Next, I will share some tips on selecting jade stones." It was as if he were conducting a small lecture. And the audience became attentive. Clearing his throat, Lu Jinbao began. The weathering layer of jade rough refers to the outer skin formed during the geological transportation process due to weathering. The characteristics of the weathering layer, its color, thickness, density, and luster, can reflect the quality of the jade's internal color, transparency, clarity, and structure. Additionally, phenomena related to the jade's interior may appear on the weathering layer, such as mottling, snakeskin, and fog. These indicators assist in determining whether the jade contains color, as well as the intensity and distribution of that color. Lu Jinbao elaborated on the origins of jade gambling, and the audience nodded in agreement, captivated by his deeper insights. However, amidst the attentive crowd, Yang Feng suddenly recalled who Lu Jinbao was. Was he the diamond hand whom Zhu Yun had brought to the auction? The one who had tricked Zhu Yun out of 1 million? Yang Feng felt a mix of resignation and amusement, but chose not to greet him deliberately. For Yang Feng, he merely wished to assess the quality of the stones in the shop. However, his companion Su Feilin was engrossed in the lecture. When he turned back, he realized that Yang Feng had not been paying attention at all. "What's wrong with you? The master is speaking quite well. Shouldn't you be listening intently and selecting a good stone later?" Su Feilin urged him. Yang Feng snapped back to reality and glanced at Lu Jinbao, saying, "You all carry on. I'll just make my purchase later." "Wow, buddy, after all these years, how can you be so pretentious?" Su Feilin expressed his disbelief. This fellow had not been seen for ages, yet he was still putting on airs in front of him. Yang Feng shrugged and replied, "Your words sound utterly ridiculous. Do we really need to put on a show for each other? I simply have no desire to hear his nonsense. Fine, fine, I'll seize this lucrative opportunity for myself. Don't blame me if I discover a fortune later," Su Feilin declared with confidence. He believed that by listening to the master's lecture, he could potentially uncover a remarkable stone. Yang Feng chose not to elaborate further. As Lu Jinbao concluded his talk, the crowd surged into the stone gambling shop. The establishment quickly became crowded. Yang Feng settled in a corner and spotted a stone that piqued his interest. A glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes as he approached a display, pointing to a stone weighing over 20 kilograms, inquiring of the attendant, "What is the price of this stone?" "This stone is priced at 2,000 per kilogram." "Very well, I'll take this one," Yang Feng replied without a flicker of hesitation. However, just as he was about to finalize his decision, Su Feilin interjected, "Buddy, this stone doesn't seem quite right. The master just said that green should accompany black. And the one you chose isn't very dark. The one next to it is much better." You heed his ramblings? When it comes to stone gambling, one must rely on their own judgment. If you trust him so blindly, why doesn't he just open stones and make a fortune himself? Yang Feng retorted, feeling exasperated. His voice was not loud, yet in the bustling environment, it was perfectly audible to those nearby. Who dared to question the diamond master so boldly? The shopkeeper, incensed, took issue with this audacity. He deliberately raised his voice, seemingly intent on inviting the scrutiny of the crowd upon this individual. Indeed, as the shopkeeper spoke, everyone turned their attention towards the source of the commotion. Yang Feng's expression turned to one of resignation. At that moment, Su Feilin cleared his throat and clarified. "My buddy wasn't he referring to Master Lu. He was talking about me. Don't misunderstand." This fellow showed loyalty in such a situation. However, the shopkeeper sneered and said, "I have surveillance with audio in this shop. Do you think denying it will suffice?" Su Feilin was momentarily taken aback. The shopkeeper's voice escalated. "Do not assume that just because Master Lu has stepped out momentarily, you can speak ill of him behind his back. This master has come specifically for this occasion, and he will choose a lucky individual among us to assist in selecting stones." His prior statements were merely a prelude to this revelation. As expected, upon hearing this, everyone became instantly exhilarated. Having a master of Lu Jinbao's caliber help them select stones was undoubtedly 1,000 times better than making their own choices. Yang Feng had not anticipated that the manager would use him as a stepping stone to attract business for their establishment. This was certainly not his fault. "Boss, You seem quite confident in your master, Liu, Yang Feng inquired with a smile. The manager, seeing Yang Feng daring to retort, arrogantly replied, naturally. Master Liu holds great prestige in the realm of stone gambling, a stature far beyond your capacity to critique. Critique him? He isn't even worthy of my comments. Yang Feng responded, his expression evoking gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Where did this audacious youth come from? How could he exhibit such arrogance? Even the manager was incensed at this moment, exclaiming, Kid, are you even part of the stone gambling community? Sort of, Yang Feng replied. Then how dare you show such disrespect to Master Liu? Our shop does not welcome you, the manager declared. Then so be it. I won't purchase anything here. With so many stone gambling shops in this market, one less won't matter, Yang Feng shook his head. Beside him, Su Feiling was taken aback by Yang Feng being ousted. Angrily stating, what a ridiculous manager. What's wrong with voicing an opinion? I have no intention of shopping here, anyway. Are you not planning to make a fortune here? Yang Feng asked, somewhat surprised. Su Feiling grinned and said, let's switch to another shop. It's best not to mention that absurd master. It was evident that Su Feiling wished to support Yang Feng, reassuring him that there were still allies present. Yang Feng felt a flicker of gratitude in his heart. Just then, Lu Jinbao entered from outside. Who dares to question me from behind? Lu Jinbao's voice ignited a lively atmosphere. Upon seeing him return, the crowd sensed an impending spectacle. Lu Jinbao, being a master, was undoubtedly a person of pride, and as both were involved in stone gambling, he would surely give this newcomer Yang Feng a taste of reality. However, it was curious that Yang Feng appeared undisturbed, showing no signs of retreat as Lu Jinbao approached the store. Upon seeing him return, the manager remarked, Master Liu, this brat just had the audacity to claim you lack professionalism. He seems to be a player in stone gambling as well. Humph. Few dare to speak so boldly in this industry. Turn around, Lu Jinbao reprimanded. Yang Feng slowly turned, a subtle smile gracing his face. In that instant, Lu Jinbao's previously furious expression froze. He stared blankly at Yang Feng, a wave of dread washing over him as memories surged. This was the individual who had once bet against him, leading to his loss of 1 million yuan to Zhu Yun. Lu Jinbao had left Jiangsheng in hopes of never encountering this man again. Yet, who could have imagined that fate would conspire to bring them together again? Master Liu, what's wrong with you? The manager observed Lu Jinbao's stunned silence, attempting to rouse him. But Lu Jinbao stood as if petrified, wanting to speak, yet at a loss for words. What? Nothing to say? Yang Feng asked with a smile. Finally, Lu Jinbao regained his composure. But he appeared even more awkward, lowering his head and murmuring, Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of disbelief, their eyes wide as they took in the astonishing scene before them. Moments ago, Lu Jinbao exuded an air of mastery, yet now he finds himself apologizing to Yang Feng. Almost like a grandson. What on earth is happening? Even Su Feiling, standing nearby, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was mistaken. Is this individual truly the childhood companion he grew up with? Yang Feng chuckled softly and remarked, Your discernment is commendable. However, it seems this proprietor lacks integrity and appears to be attempting to deceive you. His words undoubtedly provided Lu Jinbao with a graceful exit. Lu Jinbao promptly lowered his head and stated, I had no idea Mr. Yang was present. I only returned upon the owner's request. Shall I switch stores? Please take care. Mr. Yang. Lu Jinbao hastily cleared a path for Yang Feng. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Yang Feng exited the establishment, calling out to Su Feiling, Stop daydreaming. Didn't you just mention wanting to pay off your mortgage? Let us secure a fully paid property in by Shui City. Oh, yes. Su Feiling, finally comprehending, hurriedly followed Yang Feng. He was beginning to realize that a genuine magnate was right beside him. This turn of events ignited a frenzy among the row of gambling stone shops in the marketplace. Everyone watched as Yang Feng and Su Feiling entered another store. And as they did, the previous shop was left desolate. The shopkeeper was left dumbfounded, having intended to use Yang Feng as a stepping stone to attract customers, only to find his store void of patrons in an instant. However, one person remained, the assistant manager who accompanied him. The staff and Lu Jinbao had long since followed to the other shop, eager to see which stone Yang Feng would choose. Everywhere Yang Feng went, he captivated the crowd's attention. The owner of the new store, overwhelmed by this unexpected fortune, approached eagerly, inquiring, Esteemed master, which stone has captured your interest? I am merely an ordinary person, not a master, so my judgment may not be reliable. Yang Feng humbly responded, then pointed to a 30-kilogram stone, asking, "What is the price of this stone?" 3,000 per kilogram. If the master wishes to purchase, I can offer a discount of 2,500 per kilogram. The owner deftly replied. Yang Feng chuckled. Let us stick with 3,000. I estimate this stone to weigh 30 kilograms. Indeed, it weighs 31 kilograms, the owner quickly confirmed. Yang Feng paid for the stone without hesitation. As he lifted it, the owner eagerly added, I offer complimentary cutting services. Would you like me to assist? No need. I will cut it myself. Yang Feng waved dismissively. His response left many disappointed, even sparking doubts about his abilities. Could this young man truly possess genuine skill? Was he too embarrassed to unveil the stone in public? Little did they know, Yang Feng was concerned that revealing the stone would evoke envy and resentment among them. However, glancing at Su Feilin, Yang Feng inquired, How much have you prepared to spend on stones this time? In that moment, Su Feilin hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Although he had earned a modest sum from running a restaurant, he could hardly be regarded as affluent, particularly considering the burdens of loans and family pressures. After a moment's hesitation, Su Feilin suggested, How about around 20,000 yuan? This amount represented the utmost he could stake as an ordinary individual. It was also a testament to his trust in Yang Feng. Otherwise, he would have limited himself to smaller bets. Noticing Su's rationality, Yang Feng replied, All right. Let me help you choose one. As he spoke, he gestured toward a slightly smaller stone, inquiring, How much for this one, boss? The stone was relatively inexpensive. Priced at 1,500 yuan per kilogram, totaling 12 kilograms. The owner informed Yang Feng. Time to pay, Yang Feng said to Su Feilin. At that moment, Su Feilin felt uncertain about the reliability of gambling on stones. Yang Feng did not pressure him, assuring, If you're hesitant, you can always think it over before deciding. No worries, I'll take this one, Su Feilin resolved, gritting his teeth and paying nearly 20,000 yuan. The owner was overjoyed and promptly helped him lift the stone. Holding the stone, Su Feilin felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. It was evident that he was not a wealthy individual. Would Yang Feng truly not lead him astray? The owner then asked, Would you like to cut it here? He added, You probably don't have the equipment for that at home. Otherwise, we could do it right here, and who knows, you might even sell it directly after. Yang Feng interjected, Yes, if something valuable is revealed, I can handle the buyback. The owner quickly concurred. Su Feilin replied, I'll trust my buddy's judgment. He was apprehensive that, should the stone yield nothing of value, it would embarrass Yang Feng. Yet Yang Feng remained unfazed, telling the owner, Let us cut it. All right. The owner readily agreed, signaling to an assistant, who promptly moved the stone toward the cutting machine. As the moment to cut the stone arrived, the spectators' anticipation heightened. They were eager to see what this individual, who hesitated to cut his own stone, would select for his friend. At that moment, even Lu Jinbao, standing nearby, felt a surge of nervousness. He secretly hoped that Yang Feng's choice would yield a poor outcome, allowing him to regain some dignity. As the sound of the cutting machine filled the air, everyone's hearts raced. Particularly for Su Feilin, the situation was tense as he clenched his fists. The outcome of this cut would determine whether his hard-earned money would vanish without a trace. It represented 2 months of his income. Su Feilin tightly shut his eyes, gripping his fists, unable to bear watching the cutting process. Suddenly, a shout from the owner broke the tension. It's green, green. His excitement revealed the quality of the stone, which turned out to be a lovely shade of jade green. Just by its color, it was already classified as mid-high grade. As the cutting concluded, the anticipation reached its peak. As the entire slice was revealed, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped the crowd. This was indeed an icy gem. The worth of this cut had already surpassed 1 million. No one had anticipated that such a magnificent slice could manifest so vividly, and with a direct value nearing 1 million. At that moment, Lu Jinbao was utterly dumbfounded. He felt utterly defeated. The knowledge he had painstakingly accumulated over the years seemed trivial in comparison to Yang Feng's prowess. Su Feilin's hands trembled as he glanced at Yang Feng, hastily inquiring, Shall I cut again? A cut on the reverse side would suffice for sale. Excellent. At that moment, Su Feilin was devoid of rational thought. He would comply with whatever Yang Feng suggested. He commenced the cut on the backside, which similarly revealed an icy texture, albeit less vibrant than the other side. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to enhance the stone's value, estimated to be at least 2 million. Among the onlookers, those knowledgeable began to provide their appraisals, resulting in a stir of excitement. Even Su Feilin was taken aback, having never witnessed 2 million in cash throughout his life. Sell it. Yang Feng spoke again, prompting Su Feiling to react. He embraced Yang Feng with fervor, nearly leaping to the ceiling in his elation. Observing Su Feiling's exuberance, Yang Feng felt a hint of exasperation. After extricating himself, his gaze instinctively wandered around, only to be drawn to a corner where a diminutive stone caught his eye. Yang Feng regarded the stone, weighing less than 3 kilograms, with curiosity. This time, however, it was not due to the stone's quality that piqued his interest. Instead, he perceived something within that he had never encountered before. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he noticed a vibrant green aura coalescing into the semblance of a sapling within the stone. This was a manifestation of extraordinary vitality, far from ordinary spiritual energy. Yang Feng feigned calmness and inquired of the owner, "How much for this stone?" "This is mere waste. I had intended to use it as a base," the owner replied, puzzled by Yang Feng's inquiry. Yang Feng chuckled. "Oh, it just occurred to me that I should take a small stone home, so I wanted to ask. If the master desires it, there's no need for formality. Consider it a gift." The owner was surprisingly generous. Yang Feng accepted graciously, for apart from the inner green aura, the stone appeared to be worthless to the average person. After acquiring the 2 stones, Su Feiling, standing nearby, promptly sold the one they had just cut, fetching a staggering 1 million. For Yang Feng, this sum might not seem particularly significant. However, for Su Feiling, even upon witnessing the funds transfer into his account, disbelief lingered on his face. He could hardly fathom that he had earned such a substantial amount. When he finally regained his composure, he discovered that Yang Feng had already proceeded outside. He hurriedly pursued him. The two arrived at a relatively spacious area within the shopping mall. Su Feiling then spoke up. "Yang Feng, wait a moment. What's wrong with you?" "My friend." His expression was somewhat conflicted, yet he ultimately said, "Let us split this money evenly." Despite having limited formal education, having left school after junior high to work, he still possessed a sense of morality. This money was earned through Yang Feng's efforts, and it was imperative that he did not keep it all for himself. Yang Feng looked at him, reminiscent of his former self. "No need for that. You keep the money. If there's anything left after repaying the mortgage, take your wife and child out for a nice meal. I was working overtime during your wedding and couldn't be there, so consider this a compensation." Yang Feng smiled. Su Feiling, scratching his head, replied, "That's too generous, and besides." He paused, realizing he had become somewhat indecisive. Yang Feng feigned annoyance. Noticing Yang Feng's irritation, Su Feiling suggested, "How about I treat you to dinner?" "That sounds good. Since you own a restaurant, let South eat at your place," Yang Feng responded. "Perfect. I can show you my house and my daughter. I believe she was born last year, right?" "Indeed, she will soon be a year old," Su Feiling remarked. Observing Yang Feng's solitary demeanor, he curiously inquired, "Yang Feng, are you still unmarried?" "Come on, if I were married, wouldn't I have told you?" Yang Feng shot him a glance. Su Feiling sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "True enough. What about your girlfriend?" "I was dumped," Yang Feng replied. "Really?" Su Feiling was genuinely taken aback. He had heard that Yang Feng was in a relationship but had not anticipated its abrupt end. Just then, a girl's voice echoed from a distance. "Yang Feng, we're back." Zhao Zhuwei and Chun Jiwa rushed in, each carrying a previously opened gambling stone. Staring at them in disbelief, Su Feiling asked Yang Feng, "Are these 2 your friends?" "Yes, they happened to be near Dongha town, so they came along." Yang Feng introduced them. After a brief acquaintance, Zhao Zhuwei proudly showcased the stone in her hand, exclaiming, Look, this is the gambling stone I just picked. I made over 3,000 yuan." Her excitement was palpable, eagerly awaiting Yang Feng's praise. Yang Feng, having discerned her intentions, queried, "How many stones did you open to find this piece of jade?" Zhao Zhuwei's expression became somewhat stiff, and she sulked, muttering, "You could at least give me some compliments." "Veijie, he seems to look down on us," Qin Jiyue observed, perceiving Yang Feng's sentiments. Yang Feng shrugged, saying, "You two winning this little trinket? I really can't muster any praise. By the way, just now, Brother Feng helped me open a stone," Su Feiling interjected, scratching his head. "Huh? How much did you earn?" Zhao Zhuwei looked at him skeptically. "Over 2 million, he replied. "What?" Zhao Zhuwei, overwhelmed with excitement, dropped the stone, causing it to crash onto the floor, shattering the tiles beneath. After the excitement subsided, Yang Feng jested about having lost the 3,000 he had just won, compensating for someone else's tile expenses. Zhao Zhuwei was immediately distraught. She shot an angry glance at Yang Feng, insisting, "No way. You must help me choose one. It's all your fault for not holding on tight. Be reasonable. It was clearly your own failure to grasp it." "I don't care." You have to assist me in selecting one. Oh, and don't forget about Xiaoye. Zhao Zhui's gaze was filled with calculation. Yang Feng, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. In truth, there were numerous gambling stone shops in the vicinity. The finest stone from the previous shop had already been chosen by Yang Feng. As he guided them to other shops, he himself selected another sizable stone, bringing the total weight of the two stones to nearly 100 kilograms. Unbeknownst to anyone, the combined worth of these stones exceeded several million. However, Yang Feng had no intention of keeping them for himself. He planned to return to Jiangqing and blend these stones with others in his company to avoid drawing attention. At present, Yang Feng was primarily concerned about the small stone he had just encountered and what it might contain. It was the first time he had seen such a thing within a stone. He speculated that it might be related to the eye techniques he had learned previously. Now, he was able to perceive certain extraordinary elements, such as the vibrant green aura within the gambling stone. This vitality was so robust that Yang Feng believed it could rejuvenate any plant it touched. He had surmised the potential of this energy, but being in Baishui City, he refrained from rushing. Later, Yang Feng and his companions arrived at Su Feiling's home, where they enjoyed a meal. By evening, they prepared to depart, and Su Feiling's family accompanied Yang Feng to the entrance of the community. Yang Feng, feeling a bit helpless, patted Su Feiling on the shoulder and asked, "Are you planning to continue running the restaurant here?" "I have no choice. I've learned this trade. Are you considering taking me with you to Jiacheng?" Yang Feng hoped to lend a hand to his childhood friend. However, Su Feiling smiled sheepishly, glancing at his wife and child. "Forget it. I'm already quite satisfied with your help. I wouldn't want to cause you any trouble as I don't possess any skills. I've decided to travel with my wife once I pay off the mortgage. Well, I wish you all the best. And you, when you decide to marry, be sure to send me an invitation." Su Feiling grinned, his gaze drifting to Zhao Zhui, who was whispering with Qinji Yue. Feeling someone watching her, she turned around, puzzled. "Never mind, let us just say goodbye." Su Feiling waved. Yang Feng nodded, got into his car, and headed back to Dongha Town. With time still on his side, he intended to return home and explore the small stone to uncover the nature of the green aura within. Unbeknownst to Zhao Zhui, she inquired cheerfully, "By the way, Yang Feng, when do you plan to return to Jiangqing?" "I estimate it will be a while longer, at least 2 or 3 days. What about you?" "Just moments ago, a call came from Xiaoya's home, urging her to return early. Thus, we shall depart tomorrow." Zhao Zhui felt a tinge of reluctance. Even Qinji Yue remarked, "This rural area is indeed quite delightful, though many places remain unrenovated. You should invest here promptly. When we return next time, we are certain to witness splendid scenery." She seemed more invested than Yang Feng. Yang Feng chuckled and said, "Understood. I shall have my mother prepare some delicacies for you tonight, as a farewell treat." The group chatted as they made their way home. By the time they arrived, it was already past 7 in the evening. Yang Anyan, spotting Yang Feng's return, quickly exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, are you aware that a significant incident has occurred in the village? The Ma family has been taken away. Given their history of misdeeds, their capture seemed entirely expected. What does this matter have to do with you?" "This is a concern for Secretary Hao. It is not my place to comment." Yang Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. Dad, I recall that we have a few plum trees in our garden. Are they still there?" "They are indeed at the foot of the back hill. Why the sudden craving for plums?" "Those trees hardly bear fruit anymore," Yang Anyan replied. Yang Feng picked up the stone he had brought back and said, "I wish to visit the plum trees." "What is there to see at the plum trees?" Yang Anyan intended to say more, but he noticed Yang Feng rushing outside. At this moment, Yang Feng envisioned the possibilities that the stone might hold as he reached the foot of the back hill. The hour had passed 7, yet the full moon shone brightly. Upon arriving, he found a plot of land belonging to his family, adjacent to which grew 5 plum trees. He recalled that these trees had been planted on the occasion of his sister's first birthday. Now, Yang Xiaosher was already 18 years old. The lifespan of a plum tree generally spans 20 years, but by the 15th year, they often cease to bear fruit. This particular tree was also on the path to withering. Yang Feng crouched beneath the plum tree and placed the stone down. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he struck the stone with a swift motion of his hand. With a resounding crack, the stone split in two, breaking a large stone with bare hands. Yang Feng mused that he could even survive by performing feats. However, at that moment, he noticed a subtle tremor emanating from within the stone. Startled, he focused on the cracked surface. Indeed, something was there. Excitement sparkled in Yang Feng's eyes as he beheld the green, ethereal energy emanating from the stone. He attempted to absorb it, but soon realized that this energy did not belong to him. Yet, before long, he witnessed the energy attaching itself to the nearby plum trees. A creaking sound echoed as the plum trees began to emit faint noises. Yang Feng lifted his gaze towards the branches. In that instant, an expression of disbelief washed over him. The plum trees were visibly rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. Moments later, Yang Feng observed in astonishment as the withered leaves began to reverse their fate. Even more terrifying was the sight of several plump, large plums emerging from the branches. This revelation took Yang Feng by surprise. He had anticipated a mere rejuvenating effect from this phenomenon. However, he could never have imagined it would be so astonishing. The enormous plums, each roughly the size of half a fist, appeared so substantial that an ordinary person might mistake them for green jujubes. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yang Feng plucked one from the tree and took a bite. An unprecedented sensation enveloped him. The cool, refreshing taste, the succulent flesh, and the perfectly balanced sweetness. It felt akin to the exhilarating experience of sipping the first gulp of soda on a sweltering summer day. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Gazing at the trees, he could still perceive a faint aura of spiritual energy. This, he surmised, must be the legendary divine tree. To his amazement, the spiritual energy emanating from the branch did not dissipate after he harvested it. If that were the case, could it be transplanted? An audacious idea blossomed in his mind. What if he cultivated these fruit trees as a staple industry for the town? In that scenario, Dongha Town's fruits would undoubtedly gain global fame. Excitement surged through him as he snatched another fruit, even sweeter than the last. This was indisputably the finest fruit in the world. At that moment, Zhao Zhui and Qin Jiyue approached him from a distance. "Hey, Yang Feng, what brings you here?" the two exclaimed, bounding over the ridge to his side. Yang Feng smiled broadly and replied, "I came to inspect this tree, and look, it has borne fruit." "What a magnificent jujube tree!" Zhao Zhui exclaimed in wonder. However, Qin Jiyue discerned the truth and remarked, "Sister Wei, this seems to be a plum tree." "A plum tree? How could that be? There's no way plums grow this large." Zhao Zhui expressed her disbelief. She plucked one, wiped it clean, and took a bite. The delightful sensation surged through her, reaching the very core of her being. "This is truly a plum, and it's remarkably delicious," she exclaimed in disbelief. She had eaten plums before, but this one surpassed all her prior experiences. Qin Jiyue also took a bite and remarked, "This is indeed quite different from ordinary plums. What variety is this?" "They're just regular plums. But the climate here is exceptional, resulting in a unique quality," Yang Feng explained. "Wow, the disparity is astounding." After finishing the fruit, Zhao Zhui found it hard to believe that what she had just consumed was a plum. Yang Feng chuckled and said, "I've already made up my mind to lease a patch of land in the village and transform it into a plum orchard. This is bound to be a success." Zhao Zhui, without a second thought, agreed. The texture and sweetness of the fruit perfectly matched her every fantasy of what fruit should taste like. Yang Feng's spirits soared. He had finally discovered the most suitable industry for the village. Not only does it have the potential to invigorate tourism, but it can also enhance the reputation of the entire Dongha town. Upon returning home, Zhao Zhui had brought back a generous handful of plums. When she distributed these fruits to Yang Etienne and Hu Fengying, both displayed expressions of astonishment. They had never realized that the plum tree in their yard bore such delectable fruits. Just as Yang Feng was preparing to offer them an explanation to brush it off, the phone rang. A smile spread across his face upon seeing the caller ID, and he stepped into the courtyard to answer. "What made you think to call me?" "I just finished work and remembered you, so I thought I'd give you a call," Lin Shui replied, her tone as frosty as ever. She continued, "How have your investment discussions gone during your few days back home?" "Everything is proceeding smoothly, and just now, I discovered a primary industry model." "What is it?" "Growing plum trees." Lin Shui's voice was tinged with surprise. Yang Feng realized this might require further explanation, and with a playful chuckle, he said, "When I return to Jiangcheng, I'll bring you some plums, and you'll see." "Oh, do you remember the factory I mentioned before?" "Of course I do. That's why I've been eagerly waiting for you to confirm." Yang Feng was particularly elated because he recalled Lin Shui had mentioned her company was looking for a location to build a new factory that required lower labor costs. If this could indeed materialize, it would create hundreds, if not thousands, of job opportunities in the area, which would be immensely beneficial. Meanwhile, back at home, having just finished her meal, Zhao Zhui noticed Yang Feng's cheerful demeanor while he conversed outside, which piqued her curiosity. She approached the door and overheard his tone. softer than she had ever heard before, filled with joy akin to that of a Secretary General of the United Nations receiving him. Listening intently, she discerned the enchanting voice of a woman on the other end of the line, though she could not quite make out their conversation. Zhao Jui's expression gradually soured. After a few minutes, Yang Feng ended the call and turned to find Zhao Jue standing suspiciously behind him, her eyes revealing displeasure and calculation. "What's wrong? Did you eat too many plums?" Yang Feng inquired, puzzled. Zhao Jue, her cheeks puffed in discontent, demanded, "Who were you just talking to?" "Just a friend," he replied. "A woman? Is there a problem with that?" Yang Feng was taken aback, failing to grasp Zhao Jue's implication. She shot him a glare, then suddenly pointed outside, exclaiming, "Look, a UFO." "What?" Yang Feng turned around, only to be met with Zhao Jue unexpectedly stepping on his foot. "Ouch," he gasped. When he regained his composure, he noticed that Zhao Jue had huffed and turned back towards the house. What is going on? Did the plums upset her? Yang Feng scratched his head, still bewildered by her train of thought. Yet, accustomed to Zhao Jue's whimsical nature, he chose not to dwell on the matter. He took a shower and then sat at his computer, conversing with Lin Shui about the situation in the town, discussing the potential for investment and the possibility of hiring workers. Lin Shui was well aware that establishing a factory in a town would undoubtedly present challenges. Nevertheless, she had immense faith in Yang Feng. If he could indeed revitalize the local economy, she would stand to gain substantial profits from this factory. Their conversation extended into the late hours, and Yang Feng found himself unable to sleep, as visions of a prosperous Donghe town danced in his mind. As the night passed, the following day arrived. Zhao Jue appeared somewhat displeased, her gaze towards Yang Feng brimming with dissatisfaction. Yang Feng was perplexed as to what had provoked her ire. To appease her, he personally picked over 10 kilograms of plums from the tree, carefully packed them in a foam box with ice, and placed them in Zhao Jue's vehicle. Subsequently, he accompanied her to the town's entrance, where the car finally came to a stop by the roadside. Zhao Jue glared at Yang Feng and inquired, "When are you returning to Jiancheng?" "I should head back the day after tomorrow. Today, I plan to visit a few places and discuss leasing land with the villagers." Yang Feng replied candidly. However, he then curiously added, "If you truly wish to stay a few more days, feel free to do so. You could return with me later." "I'd rather not stay here with you." Zhao Jue retorted coldly. Noting her anger, Yang Feng conceded, "All right then. I will reach out to you once I'm back in Jiangqing." With that, Zhao Jue rolled up her car window and drove off towards Jiangqing. Watching her depart, Yang Feng felt a sense of helplessness as he turned back towards the village. Meanwhile, in the car, Chun Jiu sat in the passenger seat, intrigued, and asked, "Sister Wei, did you have an argument with him? You seemed quite upset while sleeping yesterday." "Did I?" Zhao Jue replied, "You seem to think I look angry now. Did you see? He was chatting happily with another girl yesterday. Who knows what might have transpired between them? That fickle jerk." Zhao Jue exclaimed, her grip on the steering wheel tightening. Chun Jiu appeared bewildered and finally asked, "Are you jealous?" "Absolutely not. Who said I was jealous? Say another word and I won't respond." Chun Jiu, feeling wronged, muttered, "Honestly, I think Yang Feng is rather peculiar. He might have some unusual background. Sister Wei, you should be cautious. Do not mention that name in my presence." "Okay," Chun Jiu replied softly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Feng sneezed, wondering if someone was speaking ill of him. "Never mind, I must focus on the task at hand," he muttered to himself. His preliminary plan was to return to Baishui City to search for similar stones. He aimed to lease the village's land on a large scale, with the majority being converted into orchards. In 2 years, once the trees matured, they could be open to tourists for fruit picking, generating significant revenue. The remaining land would be transformed into fields of rapeseed flowers and other picturesque landscapes. As for the scenic facilities on the mountain, they would require substantial investment. Fortunately, the financial situation is quite stable now. Yang Feng believes that as long as the initial endeavor of planting plums succeeds, it will undoubtedly generate significant promotional effects. Remarkably, his fortune seems to be in his favor. Upon returning to Baishui City to participate in the expo, he fortuitously discovered a stone imbued with a vibrant green aura. Upon returning home, he purchased over a dozen mature plum trees, nurturing them with the green energy. Subsequently, utilizing these nearly 20 plum trees as progenitors, he sought assistance to establish an entire orchard. By the time he finished these tasks in the countryside, 3 days had elapsed. Yang Feng was returning to the city today. Although there were still a few matters left unattended, he had enlisted the help of Yang Chaolan and others, alleviating the necessity to oversee everything personally. Yesterday, he received a call from Yu Jiantao, inquiring whether he was in Jiangcheng, as a class reunion was scheduled for the evening. Consequently, Yang Feng drove back to the city in the morning. Upon his arrival in Jiangcheng, it was already past 6 in the evening. Since it was merely a class reunion, he did not make a deliberate effort to dress up. Having spent the morning in the fields, his clothes bore traces of yellow mud. However, he had no time to change before heading out. After parking his car, as he stepped out, he encountered an old classmate, Zhou Changming. "Is that you, Yang Feng?" Zhou Changming exclaimed in surprise. Upon being called, Yang Feng turned to see Zhou Changming and greeted him. "Old Zhou? You're here too." "Of course. I come every year. But you've been quite low-key these past few years. I thought you had vanished," Zhou Changming teased. Yang Feng replied with a hint of resignation. "I've simply been too busy these years, working non-stop. I had no time for such events. Besides, I wasn't aware of the previous gatherings. It was Yu Jiantao who brought me along this time." "Haha, splendid. The gathering is in the private room on the 2nd floor. Let us head in." Zhou Changming beckoned, guiding Yang Feng inside. As they walked, Zhou Changming glanced at Yang Feng's sleeves, puzzled. "Hey, where have you been? Your short sleeves are covered in yellow mud." "I just returned from my hometown. I was working in the fields," Yang Feng explained. "Working in the fields? You're still farming?" "Yes, I plan to cultivate some crops during this visit." "Understood. Let us hurry inside." Zhou Changming's expression subtly shifted. Upon hearing about Yang Feng's farming endeavors, his previous enthusiasm seemed to wane. Yang Feng felt a twinge of disappointment but chose not to elaborate further. The two entered the private room, which already housed 7 or 8 individuals. It was a lavishly appointed room, exceeding 100 square meters, complete with sofas and a private restroom. Upon their entrance, the others eagerly waved, exclaiming, "Haha, 2 more have arrived. Oh, this is Yang Feng. It's been years since we last met." Someone recognized Yang Feng. He casually found a seat, stating, "Indeed. I was just tied up with some matters and arrived a bit late. My apologies, everyone. I see your sleeves are still muddy. You haven't turned into a farmer, have you?" Qingyang inquired curiously. Yang Feng chuckled and remarked, "I suppose so. I was busy working in the fields before I came here." "Indeed. You truly embody the essence of a farmer. Perhaps you could have changed into a better outfit before arriving." A female classmate sitting beside him expressed her disdain. One student, upon noticing her, interjected, "Guoshan, I heard you married a wealthy husband. Your attire must be all designer, right?" "What do you mean by designer?" "The truly exquisite pieces I own are custom-made, reserved for special occasions." "This gathering is rather casual," Guoshan replied with a proud smile. Yang Feng understood the dynamics of the reunion and chose to remain silent. However, at that moment, Guoshan called out to him, saying, "Yang Feng, why don't you sit over there? A few more people will be joining us shortly." As she spoke, Guoshan pointed to a seat across the room, conveniently located near the restroom's exit. The others seemed to grasp the implication but refrained from commenting, instead speculating, "I wonder if Yu Jiantao will be among the newcomers?" Indeed. Besides Yu Jiantao, there's also Li Hanxiu, who hasn't attended in ages. I bet you all weren't aware of that. Yu Jiantao has gained quite a reputation in the United States and just returned this year, Qingyang elaborated. Nearby, Pang Yunfei recalled, "I remember. Li Hanxiu is now the CEO of a publicly listed company, primarily focused on technological research." "Certainly, those two are," Guoshan began, but, noticing Yang Feng still seated, urged, "Hey, Yang Feng, you might as well change your seat. Let them both sit here when they arrive." "Yang Feng, why not join me over here?" "It wouldn't be a problem at all," suggested a classmate, Yin Zian, who had a somewhat closer relationship with Yang Feng. Having been childhood desk mates, he was aware of the group's sentiments and offered Yang Feng an easy way out, indifferent to the seating arrangement. Yang Feng stood up and walked over to sit beside Yin Zian with a smile. The group nodded in satisfaction at his understanding and resumed their conversations. Among them, the most successful was Zhou Changming, who had entered with Yang Feng. He currently held a senior position in the finance department of an antique trading company. As they exchanged compliments, Yang Feng remained largely unperturbed. Yin Zian, noticing Yang Feng's solitude, proactively inquired, "You haven't attended a reunion in 2 years. I imagine it feels a bit unfamiliar?" "It's fine. After all, we are all old classmates. It's nice to catch up," Yang Feng replied. Yet before Yin Zian could finish his thought, Zhou Changming commanded, "Hey, Yang Feng, don't just sit there. Go outside and ask the waitstaff if they have any Mao Dai. Bring in a couple of bottles so we can get started when Yu Jiantao and Li Hanxiu arrive." Assigned this task, Yang Feng stood up and headed toward the entrance. Shortly after, he returned with 2 bottles of Maotai and resumed his seat beside Yin Zian. Yin Zian wore a somewhat resigned expression and remarked, "Are you farming back home?" "Indeed. I was in the fields this morning and returned in the afternoon," Yang Feng replied. Yang Feng, with a relaxed demeanor, chuckled and remarked, "In truth, there is nothing particularly adverse about it. Indeed, if given the opportunity, I would relish the chance to return and cultivate some land." Yin Zian, somewhat resigned, shook his head and replied, "Though the metropolis is bustling with vitality, there are moments when one yearns for the pastoral tranquility of the countryside. But you, having emerged from that pastoral life, should be well aware of the rural plight. It's devoid of vitality and impoverished." Yang Feng shook his head in response. Yin Zian, smiling, continued, "I am certainly aware of these realities. However, it is essential for someone to return and invigorate the area, especially since I hail from there." He appeared to possess a certain fondness for his roots. At that moment, Yang Feng recalled something and laughed, saying, "I remember you once mentioned as a child that you aspired to be an engineer who builds roads. Haha, and now you've become a civil servant. Truly, that is no easy task." Yin Zian, with a hint of resignation, replied, "My current ambition is to return to my hometown and explore the possibility of ecological farming projects." "Ah, did you not mention that you also engage in agriculture? Perhaps we could collaborate then. I'll elaborate on this matter after the reunion concludes," he added. Yin Zian looked at Yang Feng with curiosity, puzzled by his intent. Just then, the door swung open once more, and 2 individuals entered, instantly igniting enthusiasm within the room. "Haha, the 2 big shots have finally arrived." Guoshan and the others quickly stood up, making way for the newcomers. At that moment, Yu Jiantao and Li Hanxiu entered, greeting everyone. However, Yu Jiantao soon noticed Yang Feng seated next to the restroom, causing a slight shift in his expression. Nevertheless, he said, "Never mind. I'll sit next to Yang Feng. Let us squeeze together. Since that's the case, I'll join you as well. It has been ages since we last met, and a little closeness might strengthen our bond." Li Hanxiu followed Yu Jiantao, though his expression bore a hint of melancholy. The 2 approached Yang Feng, leaving everyone momentarily speechless, particularly Guoshan and the others, who had intended to sit beside these influential figures to forge closer ties. Why then were these 2 heading to the opposite side? Seeing the 2 making their way over, Yang Feng remarked in bemusement, "There are plenty of vacant seats over there. Why must you squeeze in with me, you rascal? Haha, doesn't that just signify our good camaraderie?" Yu Jiantao laughed heartily, unconcerned. The others had no choice but to shift their chairs, creating 2 spaces for them. As the 3 settled down, the onlookers exchanged glances. At that moment, Zhou Changming broke the silence, asking, "Jianhao, what were you 2 up to earlier? We thought you weren't coming. We encountered a bit of trouble on the road, hence the delay." Yu Jiantao replied with a smile, patting Li Hanxiu on the shoulder. Li Hanxiu added, "You all need not wait for us. Please, feel free to start dining. That one tea do. Today, we need someone to take the lead." Zhou Changming insisted. "Hey, Yang Feng, quit dawdling and summon the waiter to bring out the dishes," he instructed, pointing towards the exit. His authoritative tone seemed to regard Yang Feng as a mere servant. Beside them, Yu Jiantao and Li Hanxiu were about to speak when Yang Feng grasped their arms, shaking his head to indicate that they should not be upset. In truth, Yang Feng harbored a sense of nostalgia for the bonds of friendship formed during their school days, indifferent to the attitudes of those around him. At this moment, Yu Jiantao took a deep breath and declared, "Since it is so, I shall take the lead and propose a toast." He chuckled. "After all, I served as class monitor for half a year, right? Haha, indeed. Back in the 3rd year of junior high, everyone voted for you as class leader. Who would have thought that within 6 months, you would be whisked away by the genius class, leaving our class without a leader?" Qinyong laughed heartily at this. Amidst the flattery from his classmates, Yu Jiantao remained unfazed, merely patting Li Hanxiu on the shoulder and chuckling. "Let us not dwell on me. Today, we are here primarily to reminisce about our past friendships. Indeed, I remember you once said you wanted to be some kind of scientist, Jiantao. And Hanxiu, you mentioned wanting to be a businessman. Now, you truly have become one." When Guoshan brought this up, there was a hint of admiration in her voice as she added, "Your company has gone public now, hasn't it?" "That's merely a stroke of good fortune," Li Hanxiu replied, his expression betraying a touch of awkwardness. Yang Feng seemed to sense that Li Hanxiu was in a difficult position. He suddenly recalled that when Yu Jiantao had previously reached out to him about the reunion, it seemed to have something to do with Li Hanxiu. As they chatted over the meal, Yang Feng took the initiative and said, Hanxiu, let me propose a toast to you. It has been quite some time since we last met. Hey, Yang Feng, that's rather inconsiderate. Everyone wants to toast Hanxiu, and you're jumping ahead. Guoshan protested, her displeasure evident. Yet, Li Hanxiu quickly rose, exclaiming, No, brother Feng, I toast you. He appeared somewhat taken aback, as if he felt unworthy of the attention, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Yang Feng, with a resigned smile, replied, Hanxiu, we grew up together, copying homework. There's no need for such formality. Li Hanxiu appeared a bit anxious. He was not accustomed to social gatherings and seemed almost coerced into being there. Yang Feng, noticing this, relaxed and suggested, How about we find a place to continue our conversation after we finish our drinks? Yes, that is exactly my intention. Li Hanxiu responded eagerly. The others, observing this exchange, suddenly connected the dots. Even the dimmest among them could surmise that Li Hanxiu had not attended a reunion in years, and his sudden appearance must be related to Yang Feng. But had Yang Feng not just come from the fields? At that moment, the door swung open, and their old classmate, Zhao Wenbo, burst in. Renowned as a wealthy second-generation student, he had previously scoffed at attending such gatherings. Nevertheless, everyone knew of his status and had always kept him informed. No one had anticipated that Zhao Wenbo would actually show up this time. Wenbo, what brings you here? The crowd exclaimed, quickly making room for him. Zhao Wenbo spotted Yang Feng, who was seated with a group, and immediately greeted him with a bright smile. Brother Feng, you have come this time as well. His casual address left the crowd momentarily stunned. This fellow had not been on friendly terms with Yang Feng during their school days. Why then was he now so courteous? Yang Feng glanced at him and replied with a smile, Haven't we just seen each other not long ago? Indeed, brother Feng. I came this time specifically to apologize. You left in such a hurry last time. After all, we are classmates, aren't we? Zhao Wenbo clung to Yang Feng's side like a persistent adhesive. His obsequious demeanor left their peers utterly bewildered. Fortunately, Yang Feng did not take offense and simply remarked, I didn't think much of it. Did you purchase that car behind? Yes. It's parked outside. If you like it, it's yours. Zhao Wenbo offered eagerly. That won't do. I cannot accept a car worth 800,000. Yang Feng responded calmly. However, the mention of such a staggering sum silenced the room. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Was Yang Feng so indifferent to such wealth? Reflecting on how they had earlier allowed him to sit in front of the restroom, they shuddered at the thought. At that moment, Yang Feng stood up and cheerfully said, It's a pleasure to see everyone again today. I plan to join Hanxiu and the others for a stroll shortly, so I will take my leave now. I shall drink to that. With that, Yang Feng took a final sip of his drink and departed. As he stepped outside, Li Hanxiu and Yu Jiantao followed suit. Just as Zhao Wenbo was about to step out as well, he was hastily pulled back by Chen Yong, who exclaimed, Wenbo, what on earth is going on? What business is brother Feng involved in? The Lin family in Jiangcheng is collaborating with him. What do you think he does? Zhao Wenbo replied irritably. Guoshan, seemingly aware of something, asked incredulously, Is it the Lin family of Lin Jinghua? Guoshan, what does that mean? That family is a prominent one in Jiangcheng. Their investments are said to be worth over hundreds of billions, and they can command great influence with a mere gesture. As she spoke, Guoshan remained incredulous. Can it be that Yang Feng is indeed collaborating with them? Thus, it seems you are destined to remain at this level for life. If I am not mistaken, that position was arranged by you, correct? Although Zhao Wenbo was somewhat reckless, he was no fool. Silence fell over the group. Zhao Wenbo, uninterested in their reactions, hurried outside in pursuit of Yang Feng. At that moment, Yang Feng and his companions had reached a food stall beside the hotel. This seemed like the kind of place Yang Feng felt suited to his taste. As several dishes were served, Yang Feng filled his glass with beer and turned to Li Hanxiu, asking, Hanxiu, have you encountered any difficulties? Li Hanxiu's expression grew increasingly hesitant, as if he found it difficult to voice his concerns. Fortunately, Yu Jiantao spoke up for him. Do you know what kind of business Hanxiu's company is involved in? To be honest, I'm not very familiar with it. Yang Feng admitted, as he had not had much contact with Li Hanxiu. However, he knew well that Li Hanxiu was a person of good character. Upon graduating, Yang Feng recalled that Li Hanxiu had once offered him the opportunity to collaborate. However, at that time, Yang Feng refrained from troubling him. Little did he expect that Li Hanxiu, who had fared so well among their peers, would now encounter difficulties. Yu Jiantao sighed and remarked, His company specializes in biotechnology, but I suppose I should speak for myself. At that moment, Li Hanxiu mustered his courage and revealed, My company is dedicated to antibiotic research and development. with a previous market value exceeding 2 billion. He began to share his story with Yang Feng. This company was founded by Li Hanxiu, who identified the burgeoning field of biotechnology and, leveraging his connections, gathered numerous researchers to establish it. For years, their achievements were remarkable, even securing a place for their medications in the National Healthcare Program. However, during the development of a new drug for kidney disease, the company's stock plummeted due to market fluctuations. Although they had entered the second phase of development, progress had stagnated. The data from this phase was outstanding, showing a significant reduction in the urine protein to creatinine ratio. Yet, the company lacked the funds to continue, and should this project fail, it would lead the company to the brink of bankruptcy. This predicament compelled Li Hanxiu to confide in Yu Jiantao. Recalling Yang Feng, Yu Jiantao insisted on bringing him along to the reunion, hoping to inquire if Yang Feng might have a solution. Observing the solemn expression on Yang Feng's face, he said, "It's understandable if you have no solutions. This gap is quite substantial. The reason for bringing you here was merely to discuss options. Alas, I must admit my oversight in not anticipating the risks. Our ambitions in this research were perhaps too grand." Li Hanxiu sighed, taking a sip of his drink, and added, "Let us consider this matter forgotten for now and enjoy our meal." Suddenly, Yang Feng asked, "What is the extent of your financial shortfall?" Li Hanxiu was taken aback, then chuckled, "Yang Feng, let us not dwell on it. You need not worry about me. Even in bankruptcy, I have sufficient funds to sustain my life." Yang Feng interrupted, inquiring once more, "How much do you still need?" Sensing Yang Feng's earnestness, Li Hanxiu finally replied, "To complete the third phase of testing, along with research and operational costs, we may need over 100 million. Come to me the day after tomorrow, and I will provide you with that sum, considering it as my investment in your company." Yang Feng stated calmly, leaving Li Hanxiu momentarily speechless. Even Yu Jiantao was taken aback by Yang Feng's decisiveness, exclaiming, "Yang Feng, think this through. This is no trivial amount, over 100 million in cash." Yet, Yang Feng smiled and replied, "Having made my decision, there is no reason to withdraw. Due to the considerable sum involved, the transfer has proven to be quite cumbersome. Otherwise, I would have been able to provide it to you this very evening." Li Hanxiu was utterly taken aback. Could Yang Feng truly be so extravagant? Reflecting on his conversation with Yu Jiantao regarding Yang Feng, he had initially harbored doubts. Yet, unexpectedly, he mused that if you could genuinely assist me this time, the successful development and market launch of this medication would certainly yield returns. Li Hanxiu's excitement was palpable. Yang Feng, with a smile, replied, "Just for your words, I place my trust in you." His hearty laughter finally coaxed a smile from Li Hanxiu. At that moment, the trio began to rekindle the camaraderie of old classmates reminiscing about shared experiences. Eventually, Jia Wenba also joined them. Although Yang Feng and his companions were not particularly fond of Jia Wenba, they welcomed him to share a couple of drinks, given his presence. It was not until after 11 at night that they each returned home. Yang Feng had accomplished a significant task that day. Upon arriving home, he took a refreshing shower, feeling somewhat revitalized. He then placed a call to Gao Ronghai, instructing him to arrange the matters concerning the 100 million. Gao Ronghai was momentarily startled by the mention of such a sum. Nonetheless, Yang Feng asked him to procure another batch of stones, intending to open them alongside the ones he had brought back. Once these stones were opened, they would bring in several million. After conveying these instructions, Yang Feng reclined on his bed. This marked his inaugural investment. Upon hearing Li Hanxiu mention the matter earlier, he had been elated. For him, the primary function of his intuition was to discern fortune from misfortune. In metaphysical terms, this is akin to reading one's face. After observing Li Hanxiu's features, Yang Feng recognized him as a person of great destiny, destined for success. At such a juncture, failing to invest in him would mean missing out on a promising opportunity. While others may invest based on chance, Yang Feng's approach was akin to his stone gambling. He first sought the outcome before choosing to invest. One night passed. The following morning, Yang Feng awakened to find it already past 10 o'clock. He had plans to visit the antique market to procure antiquities. Since acquiring the rejuvenation technique, he had yet to put it to the test, as such treasures were scarce in his hometown. However, upon returning to Jiangcheng, the situation had become considerably more manageable. Yang Feng was eager to see how much the value of a 1,000,000 yuan antiquity could be enhanced through rejuvenation. After changing into a new outfit, he stepped outside his home. Just as he reached the ground floor, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Zhuwei returning home. Upon seeing Yang Feng, she appeared somewhat displeased. puffing out her cheeks and deliberately turning away from him. Yang Feng scratched his head at that moment and called out to her, "Do you have a moment? What do you want?" Zhao Zhuwei replied sharply. Yang Feng scratched his head again, saying, "I'm heading to the antique market. Would you like to join me?" "Humph. Why don't you invite the woman you were just on the phone with?" Zhao Zhuwei huffed. Yang Feng seemed to have realized something and said, "Are you referring to Lin Shui? Look, you dare to utter her name in my presence." Zhao Zhuwei immediately grew more agitated, observing her furious demeanor. Yang Feng appeared to grasp something suddenly and exclaimed in astonishment, "You can't possibly be angry with her, can you?" "You." "Silence," Zhao Zhuwei retorted, her frustration palpable. She was on the verge of delivering a blow to Yang Feng. Scratching his head, Yang Feng lamented, "I merely discussed some investment matters regarding my hometown with her. Do you harbor a grudge against her?" "Uft, I have a grudge against you." Zhao Zhuwei shot him a glare. Yang Feng, feeling increasingly vexed, then mumbled, "So? Would you like to accompany me to the antique market?" "Only if you plead with me," she replied. "Then I shan't plead. You're doing this on purpose." All right. I beseech you, accompany me to the antique market." Yang Feng adopted a sincere expression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhuwei broke into a grin and said, "Now that's more like it." With that, she cheerfully turned and walked alongside Yang Feng towards the exit. Yang Feng was utterly bewildered, unsure of Zhao Zhuwei's sudden change in demeanor. However, he had no time to ponder such matters. His immediate priority was to procure some valuable antiques. He intended to launch his antique business next month. As a modest vehicle came to a halt outside the antique market, Yang Feng and Zhao Zhuwei hurried inside a shop. The establishment, named King Shixuan, boasted a sizable sign. In truth, it primarily sold ceramics, with a lesser focus on calligraphy and paintings. The proprietor, a lean man, promptly approached the guests, inquiring, "What might you be looking to purchase, esteemed guests?" Inside the antique store, the items on display were exceedingly pricey, with the cheapest exceeding 100,000. It was, undeniably, a store catering exclusively to affluent patrons. Zhao Zhuwei, though inexperienced, glanced around before remarking, "The items here pale in comparison to my father's collection." "You needn't speak so frivolously. Your father's collection could buy several publicly listed companies." Yang Feng retorted with a roll of his eyes. Zhao Zhuwei, perplexed, asked, "Aren't you usually fond of hunting for bargains? Why are you in such an upscale store today?" "I wish to purchase some items to serve as a showcase for the antique company," Yang Feng casually replied, his gaze already fixated on a porcelain bowl on the shelf. "Sir, may I see that porcelain bowl?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, the proprietor promptly responded, "This piece dates back to the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty, used in the imperial palace. You truly possess an eye for quality." He hurriedly instructed his assistant to retrieve it. Yang Feng walked over to a square table, placing the bowl upon it to prevent any accidental mishaps, a necessary precaution when handling antiques. "Sir, you see, there are inscriptions beneath it. It's from an official kiln, which I purchased at a high price. You, being knowledgeable, surely understand its worth," the proprietor whispered in Yang Feng's ear. Yang Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "I understand. Please allow me to inspect it first." "Certainly. Xiao Fei, pour this gentleman a cup of tea," the proprietor called to his assistant. At that moment, a visibly anxious man entered through the door. He appeared to be in his 30s, bearing the weight of weariness upon his face. Upon stepping inside the establishment and noticing the array of items displayed, he seemed to realize he was in a grand shop, proceeding with caution deeper into the premises. The proprietor, upon seeing him, greeted him with a warm smile, inquiring, "Good sir, what might you be looking to purchase?" "And no, I am here to sell something," the man replied quietly. The shopkeeper's expression of warmth evaporated instantly, replaced by skepticism as he scrutinized the man. "You? What could you possibly have to offer me?" "This is a blue and white porcelain vase that has been passed down through my family. Please, tell me its worth," the man implored as he retrieved the vase from a tattered bag. Yang Feng, intrigued by his words, turned to examine the porcelain piece. A closer look revealed its brilliant sheen, indicating a value in the millions. However, the man remained visibly tense, cautiously placing the vase on the table and watching the shopkeeper intently. It was evident he was not well versed in the trade. The shopkeeper, sensing he was not dealing with a buyer, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, he picked up the blue and white vase. After a mere glance, his eyes sparkled with interest. "This is a remarkable find," he exclaimed, gently lifting the vase and meticulously inspecting the bottom. In the world of antiques, the base of a porcelain piece holds paramount importance, hence the adage of old base, new vase. Meanwhile, the man stood anxiously, uncertain of the vase's worth, yet desperately in need of funds. After a few moments of examination, the shopkeeper raised his head, a look of discontent crossing his face. This piece is rather mediocre. It's merely an ordinary porcelain item, he declared, causing Yang Feng to furrow his brow. Zhao Zhui noticed his expression and inquired, Yang Feng, what troubles you? I am reminded of some unpleasant memories, Yang Feng replied, his tone growing somber. At this juncture, the man across from them, having heard the shopkeeper's words, lowered his gaze. A look of helplessness crossed his simple face as he bit his lip and asked, how much can I sell it for? Judging by your demeanor, it seems you are in urgent need of money. How about this? Since this vase is indeed a family heirloom, I shall summon a master to appraise its value for you, the shopkeeper suggested, gesturing toward a nearby assistant. Go fetch Master Wu De. Yes, sir, the assistant replied, calling for him upstairs. Moments later, a man in his 50s descended the stairs. Approaching the shopkeeper, he took the blue and white vase in hand and exchanged a knowing glance with him. This is not particularly valuable, although it is blue and white porcelain. Its quality is subpar and its rarity is average. I would say it's worth no more than 100,000, Wu De stated. The man's head shot up in surprise. 100,000? He echoed. Yes, that is the price, Wu De responded, feigning indifference. The shopkeeper sighed, affecting a tone of sympathy. Master, while the quality may be lacking, it appears he is in urgent need of money. I find myself in dire need of funds. My mother remains hospitalized, and I must gather the medical expenses. The man's anxiety was palpable, teetering on the brink of tears. Observing his distress, the boss, after a moment of contemplation, resolved to offer an additional 100,000, proclaiming, I shall pay you double for your goods. His expression suggested a transgression against ancestral decrees, igniting a wave of excitement in the man, who repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. His appreciation was fervent, yet the boss's heart brimmed only with elation. Just as he was about to finalize the transaction with the exquisite blue and white porcelain, a voice suddenly interrupted. Wait, I will purchase that porcelain for 3 million. Yang Feng's voice resonated from nearby. This utterance drew the attention of all present in the shop. Within the establishment, there were already a dozen individuals, including several patrons aside from the staff. Upon hearing Yang Feng's declaration, they turned to regard the young man with curiosity. Did he dare to challenge the boss and Wu De? The seller, upon hearing the figure of 3 million, trembled and inquired, Who are you? I am merely a patron here, with a fondness for your vase, Yang Feng replied with a gentle smile. However, his words ignited a fierce glint in the boss's eyes. Even Wu De, at that moment, reprimanded him coldly. Young man, do you understand the rules of this trade? This is not a case of the highest bidder winning. Oh, does the code of conduct permit one to deceive others into believing a mere trinket is worth millions? Yang Feng's retort caused a collective gasp among those present. They had not examined the blue and white porcelain closely, and coupled with the charade of the boss and Wu De, they had assumed the two were merely acting out of benevolence. Yet, Yang Feng's words illuminated the truth for them. Wu De's countenance darkened, glaring at Yang Feng, and demanded, Where did you come from? I was merely passing by. One might consider me a concerned bystander or a well-meaning individual, Yang Feng replied calmly, seemingly unaware of Wu De's status. Realizing the potential naivety of the young man, Wu De coldly advised, I suggest you think carefully. The true value of this item is merely 100,000, and you only glanced at it from the side. Can you truly comprehend its worth better than I? A mere glance suffices, Yang Feng countered. But do you know my identity? Wu De pressed. As he was a frequent visitor to this establishment, and the regulars were certainly familiar with his status, the boss, seizing the opportunity to flaunt his perceived superiority, declared, Let me enlighten you. The individual before you is a member of the Jiangxing Antique Association and is poised to become a committee member. Given your involvement in the antique world, you ought to recognize his significance. Having heard of this association, Yang Feng initially thought it formidable, only to be taken aback by the presence of someone so unworthy among them. What did you say? Wu De was incensed. Yang Feng shook his head, replying, Or perhaps you are fully aware of the item's true value yet deliberately offered a low price in collusion with one another. Wu De's face reddened in fury. He never anticipated that upon revealing his identity, this young man would dare to speak in such a manner. Meanwhile, the vendor nearby, sensing the tension, hurriedly tugged at Yang Feng's sleeve, whispering, Sir, I only need 200,000 for medical expenses. Please, don't, it's all right. I will certainly purchase this item. Yang Feng interjected, deliberately casting a glance at Wu De, and inquired, Is there an issue? Very well. How audacious of you to challenge me, young man. You'd better reveal your name. Wu Da's fury was palpable, and the onlookers could feel the intensity of his rage. Yet, no one dared to dwell on the matter, for Wu Da had examined the artifact thoroughly, while Yang Feng had merely caught a fleeting glimpse. With Wu Da's stature, how could he be mistaken? Their hearts had already begun to mourn for the Navi Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng remained unfazed, straightforwardly stating his name. So, you are Yang Feng. Just wait. I shall investigate your standing in this circle. Wu Da, in his anger, pulled out his phone. The vendor, witnessing this, smugly remarked, "You still fail to grasp Master Wu's position in the Antique Association. Once he makes a call, your prospects in this domain will be utterly compromised. Is that so?" "I eagerly anticipated," Yang Feng replied with a smile. Wu Da dialed a number, and a muffled voice on the other end inquired, "Wu Da, what is the matter?" "Mr. Han, I have a brat here who dares to question my appraisal. Could you check if he has been active in this circle recently?" Wu Da's tone softened considerably. Yet, Yang Feng recognized the voice. Was he at Han Yunfu? Curiously, Han Yunfu asked, "What is his name?" "He claims to be Yang Feng, and he is exceedingly arrogant, exhibiting a most brazen demeanor." "What?" Han Yunfu's voice rose in surprise. "Are you referring to Mr. Yang?" "Mr. Yang?" Wu Da was taken aback by this title. Yang Feng let out a cold laugh and said, "Please, continue." Wu Da was left speechless. At that moment, upon learning that Yang Feng had returned to Jiangqing, Han Yunfu promptly inquired about his location. "I'm nearby. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Han Yunfu hurried toward the scene. Yet, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense as everyone stared in disbelief at Yang Feng. This fellow was being referred to as Mr. Before long, Han Yunfu rushed in, and upon seeing that Yang Feng had not left, he let out a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yang, you have finally returned to Jiangqing." "Arrived last night," Yang Feng replied. "Oh, I see. You." Han Yunfu suddenly recalled that Wu Da had left something unsaid during their phone conversation. Meanwhile, Wu Da stood nearby, utterly stunned. The crowd, upon seeing Han Yunfu, felt a surge of exhilaration. He was a towering figure in Jiangqing, serving as the first vice president of the Antique Association. Yet, the respect he displayed while addressing Yang Feng was far from what one would expect from a venerable master speaking to a youth. Yang Feng glanced at the opposite Wu Da and the shop owner, gesturing towards the exquisite blue and white porcelain before him. "Mr. Han, do take a look at this porcelain. Could it be something that has caught your interest?" Han Yunfu promptly approached, examining the porcelain for less than half a minute before exclaiming, "What a remarkable piece. This is from the official kills of the Yuan dynasty, and its quality is exceptional. The intricately carved design alone is worth at least 3 million. At this proclamation, the countenance of those present shifted dramatically. Only Wu Da and the shop owner wore expressions of utter dismay. Wu Da, in particular, was taken aback. Never having anticipated that this young man truly knew Han Yunfu, he had intended to leverage his status to intimidate. Yet Yang Feng merely cast a derisive glance his way and remarked, "Just moments ago, someone was offering a mere 100,000 for it." "Oh?" Han Yunfu responded, seemingly piecing together the situation. His sharp gaze turned to Wu Da as he coldly reprimanded, "Could this individual be you?" "I must have misjudged," Wu Da stammered. "Oh, you, with your discerning eye, mistook such an obvious Yuan dynasty porcelain?" Han Yunfu's expression darkened with increasing ire. "Before Mr. Yang and me, you dare to weave falsehoods. Mr. Han." "Aye, enough. Effective immediately, you are expelled from the Antique Association of Jiangqing, and I shall issue a notice detailing the reasons." With these words, Wu Da's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. A collective sigh echoed throughout the shop, signifying that Wu Da's reputation in the antique community was irrevocably tarnished. Han Yunfu then turned his attention back to Yang Feng, inquiring, "Mr. Yang, do you have anything further to say?" "Let it be for now, although I noticed that Mr. Han seemed to have something of significance to discuss with me," Yang Feng replied, observing his urgency with curiosity. Upon mentioning this, Han Yunfu hastily asked, "Mr. Yang, I presume you have been invited to the Antique Appreciation Conference?" "Indeed, I did receive an invitation," Yang Feng nodded. Han Yunfu immediately responded, "The conference commences tomorrow, and there will be a competition. After thorough discussion, we hope that you might serve as a judge." The moment this was uttered, those present fell silent. Their expression shifting once more, even Wu Da, who remained sprawled on the floor, looked up in disbelief. Who was Han Yunfu? He was a luminary in Jiangqing's antique realm. Yet here he was, exhibiting such humility towards a young man and inviting him to be a judge at the prestigious conference. This was an event of national significance. The attendees were left speechless. However, Yang Feng politely declined, saying, "Mr. Han, I fear that I am not suited for such a role." "Mr. Yang, what do you mean? I do not relish the limelight, and thus cannot accept the position of judge. If you require assistance with authentication, I am more than willing to help. But this role is beyond my capabilities." Yang Feng's expression was one of genuine regret. Han Yunfu understood and replied, "In that case, I shall not insist. However, you must attend the Antique Appreciation Conference tomorrow. The provincial television station will be present to film, marking it as a momentous occasion for Jiangcheng." Han Yunfu held the conference in the highest regard. Do not speak of him. Even the entire antique circle of Jiangcheng takes pride in this appraisal convention. It is precisely for this reason that the antique community in Jiangcheng holds a distinguished position nationwide. As they conversed, Yang Feng instructed Han Yunfu to depart first. Once he had left, Yang Feng regained his composure and turned to regard the man who had been standing beside him, observing him intently. The man was aware that Yang Feng was the only one capable of saving his mother. It was he who had spoken up just moments ago, preventing him from being deceived. Yang Feng glanced at the blue and white porcelain and remarked, "This piece must be a family heirloom of yours. I should not purchase it, but if you truly need the funds, I can offer you a sum to aid in your mother's recovery." "Really?" the man exclaimed, incredulous. He had never anticipated encountering such a benevolent soul. A moment later, he hastened to kneel before Yang Feng. Quick as a flash, Yang Feng grasped his arm and said, "If you kneel, I will not give you a single penny." Yes, I will not kneel," the man quickly replied, rising to his feet. Yang Feng chuckled and instructed him to retrieve a tattered bank card, after which he transferred 300,000 into it. Finally, he prepared to leave with Zhao Zhui. However, just as he stepped outside, the man hurriedly called after him, "Mr. Yang, my name is Chi Haichang. I live in Lian Village. My household number is 15. I will surely repay you. I have noted that. I will seek you out later. Now hurry back to the hospital," Yang Feng replied with a smile, waving his hand as he departed. Chi Haichang stood dazed, watching Yang Feng leave, before he quickly gathered his belongings and made his way back to the hospital. After Yang Feng and Zhao Zhui left, they purchased 2 additional antiques within the antique market. One was another piece of blue and white porcelain, albeit of lesser quality, which they acquired for 600,000. The other was particularly significant. The proprietor claimed it was a painting by the Ming Dynasty artist Tang Bohu, purchased at an auction. Regrettably, its condition was not ideal, with some areas already fading. Nonetheless, its value remained exceedingly high. Ultimately, Yang Feng purchased the painting for 3 million. Upon receiving these 2 treasures, Yang Feng and Zhao Zhui headed home. As they stepped outside, they noticed that the previous shop was now closed, presumably under scrutiny from market regulators. Yang Feng felt a surge of resentment. However, Zhao Zhui discerned the situation and chuckled, "I just remembered. Weren't you also duped when selling jade?" "It was that day at the auction. That was merely a moment of oversight," Yang Feng replied, his face reddening with embarrassment. Zhao Zhui, reveling in this revelation, exclaimed, "Is this a secret only I possess?" "Yes. Can we please return home now?" "All right." Zhao Zhui seemed to be in high spirits. Yang Feng found himself puzzled by her train of thought. Yet, in a couple of days, when his sister returned to Jiangcheng, he suspected they would find common ground. Upon arriving home, Zhao Zhui mentioned she had a job interview in the afternoon and refrained from further bothering Yang Feng. Yang Feng seized the opportunity to securely close the doors and windows. The hall was enveloped in an unparalleled tranquility. He retrieved the blue and white porcelain vase, which he had previously acquired for 600,000, placing it gently on the ground before him, and followed suit by settling down to meditate upon the floor. This porcelain piece, a product of the official kilns from the Yuan dynasty, was not particularly exquisite in its condition. He began to concentrate his spiritual energy in accordance with the teachings of the rejuvenating eye technique, continuously channeling his power into his eyes. Soon, a stream of spiritual energy emanated from his gaze, encircling the porcelain vase in a delicate embrace. At that moment, time appeared to stand still for Yang Feng. His entire focus was captivated by the aged blue and white porcelain. What Yang Feng did not anticipate was that as the spiritual energy enveloped the vase, it began to undergo a gradual transformation. Initially adorned with only simplistic patterns, the porcelain now seemed to be intricately sculpted by nature itself, as elaborate designs began to emerge. The previously damaged areas began to mend, not merely restoring the vase to a brand new state, but rather returning it to the pinnacle of its era's perfection. This revealed that while the eye technique could not confer immortality upon a person, it could indeed enhance one's health. For Yang Feng, this was entirely sufficient, after all. Transforming an antique into a brand new object would spell his ultimate ruin. As time slipped by, the night outside had completely descended. At last, Yang Feng ceased his eye technique, and the blue and white porcelain before him had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The previously damaged glaze and base had been restored to flawless condition. The colors on the vase had transformed entirely. What once featured only simple hues had now evolved into a complete painting, besides a plethora of flowers rich in historical significance. There were also exquisitely detailed cloud and dragon motifs. Such intricate designs and craftsmanship, coupled with impeccable preservation, rendered it invaluable. Yang Feng's heart surged with elation as he once again assessed its worth with his discerning eyes. When he beheld the radiant glow emitted by the porcelain, he was astonished to deduce a minimum value of 60 million. The thought that an item purchased for 600,000 had appreciated 100-fold left him in disbelief.